Flower Stealing Master Chapter 435 to Chapter 509. Over the next 2 days, Song Qingshu concentrated on his closed-door training and consciously adjusted his state to the peak. Finally, the Golden Snake competition began. The Golden Snake competition was held in a drill ground on the main peak of the Golden Snake camp. In the middle of the field was a square platform of several square feet, which was probably the place where the candidates would compete. There was a circle of seats around the platform, which was used to accommodate the many sects and martial artists who came to watch the competition. The distance between the seats and the platform was neither too far nor too close, so that the guests in the seats would not be accidentally hurt by the competition in the arena, and also to prevent these martial artists from affecting the competition in the arena. Jianghu had always been a place of seniority, so the main seats were naturally reserved for famous sects such as Shaolin, Wudong, Beggar Sect, and Chongyang Palace. For some reason, Xiaxia deliberately arranged Song Qingshu's seat among these main seats. Xiaxia was the nominal leader of the Golden Snake camp. Because she was the widow of the former Golden Snake king, it was naturally inconvenient for her to be with Song Qingshu in public. However, she did not want to be too far away from Song Qingshu, so she used her official position for her private interests and arranged for Song Qingshu to also be in this main tent. The leaders of the other mountains knew that Song Qingshu was the person nominated by Xiaxia, so they naturally turned a blind eye to it. Some even had the thought of waiting for Song Qingshu to make a fool of himself. After all, a stranger standing among the Shaolin and Wudong messengers was really an eyesore. Song Qingshu came very early. There were a few people sitting in the field, and most of the martial artists were still entering. As the former princess of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yaoyao's identity was quite sensitive, so she covered her face with a thin veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Wherever she passed by, people would speculate about the background of this fairy-like figure. Seeing Xingrou following behind Zhu Yanrui with a cautious look, Song Qingshu could not help laughing. "Rou, don't be so restrained. Ajo is not an outsider. You are so respectful as if you are serving your master." A young girl's mind was swayed by personal gains and losses. Song Qingshu was worried that by calling her Miss Sing, he would sound too distant and make her sad. Noticing the change in the way he addressed her, Xingrou blushed slightly and smiled sheepishly. The 9th princess is highly skilled in martial arts. How could she have an ordinary disciple like me? Zhu Haiyan took her hand and said, "I am no longer a princess. Besides, we will be a family in the future. Let's call each other sisters." Xingrou lowered her head and nodded, obviously excited. "Speaking of disciples, I do have a disciple as old as younger sister Rou." Zhu Yui suddenly thought of something and laughed while covering her mouth. "Isn't that about the same age as you? What kind of idiot would want to defeat you as his master?" It can't be a man, right?" Song Qingshu's expression was a little ugly. In his opinion, the only explanation was that a man had taken a fancy to Ajiao and was using the opportunity of becoming her disciple to get close to her. "What are you thinking?" "Of course it's a woman." Zhu Yui blushed. "Not only is it a woman, but it's also an outstanding beauty. The next time I see her, I'll introduce her to you." Song Qingshu was stunned. "Why do I feel so nervous? When did you become a pimp?" "You're the pimp." Zhu Yui couldn't help but punch him. "My disciple has a special identity. I really can't like her." A light flashed in Song Qingshu's mind, and he blurted out, "Your disciple isn't Aku, right?" "How do you know?" It was Zhu Yui's turn to be surprised. It turned out that day, Zhu Yui was angry that Wu Sangue betrayed his master for glory and betrayed his country, so she sneaked into the Shanghai Pass Prince Ping Shi's mansion to assassinate him. However, Wu Sangue knew that he was the public enemy of all the Han people in the world, so the defense of his mansion was like an iron bucket. Zhu Yui really couldn't find an opportunity to take advantage of. When she was about to retreat, she accidentally ran into a little girl with pink makeup in the prince's mansion. Ajiao had seen the beautiful Qin Yuanyuan in the past, and this little girl was carved from the same mold as Qin Yuanyuan. She didn't need to ask to know that this person must be Wu Sangui's daughter. Aku, who had been locked in the prince's mansion since she was a child, had always been full of yearning for the outside world and martial arts. When she saw Jiao in white fluttering down from the sky, she was immediately shocked and immediately pestered to worship Jiao as her master. Jiao, who was going to kidnap her, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the little girl's innocent appearance, he couldn't harden his heart and finally became her master. However, after waking up, Jiao remembered the identity of her parents and really couldn't be kind to Aku, so he carelessly taught her some martial arts and then floated away. Because Jiao's qigong was superb and Aku had always been tight-lipped, other than the two of them, no one in Ping Shi Wang's mansion knew about this relationship. Naturally, Jiao was very surprised that Song Qingshu knew about it. After a moment of carelessness, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He couldn't possibly fool her with some all-knowing man in Jianghu. This kind of extremely private matter, it was impossible for the all-knowing man to know. Actually, I know Aku, she told me. You two know each other? Although there was a veil covering his face, Song Qingshu could still feel the strange expression on Jiao's face. In this world, is there a beautiful woman that you don't know? There is, such as that one over there. Song Qingshu smiled and pointed to a young girl with an excited expression not far away. Jiao followed his gaze and saw a young girl wearing a light red silk robe with a string of pearls hanging around her neck. Her complexion was incomparably white and tender, like cream that seemed to be dripping water. Her eyes were flowing and her elegant eyebrows were slender. Even though she was conceited about her beauty, she had to admit that this young girl's appearance was absolutely beautiful, not inferior to her own. Song Qingshu was baffled. The seats of honor were not for the emissaries of the famous sects, but for the candidates recommended by the leaders of Golden Snake Camp. This young girl was only in her teens, so how could she be here? There seemed to be a familiar feeling between the young girl's eyebrows. Where had he seen her before? But this was clearly impossible. His memory couldn't be so bad, so how could he not remember someone he had seen before? Seeming to notice Song Qingshu's gaze, the young girl turned her head and glared at him. She couldn't help but snort, but she noticed the two women at his side and couldn't help but be stunned. Following the young girl's cold snort, the two youths around her seemed to have received a signal, and they quietly said, "Where did this lecher come from?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't explain any further and directly found his seat to sit down. With his current status and martial arts, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for this kind of junior. "Hey, which sect are you from? How can you sit here?" The young girl saw that he was ignoring her and couldn't help but be a bit angry. She never understood etiquette. In fact, she didn't have any evil intentions in asking this question. She simply wanted to know Song Qingshu's identity. But with her careless words, it sounded more like she was rebuking Song Qingshu for not having the qualifications to sit here. Jiao's elegant eyebrows furrowed. Even Xing Rou, who was at the side, looked indignantly at the young girl walking over. "Whether I can sit here or not, do I need your approval?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Of course it's related. What if a Manchurian spy sneaked in?" The young girl replied as if it was a matter of fact. This time even the faces of the two companions next to her were a bit embarrassed. They thought to themselves, which spy would be so stupid as to choose such an eye-catching position? The young girl tilted her head and continued to say, "I have a bit of an impression of the disciples of the famous Orthodox sects, but I've never seen you before." "What, you've seen the disciples of the famous Orthodox sects?" Song Qingshu laughed. Of course, the young girl proudly puffed out her chest like a proud little rooster. "My father is..." Before the young girl finished speaking, she was interrupted by a cold male voice. "I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're still the same, always showing off your parents. You haven't improved at all." The young girl's face immediately flushed red. She turned around and was about to scold him, but when she saw the appearance of the person clearly, the young girl looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her originally white and rosy skin suddenly lost all color and became incomparably pale. Yang. Song Qingshu had long known that an expert had come. His breathing was long, but for some reason, his footsteps were a bit heavy. At this time, he took the opportunity to look back and saw a delicate and handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and powerful phoenix eyes. But his face was pale and he looked haggard. There was a dark heavy sword tied to his back, and the empty sleeve on his right arm was particularly eye-catching. Such an obvious characteristic, who else could it be other than Yang Gua? Song Qingshu also immediately understood the identity of the young girl just now. She was so beautiful and so aggressive, like a mouse seeing a cat when it saw Yang Gua. Of course, it was Lady Gua. No wonder he felt that she looked familiar. Back in Jiangling's Lingtui residence, he had seen Huang Rong. This pair of mother and daughter looked about 70 to 80% similar, but now Huang Rong showed more of the bright charm of a mature woman, while Guofu showed more of an inexperienced youth. Their appearances were obviously similar, but their temperaments were completely different. No wonder he couldn't remember. Back then, after his meridians had recovered, he had specially gone to the Divine Eagle Valley in order to search for the relics of the martial arts world. Unfortunately, the heavy sword had disappeared, so he had taken the wooden sword. Now the heavy sword was in Yang Gua's hands. It seemed that Yang Gua's hand had been cut off by Guofu last year. Yang Gua is indeed handsome. This young master is known as the Jade-Face Meng Chong, but compared to him, I'm still lacking. That temperament that can make a moth fly into a flame. Song Qingshu sighed as he called out to the two girls beside him, Audiobook and Rower, do you think this man is handsome? Xingro blushed and lowered her head in silence. On the contrary, Zhu Xiaoyao raised her eyebrows and said, do you think I'm the kind of woman who will change her mind when she sees someone else? Song Qingshu was just joking, but seeing her fierce reaction, he realized that this world valued the ethics of chastity very much. He was about to apologize to her when he saw an embarrassed smile on her face. But he is indeed very good-looking. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading. Please visit. Song Qingshu did not look unhappy at all. Instead, he said excitedly, you don't know how charming he is. Once you meet Yang Gua, you'll regret your whole life. Many girls won't marry him for the rest of their lives. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhu Xiaoyi looked incredulous. Xingro looked disappointed. So, he's a playboy. Song Qingshu held his breath and smiled awkwardly. He's not a playboy. He's very infatuated and only loves one woman in his life. That's why the other women have lifelong regrets. Zhu Yanzi pulled Xingro's hand and said with a mischievous smile, little sister Ro, you called him a playboy in front of him. Aren't you making him feel ashamed? Xingro suddenly realized that Song Qingshu's reputation in this area wasn't very good. She said with some embarrassment, actually, I think he ruined the lives of other women for the sake of his reputation. To be honest, he's really heartless. On the contrary, Big Brother Song, although he is merciful, at least he won't let others live a miserable life. Hearing Xingro, who had always been a bit shy, suddenly say such a thing, a trace of surprise flashed across Zhu Yuanfeng's eyes, and Song Qingshu even grinned. Rower knows me the best, ha ha ha. Yang Gua, she already apologized to you. What else do you want? Do you think you're the only one who's miserable? I'm miserable too, okay? My father wants to chop off my hand to compensate you. I've been wandering outside for the past year. I can't even go home. I can't eat or sleep well. Guofu suddenly raised her voice. She was clearly very agitated. This Miss Gua really lives up to her reputation. Song Qingshu listened to her words and couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. She really inherited her mother's stunning beauty in vain. Yang Gua was so angry that he laughed, this is what you call miserable? You should be glad that you're not at home. Otherwise, I would have cut off your arm to take revenge. It turned out that when Yang Gua left the Valley of Condor, the first thing he did was to go to Xiangyang to seek revenge on Guofu. Unfortunately, Guo Jing had wanted to chop off Guofu's hand as an apology to the Yang family. In a panic, Huang Rong had arranged for Guofu to leave Xiangyang. After losing an arm, Yang Gua was sad and couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. Even though he knew that Xiaolong Nu wouldn't look down on him, he was still afraid of meeting Xiaolong Nu. Therefore, he decided to seek revenge on Guofu first, before looking for Xiaolong Nu. However, he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to find Guofu for a year. Not long ago, he bumped into his adoptive father, Ouyang Feng, and learned a secret from his father's old friend from the Jin Kingdom. While he was shocked, he was persuaded by them to participate in this Golden Snake Convention. Of course, because the Jin Kingdom and the Manchurian Qing dynasty were allies, it was not convenient for Wan Yanliang and the others to show up. Therefore, on the surface, he came to participate alone. However, he was able to be selected because of Wang Yanliang's secret help. Otherwise, the leaders of the Golden Snake Camp wouldn't have let these stragglers participate so easily. Speaking of which, Duan Yanqing, Shuabufan, He Taizhou, and Gong Sunji were able to become one of the 16 candidates because of Yang Gua. Well, I've had enough of hiding. Today, let's fight to the death. Guafu shouted angrily and pulled out her sword to stab Yang Gua. This young mistress was sure is reckless. Even before Yang Gua learned how to use the recondite iron-heavy sword, he was still a top-notch expert among the younger generation. Do you really think that you can defeat him just because you cut off one of his arms while he was poisoned? Song Qingshu shook his head repeatedly as he watched. I'm afraid this Miss Gua is going to be at a disadvantage, Zhu Yanrui said worriedly. Since Yang Gua could easily win the previous matches, he was definitely not someone a delicate little girl like Guafu could defeat. Don't you have a tender heart for the fairer sex? Can you bear to see such a pretty little girl get her arm cut off? But this Miss Gua is too much. She cut off his arm, and now she doesn't even apologize, Xing Rou said discontentedly. Song Qingshu didn't comment and said lightly, let's see how it goes first. Song Qingshu remembered that in the original work, Yang Gua showed mercy at the end, so there was no need for him to intervene now. Otherwise, it would seem that Yang Gua was a vengeful person. Guafu had been nurtured by famous masters since she was a child. Although her martial arts skills were mediocre due to her limited talent, her stab still had the demeanor of a master. Seeing her sword coming towards him, Yang Gua didn't move at all. He just coldly looked at her. Even if a swordsman lost a finger, his swordsmanship would be greatly reduced, not to mention that Yang Gua's right arm was cut off at the base. To a normal person, his martial arts skills were probably crippled, which was why Guafu dared to draw her sword against him. Just as the tip of her sword was about to hit Yang Gua, Guafu glanced at his empty right sleeve and couldn't help but soften her heart. The tip of her sword subconsciously avoided his vital parts and moved a little to the side. At the same time, Yang Gua also moved. His upper body tilted slightly, and his right sleeve wrapped around Guafu's sharp sword. Guafu felt as if her hand had been struck by lightning. She could no longer hold on to the sword in her hand, and her whole body staggered backwards. Sister Fu. The two youths beside Guafu hurriedly rushed forward to support her. After Guafu steadied herself, the three of them looked forward and saw that Guafu's long sword had been twisted like a fried dough twist. They couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a strong internal energy! Zhu Yanrui was also surprised. Looking at the two youths beside Guafu, who looked similar, Song Qingshu suddenly realized that these two were Guafu's henchmen, Little Wu. Actually, a year ago, Song Qingshu had seen these two people in the River Tomb Manor. But at that time, Song Qingshu's attention was completely attracted by the beautiful Huang Rong. Naturally, he didn't remember the two ordinary-looking people behind Huang Rong. Seeing Yang Gua approaching step by step, Little Wu pulled out his sword and shielded Guafu behind him. Brother Yang, we owe you a great debt of gratitude, so we shouldn't stop you. But Sister Fu is the only daughter of Master and Master's wife. For the sake of Master and Master's wife, please forgive Sister Fu. Although Yang Gua initially had the idea of cutting off Guafu's hand as revenge, after a long time, his anger had subsided. He originally wanted to humiliate Guafu and then stop. Unfortunately, not long ago, he met Wan Yanliang and Ouyang Feng and learned some old secrets. At the same time, he also knew that his father had died at the hands of Guojing and Huang Rong. New hatred and old hatred welled up in his heart, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Get lost. Seeing Yang Gua approaching with a crazed look in his eyes, Little Wu was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword in front of him to block. Clang, with a dragon's cry, the two swords were sent flying several feet away. Little Wu fell to the ground and looked at the dark iron block in Yang Gua's hand in horror. Yang Gua held the black iron sword in his hand and pointed it at Guafu. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he slashed at her right arm. Seeing the black iron sword slashing at her with the rumbling sound of wind and thunder, Guafu seemed to be scared silly. She stood motionless and let Yang Gua's sword slash at her. Bang, the floor under his feet was smashed by the black iron sword. Yang Gua looked gloomily at the man who had rescued Guafu not far away. Guafu finally came back to her senses and found that she was half lying in the arms of the man she had just scolded. A trace of blood finally appeared on her pale face. "Thank you, young master, for saving me." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and held her waist until she stood firm. He handed her over to Little Wu, who had hurried over and put his hands behind his back. He smiled and looked at Yang Wu not far away. "You want to save her?" Thinking of the other party's speed, Yang Wu couldn't help but look serious. Every girl is a gift carefully carved by the heavens to the world. "Brother Yang, you are too cruel to destroy a flower." Song Qingshu wondered why Yang Wu didn't smile like in the original work. Seeing that he didn't seem to be holding back, he hurriedly saved Guofu at the critical moment. In this world, Audiobook was lucky enough not to suffer the pain of losing his arm. Song Qingshu was glad and naturally didn't want other girls to suffer like this. When it comes to being cruel, who can compare to this Miss Gua? Yang Wu touched his empty sleeves and his expression turned fierce. "Your martial arts are very high, but if you want to stop me from taking revenge, don't blame my heavy sword for being impolite." Song Qingshu waved his hand. "Brother Yang, you misunderstand. I don't want to stop you from taking revenge." Guofu's face paled when she heard this. Yang Wu was even more puzzled. "If you don't want to stop me from taking revenge, then why did you save her?" Song Qingshu didn't explain. Instead, he asked, "Brother Yang, let me ask you a question. After you cut off Miss Gua's arm, can your arm grow back?" "Of course not." Yang Wu's face turned red and white. He said angrily, "Are you making fun of me?" "Brother Yang, don't misunderstand," Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "I'm just suggesting that Brother Yang improve the way you take revenge. Since cutting off Miss Gua's arm is harming others without benefiting yourself, why not choose a more beneficial way?" Yang Wu frowned. "I'd like to hear the details." Song Qing glanced at Guofu next to him and said with a smile, "Although I dare not compliment this Miss Gua's temper, her appearance is 1 in a million. Brother Yang can take her back to be a servant girl to warm your bed. Not only will you be able to get your revenge, but you will also be able to obtain tangible benefits." "Shameless!" Guofu was shocked and angry. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Yang Wu snorted. "I already have someone I like. Whether in terms of appearance or personality, she's 100 times better than this one. There's no need for you to worry." Hearing Song Qingshu's suggestion, Guofu was already angry enough. When she saw that Yang Wu didn't even spare a glance at her, she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Seeing that Yang Wu was unmoved, Song Qingshu was startled at first, but he quickly recovered and said with a playful smile, "As far as I know, this Miss Gua's mother has always hated Brother Yang. Because of this, Brother Yang has suffered a lot, so it's only natural that he would hate gang leader Huang. No matter how bad this Miss Gua is, there's one good thing about her, and that is that her appearance is 70 to 80% similar to that sect master Huang. Brother Yang, when you're warming her bed, you can make up for it with your imagination. Wouldn't you be able to vent your resentment for so many years?" The fastest update, read please. Yang Wu opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. He was obviously shocked by Song Qingshu's ingenious suggestion. However, he couldn't help but compare Guofu's and Huang Rong's appearances in his mind. They were indeed carved from the same mold. Yang Wu's face couldn't help but turn red. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. "You were really persuaded by me?" Seeing Yang Wu leave so easily, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be shocked. "You shameless pervert?" Guofu finally regained her anger after Yang Wu left. She couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu angrily. Song Qingshu shrugged, "Miss Gua, you're too heartless. I just saved your life, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. Who needs you to save me?" Guofu's face turned red when she thought about what he said just now. "Fooer, don't be rude." A gentle female voice came from behind. Song Qingshu turned around and saw a charming young woman standing not far away. Who else could it be but Huang Rong? "Mother, this person bullied me." Guofu threw herself into Huang Rong's arms and acted like a spoiled child. She opened her mouth but was too embarrassed to say what Song Qingshu had said about her and her mother. Huang Rong also had a strange expression on her face. She had heard every word of what had been said. She looked at the young man in front of her and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Song Xianxia, we meet again." Song Qingshu thought that no wonder Yang Wu left so easily. he had noticed Huang Rong. With his proud personality, he naturally didn't want to face Aunt Gua of the past. Seeing Huang Rong speak, Song Qingshu slowly replied, "Greetings, Madame Gua. I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're still as beautiful as ever." Huang Rong was startled. Ever since she got married, the people of Jianghu respected her and her husband. They usually used words and sentences with great respect. They either praised her for her beauty or praised her wit. For more than 10 years, it seemed that no one had praised her beauty to her face. She did not expect that she would be praised by a young man today. Which girl didn't like to hear flattery? Huang Rong seemed to recall all the things that happened during her teenage years. A faint blush appeared on her face, making her look even more beautiful. But thinking of Song Qingshu's vulgar words, Huang Rong quickly came back to her senses. She secretly spat in her heart. This little bastard, I caught him in the act, but he doesn't even have a trace of shame. But with Huang Rong's current status, it wasn't convenient for her to make things difficult for a young man. Moreover, what Song Qingshu said was too shameless. Huang Rong blushed. She naturally didn't want to pursue it. In order to save you, Song Xiaoxia used his wits instead of his strength. Sure enough, heroes come from the young. Seeing Huang Rong's depressed face, but still pretending to be polite, Song Qingshu's heart bloomed with joy. But thinking that this woman couldn't afford to be taken advantage of, he quickly put on a serious expression and said, "Xiangyang's military affairs are busy. How did Madame Gua find the time to come to Shandong, which is thousands of miles away?" Huang Rong smiled slightly. It seems that Song Xiaoxiao's news is not very smooth. Now that Mongolia and the imperial court have peace talks, Xiangyang will temporarily stop fighting. It just so happens that the Golden Snake Camp invited me to organize this Golden Snake meeting, so I came out to relax. Song Xiaoxia saved Fu this time, but I can't repay him. Thinking about it, Song Xiaoxia will also be participating in this competition. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the competition, I will take good care of Song Xiaoxia. Song Qingshu had been recuperating in seclusion during this time. Xia Qingqing and Audiobook, other than analyzing the opponents, didn't tell him other trivial matters of the Golden Snake meeting, so he didn't know that Huang Rong was hosting this meeting. After all, in terms of martial arts and reputation, the heads of Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang Palace were definitely enough. But those people had a lot of misgivings and might not be able to support the Golden Snake Camp so clearly. As for the remaining people, the most suitable were Guojing and Huang Rong. After receiving the invitation from the Golden Snake Camp, Huang Rong was extremely moved because Guofu had been away from home for almost a year. She wanted to take the opportunity to see her daughter. Guojing had to stay in Xiangyang to guard against the Mongolians. Huang Rong looked regretful, but she was overjoyed. After all, Guojing had threatened to cut off Guofu's arm as compensation to Yang Gua. With him around, it wouldn't be so convenient for her to see Guofu. For the past year, Huang Rong had been paying attention to her daughter's life, so it didn't take long to find Guofu. When Guofu saw her, she cried like a tearful person, so Huang Rong took her to the Golden Snake meeting to let her relax. She had been discussing the meeting with the mountain leaders of the Golden Snake Camp, so she let Guofu sit in her seat for a while. Who knew that she would be so unlucky as to run into Yang Gua? Song Qingshu was a little scared by her smile. She said she would take care of him, but in fact, she must have hated him for what he had just said. She wanted to make things difficult for him, so he casually said a few words and went back to his seat. "Song Qingshu, what you said just now was a bit vulgar." When he sat down, Zhu Meng couldn't help but say this with a red face. Zheng Ro nodded like a chick pecking rice, obviously agreeing with Audiobook. "Because I don't like this mother and daughter. Most of Brother Yang's suffering in his life is because of this weird mother and daughter," Song Qingshu whispered with a smile. "Since you want to get along with Yang Gua, why did you save Miss Gua just now?" Zhu Meng asked curiously. "Because she's really beautiful. It's a pity to have one of her hands cut off," Song Qingshu said seriously. He couldn't tell Zhu Baohua that in another time and space, her hand was also cut off, right? Isn't it enough to have a fairy-like person like Sister Ajo? You're still thinking about other girls? A cold voice came from behind. It turned out that Zhou Zhirua was leading the Amasex disciples to their seats. Whether it was intentional or not, Zhou Jirua's seat was next to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had today, but he was caught red-handed every time. Zhu Meng said in a sweet voice, "Audiobook is no match for sister." Although the Ming dynasty had fallen, Audiobook was still a princess. Every time they met, she was so gentle, which made Zhou Jirua feel embarrassed. A gentle smile finally appeared on her cold face. She pulled Zhu Meng aside and whispered to each other, leaving Song Qingshu to the side. 3 monks have no water to drink. My Ruru is the best. Song Qingshu took Xingrou's small hand. Just like her name, her hand was soft and smooth. Xingrou shivered, but for some reason, she didn't resist. Humph, he really is a pervert. Guofu, who was not far away, couldn't help but snort when she saw this. Hearing her voice, Zhou Jirua and Zhu Meng also turned around and stared at the two with a faint smile. Xingrou's small hand suddenly retracted, and her face immediately turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Rong covered her daughter's mouth with a headache. This precious daughter of hers was really a troublemaker. His wife was next to him, and Guofu's words had also scolded the Amei sect. Song Qingshu smiled and didn't lower himself to Guofu's level. But he knew that Xingrou had always been shy, and it was probably impossible to pull her away. Moreover, Zhou Jirua and Zhu Meng tacitly ignored him, so he could only focus on the other sections. Mother, what's the background of that pervert? How did he manage to sneak into the seats of honor? Guofu was filled with anger when she saw Song Qingshu looking around. In the past year, no one in the Jianghu was more famous than him, Huang Rong sighed. When they met by chance in the Jiangling prefecture, he seemed to be a sickly man with broken meridians. She didn't expect that he would become a world-famous top martial artist in such a short time. In the past year, the most famous person was obviously Song Qingshu. Guofu pouted discontentedly. During this time, she had been hiding everywhere. Whether it was the food or the place she lived in, they were all far from home. The only fun she had was listening to the stories of the Jianghu told by the storytellers in the inn. These storytellers were more or less related to the Five Lakes sect, so they naturally boasted about Song Qingshu. Guofu's beautiful eyes lit up as she listened, and her heart was full of curiosity about this legendary hero. Guofu's expression suddenly changed. Mother, you just called him Song Xiaoxia. Is it really him? How could that great hero be such a pervert? Great hero? Huang Rong was surprised. Guofu tightly pursed her lips, not saying a word as she stared at Song Qingshu, who was not far away. Noticing Guofu's gaze, Song Qingshu was confused. Even if you think I'm handsome, you don't have to keep staring at me like this, right? I feel embarrassed. Brother Song. An eager voice came to his ears. Song Qingshu looked back and saw a group of people from the Mu Palace walking over in a hurry. He quickly returned the salute and said, Little Duke Mu. Brother Song, thank you for your help the other day. Mu Jianqing's eyes suddenly moved to Zhu Meng'ai, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Although she was covered with a layer of gauze, at such a close distance, the gauze could not cover her appearance. Mu Jianqing from the Skywave Mansion greets Princess Chongping. Seeing Mu Jianqing suddenly kneel, the people of the Mu Palace immediately followed. Get up, please. Zhu Meng'ai quickly raised his hand to help them up. The Mu Palace has been loyal to the country for generations. Now that the Ming dynasty has passed, you are still unswervingly fighting against the Qing dynasty and restoring the Ming dynasty. Audiobook thanks you on behalf of my father. I dare not. Mu Jianqing and the others stood up with expressions that were obviously extremely excited. The late emperor's bloodline has been preserved. It's truly the blessing of the great ancestor. There are too many people here. It's not a good place to talk. Zhu Yong stood up and looked at Song Qingshu hesitantly. Song Qingshu, I want to take them to the quiet room in the back to talk. A trace of surprise flashed across Mu Jianqing's face when he heard how Zhu Xiaoyi addressed Song Qingshu, and Fang Yi's expression was even more complicated. It's okay, you guys go. Jirua is here to take care of things. Song Qingshu smiled and waved his hand. Their identities were somewhat shameful. Naturally, it was more convenient to find a place with no one around to talk. Not far away, Huang Rong's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. She knew the little Duke of Mu Palace, but she really did not expect that someone of his status would actually kneel to the womenfolk around Song Qingshu. This Song Qingshu seemed to be quite capable. R1058 the fastest update, read please. Looking at Fang Yi's resentful eyes when she left, Song Qingshu's heart trembled. This woman's luck and love has turned into a disaster of love. Icy Snow and Miao Rulan had been waiting in an inn in a nearby town. A few days ago, Song Qingshu wanted to take them up the mountain. Icy Snow had agreed, but when she heard that Zhou Jirua was also there, she refused to go up the mountain no matter what. It turned out that Zhou Jirua and Icy Snow were hiding in Ping Yiji's room. Icy Snow was a mistress, so she couldn't bring herself to face Zhou Jirua, the legal wife. She happened to hear that Miao Rulan's mother, Nan Lan, was in Yanjing City, so she volunteered to take Miao Rulan to see her mother first. Song Qingshu was very reluctant, but Icy Snow had made up her mind. Song Qingshu didn't want to force her, so he let her be. Not long after Ajiao led the people of Mu Palace away, Song Qingshu was sighing. Qin Jinan led a group of people of Tiandi Hui and happened to pass by. Seeing Song Qingshu, his eyes lit up. He let the people of Tiandi Hui find a place to sit first, and he walked towards Song Qingshu from a distance. I haven't seen you for several months, Prince Song is still as elegant as before. Qin Jinan cupped his hands and smiled. When Song Qingshu rescued Wei Xiaobao from the hands of Blood Knife Ancestor and others with him, he felt indebted to him. Not long ago, he heard of Song Qingshu's feat of assassinating Kangxi, and he admired him even more. So when he saw Song Qingshu, he couldn't help but come over to greet him. You're welcome, head. Song Qingshu hurriedly smiled and stood up to return the greeting. After chatting for a while, Qin Jinan suddenly lowered his voice and said, Is there any grudge between Prince Song and Red Flower Society? Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he remember that Tiandi Association and Safflower Society had always been close to each other. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. When I was undercover in the Forbidden City, I happened to obstruct the assassination of the Safflower Society. Qin Jinan's countenance was strange. Why did Gongzi stop them at that time? I heard that at that time they were about to kill the Tatar emperor. As the Zongduozu of Tiandi Hui, he was very clear about the situation in the Forbidden City that day. At that time, the Red Flower Society was obviously about to succeed, but Song Qingshu made a move to stop them. As a result, this time Song Qingshu himself went to assassinate Kangxi, but instead he failed. Qin Jinan could not help but be suspicious. Song Qingshu's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. Zongduozu, you may not know this, but that time I wasn't trying to stop the Red Flower Society, I was trying to save them. Oh? Qin Jinan's expression changed. I'd like to hear the details. Song Qingshu cleared his throat and began to talk nonsense. During the time I was undercover in the Qing Palace, I found out that Kangxi had not only a group of top-notch secret guards in Jianghu. Zongduozu should have heard of Yu Zhenzi's name, right? Qin Jinan nodded. He was a guest of Prince Bao's mansion, and many experts of Tiandi Hui and Red Flower Society fell in the hands of this evil Taoist priest. An expert like Yu Zhenzi, the leader of those secret guards, I think he was called Wei Mo or something, was able to kill him in one move. From this, one can imagine how high the martial arts of those secret guards are. Song Qingshu was 70% true and 30% false. I, Chen, originally thought that the secret guards were just groundless rumors. I didn't expect it to be true. As the Zongduozu of Tiandi Hui, Qin Jinan had more or less heard of the existence of this unit. Isn't that so? Song Qingshu nodded and continued to spout nonsense. It's fine if this group of people don't make a move, but once they do, they won't leave anyone alive because they want to protect the secret of their identity. At that time, on the surface, the Red Flower Society was about to succeed in their assassination, but in reality, I noticed that those secret guards were already preparing to make a move. I knew in my heart that if they had made a move, the entire Red Flower Society would have been wiped out, so I had no choice but to make the first move. Even though I sacrificed the lives of a few leaders of the Red Flower Society, I managed to save the lives of most of the leaders. Later on, I secretly rescued them from the heavenly prison. At that time, those leaders were indeed rescued from the heavenly prison by you, but Chen Jinnan nodded inwardly. Suddenly, he changed the topic, his expression was strange. According to Fourth Master Wen, you seem to have used this as a hostage to forcibly take his wife? Song Qingshu knew in his heart that the Red Flower Society hated him to the bone, they would certainly splash dirty water on him whenever they had the chance. Moreover, this was not an unjust accusation. Thinking of Luo Bing's snow-white body and her seductive demeanor, Song Qingshu's lower abdomen warmed. He wondered how she was doing after she returned home with that girl Li Yuanji. Song Qingshu quickly came back to his senses. Seeing that Chen Jinnan was still waiting for his reply, he promptly explained, that dog of an emperor, Kanshi, is very astute. How could he not know about the slightest disturbance in the palace? I had no choice but to pretend that I had dared to release the Red Flower Society because I was greedy for their beauty. Kanshi remembered my past meritorious service, so he turned a blind eye to it. So that's how it is. It seems that it was indeed very thrilling at that time. Chen Jinnan suddenly understood. But soon after, a trace of puzzlement appeared on his face. Each has its own reasons. You only need to explain to the leaders of the Red Flower Society, and it will be clear why the situation in Xinjing City turned out to be like that. Chen Jinnan sighed inwardly. Song Qingshu had killed Taoist Wu Chen, Yu Yutong, and several other leaders of the Red Flower Society. They had already formed an irreconcilable enmity with each other. Thinking that both sides were originally anti-Qing loyalists, but they had started to have internal strife first, it was really painful for the close ones to grieve and the enemy to rejoice. Song Qingshu faintly sighed. Zhang Duozuchen is a gentleman. Song Mao would never do something like speaking ill of people behind their backs. But I am worried that I will always hide and be harmed by scoundrels, so I have to remind you. What do you mean? Chen Jinnan was greatly shocked. Zhang Duozu, do you know that the Red Flower Society's Yuanting did not die? He actually wanted his son to be the emperor. Song Qingshu roughly explained Yuanting's conspiracy. Is this true? Chen Jinnan was incomparably shocked. This was what Yu Yutong told me before he died. Song Qingshu then explained how Yu Yutong had been silenced by Yuanting. The truth and wrongs of this matter, Zhang Duozu will find out once he investigates according to those clues. Yuanting had imitated Lu Buwei, scheming to gift his lover to the Prince of Yong as a Fujin, allowing his son to take the place of the Aizen-Joro bloodline. This scheme was indeed flawless. However, as long as one knew the ins and outs of the matter, one would be able to find some clues if they were to investigate. Whether it was Haining's Qian family, or even Hong Li's birth mother, Qian Zhenhuan, who was later adopted as the daughter of the bordered yellow banners minister Ling Zhu and changed her surname to the new Hualu clan, with the Tian Di Hui's influence, they would definitely be able to find some clues. Alright, I will investigate this matter. The Red Flower Society and Song Qingshu each insisted on their own version of events, but Chen Jinnan unconsciously believed Song Qingshu's side. Immediately, he was bewildered and uncertain. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to warn, Prince Song, you must be careful. This time, the Red Flower Society has used Qin Jialuo's master, Yuan Shishao, to find a top-notch expert from the Kunlun Mountains. I'm afraid that he will be detrimental to young master. Song Qingshu did not mind. What kind of expert could the Red Flower Society find? However, with Chen Jinnan's good intentions, it was not good to ignore him too much. May I know the name of that expert? I think he's called Qing, Chen Jinnan thought for a moment before casually replying. Are 1058 updated as soon as possible? Song Qingshu's ears seemed to be struck by lightning. Qing? What virtue or ability does Yuan Shishao have to invite her? Chen Jinnan shook his head. I don't know, but that girl seemed to call Yuan Shishao Eunuch Yuan. Even after Chen Jinnan left, Song Qingshu didn't notice. Eunuch Yuan? F***ck. That white ape who taught Qing the sword technique isn't Yuan Shishao. Is it? Not far away, Guofu saw Song Qingshu's gloomy expression and quickly pulled Huang Rong's sleeve. Mother, that person just now seemed to be Tian Di Hui's Zhang Duozu. He didn't come to pay his respects to mother, but unexpectedly went to pay his respects to that perverted thief? Huang Rong couldn't help but pinch her daughter's cheek, hinting for her to lower her voice. Zhang Duozuchen's status in Jianghu is aloof. Your father and mother are only friends of the same generation as him. How could they come to pay their respects to me? Huang Rong secretly pondered in her heart. Looking at the way the two of them whispered to each other, their relationship was probably not ordinary. She wondered what they were talking about. When Zhang Duozi left, his expression was solemn, and now Song Qingshu also looked shocked. Looking at the four villains slowly approaching from not far away, Huang Rong's expression froze. They couldn't also be looking for Song Qingshu, could they? Before Song Qingshu could recover from his shock, he heard an abnormally hoarse voice. I heard that Mr. Song also wants to participate in the Golden Snake King election? Song Qingshu looked up. This iconic voice was naturally that bastard Duan Yanqing. So it's Boss Duan. We really are fated. Maybe when the time comes, we can compete on the same stage to determine the winner. Duan Yanqing suddenly revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Fortunately, we're not in the same half as you. Otherwise, if I fought you, I would directly admit defeat. Duan Yanqing did not deliberately lower his voice, so Huang Rong heard him clearly. She could not help but feel shocked in her heart. The head of the four great villains has been notorious in Jianghu for several decades. All these years, he has always been a domineering person. I have never heard of him giving in to anyone. But this time he unexpectedly admitted defeat. Is this Song Qingshu's martial arts skill really this high? Over the past year, although Song Qingshu's reputation had risen, it was only limited to the Manchurian Qing. The world was so big, people from other places had no concept of his martial arts. In most people's hearts, although he had the title of the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing, it was mostly because there were no famous experts in the Manchurian Qing. At the lion slaughtering convention, Song Qingshu had shown his skills, and many people in Jianghu had seen him. At that time, he could at most be considered a young master, but he was still far from being a real master. It had only been a year. Even if his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, how much could he have improved? Moreover, at the lion slaughtering convention, he was killed by the Wudong sect and his meridians were all broken. Huang Rong had only seen him last year. Except for the 9 manual soul transfer, his body was weaker than the average person's. It hadn't been that long, so Huang Rong naturally didn't think that his martial arts could be very high. Xianxia Immortal's magic power is boundless. His magical power is vast, and he rules over the central plains. Guofu was startled by the sound of blowing and beating in the distance. Where did that come from? Is someone dying here? Huang Rong's expression changed, and she quickly covered Guofu's mouth. Aunt, don't talk too much. Those are people from the Xianxia sect, and they are experts in using poison. If you ever hear this sound again, run as far as you can. Don't ever have anything to do with them. Guofu disapprovingly curled her lips. Mother, with your and father's reputation in Jianghu, why should I be afraid of them? Huang Rong had a helpless expression on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, your father drank the blood of a medicinal snake in the past, so he is immune to all poisons, so of course he doesn't need to be afraid. Your mother has eaten a lot of panacea from your maternal grandfather since childhood, so I have a certain resistance to poison, so of course I don't need to be afraid. However, if you are poisoned by Xianxia Immortal, we don't have the confidence to detoxify you. Guofu looked resentful. Suddenly, she pointed at Song Qingshu, who was not far away, and said, then why isn't he afraid of Xianxia Immortal? Huang Rong was startled. She saw that Xianxia Immortal and a few of his disciples seemed to be exchanging pleasantries with Song Qingshu. Exchanging pleasantries? Huang Rong felt very strange. This Song Qingshu had a good relationship with Tian Di Hui and the people from the Mu Palace, and he seemed to be having a good talk with Duan Yanqing and Xianxia Immortal. What was going on? Lame Duan, you know you were going to fight with Prince Song, so you came to curry favor with him in advance? Xianxia Immortal had white hair and a youthful complexion. His chubby face was full of smiles, which made him look like an immortal. I haven't seen you for a long time, but your mouth is still so stinky, old freak ding. Duan Yanqing snorted coldly. However, both of them had been recruited by Song Qingshu, so they had some feelings for each other, so they would not fall out because of such a small matter. Hey, there is nothing shameful to curry favor with Prince Song. Look, didn't I also send my disciple to greet Prince Song and ask him to be lenient? After saying that, Ding Chuanqiu pushed an iron-masked young man in front of him and said, Tai Chou, this is your opponent tomorrow, Prince Song. He has the all-seeing divine power, so you are definitely not his match. At that time, if you can get some pointers from Prince Song, you will benefit endlessly for the rest of your life. Tai Chou directly knelt down and kowtowed to Song Qingshu. Tomorrow, please give me pointers, Prince Song. Being flattered by Ding Chuanqiu, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. He could only force a smile and say, today's competition hasn't started yet. Isn't it too early to say this? Ding Chuanqiu waved his feather fan and said unhurriedly, not early, not early. With Prince Song's martial arts, he will definitely enter the next round smoothly. Duan Yanqing sneered and said, of course, there is no doubt about Prince Song's martial arts. However, are you so confident that your disciple can defeat that Jinyang hero? As far as I know, Xiaoban's primordial energy is not weak. Ding Chuanqiu smiled mysteriously and said, Brother Duan, you don't have to worry about this. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, this brother has world-shaking ice genuine qi. I'm afraid that Jinyang hero will be at a disadvantage. Ding Chuanqiu's expression changed. No one knew about Tai Chou's martial arts. His ice genuine qi was his biggest trump card. Ding Chuanqiu was confident that if he wasn't mentally prepared, even an expert like Qiao Feng would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Ding Chuanqiu was determined to win the Golden Snake King this time. He came to greet Song Qingshu with a humble attitude just to numb him and make him lose Jingzhou because of his carelessness. Who knew that Song Qingshu would actually see through him? Could it be that this brat had learned the Heaven's Eye? Ding Chuanqiu secretly regretted that he wouldn't have brought Tai Chou here if he had known this would happen. After casually saying a few words, Ding Chuanqiu resentfully walked back to his seat with Tai Chou. Seeing him leave, Duan Yanqing lowered his voice and said, Prince Song, I wonder about the goddess of mercy you mentioned last time. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Mr. Duan, you have been in Jianghu for so long. Do you think I will tell you so easily? Duan Yanqing's expression changed. He lowered his head and said, I have been rude. I wonder what conditions Prince Song wants in order to tell me. The fastest update, read please. It's not the right time yet. It will only add to my troubles if I tell you. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. His tone of refusal was obvious. Duan Yanqing's face was cloudy. He hesitated for a long time and finally snorted, I will ask you when the time is right. It was no wonder that he was depressed. He had run amok in Jianghu for decades and was the leader of the four villains. But he could not defeat this young man. Seeing that Duan Yanqing had returned empty-handed, Yi Ernyang knew that she wouldn't be able to get any information out of him. However, a mother's nature still made her give it a try. Mr. Song, I don't know about my ill-fated child you mentioned last time. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. I can only tell you that he is living well and has learned superior kung fu. Since Shuzhu was sent by the Shaolin Temple to participate in the election of the Golden Snake King, it was obvious that the monks of the Shaolin Temple were very confident in his kung fu. Even if he did not inherit the carefree sect like in the original work, his kung fu would not be bad now. Yi Ernyang immediately beamed with joy. Although she couldn't find out her son's whereabouts, she was satisfied to know that her son was safe and sound. Seeing that Duan Yanqing and the others had gone far away, Yi Ernyang quickly chased after them. Thank you very much for your kindness. Seeing Yi Ernyang leave gratefully, Zhou Zhirua, who was sitting on the side, raised her eyebrows and said, You won't let go of such a woman, will you? Song Qingshu was drinking tea and almost choked to death. He suddenly said angrily, Am I that kind of person? Zhou Zhirua curled her lips, I think so. Thinking of his misdeeds, Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, just a poor mother who lost her child. Although Yi Ernyang stole a child every day in this world, she would return them after playing with them for a day. She was not as crazy as in the original work, so Song Qingshu did not feel bad for her. Brother Song, you and your wife are so harmonious. I am so envious of you. An old man walked slowly. He was dozens of feet away when he spoke, but he was already standing in front of Song Qingshu. He was tall, with a high nose and deep eyes. His face was brown and yellow. Who else could it be but Ouyang Feng? Now, Ouyang Feng's mind was clear, and his messy hair was neatly combed, giving him a different kind of prestige. How could he and Zhou Jirua be in perfect harmony? The vinegar jar was overflowing. Song Qingshu silently criticized him, but he forced a smile on his face. Mr. Ouyang's cultivation seems to have improved again. Ouyang Feng had a strange look on his face. In terms of martial arts progress, who can compare to a freak like you? I heard that you're going to participate in the Golden Snake King competition? Song Qingshu smiled sheepishly and said, I have nothing to do, so I'm just playing. Ouyang Feng smiled knowingly. I heard that some busybodies at the foot of the mountain have set up a bet for the Golden Snake Convention. Since Brother Song wants to participate, I will definitely bet heavily on you. Hearing him mention Yanghua, Ouyang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness, but he quickly concealed it. I don't know where he learned this strange martial art. It is quite powerful, but he is not your match. The coldness in Ouyang Feng's eyes did not escape Song Qingshu's eyes. He guessed what Ouyang Feng was thinking. Ouyang Ku was killed by Yang Kong, and Yang Wu looked like him. Ouyang Feng was like a father and a son when he was unconscious. Now that he was awake and saw Yang Wu's face, it was like a fish bone stuck in his throat. The cold glint in Ouyang Feng's eyes did not escape Song Qingshu's eyes. He thought for a while and guessed what Ouyang Feng was thinking. In the past, Ouyang Ku died at Yang Kang's hands, and Yang Wu looked like Yang Kong. When Ouyang Feng was unconscious, of course he was like a loving father and filial son, but now that he was awake and saw Yang Wu's face, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. However, from his tone, it seemed that he had already met with Yang Wu. It was likely that Yang Wu's participation in the Golden Snake King election this time had the shadow of the Jin Kingdom adding fuel to the fire. However, with Yang Wu's impetuous temperament, why was he willing to work for them? Brother, let's talk about old times another day. I still have a grudge to settle. Ouyang Feng grinned and approached Huang Rong. Huang girl, you've caused this old man so much suffering. Ouyang Feng gnashed his teeth as he looked at Huang Rong. Huang Rong was someone's wife, but Ouyang Feng called her little girl without any disharmony. No wonder Ouyang Feng hated her so much. He was one of the 5 greats, but Huang Rong had tortured him for more than 10 years. Huang Rong's face changed when she saw Ouyang Feng. She had practiced the dog-beating stick technique for many years, but it was no match for an expert like Ouyang Feng. Brother Jing was not here. Huang Rong's eyes fell on the Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang Palace representatives. She knew that they would not sit and watch Ouyang Feng commit murder. So it's Uncle Ouyang. I haven't seen you for many years. Uncle is even more elegant than before. How could you have been harmed? Huang Rong stood up with a smile and subconsciously tightened her grip on the dog-beating stick. Humph. Ouyang Feng cared about his face and couldn't say that he had been driven crazy by her words. Looking at the Shaolin and Wudong people not far away, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. The Chongyang Palace people could be ignored, but the Wudong people had the demeanor of a great master. He had heard that Zhang Sanfeng was unfathomable, but he had never seen him before. His ability to teach disciples was much better than Wang Chongyang's. There was also the Shaolin Temple monk. His eyes were reserved, and he stood there like an angry Buddha. He was not a good person, and if they really fought, Ouyang Feng wouldn't be able to hurt Huang Rong. I will repay you for what you have done for me in the past. Ouyang Feng was a decisive person. After weighing the pros and cons, he left behind these words and walked to Song Qingshu's side. I say, brother, when did you become someone who only knows how to talk tough? Song Qingshu couldn't help but tease him. Ouyang Feng's face turned red, and he couldn't help but coldly snort, if it wasn't for that bastard Xiao Feng walking over here, I wouldn't be like this. Song Qingshu was surprised. He turned his head and saw Xiao Feng leading the 18 horses of smoke and cloud straight towards Huang Rong. Song Qingshu couldn't help but realize that although Xiao Feng was the king of the southern courtyard of Liao, he came from the beggar clan and was an extremely chivalrous person. Naturally, he wouldn't sit by and watch something happen to Huang Rong. Brother Song, does the agreement on Divine Dragon Island still count? Ouyang Feng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, of course it does. A strange smile appeared on Ouyang Feng's face. What do you think of that woman Huang Rong? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, and couldn't help but look at the 2 women at the side. Zhou Jirua was greeting the other representatives of the upright sex, and Zheng Ro was also discussing something with the people of Wanwu sect. They didn't have time to pay attention to what was happening here. He quickly said in a low voice, "National beauty and heavenly fragrance, the best among young married women." Ouyang Feng laughed mischievously, "I know you like this. How about this, you and I make a move at the same time? You help me stop Xiao Feng, and I'll go capture Huang Rong. Later, I'll throw her to you to warm your bed. What do you think?" Looking at the beautiful Huang Rong not far away, Song Qingshu had to admit that he was a bit tempted. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Brother, I still have to participate in the Golden Snake gathering. Besides, I don't want to become the public enemy of the martial world." Ouyang Feng also knew that today was not a good time to make a move and did not care about Song Qingshu's answer. He thought for a moment and continued, "If I capture Huang Rong in the future, would you dare to take her?" Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. "Oh, why are you asking me? Do I look like the kind of person who writes the word pervert on my face?" Ouyang Feng's lips curled into a smile. "Throughout the world, there are only 2 people who have the courage to take Huang Rong as a concubine, and you are one of them." Song Qingshu was startled. His first thought was of the Mongolian Khan, Temujin. He was famous for collecting wives, and most of his concubines were the women of his former enemies. After Temujin defeated his enemies, he naturally took their wives and daughters. But Song Qingshu quickly shook his head. With the relationship of the Golden Knife Prince consort and Guojing being a burden, Huang Rong was also the aunt of the Mongolian princes. Even if she fell into the hands of the Mongolians, she would not be in any danger. With Guojing and Huang Rong's current prestige in the martial world, other than the Mongolians, Song Qingshu could not think of anyone who would dare to do such a thing. He looked at Ouyang Feng with a strange expression. "The other person isn't you, is it?" Ouyang Feng immediately became angry. "Bastard, I don't like women." "Who is that?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. "The king of hailing of the Jin kingdom, Wan Yanliang." At the mention of that person, Ouyang Feng could not help but frown. "I have never seen such a lecherous person in my life. He likes to rape other people's wives and daughters. Not only his colleagues, but even the emperor." Ouyang Feng suddenly realized something and stopped talking. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's attention wasn't on this, so he didn't think of anything. He just looked at Ouyang Feng with a gloomy face. "What have I done to make you compare me to that pervert?" Ouyang Feng smiled mysteriously. "I've been in contact with both of you. Although you look very different on the surface, I can feel that you have something in common." "What's in common?" Song Qingshu thought that if Ouyang Feng dared to say that the common point between them was that they both loved other people's wives, he would immediately pick up the cup of tea on the table and pour it on his face. "That is because you both disregard etiquette," Ouyang Feng replied. "But there is still a difference. That boy Wan Yanliang has etiquette in his heart, but he disregards etiquette. You, on the other hand, have no concept of etiquette at all." Song Qingshu was startled. He was a transmigrator, so naturally he had no concept of etiquette in this world. He didn't expect that Ouyang Feng would be able to see through it. However, his expression was still somewhat unsightly. "Disregarding etiquette is one thing, but what you're saying is another." Ouyang Feng smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, I understand. I'll contact you after I'm done." Finished speaking, he laughed heartily and left. It was obvious that he was extremely happy. Huang Rong, who was in the middle of reminiscing about the past of the beggar clan with Xiao Feng, heard Ouyang Feng's laughter. She couldn't help but raise her head to look in his direction. She was extremely puzzled. Just a moment ago, Ouyang Feng looked as if he wanted to eat her alive. Why did his depressed mood suddenly disappear? The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sit still. Huang Rong apologized to Xiao Feng and hurriedly walked over to Song Qingshu's side. "I wonder what Prince Song and Sir Ouyang talked about to make him so happy." Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He casually laughed and said, "We chatted casually. Perhaps Sir Ouyang was happy to see a friend like me. I can't possibly tell you that the 2 of them were discussing how to capture you and humiliate you, right?" Song Qingshu's whole body trembled. He hurriedly dispelled some of the dirty thoughts in his mind. "Oh?" Huang Rong's radiant face couldn't help but change. So Prince Song and Sir Ouyang are friends? Ouyang Feng was a proud and aloof person. There were only a few people in the world who could be considered friends by him. Each of them was a great master who could move unhindered in a region. She didn't expect that Song Qingshu, at such a young age, could actually be considered a friend by Ouyang Feng. What other secrets did this man have? We're just friends. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and didn't explain. At this time, Xiao Feng also came over. He laughed loudly and said, "So it's Brother Song. I heard that Brother Song is also one of the 16 candidates. It hasn't been long since I fought with Brother Song. To be able to see Brother Song in action again is really this Xiao's fortune." Huang Rong asked curiously, "King Xiao and Prince Song have fought before?" She was very clear about Xiao Feng's martial arts. He was one of the best among the younger generation. At that time, he had turned the Central Plains upside down. His cultivation level might not be lower than Jing Ji's. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "More than that. This Xiao is proud of the 18 dragon subduing palms. I didn't expect that Prince Song's attainments in this palm technique are not lower than mine." Huang Rong's beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Huang Rong's beautiful face immediately turned pale. Xiao Feng was the beggar clan's peerless genius. His understanding of the 18 dragon subduing palms was not even comparable to Brother Jing's. Brother Jing had found another way to comprehend the softness of the 18 dragon subduing palms from the Nining manual. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, had spent more than 10 years practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms without any external help. Now he actually said that Song Qingshu's cultivation of the 18 dragon subduing palms was not below his. The 18 dragon subduing palms is a secret technique of the beggar clan. May I ask where Prince Song learned it? Huang Rong's face suddenly became somewhat unsightly. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I learned it from my wife." He immediately kicked the ball to Zhou Zhirua, who was standing beside him. Wife? Huang Rong was stunned for a long time before she realized that the wife he was talking about was the sect leader of the Amei faction, Zhou Zhirua. With such a large group of people coming over, Zhou Zhirua had been paying attention for a long time. Seeing that Song Qingshu had thrown a hot potato to her, she couldn't help but stare at him fiercely. May I ask where did sect leader Zhou learn the 18 dragon subduing palms? Huang Rong turned her head and asked. She couldn't help but secretly praise Zhou Zhirua. While Huang Rong was sizing up Zhou Zhirua was also sizing up Huang Rong. She was indeed a beautiful, charming young woman. Just now, when Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng were whispering to each other, he looked at Huang Rong from time to time. Zhou Zhirua clearly saw the admiration and amazement in his eyes. She didn't know why Zhou Zhirua always saw Zhao Min's shadow in Huang Rong and subconsciously felt a little unhappy. Hearing her question, Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but speak in a bureaucratic tone, "All the martial arts in the world lead to the same goal. The Amei faction has been around for thousands of years and has many amazing skills. It's not surprising that they have created one or two palm techniques similar to the 18 dragon subduing palms." Huang Rong looked at her in surprise. She couldn't understand why this fairy-like sect leader would have a faint hostility towards her. However, although Zhou Zhirua was a little rude, she still had some sense of propriety. She didn't directly say that the 18 dragon subduing palms was created by the Amei faction. Otherwise, there would be a bloody war between the beggar clan and the Amei faction. Although a discerning person could see that Song Qingshu had used the 18 dragon subduing palms, since Zhou Zhirua had given her a way out, Huang Rong didn't want to be too forceful. She said, "So that's how it is. It seems that sister has been rude." Who would have thought that at this moment, Guofu was unhappy that her mother had been taken advantage of. She said in a strange tone, "You're really shameless. You stole other people's martial arts and still speak so righteously." Zhou Zhirua was furious. With a flick of her wrist, a long black whip flew out of her sleeve towards Guofu. Huang Rong was shocked. She didn't think that Zhou Zhirua would suddenly attack. She quickly used the dog beating stick technique to block the whip. But Zhou Zhirua was prepared. She made a turn in the middle of the whip and easily avoided the dog beating stick technique. The whip slightly shattered a hair clip on Guofu's hair. Zhou Zhirua quickly put the whip back into her sleeve. She said proudly, "The Amei sect has many divine skills. We won't covet the martial arts of other sections. Little girl, don't try to mislead people with your lies. Guofu's face was pale with fright. She was completely dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond. Huang Rong was a master who protected her children. When she saw Zhou Jirua attack her daughter, she was furious. She didn't hesitate to fall out with the Ame sect to fight to the death with Zhou Jirua. But when she found that Zhou Jirua was very careful and didn't really hurt Guofu, her anger dissipated. Guofu finally came back to her senses. Just as she was about to curse, a celestial voice sounded. What happened here? Why is it so lively? The group of people turned their heads and saw an incomparably beautiful young girl looking at them with a smile. Her subordinates were scattered in the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against any intruders. Huang Rong recognized one of them as Jinluan Fawang. She couldn't help but click her tongue. This witch was really arrogant. Even a master like Jinluan Fawang was obediently standing behind her. So it's the princess. Did the Mongols also send masters to participate in the Golden Snake Gathering? Huang Rong had fought with the Mongols in Xianxia for many years. Naturally, she didn't have a good impression of the Mongols. Her words were full of gunpowder. As expected, the martial artists in the area started whispering to each other. The Golden Snake Camp had always been a volunteer army that fought against the armored cavaliers of the other clans. If the martial artists supported by the Mongolians won the championship in the end, then the martial artists of the Central Plains would be completely humiliated. Zhao Min was not in a hurry. She asked with a smile, "Isn't Madame Guo also here to attend this meeting? Is there anyone among the 16 candidates supported by Madame Guo?" Of course, Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. She changed the topic and continued, "As long as he can drive out the Tatars, no matter who wins, I will support him from the bottom of my heart." Right when Huang Rong finished speaking, the martial artists cheered. "Tartars, get out of the Central Plains. Kill the Tartars." This caused Xiao Feng, who was standing beside Huang Rong, to feel extremely awkward. Speaking of his identity as a Khitan, he was also a Tartar in the eyes of the Han people. Madame Guo is indeed eloquent. Zhao Min was not angry at all. She was also not interested in arguing with her. In Zhao Min's eyes, Huang Rong was indeed quick-witted. However, due to her limited vision, her cleverness was only at the level of Jianghu. She was still far from the realm of being able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. Otherwise, after so many years, Xiangyang City would not only be struggling but also unable to make any progress. Demonis, return my junior martial brother Kong Xing's life. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. A monk covered in golden light flew through the air and attacked Zhao Min. Song Qingshu recognized that the person who attacked was Xianqing, one of the 13 ultimate divine monks of the Shaolin Temple. Remembering that Zhao Min was injured by his great Vajra palm last time, Song Qingshu subconsciously prepared to stand up and block the attack for her. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He noticed that Zhao Min's hand, which was behind her back, was secretly waving at him. She was hinting at him not to act rashly. Song Qingshu immediately understood that it was better not to expose their relationship. There was a reason why Zhao Min was so confident. The last time she was captured was because of Song Qingshu's interference. Now that Jinluan Fawang, priest Bai Sang, and the head of the Vajra faction were watching from the side, and there were also the Xianming elders and the godly Arrow 8 heroes accompanying them, Xianqing dared to charge alone. If it were not for the fact that she was worried about the others, Zhao Min was confident that she could kill Xianqing on the spot. Like a hot knife through butter, Xianqing broke through Zhao Min's carefully selected group of warriors. The densely packed arrows of the divine Arrow 8 heroes hit his body, but other than leaving a few white marks, they did not stop him at all. Vajra indestructible divine skill? The head of the Vajra faction was overjoyed, and with a loud bang, his body turned golden as he also activated the Vajra indestructible divine skill. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Xianqing alternated between the great Vajra fist, the formless finger of disaster, and the Prajna palm. Even though the head of the Vajra faction had been practicing the Herculean Strength Index for 10 years, he still found it hard to endure. When the two figures separated, the body of the head of the Vajra faction was left swaying in the same place. It was obvious that he had suffered a small loss. However, after being blocked by him, Xianxia's momentum was exhausted. Jinlu and Fawang took the opportunity to block in front of him, and in an instant, the 6 giant wheels flew out and struck at Xianxia's acupoints from all directions. Xianxia and the head of the Vajra faction exchanged more than a dozen moves, and his breathing was already ragged. He did not dare to use his body to take on the sharp wheels that were spinning at high speed, and he quickly pushed left and right, knocking away the 6 giant wheels one by one. Everyone present was an expert, and they were all dazzled by the scene. Xianxia first used the dual luoyi finger to deflect the tin wheel that was coming at him from behind, and then he used the flower-pinching finger to catch the lead wheel that was about to cut his skin. He then casually flung it behind him, knocking away the iron wheel that was coming at him from behind. He used the sleeve universe skill, and then he stepped out and firmly stepped on the bronze wheel that was about to cut his leg tendons, using the Shaolin temples, pursuing shadow kick. He then used the great Skunda pestle to deflect the silver wheel that was flying at him from above, and finally, he forcibly activated the indestructible body, and used the dragon claw hand to directly grab the golden wheel in Jinlu and Fawang's hand. A grinding sound that made one's teeth ache was heard, and the rapidly spinning golden wheel was forcibly stopped by Xianxia's claw, and it could no longer move forward. Looking at Xianxia's hand that was suffused with a bloody light, Jinlu and Fawang was secretly shocked. If it was anyone else who received his golden will like this, they would at least have half their palm cut off. He didn't think that Xianxia would only make a long cut. The indestructible body was indeed tyrannical. But it was as if Jinlu and Fawang had already expected this result, and the golden wheel moved to the side, drawing Xianxia's hand away, and his right hand, which had been waiting for a long time, sent a punch towards Xianxia's chest. Before it even reached his body, the sound of the wind and thunder that the fist carried was already enough to make people's eardrums hurt. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly used the profound meaning of the prajna palm, wanting to dissipate the power of this fist. The fist and the palm met, and Jinlu and Fawang felt the power of his fist being gradually dissipated by the opponent, and couldn't help but let out an evil laugh. Let's see how much you can dissipate. Layer after layer of the dragon elephant prajna palm, it was as if a huge wave was surging from his fist to the opponent's palm. Pooh, when the 9th wave of power was dissipated, Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer, and spat out a mouthful of blood as he hurriedly retreated. Priest Bai Shen had been waiting by Zhao Min's side, and didn't participate in the battle. Seeing that Xianxia was injured, he followed the principle of taking your life while you're down, and with a flash, he used the Xianming palm to strike Xianxia's body. Grandmaster, be careful. The two Wudang envoys swung their swords at the same time. Shaolin and Wudang have always advanced and retreated together in Jianghu, even though there was a rift between them because of Zhang Chuishan 10 years ago, they couldn't just watch Xianxia die in the hands of the Mongolians. In the Wudang sect, Zhang Sanfeng had long stopped caring about the sect's affairs, and the position of sect leader was passed on to the eldest disciple, Song Yuanqiao. In the end, because of the incident where Song Qingshu killed Muo Xinggu, Song Yuanqiao took the blame and resigned, and has been concentrating on training in the back mountains. The position of sect leader was passed on to the second disciple, Yu Lianzhou, who usually presided over the Purple Cloud Palace and rarely left the mountain. Because Yu Daiyan was crippled for more than 10 years, he also developed a quiet temperament, and didn't care much about anything. The fifth disciple, Zhang Chuishan, committed suicide, and Muo Xinggu was killed, so of the 7 heroes of Wudang, only the 4th hero, Zhang Songxi, and the 6th hero, Yin Lighting, were left in Jianghu. This time, the envoys sent by Wudang to participate in the Golden Snake gathering were these two. Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting had been carefully taught by Zhang Sanfeng, and in addition to these years of studying the Tai Chi sword, they had long been among the world's top experts. Even though they weren't at the level of the 4 masters, but with time, it wasn't impossible for them to catch up. However, Priest Bai Shen was the old devil who fought with Zhang Sanfeng for hundreds of moves before being defeated. These years, he had been thinking of revenge, and secretly studied the martial arts of Wudang sect. Seeing the two people dressed in Wudang sect's attire attack, Priest Bai Shen's face flashed with a sinister smile, and both of his palms struck out from an unimaginable angle. The long swords of Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting immediately clashed together. The two's cultivation levels were close, and when their forces collided, their bodies both paused, and it was obvious that they had suffered serious internal injuries. This was also the two's bad luck. If it wasn't for Priest Bai Shen, who had been studying the martial arts of Wudang for dozens of years, even if they were up against Ouyang Feng and the others, the two of them would definitely be able to protect themselves if they joined hands, and wouldn't have suffered such a big loss as soon as they met. This old man will first slaughter the two treasured disciples of that old bastard Zhang Sanfeng. Priest Bai Shen roared, and both of his arms suddenly expanded by a foot, pressing towards the two's chests. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting immediately recognized that this was the Xianming divine palm that Zhang Wuji had been hit with. At that time even Zhang Sanfeng was helpless against his injuries, and the power of this person's Xianming divine palm was more than doubled out of the Xianming elders. The two of them immediately thought to themselves, forget it, I'm afraid we're going to die here today. Suddenly, a huge suction force came from the side of the two of them, and they were forced to move several feet horizontally. When they steadied themselves, they looked at the person behind them, and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Qingshu? Greetings, 4th Martial Uncle, 6th Martial Uncle. Song Qingshu bowed, and laughed bitterly in his heart. Even though he was expelled from Wudang, and even had his meridians broken by Yu Lianzhou at the lion-slaying gathering, but he was from Wudang, and he couldn't just watch these two cheap masters die in front of him. Fortunately, Song Yuanxiao's cheap father didn't come, or else he wouldn't be so thick to call a stranger father. Song Qingshu was incomparably glad in his heart. Daoist Baiseng turned around to look at Zhao Min, and seeing her give him a look, he couldn't help but understand, and continued to attack the two heroes of Wudang. Song Qingshu hurriedly shielded the two of them behind him, and used the 18 dragon subduing palms to meet the attack. Daoist Baiseng had seen Song Qingshu's martial arts in the last martial arts competition at the inn, so he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He focused 120%, and the Xianming divine palm reflected a sky full of palm shadows. The 18 dragon subduing palms that Song Qingshu used did not have that many fancy tricks. On the surface, the moves looked ordinary, but in reality, every time Song Qingshu used a move, he would always remember to be strong and weak, and swallow and spit out. After a dozen moves, Zhao Min's delicate voice rang out, "Alright, I'll spare this little thief's life for today." Priest Hunter Damage became more and more alarmed as he fought. He had wanted to fight Song Qingshu head-on by relying on his decades of experience, but Song Qingshu's palms seemed to fluctuate between real and fake. Song Qingshu simply refused to fight him head-on. Most of Priest Hunter Damage's attacks missed, and there were even a few times when Song Qingshu's palms took advantage of his weakness. After a dozen rounds, Daoist Baishen felt a dull pain in his chest and felt nauseous. Apparently, he had suffered a minor internal injury. Hearing Zhao Min's words, Daoist Baishen took the opportunity to jump out of the ring and said proudly, "Since the princess has spoken, I'll spare your life today." Seeing his stubbornness, Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He was not interested in exposing his lies. "I'm the Princess of Mongolia and the Song Kingdom's peace envoy. If anything happens to me and the peace talks between the two countries fail, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Great monk, your sin will be great." Zhao Min smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was ashen. In the short exchange just now, he understood that it was impossible for him to take Zhao Min's life. Now that he heard Zhao Min use the peace between Mongolia and the Great Song to pressure him, how could he dare to risk universal condemnation and take the blame? With a cold harumph, he turned around and left. Prince Song is indeed a magnanimous man. He was expelled from the Wu-Tang sect and even had his meridians broken by second hero Yu. But today, he's standing up for Wu-Tang again. TSK, tisk. Zhao Min turned to leave. When she passed by Song Qingshu, she suddenly shook her head and sneered. Her tone was full of sarcasm, as if she was laughing at the fool in front of her. Song Qingshu was startled, but he suddenly saw Zhao Min secretly winking at him when no one was paying attention. Zhao Min's delicate and beautiful face, coupled with her sly expression, seemed to be like a sky full of blooming flowers, and Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. Song Qingshu smiled knowingly and immediately said in a clear voice, "Song Mao went astray in the past, and this is retribution. No one can be blamed. Although Grand Master expelled me from Wu-Tang, Song Mao grew up in Wu-Tang. When he saw the elders of the sect in danger, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing." Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting looked at each other when they heard what was said. They could see the emotion in each other's eyes. Zhang Songxi excitedly grabbed Song Qingshu's arm and said, "Qingshu, a few days ago, when Shifu heard that you single-handedly assassinated the Tatar emperor, he was full of praise for you. He said that there is nothing better than knowing one's mistake and being able to correct it." Yin Lighting also said, "That's right, De Shixiang has been depressed all these years, but when he heard the news that you assassinated the Qing emperor, he smiled for the first time. Qingshu, find a time to return to Wu Tangpai and pay your respects to Shifu and your father." Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache coming on. How could he not understand that this was the signal that Wu Tangpai was willing to accept him back into their sect? But in this world, the person he did not want to see the most would definitely be Song Yuanqiao. He had no interest in recognizing this cheap old father. This time, with Zhao Min's help, he had gained a favorable impression of the Wu Tangpai, allowing him to gradually get rid of his past reputation. Song Qingshu was already very satisfied. As for acknowledging his ancestors and returning to the clan, he would politely decline. Song Qingshu had his own plans and did not want to be restricted by a few elders for no reason. Not to mention that Wu Tangpai was a Wulin Mountain and Big Dipper, so they always had to pay attention to this and that. How could Song Qingshu stand those rules? In addition, although he saved Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting this time, the 7 heroes of Wu Tangpai did die in his hands. The 7 heroes of Wu Tang were like brothers, so it was inevitable that they would have a thorn in their hearts when they saw him. Song Qingshu's mind worked quickly and he already had an idea. He used the tactic of stalling and said some ambiguous words, and the 2 heroes finally returned to their seats with satisfaction. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Brother Song's martial arts have improved a lot." Morong Fu had just entered the arena and happened to see the whole process of Song Qingshu and Daoist Hunter Damages fighting. His heart was suddenly in turmoil. He had acted as a villain in vain, but he still couldn't stop Song Qingshu from participating in the Golden Snake meet. If he really faced Song Qingshu, his chances of winning were really slim. Although Morong Fu was angry in his heart, he still had a smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. Song Qingshu looked at Wang Yuyan, who was beside Morong Fu, with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing her face full of awkwardness, he could not help but secretly laugh. It seemed that Wang Yuyan did not tell her cousin about her encounter with him that night. "Morong Fu still thinks that I don't know about the good things he has done. Prince Morong is too kind." Song Qingshu did not expose him, and returned the greeting as if nothing had happened. "Some time ago, I was indebted to you for helping me find traces of Morong Jingyue. Now that this matter is over, I must thank you, young master." Listening to the 2 of them exchange greetings with ulterior motives, Wang Yuyan's pretty face was so red that water was about to drip out. She wished that there was a hole in the ground that she could directly hide in. She did not know why, but she did not tell Morong Fu about her encounter with Song Qingshu that night, causing her cousin to be so humiliated today. But now that things had come to this, she could only continue to keep silent. Song Xiaoxia really has a wide circle of friends. Not only does he have a good chat with old devils like Western Poison, Constellation Immortal, and Duan Yanqing, but even North Chao Feng and South Morong are young master's friends. Huang Rong looked at the handsome young man in front of her curiously. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out how Song Qingshu had changed so much in just a year. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "I just like to make friends." Seeing that he had no intention of continuing, Huang Rong secretly cursed the little fox for not revealing even the slightest clue to her. But since the Golden Snake Convention was about to begin, Huang Rong had no choice but to bow and take her leave. "He's already gone so far, and you're still looking at him?" Zhou Zhirua said with jealousy. Song Qingshu's face turned red, and he quickly retracted his gaze from Huang Rong's swaying back. With a stern expression, he said, "Madame Gua is a chivalrous woman that everyone in the martial arts world respects." "Zhirua, aren't you being too rude by saying that?" Zhou Zhirua snorted coldly. "Others may not know you, but I do. The idea you gave to that young Gua was obviously your own true thoughts." Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. Lower your voice, lower your voice. It wasn't easy for me to establish a good reputation in the martial arts world. Yes, it was that witch, Zhao Min, who pulled the strings for you. Others might not know the relationship between Song Qingshu and Zhao Min, but how could Zhou Zhirua not know? She could tell at a glance that Zhao Min had sent Priest Bai Shin to attack the two heroes of Wudong just to give Song Qingshu a chance to save them. The secret flirting between the two did not escape Zhou Jiruo's eyes. Zhou Jiruo thought hatefully, isn't she ashamed of flirting like that? This witch, why does she always want to steal my man? Hey, don't tell me you've also been possessed by some old monster? Zhou Jiruo suddenly raised her head suspiciously and stared at Song Qingshu in a daze. Our 1058 latest update, please read. It was no wonder that Zhou Jiruo would be suspicious. In the past, Song Qingshu treated her wholeheartedly, but now, Song Qingshu was flirting everywhere. With revered Ming possessing Zhang Wuji as an example, Zhou Jiruo was naturally suspicious as well. Song Qingshu was shocked. He hurriedly put his arms around Zhou Jiruo's slender waist and said, if I were to be possessed by an old monster, would you still like me? Zhou Jiruo blushed and spat. She immediately turned her head to the other side and said, Tui, who would like you? Looking at Zhou Jiruo's tsundere look, Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. He understood that she was just asking casually. In his heart, Song Qingshu was rejoicing. It was fortunate that he had transmigrated into Song Qingshu and not Zhang Wuji. Otherwise, with Zhao Min by his side, his identity would be exposed at any moment. That unlucky fellow, revered Ming, was the best proof of that. Hey, if you want to go to the Wudong sect in the future, you can go by yourself. I'm not going, Zhou Jiruo suddenly said bashfully. Ah? Song Qingshu did not come back to his senses for a moment. I talked to second Uncle Yu and sixth Uncle Ian at the lion slaying assembly and almost killed them. How could I have the face to go up the mountain with you? Serves Zhou Jiruo right for being unlucky. She thought that she would no longer have to care about Wudong's reputation after cutting off all ties with Zhang Wuji. In the end, Song Qingshu was also from Wudong. After going around in a big circle, he still had to call those people from Wudong sect uncle. Song Qingshu finally understood and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're still laughing? I've been so embarrassed. Zhou Jiruo was so angry that she stomped her feet. When Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting came over, she didn't know how to face them, so she kept a straight face and didn't greet them. Seeing that Zhou Jiruo was so anxious that her eyes turned red, Song Qingshu quietly said after laughing, let's talk about this later. I don't even know if I will go to Mount Wudong again. When you said you were going back to Wudong to visit Grand Master and your father, was that a lie? Zhou Jiruo was stunned. Indeed. Song Qingshu chuckled and said, don't make it sound so bad. I promised them that I would go back to Wudong sect, but I didn't say when I would come back. Just drag it out as long as you can. Zhou Jiruo's worry turned to joy, it's best if you don't go back to Mount Wudong. That broken place is not as beautiful as my Mount Amei. Song Qingshu's heart warmed, and he reached out to hold Zhou Jiruo's soft hand. Zhou Jiruo's body trembled slightly, but this time she didn't dodge. Holding her soft and smooth hand, Song Qingshu felt very satisfied. Seeing that the Golden Snake Conference was about to begin, he couldn't help but look around. This Golden Snake Conference was a gathering of heroes from all over the world, and almost all the major sects had representatives. Shaolin Temple was represented by Xianxia and a group of monks, Wudong was represented by Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting, and Chongyang Palace was represented by Qiu Chuji. He had no relationship with Chongyang Palace, so he didn't greet them. If it wasn't for Xing Ro's explanation, he really wouldn't have been able to tell which of the Chuanjin 7 masters he was. The Beggar clan's 3 branches all had representatives. Xiangyang Beggar clan's representative was naturally Huang Rong, and she also brought De Wu, Xiao Wu, and Lu Youjiao. Jiangnan Beggar clan's representatives were the elders Jin Yuliang and Jia Feng. In this world, Jiangnan Beggar clan's chief Shi Huolong wasn't plotted against, but he was sick. Rumor had it that he wanted to pass on the chief's position, and the 2 most popular successors were Qin Yuliang and Jia Feng. Qin Yuliang was more popular, but Jia Feng's martial arts were higher, so a fierce battle was inevitable. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head, Jia Feng definitely wasn't Qin Yuliang's match. Thinking that Song Qingshu's original body was once threatened by Qin Yuliang, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and shook his head. In history, Qin Yuliang was an unyielding man, and he never surrendered to the Yuan dynasty. Nobody knew why in this world he was secretly communicating with Zhao Min. Because of Xiao Feng, Hebei beggar clan's reputation was no longer what it used to be. This time only one elder came, Quan Guanqing, and the rest were all junior disciples. The Five Mountain Sword sect, which had been catching up to Shaolin and Wudong, naturally came as well. However, other than the ambitious Swilong Chan, the other sects were obviously not interested in this meeting, and casually sent away a few junior disciples. The Sun Moon sect also seemed to have a lot of experts, and they were faintly guarding Saintess Reningying. The one sitting next to Reningying was naturally Ling Huchong. As if feeling Song Qingshu's gaze, Reningying turned her head and fiercely glared at him. Song Qingshu couldn't help but rub his nose and smile bitterly. It seemed that this saintess really hated him, but it was no wonder that she hated him to death after how he treated her in the past. Thinking of the enchanting scene in the bathtub on Blackwood Cliff, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Reningying seemed to have the same thought as him, and her face turned red as she unnaturally turned her head away. Since the people of the Sun Moon sect had come, the Ming dynasty would naturally come as well. However, the seats of the Ming dynasty were empty, and not a single person was present. It was unknown whether it was because the revered Ming was injured a few days ago. The seats of the Tiandi Association and the Red Flower Society were next to each other. The people of the Tiandi Association were still alright, but the people of the Red Flower Society all glared at him, as if they wanted to eat him up. Song Qingshu was incomparably gloomy. When Tai Lai's gaze was pardonable, after all, his wife was done by him, so why did you wanting also look at him like that? You gave your wife away, and I didn't kill your son either. Why are you glaring at me instead of looking for pockmarked Kong, other than you wanting, the Chen family, Luo Tai Lai, and the other old acquaintances? There were a few new faces among the people of the Red Flower Society. A sage-like old man sat at the head of the table, and it should be the Tianqi strange hero, Yuan Shao. Song Qingshu frowned. In the original record of love and hatred of sword and calligraphy, although Yuan Shao was the #1 expert in the world, the overall level of the martial arts of Jianghu in the book and sword was not high. He gathered a group of people but didn't dare to fight a pack of wolves head-on. Compared to Yang Gua, who could subdue hundreds of beasts with a long roar, he was far inferior. Song Qingshu really didn't know how Yuan Shao could teach Ah Qing and become her grandpa ape. Beside Yuan Shao stood two beautiful young girls. One of them was dressed in a light green robe, and she was naturally Ah Qing. Sensing Song Qingshu's gaze, Ah Qing made a face in return, looking exceptionally charming and cute. The other young girl was dressed in a purple robe, and she was actually Yuan Zi, who had been tricked by him on Mount Amei. Song Qingshu couldn't help pinching Zhou Jirua's little hand and asked, "Do you know Yuan Zi?" Zhou Jirua took a look at him and nodded, saying, "She is the disciple of my senior uncle Baishao Nun, so she is my junior sister. I heard from my disciples that she came to Mount Amei to find me. Unfortunately, I was not on Mount Amei at that time, so I didn't know why she wanted to find me." Song Qingshu grinned, "I stole Yuan Zi's letter, so you certainly don't know it. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out that I, the all-knowing man in Jianghu, am actually Zhou Jirua's husband." On the other side, in the seats of the Red Flower Society, hearing Yu Wanting and others talking about Song Qingshu's treachery and insidiousness, Ah Qing blinked her big eyes and said, "I think he is quite nice." Yuan Zi snorted, saying, "Sister Ah Qing, don't be cheated by this despicable man. He is not a good guy." Thinking of Song Qingshu's face on Mount Amei and her being cheated by him, Yuan Zi's chest heaved up and down violently. "Sister Zi, do you know him?" Qing tilted her head and asked curiously. "Humph, I can recognize him even if he turns into ashes." "Sister Zi, do you know him?" Qing tilted her head and asked curiously. It was not a glorious thing to be cheated on Mount Amei, so Yuan Zi was too embarrassed to say it out. Watching Yuan Zi and Ah Qing whispering to each other, Song Qingshu gasped as he knew that Yuan Zi would not say anything nice to them. "What's the relationship between your junior sister apprentice and Yuan Shao, the strange swordsman of Tianqi?" Song Qingshu suddenly turned to look at Zhou Jirua and asked. Zhou Jirua replied, "Yuan Shao is junior martial sister Yuan's grandfather." "Ah, Yuan Shao has a child? Didn't he fall in love with Guan Mingmei and stay single all his life?" Song Qingshu cried out involuntarily. He remembered that in the original novel, Yuan Shao and the two eagles of Tianshan had a lifelong love triangle. how do you know this? Now it was Zhou Jiruo's turn to be surprised. Yuan Shao had a deep relationship with the Amei faction, which she had heard from Miju before. He had a relationship with a woman in the south of the Yangtze River, but he still couldn't let go of Guan Mingmei, so he returned to Tianshan soon. Yuan Zi should be the granddaughter of that woman. Song Qingshu sneered, this Yuan Shao is really shameless, running away after eating and wiping his hands clean. Zhou Jiruo frowned, Senior Yuan has been devoted to one woman all his life. That's a bit too much. Song Qingshu snorted, since he likes Guan Mingmei, why did he flirt with other women? It's okay if he flirted with her, but why did he abandon her? For the sake of his reputation of being devoted to one woman, he caused a woman to give birth to a daughter out of wedlock. She has been lonely all her life. He is really a scumbag. Zhou Jiruo said with a faint smile, according to what you said, does Senior Yuan have to be like you and marry every woman he sees? Then she glanced at Xingro who was standing behind her. Xingro blushed and lowered her head. Song Qingshu sternly said, I am indeed a bastard, but at least I have one thing better than him, and that is, I will be responsible for every woman I have. I will never abandon her like he did. Xingro's body trembled. She had sensed that Zhou Jiruo, the matriarch, wasn't easy to talk to and was feeling sorry for herself. However, after hearing Song Qingshu's words, her heart was finally at ease. Zhou Jiruo was obviously moved, but she was unwilling to admit defeat. She couldn't help but snort, sophistry. With a faint smile, Song Qingshu didn't explain further. He fixed his eyes on Yuan Zi. Judging from her expression, Yuan Zi must have complained a lot about him in front of Ah Qing. In the Analects of Confucius, it was said that the evil purple stole the vermilion, and Confucius did not deceive me. In Jin Yang's novels, all the women with the word purple in their names were not good people, be it Zi, Yuan Zi, or even the Purple Dragon Queen. There was no exception. Thinking of the Purple Dragon Queen, who used to be the most beautiful woman in the world, Song Qingshu wondered if Venerable Ming had touched her. In theory, the saintesses of the Ming dynasty were offered to Venerable Ming, so it was normal for him to enjoy them. However, according to the timeline, the Purple Dragon Queen and her daughter should be far away in Persia now. Venerable Ming would definitely find a way to conquer the headquarters of Persia. Since the Ming dynasty was founded by him, it would be easy for him to conquer it. However, Xiao Zhao, the hierarch of the Ming dynasty, was deeply in love with Zhang Wuji. If she knew that her lover had been possessed by Venerable Ming, she might not be willing to submit to this so-called Venerable Ming. He had to find a way to remind them. Otherwise, if Venerable Ming easily conquered the headquarters, he would have a hard time. While Song Qingshu was deep in thought, Huang Rong had already stepped onto the platform to host the conference. Song Qingshu did not pay attention to what she said. After all, Xia Qingqing and Zhu Beil had already told him in private several times what he should pay attention to. When he came to himself, Huang Rong's speech had come to an end. The army of the Qing dynasty has set off from Yanjing City. I will not waste any more time. The competition officially begins. All the people who come to participate in the Golden Snake meeting are heroes who resist the foreign races. No matter who is injured, it will be a loss for the Revolutionary Army. So, I emphasize again that this competition should not be overdone. If the winner or loser has been decided, you will be disqualified from the competition. Next, let's welcome the first group of contestants. Song Qingshu of the Wanwu sect versus He Taizhou of the Five Poisons sect. Watching Huang Rong walking down the platform, swaying her waist gracefully, Song Qingshu did not know why an irrepressible desire arose in his heart. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the inner demon of the Mankasvara Zen appeared again? It's you? A surprised voice came from the opposite side, and Song Qingshu finally returned to his senses. He looked at the beautiful woman with phoenix eyes and long eyebrows that extended to her temples, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. We meet again. He Tiesho's face was gloomy. That day, he was poisoned by Murong Jingyue. In a daze, he had no choice but to grab a passing man to detoxify the poison. Although the Miao family's young ladies did not value their chastity as much as the Han people did, but after He Taizhou came to his senses, he could not help feeling ashamed and resentful that he wanted to die. He did not want to talk to Song Qingshu anymore, so naturally he did not know Song Qingshu's identity. She knew that the man came with Dongfang Bubi. Duan Yanqing and Ding Chuanqiu seemed to call him Prince Song. In fact, the conversation between Duan Yanqing, Ding Chuanqiu, and Song Qingshu had revealed a lot of information. She could find out the identity of Song Qingshu as long as she inquired a little. But that matter was the biggest hatred in her heart. Every time she thought about it, she would quickly divert her attention. Naturally, she did not know that the man who took her chastity was Song Qingshu, who had risen to fame in the past year. He Taizo took a deep breath to ease her violently heaving chest and said coldly, "Make your move." Although she looked calm on the surface, her heart was in a mess. Last time, when 5 Venom sect returned in defeat, it made her realize that her strength was not enough. Therefore, after she escaped, she found a deep mountain forest and went into seclusion. She had a high aptitude in the first place. In a year's time, she had forcefully mastered the golden centipede hook, which no one in the He family had ever mastered before. It was more than 10 times stronger than the iron centipede hook she used before. When she participated in the preliminaries, she had used the golden centipede hook to make everyone pale. That was not all. She had even created a hidden weapon with incomparable power. It was called Sand Shooting Shadow. In an instant, it could shoot out 999 fine needles. Each needle was smeared with the incomparably poisonous golden silkworm venom. As long as one was unable to dodge even one of the poisonous needles, even if one's martial arts were divine, one would still die on the spot. With this trump card, He Taizo could be said to be complacent this time. She thought that even if she encountered someone whose martial arts were higher than her, she would still have the confidence to obtain the final victory. But unfortunately, the plans of man cannot surpass the plans of God. What He Taizo did not expect was that her first opponent would actually be the man who took her chastity that day. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled strangely. He looked at the coquettish woman and asked, "After that night, did you really use your inner force to force those things out?" The fastest update, read please. He Tiesho's face reddened, but she wasn't as bashful as most Han girls. Instead, she glared back at him with a bit of shrewdness. "It's none of your business." Seeing the smile on Song Qingshu's face deepen, He Taizo finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a delicate shout, she waved the golden centipede hook to attack. As Song Qingshu dodged, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I remember that your arms were white and smooth. Why do you always wear that hook to scare people?" "Humph, what do you know? This is my 5 poison sect's secret technique. The golden centipede hook." He Taizo had originally been holding back a bit, but seeing Song Qingshu leisurely dodge each of his moves, he no longer held back. The speed at which he waved the golden centipede hook increased a bit, and the golden light that filled the sky immediately enveloped Song Qingshu. Xianxia, who was watching from below the stage, felt her heart tighten. She felt that He Tiesho's golden centipede hook was quite similar to her father's golden snake sword technique. But then she remembered that both came from the 5 poison sect, and Xianxia understood. Although He Tiesho's golden centipede hook was exquisite and treacherous, in Xianxia's opinion, its power was at most equal to the golden snake sword technique. Song Qingshu had seen the golden snake sword technique many times, so he naturally had no problem dealing with the golden centipede hook. Sure enough, He Taizo seemed to have used too much strength in one of her moves. As the hook swung out, Song Qingshu's feet slipped to the side, and he seized the opportunity to grab her wrist and pull forward. He Taizo immediately lost her footing and looked like she was about to fall flat on her face. In the end, Song Qingshu couldn't bear to embarrass her like this. His other hand quietly wrapped around her waist, and he took the opportunity to stabilize her body. He Taizo was dressed like a Miao woman, revealing her milky white belly. Therefore, when Song Qingshu hugged her, he could feel her smooth, jade-like skin without reservation. Xianxia, who was watching from below the stage, couldn't help but spit. This pervert, he can't help but take advantage of beautiful women again. Smelling the familiar scent on Song Qingshu's body, He Taizo couldn't help but recall the scene in the pool, especially when she felt the heat coming from his palm. Her skin was covered in a mysterious layer of captivating red. "Let go." He Taizo struggled to get out of his grasp, but who would have thought that all the strength in his body would disappear like a clay ox entering the sea. The other party was firmly holding on to him, not moving an inch. "I can't bear to let it go." Song Qingshu grinned as he moved closer to He Taizhou and blew into his ear. Does this count as my win? The ear was one of the most sensitive parts of a woman. He Taizhou's body trembled as he blew on her. She bit her lip and humphed, how could it be so easy? As soon as he finished speaking, He Taizhou's legs suddenly shot out from under her skirt. Like a scorpion's tail, it kicked towards his head from behind. Wow! Song Qingshu hurriedly let go. He stood a few steps away and looked at her with a face full of shock. Are you a female scorpion? You can even kick me like this? He Taizhou's astonishing flexibility made Song Qingshu's imagination run wild. I am a female scorpion. I specialize in stinging pretty boys like you. He Taizhou smiled generously and immediately attacked again. Having learned her lesson from last time, she was even more cautious in her attacks this time. She almost never made physical contact with him. She used the golden centipede hook in her left hand and the red spider whip in her right. One was close while the other was far away. Their coordination was quite good. Each time Song Qingshu seemed to be able to dodge her soft whip and golden centipede hook by a hair's breadth, but He Taizhou knew very well how leisurely his opponent was walking in the courtyard. He already knew that his opponent's martial art skill was far superior to hers, and right now he was just teasing her. On one hand, He Taizhou was angry and ashamed. On the other hand, she was secretly happy. The Miao girls were not as hesitant as the Han girls when it came to love. Although she did not necessarily love Song Qingshu was still her first man. Seeing that he was so strong, He Taizhou thought about what happened that night and felt a little better. Suddenly, He Taizhou was stunned. If Song Qingshu's martial arts were so high, then how could she have easily subdued Song Qingshu? And then the two of them, you bastard. He Taizhou's expression turned cold. She bit her lip and attacked him with all her might. Wow, what's wrong with you? Song Qingshu could not understand why she would suddenly change her expression. A second ago, she was looking at him affectionately, making it seem like she was using the rushing spirit sword technique. But in the next second, her every move was ruthless, as if she was going to fight him to the death. This girl from the Five Poisons sect looks so delicate, but I didn't expect her martial arts to be so high. That's right, that's right. But her moves are a little too vicious. Every move she makes is aimed at the lower half of the body. Say, could it be that the man ran away after eating, and this girl is looking for him to take revenge? Yes, it's very possible. I can't take it anymore. The more I look, the more I feel a chill between my legs. I have to go relieve myself. Let's go together. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he could even hear the sound of a mosquito within a radius of several dozen feet. Naturally, he could hear the whispers of the people below the stage. He nodded his head in agreement. This He Taizhou was really too ruthless. Every move she made was aimed at that part of the body. Song Qingshu noticed the strange expressions on the faces of the people from the prestigious sections. They all felt that he was looking at her as if he had used her and then abandoned her. Song Qingshu really could not hold on any longer. He found an opening and tapped on He Taizhou's numbing acupoint, finally restraining her. I admit it, Miss He. Song Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead and cupped his hands towards her. He Taizhou's expression fluctuated. Although her acupoint was subdued and she couldn't circulate her qi, she still had a trump card, shooting sand. In the original work, shooting sand could even be used by an ordinary person like Wei Xiaobao who didn't know any martial arts, so naturally, he didn't need to use internal energy. Now, He Taizhou only needed to move her finger and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of fine needles would shoot out from her chest. Now, Song Qingshu was standing in front of her defenseless. At such a close distance, he couldn't dodge at all. Even if his martial arts were higher and he had a wall of qi to protect his body, shooting sand was as fine as a cow's hair and was specialized in breaking internal qi. As long as one of them pierced through his skin, the golden silkworm poison on the tip of the needle was the world's most poisonous poison. No matter how high his martial arts were, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Miss He? Seeing that He Taizhou didn't say anything, Song Qingshu was worried that as a woman, she wouldn't be able to keep her face. He hurriedly apologized, today I offended you, I hope Miss will forgive me. He Taizhou looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, did you offend me today? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He already knew that the young girl of the Miao family was bold and direct. He was afraid that she would tell the world what happened that day in front of the world's heroes. That would be really embarrassing. Seeing his embarrassed face, Taizhou finally let go of her fingers that were holding the mechanism. Alright, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. Yes, yes, yes. Miss is a great person with a big heart. Thank you for not killing me. Song Qingshu didn't know that he had just walked around the gates of hell. He thought that she was just being stubborn, but he didn't really want to argue with her. Now that the winner and the loser had been decided, everyone present could see it clearly. He just pushed the boat with the current and hurriedly coaxed the girl in front of him. After Song Qingshu unsealed the acupoints on his body, Taizhou softly snorted and turned to leave, as if she didn't want to look at Song Qingshu again. Huang Rong timely walked onto the stage. In the first round, Song Xiaoxia won. Next, let's welcome Jinyang swordsman Xiaoban and Xingxiu sect Xu Tongji. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading. Please visit. When Song Qingshu returned to his seat, he saw Zhou Zhirua looking at him with a faint smile. He couldn't help but blush and asked guiltily, "What's wrong?" Zhou Zhirua had a strange expression on her face. Someone once swore that he had nothing to do with this miss he. Song Qingshu said awkwardly, "I really have nothing to do with her. Except for the friendly sex." Song Qingshu added in his mind. "Do you think I'm blind?" Zhou Zhirua snorted. "You guys were so lovey-dovey on stage. No one would believe that nothing happened between you two." Song Qingshu was extremely gloomy. He couldn't possibly explain to her that he had been raped before he had mastered his martial arts. Firstly, no one would believe him. Secondly, even if they were willing to believe him, he couldn't afford to lose face. "Zhirua, who do you think will win, the swordsman of Jinyang or the iron-headed man?" Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. When Yu Tongji stepped onto the stage, his iron head made everyone gasp. But when they remembered that he was a disciple of the Xingxiu sect, they understood how strange he was. Song Qingshu looked at Yu Tongji's appearance and subconsciously thought of Azi. The last time he went to the waterside pavilion, it seemed that Azu and Xiaofeng had not met, so Azi naturally had no reason to follow Xiaofeng. Then where did this iron head of Yu Tongji come from? How did he become a disciple of the Constellation sect? If nothing had happened, then Zi should be in the Xingxiu sect now. Could Yu Tongji have met her again and joined the Xingxiu sect? Song Qingshu couldn't help but rub his nose. In the original novel, Yu Tongji was even more miserable than Song Qingshu, second only to Lin Pingji. In the original novel, Song Qingshu was only given the halo of being stupid and narrow-minded. The dignified young master of Wudong sect only wanted to find his sweetheart, Zhou Zhirua. In the end, he inexplicably became a female disciple who peeped at Amayame in the middle of the night. Coincidentally, he was discovered by 7th Uncle Muo Xinggu. 7th Uncle Muo Xinggu wanted to kill him and accidentally killed Muo Xinggu. What bad luck. But compared to Yu Tongji and Lin Pingji, this was really nothing. Their lives were full of ups and downs, but Lao Jin still named them Tongji and Pingji. What a bad taste. As Song Qingshu's imagination ran wild, Zhou Zhirua began to judge based on the situation on the field. Jinyang hero has been famous for many years. His art of the mixed elements cannot be underestimated. That iron head is nameless in Jianghu, but he is only a disciple of the Constellation sect. Even if Ding Chuanqiu personally fought against Xiaoban, he might not be able to win without using poison, let alone a disciple of his. Song Qingshu laughed. "Why don't we make a bet? I bet that iron head will win." He had fought with Xiaoban before, and his opponent's art of the mixed elements was indeed good, but compared to Yu Tongji's ice silkworm and the mutated genuine qi of the I Jing Jing, it was a little lacking. After all, in the original work, even a battle maniac like Xiaofeng was suppressed by Yu Tongji's cold and poisonous genuine qi. Zhou Zhirua looked at the stage a few more times and shook her head slightly. That Ironhead's martial arts are too shallow, not much stronger than the average disciple of the Amei sect. How can he win? Song Qingshu revealed a sly smile. "Since you are willing to bet, then let's set up a wager." "What wager?" Zhou Zhirua asked curiously. "Let's bet on a kiss," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. "If you win, I will kiss you. If I win, you kiss me." "Bah." Zhou Jiruo spat, no matter who wins or loses, won't it benefit you? Then do you want to bet? Song Qingshu looked at the side of Zhou Jiruo's face. The skin on her face was as smooth as jade, and he really couldn't help but want to take a bite. Bah, why did I think of the word bite? Okay, I'll bet. Song Qingshu originally thought that with Zhou Jiruo's personality, she would definitely ignore him. Who knew that the corner of her mouth would curl up beautifully, and she actually agreed. Song Qingshu was slightly startled, and a wave of joy welled up in his heart. He quickly turned around to look at the situation in the arena. It didn't matter who won or lost, he just hoped that they would finish fighting quickly. Zhou Jiruo suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise, and looked at the stage with a puzzled expression. What is Xiaoban worried about? Why doesn't he dare to get within a foot of that iron head? In her eyes, the iron head's moves were full of flaws. She could have subdued him in a few moves, but who knew that Xiaoban's hand would slow down halfway, and the iron head would react and miss a good opportunity. There were many people in the arena who had such doubts. Not far away, Guofu also pulled Huang Rong and asked, Mother, that iron head's kung fu is even worse than mine. Why can't he defeat the swordsman of Jinyang after so long? He's as famous as my father. Guofu wrinkled her nose, obviously very dissatisfied. Song Qingshu secretly praised her. Although this Miss Guo's temper was not very good, she had inherited her mother's looks. She was really beautiful. Noticing Song Qingshu's gaze, Guofu couldn't help but stare back at him, obviously still holding a grudge for his previous rudeness. This girl, she still dares to stare at me like this after seeing my kung fu. Should I say that the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger, or that the big breasts have no brains? Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. It just so happened that Zhou Jiruo was also puzzled by this question, so he deliberately raised his voice and explained to the two. Although the Iron Head's kung fu is rough, his inner force is extremely strange. Not only is it vigorous and treacherous, but it is also mixed with extremely cold poison. Every time swordsman Xiao fights with him, his cold poison genuine qi will take the opportunity to invade the meridians in his hands, and his moves will naturally stagnate. Hehe, I didn't know that Yutanji's cold genuine qi also has the effect of delaying halo. Although Huang Rong didn't understand the last sentence, the explanation before was very detailed. Huang Rong listened and nodded slightly. She was secretly shocked, such a long distance, but he can actually see the genuine qi of the two people on the stage clearly. How high is his kung fu? Mother and daughter were connected. Guofu couldn't help but pout as if she was trying to solve Huang Rong's doubts. You must be making it up. How would you know from so far away? Who knew that as soon as her voice fell, Tanji, who was on the stage, suddenly began to counterattack. Xiaoban dodged in panic. His palm hit a flagpole on the side of the ring. The flagpole, which was still fluttering in the wind, was covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, even the flying flag was frozen. In an instant, the flag went from moving to being still. That kind of absurd feeling of contradiction caused everyone present to hold their breaths. Following that, an uproar broke out as everyone began to discuss it. In the fight between Xiaoban and Yutanji, except for a few top-notch experts who could see the problem, most people actually had the same thought as Guofu. They all felt that this swordsman of Jinyang didn't live up to his reputation. Even if they went up to fight him, they would be able to defeat him easily. Guofu stuck out her tongue in lingering fear. When she turned around to look, she discovered that Song Qingshu was staring at her with a faint smile on his face. She could not help but blush. Humph, a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. What is there to be proud of? The fastest update, read please. Burning carrot text carrot library, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't lower himself to her level. He turned around and was about to speak to Zhou Jiruo when he saw that she was looking at him teasingly. What? Is there a flower on my face? Song Qingshu touched his face suspiciously. There was nothing on his face. I didn't know you were so good at pleasing girls. Zhou Jiruo shook her head slightly and turned her attention back to the arena, leaving only her elegant side profile. Song Qingshu looked like he was choking. Am I trying to please her? Didn't you see how she looked like she was going to eat me up? Zhou Jiruo smiled and said, this is just your plan to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Although she hates you to the point that her teeth itch, you have successfully aroused her curiosity. It's only a matter of time before her hatred turns to love. Forget it. I'll just ignore her, okay? Song Qingshu shuddered at the thought of how Guofu's affection for Yang Gua in the original novel had led to a series of tragedies for Yang Gua. He turned back to look at the two people in the arena and said proudly, "What do you think? I've won this time, right?" On the arena, Xiaoban was defending more than he was attacking. Obviously, he was completely suppressed by Yutanji's colding qi, and his defeat was only a matter of time. Before the dust settles, anything can happen. Zhou Zhirua pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "What other changes could there be?" The smile on Song Qingshu's face suddenly froze. It turned out that Xiaoban had suddenly sped up and pressed on the vital acupoints all over Yutanji's body. Yutanji let out a loud roar, and activated his ice shin qi to its fullest extent. With his feet as the center of the circle, a layer of frost covered the surrounding several feet. Unfortunately, Xiaoban had changed his normal state, and his figure had become elusive and ghostly. Every strike of Yutanji's landed on empty air, and on the contrary, Yutanji was unable to dodge his opponent's attacks. After a dozen moves, Yutanji could no longer resist, and fell to the ground. "Did you see that? I won." Zhou Zhirua clapped her hands excitedly and looked at Song Qingshu with excitement. "You're already married, yet you still call yourself a lady. How shameless." Song Qingshu teased. "Alright, since you've won, it's time for me to pay up." "Ah?" Zhou Zhirua finally came back to her senses. She remembered that if she won, she should be kissed by Song Qingshu. "Then hurry up." Zhou Zhirua lowered her head and said quickly as she scanned the surroundings. Everyone's attention was drawn to the arena and no one was looking in her direction. "Good girl, move your little mouth closer." Song Qingshu was in a good mood. Looking at her tender and beautiful red lips, he couldn't help but feel aroused. He reached out his hand and gently hooked her smooth jade-like chin. Who knew that Zhou Zhirua would slap his hand away and snort, "You're only allowed to kiss my face. Don't push your luck." Song Qingshu really didn't understand. On the bed, Zhou Zhirua had unlocked so many positions with him. Why was she still so shy? However, looking at Zhou Zhirua's lowered head, her eyelashes trembling, and the skin on her face that was as white as jade, with a slight blush, Song Qingshu suddenly felt that just kissing her cheek was also an extremely beautiful pleasure. Guofu glanced in Song Qingshu's direction from time to time. She happened to see Zhou Zhirua sitting there like she was at his mercy, allowing Song Qingshu's lips to touch her cheek. "You're so shameless." It wasn't clear whether she was scolding Song Qingshu or looking down on Zhou Zhirua. Hearing her daughter's voice, Huang Rong turned around and happened to see the scene of Song Qingshu kissing Zhou Zhirua. Under the sunlight, one was handsome and his eyes were incomparably pure, while the other was like a fairy who had been banished from the mortal world, her face full of shyness and sweetness. What a lovely couple. Huang Rong couldn't help feeling a little absent-minded. Brother Jing would never do something so intimate with her in public. Although she had never regretted marrying him, they had been busy guarding Xianxia all these years, and the sweetness between husband and wife was really too little. Huang Rong used to be a carefree young girl who looked forward to romantic love. Now she had become a woman who had to run around everywhere and had to scheme all the time. Occasionally thinking about it, Huang Rong still felt a sense of loss in her heart. Huang Rong quickly dispelled this inexplicable emotion in her mind. With a smile on her face, she gracefully walked onto the arena and examined Yutanji's injury. She found that his acupuncture points were only sealed. She couldn't help but nod and loudly said, "This round is Jinyang's hero Zhao's victory. Next, let's welcome Tian Di Hui Zhongduozu Chen and the fourth lady, Miss Yang." If one didn't know Chen Jinnan, it would be useless to become a hero. Chen Jinnan was really too famous. Hearing that it was his turn, the crowd in the arena started to clamor. More than half of them were cheering for him. But when Yang Miaozhen stepped onto the arena, her tall figure wrapped in tight clothes, especially her two long slender legs, made the eyes of the crowd of Jianghu people light up. For a moment, whistling and swallowing of saliva filled the air, and from time to time, there were even a few vulgar words mixed in. "That spear on the little lady's back is so long, but it's a little thin. Coincidentally, I also play with spears, and it's a little thicker than yours. Are you interested in seeing it? What man wouldn't throw away his armor if he were to be pinched by this long leg? Shoo, lower your voice. Why don't you ask about the fourth lady's reputation? Are you tired of living? What's there to be afraid of? There are so many people here, and she knows who's shouting. Bah, you men are really vulgar. Zhou Zhihua blushed and couldn't help spitting. Song Qingshu had an innocent expression on his face. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not as vulgar as them. You're even more vulgar than them. Zhou Zhihua seemed to have thought of something, and her ears turned red. On the arena, Yang Miaozhen wasn't as shy as Zhou Zhihua. Hearing all kinds of vulgar words, she raised her eyebrows and angrily shouted at the group of people who were the loudest, "If you want to ride me, you can. But if you have the ability, you have to defeat my pear blossom spear." As soon as she finished speaking, pear blossoms bloomed in the sky. The people who were shouting the loudest just now had their headscarves blown by the pear blossoms. They immediately found that a large part of their hair was missing, and they couldn't help but shiver in fear. Good spear technique. You can actually wield the spear so realistically. Zhou Zhihua's eyes lit up. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that every pear blossom was a dance of Yang Miaozhen's spearhead. The spearhead was struck out with Gang Qi, and it was really shocking that she could control it so accurately from such a distance. Many knowledgeable people in the arena nodded in agreement. Most people thought that Yang Miaozhen was just a female bandit leader. Her nickname of One Pear Blossom Spear, Invincible Under the Heavens, was just a group of lowly bandits trying to add gold to her name. But the strength that Yang Miaozhen displayed made many famous experts of the Jianghu feel ashamed of their inferiority. Song Qingshu had seen her dazzling pear blossom spear, so he wasn't as surprised as the others. Right now, he was thinking about another matter. What Xiaoban displayed just now wasn't the art of the mixed elements. Why did that movement technique feel so familiar? Where had he seen it before? Our 1058 brother Song, have you forgotten how I was injured in Xinjing so quickly? Unknowingly, Zhu Xiaoi had finished chatting with the people of Mu Palace and returned to Song Qingshu's side. Originally, she was used to calling him Song Lang, but in front of Zhou Zhihua, she really couldn't call him that, so she had to settle for the next best thing. After being reminded by audio, Song Qingshu suddenly realized why he felt that Xiaoban's movements looked familiar. It turned out that he was the black-cloaked man who had sneak-attacked him in Xinjing and injured Audio. Although I've forgotten how little sister Audio got injured, I remember the process of treating your injuries very clearly. Although Song Qingshu was teasing him, he was thinking in his heart, what is the identity of this Xiaoban who deliberately hides his martial arts? I hate you. Zhu Xiaoi blushed and was too embarrassed to pay attention to him. She quickly ran to Zhou Zhihua's side and whispered to her. At this time, the two people on the stage were about to start the competition. I've long heard that Leader Chen's blood coagulation divine claw is unparalleled in Wulin. I hope you won't hesitate to teach me. After Yang Miaozhen intimidated the lecher below the stage, she turned around and cupped her hands towards Chen Jingnan in satisfaction. The fourth lady's pear blossom spear really deserves its reputation. Please. Chen Jingnan slowly pulled out his long sword with a dignified expression. This time, the Golden Snake meeting had gathered many masters. He knew that although his martial arts were good, there was still a big gap between him and the real top masters, so he didn't have the idea of winning first place this time. He just wanted to take the opportunity to make friends with the future leader of the Golden Snake camp and communicate with some other anti-Qing and restoring Ming groups. But he didn't expect that his first opponent would be so difficult to deal with. Based on the attainments of the spear technique shown by the opponent just now, Chen Jingnan knew that he was no match for her. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought that he, the dignified leader of Tiandihui, had been defeated by a woman. However, he was an upright and broad-minded person, so he quickly adjusted his mentality. Looking at the two people on the stage, Zhou Zhihua frowned and said, "This boss Chen's swordsmanship can barely be considered exquisite, but it's too conventional. He really can't be considered a real master. I feel that he doesn't live up to his name." Hearing this, with a bitter laugh Song Qingshu said, Chen Zongduozu's reputation did not depend on his martial arts skill, but on his upright and candid character. For many years he has been actively working for the cause of resisting the Manchurian Qing, that's why everybody respects him so much. Besides, Zhang Duozhuchen's martial arts skill isn't weak. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary Jianghu experts. Zhihua, in any case, you are someone who has won the title of number one in the world. Naturally, you can't use your own standards to judge him. You're not allowed to mention that. Zhou Zhihua felt her face burning hot. At that time, she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After learning a bit of the Nining manual, she went to the lion-slaying assembly to flaunt her prowess. By coincidence, she really gained the title of number one in the world. However, Zhou Zhihua knew very well that at that time, firstly, she had the white python whip technique and the Nining white bone claw, and secondly, a real master would disdain to fight with a girl of the younger generation like her. She had only defeated a bunch of second-rate characters in Jianghu. The only real master she had encountered, Zhang Wuji, was defeated by her using her old friendship, thinking that Zhang Wuji had been possessed by revered Ming at the lion-slaying assembly. Zhou Zhihua suddenly became incomparably dejected. Noticing Zhou Zhihua's expression, Song Qingshu asked, "Did you think of him?" Zhou Zhihua nodded, but immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Just as she was about to explain, Song Qingshu smiled warmly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not such a petty person." Zhou Zhihua was a little touched, but then Song Qingshu added, "Who doesn't have an ex-boyfriend?" She couldn't help but roll her eyes in anger and reach out to pinch him. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Song Qingshu felt a sharp pain in his hand. Of course, he didn't want to use his protective true qi to push her away. Anyway, he kind of enjoyed this kind of quarrel between lovers. Noticing Song Qingshu's expression, Zhou Zhihua hurriedly let go of his hand and asked with concern, "Is it really painful?" Zhu Aishuan teased, "He knows that sister is soft-hearted, so he purposely made such an exaggerated sound. His skin is thicker than a wild boar, how could it be painful?" Hearing this, Zhengro giggled but immediately felt that something was wrong, so she hurriedly covered her mouth and laughed. Not far away, Guofu looked over from time to time. Seeing Song Qingshu and the three girls chatting happily, she couldn't help but snort and say, "He's really a playboy." After such a long time, the competition in the arena was also coming to an end. Qin Jingnan was very clear that if it was really a life-and-death battle, his opponent would have had several opportunities to take advantage of his weakness and hurt his tendons. And his unique skill, the coagulation divine claw, could only be used in close combat, but his opponent's long spear was dancing around his body, so the coagulation divine claw couldn't be used. Moreover, the coagulation divine claw was extremely fierce. Those who were hit by it would have their blood slowly coagulated after 3 days, turning into a paste, and there was no cure. Unless he was fighting against the Tartars, Qin Jingnan usually wouldn't use this unique skill. Now that he knew that Yang Miaozhen had been holding back, how could Qin Jingnan not know what was good for him? He drew his long sword in front of him, took the opportunity to jump out of the ring, and said in a clear voice, "There's no need to compete anymore. The fourth lady's spear technique is exquisite and peerless. I admit defeat." Yang Miaozhen secretly admired his broad-mindedness. Because Qin Jingnan was too famous, she had always been worried about how to win and save face for him. Now that he proposed it himself, it couldn't be better. Headmaster Chen is really a gentleman. He didn't have the heart to use his unique skill, the coagulation divine claw, on little sister. "I thank you here." As soon as Yang Miaozhen said this, the heroes under the ring began to talk about it. Most of them had heard of the prestige of the coagulation divine claw. Seeing that Qin Jingnan would rather lose than hurt this girl, he was really noble. Listening to all kinds of praises from below the ring, Qin Jingnan smiled bitterly to himself. In the situation just now, even if he used the coagulation divine claw, he might not have been able to catch his opponent. However, Qin Jingnan had led Tian Di Hui to contend with the Manchurian Qing for a long time, so he was not a pedantic scholar. His own reputation was very helpful to the great cause of fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming, so he did not expose everything. He only smiled kindly toward Yang Miaozhen. Song Qingshu looked at all of this with a pensive expression. Qin Jingnan lost, but his prestige did not fall. Compared to Qin Jingnan, his realm was still a bit far away. In the past, he had always been going against the heavens' will, so naturally it was exceptionally difficult. It seemed like going with the flow was the way of the king. Huang Rong continued on the ring and summarized the martial arts competition. In just a few sentences, she affirmed Yang Miaozhen's martial arts skill and also praised Qin Jinnan's many years of fighting the Qing and restoring the Ming. Not only did she give both sides face, she also ignited the enthusiasm of the heroes in the audience to resist the foreign tribes. The group of Mongolians who were sitting below the stage felt extremely awkward. Zhao Men looked at the beautiful figure on the stage and smiled. This woman is not just born with good looks. After the crowd quieted down, Huang Rong cleared her throat and said, "Next, let's welcome beggar clan's He Shiwo against Mount Song's disciple Sherpadian." The fastest update, read please. Song Qingshu was stunned. How did Sherpadian become a disciple of Song Mountain? Zhuo Lenchen's lips curled into a proud smile as he watched the silly boy walk into the ring. Zhuo Lenchan had always been ambitious. Now that the world was in chaos and heroes were rising up, he was naturally unwilling to be a sect leader. Therefore, on the one hand, he was thinking of ways to merge the 5 mountain sword sects, and on the other hand, he was recruiting soldiers and buying horses. He recruited many people who were regarded as heretics by the righteous sects, waiting for the right time to rise up. It was a pity that he had worked so hard for so many years, but in the end, the dignified leader of the 5 mountain sword faction was defeated by a nobody, Song Qingshu, on Mount Tai, and his prestige was swept to the ground. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Later on, he met this young man, who was dull and simple, but had an incomparably powerful internal energy. In terms of internal energy, even Zhuo Lenchan was far inferior to him, not to mention other people of the Song Mountain sect. Zhuo Lenchan won Sherpodian's favor with a little trick, and successfully let him join the Song Mountain sect. In this Golden Snake Camp assembly, Zhuo Lenchan could be said to be full of ambition. If he could enter the Golden Snake Camp, with the Song Mountain sect's own strength, Zhuo Lenchan would immediately become the leader of the strongest force in the Central Plains, and he would be one step closer to his goal of conquering the world. Mother, is this He Shifo from the beggar sect? Why haven't I heard of him before? Guofu asked Huang Rong doubtfully. Huang Rong frowned. She seemed to have thought of something. This He Shifu is not well known in the beggar sect. He is only a middle-level disciple and his kung fu is mediocre. Of course you have not heard of him. Ah? Guofu was disappointed to hear Huang Rong say his martial arts were mediocre. Why did Jiangnan send such a person to participate? Because Huang Rong used to be the leader of the beggar sect, Guofu always had a sense of familiarity with the beggar sect. Naturally, she hoped that the beggar sect's contestant could win. Now that she heard that He Shifo's martial arts were mediocre, she naturally felt depressed. Mother, I don't know what Jiangnan is planning. Huang Rong thought that if Jiangnan was interested in gaining the strength of the Golden Snake Camp, they should have chosen someone with good kung fu. For example, Elder Jiafeng of Jiangnan seemed to have good kung fu. Why did Xianxia send such a person without any news? Noticing Huang Rong's knitted eyebrows, Song Qingshu smiled. No matter how smart you are, you won't realize that the Jiangnan beggar gang has long been infiltrated by Zhao Min's forces. This time, He Shiwo was just going through the motions. He allowed me to qualify for the competition, which has already played its role. Next, as long as I can win first place, Zhao Min will naturally gain a reliable ally, so she doesn't need to send a top master to participate in the competition. But if Zhao Min knew that my imaginary enemy is Mongolia, I wonder what she would think. Song Qingshu could not help but wonder. Looking at the somewhat wooden youth in front of him, Huidou let out a long sigh. Even though he was a Mongolian prince in name, that was only a title given to him by Temujin. The other Mongol kings all had tens of thousands of warriors under their command, but he was the only one who was alone. Temujin had never assigned him an army, and similarly, no one was willing to join him. This was because everyone knew that his grandfather was Zamu, the man who was Temujin's sworn brother in name, but turned against him and was killed by Temujin after his defeat in battle. As a descendant of Zamu, Huidou should be thankful that he was able to keep his life, but he was not satisfied. Zamu's blood was surging in his veins. He wanted to take back everything that belonged to his grandfather and become the master of the Mongolian plains. So even though everyone looked at him coldly, he still did everything he could to climb up. First, he worked hard to become the disciple of the Mongolian imperial advisor, Jinlu and Fuwang. But even though the imperial advisor's reputation was great and could raise his status, it could not satisfy Huideau's ambition. He needed his own subordinates, his own power, and his own army. So when the Mongolians wanted to send someone to the Central Plains as a spy, Huidou volunteered himself and willingly left his home to run to the Central Plains. Finally, he successfully infiltrated the beggar clan. He killed the originally ordinary He Shiwo and impersonated him. After a few years, because of his strong kung fu and his ability to handle matters, he gradually gained the appreciation of the Jiangnan beggar clan and successfully became the beggar clan's representative for this year's Golden Snake gathering. Originally, when he got this opportunity, Huidou was wild with joy. If he could gain the power of the Golden Snake Battalion, then his dream would come true. So he didn't even take Zhao Min's advice of not revealing his kung fu and intentionally losing the competition to heart. But after seeing the kung fu of the previous contestants, Huidou finally calmed down. He knew that even though his kung fu was okay, compared to those people, it was far inferior. Since he had no hope of winning, then there was no need to reveal his kung fu and go against Zhao Min's wishes. Thinking of the beautiful but cruel princess, Huidou couldn't help but shiver. He had a feeling that his hatred for Temujin, as well as all of his ambitions, was completely clear to her. But she allowed him to do as he pleased and had no intention of stopping him. All these years, on one hand, Huidou was afraid of this princess, but on the other hand, he admired her very much. In his heart, this young princess of the Ruyang Palace was simply a perfect person, whether it was her beauty, intelligence, strategy, or scheming. Only when Zhao Min threw herself at Zhang Wuji without any hesitation did Huidou remember that she was also a woman. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he would let his imagination run wild. If he could win the heart of Princess Zhao Min and become the princess of the Ruyang Palace, then restoring his grandfather's former glory would not be impossible. Hey, these two are staring at each other, are they going to fight or not? Yeah, if you don't want to fight, then get off the stage. The crowd below the stage booed. Whether it was He Shiwo or Sherpadian, they were both nameless in Jianghu. Naturally, the crowd below the stage was not as polite as before, and they all started to make a ruckus. Huidou's face turned red. His mind was in a mess, and he was distracted just now. Luckily, that idiot didn't take the opportunity to attack. Although he couldn't reveal his identity this time and could only use his special kung fu, he couldn't lose too badly and be eliminated in the first round. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to survive in the beggar clan in the future. This idiot in front of me appeared at just the right time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have full confidence in winning against anyone else. Kid, seeing how young you are, I'll let you make the first move. Now that he was a disciple of the beggar clan, Huidou said to Sherpadian. Sherposhan's expression suddenly became awkward. This, I don't know how to control my strength, I'm afraid I'll hurt Senior. Hearing his words, the crowd below the stage roared with laughter. Guifu clapped her hands and giggled, this kid is even more stupid than his father. Huang Rong was speechless. This brat, how could he say that? Fine, since this little kid doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is, then I'll make the first move. Hearing Sherposhan's words, Huidou was enraged. He laughed coldly and said, I won't really hurt you, just watch, I'll stretch out my hand and grab the back of your neck, then I'll smash your tendons. Huidou knew his status, facing a stupid youth, even if he won, it wouldn't be something to be proud of, so he planned to smash his opponent to the ground. That way, his opponent would lose in an embarrassing manner, but he wouldn't actually be injured. Not only would he win, but he would also seem to be merciful. Even though Huidou couldn't reveal his martial arts were considered to be at the top of the younger generation. His foresight and techniques were all unique. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand stretched out and grabbed the back of Sherposhan's neck. This move was fast, and the angle was strange. How could Sherpadian avoid it? He felt that the strength in his hand was extremely strong. As soon as he was grabbed, his body was sent flying into the air. He quickly gathered his strength and stabilized himself, his right arm stretched out and blocked his hand. Huidou had obviously grabbed the pressure point on the back of his neck. He wanted to use this opportunity to throw Sherpadian away, but who would have thought that when he used his strength to lift Sherpadian up, his opponent would fall back down. He couldn't lift him up. At the same time, his right arm was blocked by him. He felt his arm go numb. He had no choice but to let go. Huidou gave a sound. He thought, this little kid's internal energy is really good. His left hand stretched out and grabbed Shirpotion's chest. He took the opportunity to throw him away, but he still couldn't move him. Shirpotion was already prepared for this second move. He wanted to avoid it, but in the end, he was still caught by Huidou. He was full of admiration and praised, "Senior is really good." Even though Shirpotion's internal energy was world-shaking, he was at a disadvantage because he hadn't received any proper training in martial arts, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of stances. If the opponent's stances were strange, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Of course, he had internal energy protecting his body. Even if the opponent's stances were at an advantage, it would be difficult for them to injure him. Even though Shirpotion was sincerely praising him, in Huidou's ears, it was as if he was being slapped in the face. He felt his face burning. He couldn't stop himself from angrily giving a humph. He didn't say anything and used his left leg to trip him. Shirpotion's body swayed. He didn't trip over him. Huidou didn't use his sex martial arts. The pulling, grabbing and tripping were just the essence of the Mongolian wrestling technique. Unless it was a Mongolian who was skilled in wrestling, if a normal martial artist saw it, they wouldn't be able to see through the origins of these three moves. Although these three moves were not famous, they were surprisingly useful. Even martial arts masters of the same level would be put into a very difficult situation if they were careless, let alone using them to deal with ordinary people. Originally, Huidou was very confident that once he used these three moves, he would be able to easily throw Shirpotion to the ground and win the first round of the competition. But who would have thought that his opponent would be Shirpotion, who had such a powerful internal energy? Not even one of his moves would be effective. Seeing that Shirpotion was still standing in the same spot, the crowd immediately started booing. Huidou couldn't keep his face any longer and hurriedly struck out with his palm towards Shirpotion's chest. He was flustered and exasperated. He had already used 60 to 70% of his strength. Shirpotion saw the ferocious force of the palm and blocked it with his left arm. Huidou's left fist whistled through the air and flashed out. Shirpotion wanted to dodge, but Huidou's fist came with a strange force and with a ping sound, it hit his right shoulder. The crowd could clearly see that with the force of Huidou's punch, Shirpotion's shoulder would most likely not be able to keep it. Huidou's attack was successful and he finally came to his senses. He couldn't help but feel regret. He had lived in the Central Plains for many years and understood that the rules of the Central Plains were not the same as those of the Mongolians. In the Mongolians, the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you would be respected by everyone. But in the Central Plains, when judging a person, strength wasn't the most important factor. Instead, people valued a person's virtue more. Huidou scoffed at this. He had observed for many years and found that the martial arts world of the Central Plains still followed the law of the jungle. The so-called virtue over danger was just a fig leaf. But in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, no one dared to take off this fig leaf. If someone publicly showed that virtue wasn't important, then they would become the public enemy of the martial arts world. This was the reason why the Shaolin leaders of the Wu Dang sect were respected by tens of thousands of people, while Dongfeng Bubi and Zhang Wuji were viewed as evil by the martial arts world. Huidou was now part of the righteous beggar clan, so he naturally had to be more careful in this aspect. Facing a foolish youth like Shirpotion, as a senior of the martial arts world, if he ruthlessly crippled his arm, even if he won, he would still be condemned by others. While Huidou's expression was unsettled, Guofu, who was below the stage, clapped her hands excitedly. "Mother, that master, he looks ordinary, but I didn't expect his martial arts to be so outstanding. The moves he used were truly exquisite." Huang Rong replied with a smile, but in her heart there was a trace of suspicion. Judging from the ruthlessness displayed by He Shiwo's moves, this person's heart doesn't seem to be in the right place. Guofu didn't have enough and shouted loudly, "Silly boy, how can your punches and kicks compare to the beggar clan's divine kung fu? That mister, he has already shown mercy, otherwise you wouldn't have only lost an arm. Hurry up and admit defeat, or else your life will be in danger." Huidou didn't know how to get off the stage, and when he heard this he couldn't help but gratefully look back at Guofu. When he saw Guofu's face, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl, her beauty is not below that of Xiaolong knew that day at Mount Zhongnan. One is delicate and beautiful, the other is elegant, each has its own advantages. When he saw Huang Rong standing next to her, Huidou quickly looked away, thinking, that bastard Guojing is really lucky, he has such a beautiful wife and such a beautiful daughter. If one day I become the ruler of the world, I will make sure to take these two into my harem. At Chongyang Palace, Huido had suffered greatly at the hands of Guijing, so naturally he didn't have any good feelings towards the family. Sherpadian saw that Huido had suddenly stopped punching him, and was confused. When he heard Guofu's words, he unconsciously replied, "But I don't feel much pain." He was afraid that Guofu wouldn't believe him, so he waved his arm to indicate that he was indeed unharmed. The crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was cheering for this young man. Huido was shocked and angry. His suspicious nature was that the opponent was a highly skilled martial artist, and that he was just playing with him. In his anger, he didn't hold back anymore, and shouted, "Good boy, you don't feel any pain? Eat my fist again." This fist was blocked by Sherposhen's outstretched hand. Huido threw 4 punches in a row, and on the 4th punch, he finally kicked Sherposhen's left hip. Xingro saw that the two were fighting faster and faster. Sherpadian was only able to block a small part of Huido's punches and kicks. The majority of the punches landed on his body. She couldn't help but be very worried and said, "Brother Song, if the situation becomes dangerous, can you help save this youth?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly, "You don't have to worry. This young man's inner force is vigorous and his Jinqi is naturally protecting his body. That he Shifu's punches and kicks are nothing more than tickles for him." Xingro looked at him carefully. Sure enough, Sherposhen's face was calm, without any signs of pain. Only then did she feel relieved. Zhi and I could not help but tease, although our younger sister Ro is a woman, she is born with a chivalrous heart. The fastest update, read please. Xingro lowered her head and pulled at the corner of her clothes. "Princess is teasing me again." Zhi bit Zhou Jirua's ear and said something to her. The two girls laughed so hard that Xingro's face turned red. Huido punched Sherpadian more than 10 times in a row. At first, he remembered to be merciful and only used 30 to 40% of his strength, afraid that he would hurt him. But no matter if it was a fist or a palm, Sherposhen's body would sway slightly and he would receive the attack as if nothing had happened. Huido was shocked and angry at the same time. But strangely, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't knock his opponent down. He roared again and finally used all of his strength. In a flash, punches and kicks created a gust of wind on the stage, causing the flags around the stage to tremble. The audience was dazzled. First of all, they did not expect He Shiwo, a nobody in the beggar clan, to have such a high level of martial art. Second of all, they did not expect that this silly young man was able to withstand such a fierce attack without falling. After some time, the two figures separated and one of them fell to the ground with a thud. Guofu clapped her hands and laughed, "Haha, that idiot finally couldn't withstand Elder He's attack and fainted." Huang Rong was not as relaxed as Guofu. She stared at the center of the stage and when she saw the situation, she smiled bitterly and said, "It's Elder He who fainted." Guofu was surprised. The one who was hit didn't faint, but the one who hit him fainted. The audience also saw the situation clearly. He Shiwo's eyes were closed and he was lying on the ground. They didn't know whether he was dead or alive. They were in an uproar. Someone from the Jiangnan beggar clan immediately jumped out and shouted, "We have clearly agreed that in a martial art contest, one should not overdo it. This young man secretly attacked and killed He Zhonglao, he should be eliminated immediately." The crowd cursed him for being shameless. It was He Shiwo who kept attacking the boy until he was exhausted and fell to the ground. The beggar clan blamed the boy for the attack. However, He Shiwo was lying motionless on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. They did not want to risk offending the beggar clan by speaking up for a strange young man. Song Qingshu glanced at the man from the beggar clan. Deep in his memory, he recognized that this man was Chen Yuliang. He couldn't help but laugh strangely, turning black and white upside down. What a talent! At this time, Sherpadian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Senior, he is just out of breath. He will be fine after a while." After saying that, he stretched out his right palm and pressed it on He Shiwo's back, slowly transferring his chi into He Shiwo's body. Seeing Sherposhen's hand pressing on the major acupoint on He Shiwo's back, Chen Yuliang's eyes narrowed. He roared, "How dare you, you scoundrel!" Finished speaking, he threw himself at the two men, as if he was trying to save He Shiwo. A beautiful shadow flashed and Huang Rong appeared in front of Chen Yuliang. She used the dog beating stick to stop Chen Yuliang. Elder Chen, you worry too much. This young hero is treating Elder He's injury. Xing Rou exclaimed in surprise and murmured, my martial arts are so low, yet I can see that the boy has no intention of harming me. How could this elder of the beggar clan not see that the boy is treating He Shiwo's injury? Zhou Zhirua laughed coldly, I have dealt with this Chen Yuliang before. He is a treacherous and loyal man with a belly full of evil thoughts. It's not that he can't see it, it's just that he doesn't want to accept it. He Shiwo's defeat is already shameful enough. If he asks his opponent to help him, the beggar clan's face will be thrown into the sea. That's why he insists that the boy is trying to harm him. Some people, who don't know the truth, may believe his words. Song Qingshu shook his head and said, it's just some dirty tricks. To tell the truth, this Chen Yuliang makes me a bit disappointed. It seems that Chen Yuliang's image is more in line with the image described by Jin Yong in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, and not the Han King in history. But this isn't a bad thing. In the future when they fight for the throne of the Central Plains, they will have one less fearsome opponent. Huidou gradually regained his consciousness. He knew exactly what had happened, but because his chi had gone astray, he couldn't catch his breath and couldn't move. Now that Huidou had regained his ability to move, he angrily shouted, what do you mean you couldn't catch your breath? Didn't I catch my breath? He stretched out his palms and was about to strike Sure Potion's head when he suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his palms. When he looked at his palms, he saw that they were swollen like two balls, so red that they were almost purple. If his palms had hit Sure Potion's body, his palms would have been the first to break. Huidou was startled and understood the reason. So this kid's internal energy was strong, it was unimaginable. He thought back to the tens of punches and palms that he had used on him, but they were all reflected back by his internal energy. Every punch and every palm was like hitting a stone wall. The opponent wasn't injured, but his palms couldn't take it anymore. He then felt a dull pain in his legs, as if there were millions of needles piercing into him. He knew that he had kicked him more than 10 times and his legs were suffering from the rebound. He stood there for a while and said, forget it, forget it. He didn't need anyone's help, he got up and staggered down the stage, his heart was very sad. He thought of himself as an outstanding martial artist, few of his peers could match him in martial arts. When he came to the Central Plains, he was defeated by Guojing, but this time he lost to a youngster that he had never even heard of. How could he talk about restoring the glory of Zhalan tribe's Guer? Han, for a moment, Huidou felt disheartened, his back also became very bleak. Deafening cheers soon sounded from below the stage. This golden snake meeting really opened their eyes. Not to mention famous masters, even He Shiwo Sherpadian, this nameless person, showed martial arts that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Looking at Chen Yuliang walking down the stage, Huang Rong frowned. She had never liked this person. Although he was very capable, he always gave people the feeling that his heart was not in the right place. But thinking that he belonged to the Jiangnan beggar clan, Huang Rong shook her head slightly. She would let Sher Hulong worry about himself. She was far away in Xiangyang and could not help. Putting away her thoughts, Huang Rong's face bloomed with a gentle smile, and she said sweetly, next, let's welcome the god of sword of Tianshan Mountain, Shuabufan, and Qing of the Red Flower Society. As soon as she finished speaking, a long sword shot toward her. Huang Rong's face changed, but she quickly recovered her calmness. She stood there quietly, without any intention of resisting. When the long sword was about to touch Huang Rong's body, it suddenly seemed to have eyes. The tip of the sword moved 3 inches to the side, circled around Huang Rong's body a few times, and then suddenly inserted into the ring. The sound of the dragon's roar caused by the trembling of the sword made the heroes below the stage change their expressions. When they came to their senses, they saw a middle-aged man with a delicate face and a long beard standing leisurely on the hilt of the sword with his hands behind his back. Good. No one knew who shouted first, but the audience seemed to be in an uproar. They were all amazed by Zhuobufan's move. The control of the sword he showed just now was really amazing. This Zhuobufan does have some attainments. Song Qingshu subconsciously praised. Hearing his words, Guofu couldn't help but snort heavily. Just now when she saw the long sword shoot toward her mother, her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. Hearing Song Qingshu praise Shuabufan, she naturally didn't have a good expression on his face. R1058 When Ah Qing came onto the stage, her outfit was obviously far different from Shuabufan's. She was wearing a light green robe with a short green bamboo stick hanging from her waist. She stood there softly and weakly. Plus or minus, there was a burst of sighs from the audience. Obviously, most people did not think that this girl could defeat Shuabufan. They were all worried that she would be sad in the arena later. That would be a pity. Shuabufan, who was standing on the sword, glanced at Ah Qing from the corner of his eyes. Like most people, he snorted indifferently and said, "The sword has no eyes. Why are you, a girl, here to join in the fun? You'd better admit defeat quickly, lest you get hurt later." Ah Qing tilted her head. Obviously, she was stunned for a while before she understood the meaning of Shuabufan's words. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why should I admit defeat? You may not be able to beat me." Shuabufan was so angry that he laughed. His whole body trembled slightly and he said good several times. "Girl, come down quickly. Shuabufan has always been ruthless. You will definitely be hurt. I don't know which father is so cruel as to let such a girl come out to compete. Shuabufan, you shameless be ****. Is it glorious to win against such a girl?" Shuabufan's eyes swept across the audience like lightning. He knew that those people wanted to see the world in chaos, so they were naturally much bolder than usual in the crowd. If someone dared to say such things to him under other circumstances, he would not let it go without leaving his tongue behind. But now the competition was more important, so it was not good to lose his temper immediately. "Girl, look carefully." Shuabufan knew that it was difficult to offend the public. If he really won against this delicate girl in a real fight, it would not be a glorious thing. It was best to let her know the difficulty in advance. So he jumped up and flipped over to the stage. With a gentle wave of his hand, the sword inserted in the stage flew back to his hand. Shuabufan waved his hand casually, and a green light about 3 feet long flickered on the tip of the sword. Suddenly, there was a burst of gasps from the audience. "Sword light!" No one knew who was the first to shout, but the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. The heroes whispered to each other and pointed at the sword light in Shuabufan's hand. "Cousin, can you see through this Shuabufan's martial arts?" Morongfu furrowed his brows. He had no idea where this expert had come from. After entering the second round, he would have to fight against him. With the level of swordsmanship that the other party had displayed, he would be a formidable opponent. He first used the Duke of Zhou sword, the ultimate technique of the solitary wise sword sect in Jianyang, Fujian province. This old Mr. Zhou must be an expert of the solitary wise sword sect. Wang Yuyan's voice was soft and gentle, but a hint of confusion suddenly appeared on her face. "However, I couldn't tell the origin of the sword ray he used later on. Even Miss Wang couldn't see through his martial arts. This person is really mysterious." The retainer of the Morong family, Bao Budong, was dumbfounded. As it turned out, Shuabufan was originally an expert of the solitary wise sword sect. In the end, the sect suffered a great disaster and he had no choice but to escape to a remote and cold place in the Changbai Mountains to study swordsmanship for revenge. In the end, he accidentally obtained a sword manual left behind by a senior expert. After practicing diligently for 30 years, he finally mastered swordsmanship and was confident that he was invincible in the world. However, Shuabufan remembered that his enemy was not only skilled in martial arts but also had a great influence. He was too weak to take revenge alone. Coincidentally, he heard that the Golden Snake Camp was inviting heroes from all over the world to choose a new leader, so he thought of using the Golden Snake Camp for revenge. "Cousin, most of the martial arts manuals I've read in my life are focused on techniques. I know very little about this kind of invisible sword aura. Why don't we ask young Master Duan? His 6-pulse divine sword is also invisible sword aura. He must have a way to deal with it." Wang Yuyan glanced at Duan Yu not far away and found that he was staring at her affectionately. She couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't continue her words. Morongfu also noticed all this and couldn't help but snort. "Ask him? What a joke." Wang Yuyan lowered her head in grievance and thought to herself, "I'm so stupid. Cousin will definitely be angry with me. And young Master Duan too. Why are you looking at me like that?" This Shuabufan has some ability since he calls himself the sword god. The sword aura that Shuabufan displayed not only made Murongfu speechless, but also Song Qingshu was stunned and commented subconsciously. He's more than just a little bit capable. The number of people in this world who can materialize sword aura can be counted on two hands. Zhou Jiruo's expression was complicated. She was so high-spirited when she won the title of the world's #1 at the lion-slaying gathering. Later, after seeing more, she realized that many martial arts masters in Jianghu didn't even bother to fight with a girl like her. She had never heard of this Shuabufan before, but he shocked everyone as soon as he made his move. It seemed that his martial arts skills were above hers. If she hadn't seen Ah Qing's moves with her own eyes, Zhou Jiruo would have persuaded Ah Qing to give up like the others. Is this Ah Qing really as powerful as you say? Zhu Baiqing fell in love with this innocent girl at first sight, so she naturally didn't want to see her injured. With the sword aura that Shuabufan displayed, Zhu Baiqing knew that she couldn't do it. If she and Ah Qing were in the same position, she could only avoid the sharp edge, rely on lightness skills to fight with the opponent, and wait for an opportunity to find the opponent's flaws. You'll know when you continue to watch. Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. Listening to the discussion under the stage, Shuabufan's face showed a trace of imperceptible pride. While continuing to activate his power to maintain the sword aura, he said to Ah Qing, "Miss, are you afraid now? What's there to be afraid of? It's very simple. I can do it too." Ah Qing frowned slightly. Obviously, she didn't understand why the other party waved his hand casually, but everyone thought that he would win. "You're really boasting." Shuabufan's face twitched, and he couldn't help sneering. "Since you're simple, then show me your skills. If you can activate one foot." "Oh, no, as long as you can activate the sword aura, I will admit defeat." "Oh, all right then." Ah Qing took the green bamboo stick from her waist and gently waved it to the side. A 2-meter-long green light danced out, and a huge crack suddenly appeared on the floor of the arena. Shuabufan opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it. It should be known that there were only a few people in the whole martial arts world who could materialize the sword aura. He was talented and had practiced swordsmanship all his life, but he could only use the 3-meter-long sword aura in his later years. He was already one of the best. More credit should be given to the nameless sword manual. How old was this girl? Even if she started learning swordsmanship in her mother's womb, it was impossible for her to practice the sword aura, let alone a 2-meter-long sword aura. "Cousin, have you noticed that since the start of the Golden Snake meeting, the more unknown the contestant is, the more surprising the result is?" Wang Yuyan's face was filled with worry. Regardless of whether it was Yutanji, Sherpatian, or Ah Qing, none of them had heard of their names before. In the end, the strength they had displayed was not inferior to the top experts of the pugilistic world. Murongfu's opponent this time was also an ordinary monk, so Wang Yuyan could not help but worry. Murongfu obviously had the same idea. He had thought that it was a great advantage to draw such a nameless opponent, but now it seemed that the future was not good. However, in front of his cousin and his henchmen, Murongfu didn't want to show his fear, so he pretended to be confident and said, "Don't worry, the monk named Shuzhu is a junior disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The martial arts of a big sect like Shaolin pay most attention to step by step. The older one is, the higher one's martial arts cultivation will be. At Shuzhu's age, his martial arts can't be very high." Wang Yuyan nodded approvingly and said, "Yes, the martial arts of Shaolin Temple pay most attention to the foundation. In the first 20 years, the martial arts of our disciples will be far behind those of some evil sections. In about 30 years, they will gradually be equal. After 30 years, the evil sects will be no match for Shaolin disciples. Even if Shuzhu is a rare martial arts genius, at his age, his martial arts will be limited." Below the stage, the Morong family was studying the opponent on the horse, while on the stage, Shuabufan was stunned with a pale face. He thought that he had mastered his swordsmanship, but he didn't expect to lose to a girl like this. His previous complacency had now vanished into thin air. "Is this enough for me?" After Qing used the sword light, she saw Shuabufan standing there in a daze, so she couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Ah Qing's question, Shuabufan suddenly had an idea. Although the sword chi displayed by this girl is terrifying, her moves may not be exquisite. Looking at her innocent and ignorant look, if we really fight, she may not be a match for me. Seeing that Zhuo Bufan still didn't answer, Qing was stunned and suddenly showed an expression of enlightenment. She giggled and said, "So it's not long enough. Then look at me again. Is this enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his bamboo stick again, and a green sword beam that was 100 feet long swept across the arena. All the banners that were placed around the arena were cut in half. In the Jianghu, the flag of a sect was the face of the sect. If their own sect's signboard was taken down like this on a normal day, it would definitely be a great feud that would not end until one of them died. But now, none of the sects had the intention to take revenge. They all stood up and looked at the delicate figure on the stage. All of their mouths were wide open, as if a big egg could be stuffed inside. Is enough? Qing stared at Zhuo Bufan with a smile, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Enough, enough. Zhuo Bufan hurriedly squeezed out a sentence and slipped out of the arena as if he was running away. Now looking at Qingtian's romantic smile again, Zhuo Bufan only felt a chill on his back. Just now, she made a move without any warning. Fortunately, she deliberately raised the angle of the sword qi. Otherwise, if it swept over him, he would have been cut into 2 pieces. Under the arena, Morongfu's face was also pale. He murmured, "If it's a 12-meter-long sword qi, I can think of a way to fight, but a 30-meter-long sword qi, how can I defeat her?" Wang Yuyan's pretty face was also pale, but she still instinctively comforted him. "Cousin, you have to at least pass the first round before you think about whether you can defeat her or not. The second round will start tomorrow, and we still have a night to think about countermeasures. At that time, we can find a few masters to discuss it together. There will always be a way to deal with it." When Wang Yuyan said this, she subconsciously thought of Duanyu. After all, his 6-pulse divine sword was somewhat similar to Qing's sword qi, so he should have more ways to deal with it than others. But for some reason, the appearance of another man suddenly appeared in her mind. Wang Yuyan blushed slightly and secretly glanced at a certain place on the other side of the arena. That person always smiles calmly no matter what happens. He should have a way to deal with it. Song Qingshu didn't know that he was so reliable in Wang Yuyan's heart. He just watched Qing abuse Zhuo Bufan and laughed a little. "I don't even know how you can still laugh. How can you defeat her?" Jiyu looked worried. Letting Song Qingshu join the Golden Snake camp was the most important part of her plan to restore her country. Now that it was about to fail, she naturally didn't look good. "Sister Ajio, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Judging from the strength that Song Qingshu displayed when he fought with revered Ming last time, he might still have a chance." Zhou Zhirua comforted her, but her tone also revealed that she wasn't as confident as she thought she was. "Who's stronger, a lion or an ox?" Song Qingshu suddenly threw out a completely unrelated question. "It should be the ox." Jiyu seemed to be deep in thought. Clearly, she had caught on to Song Qingshu's thoughts. "Yes." Song Qingshu smiled. "No matter how strong an ox is, it can't hit a lion at all, so what's the use? On the contrary, although a lion's strength can't compare to an ox's, it can hit the ox's vitals with every strike. Therefore, the stronger ox can only become the lion's meal." Zhou Zhirua frowned. "I know that your qinggong is very good, but this time the competition is limited to such a square ring. Qing's sword qi can obviously cover the entire ring indiscriminately, so there's nowhere to hide even if you want to." Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. "If it's someone else, it's not certain, but if I really meet Qing in the finals, I'm sure I can win." The 2 women felt an unprecedented confidence from his tone and couldn't help but be startled. They hurriedly asked with concern, "Why are you so sure that you can win?" The Buddha said, "You can't, you can't." Song Qingshu looked at his nose and his nose at his heart. No matter how much the 2 girls begged him, he refused to say a word. Arrogant. Guofu's position wasn't far from Song Qingshu, so even though Song Qingshu and the others spoke softly, Guofu could still hear them clearly. Just a moment ago, she was convinced by Qing's strength, but in the next moment, when she heard that Song Qingshu could easily beat Qing, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Huang Rong was still thinking about where Qing came from and whether she was a friend or foe of the beggar sect. When she heard her daughter's words, she immediately smiled and didn't say anything. It was obvious that she felt the same way. Song Qingshu glanced at Guofu and, for the first time, responded, "You don't believe me?" Guofu snorted. "Of course not. Some people are not afraid of biting their tongues when they talk big. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet." Song Qingshu smiled. "Let's bet." Guofu had always been impulsive. When she saw the smile on Song Qingshu's face, she only felt that it was extremely evil, so she subconsciously blurted it out. "If you want to bet, there must be something at stake. I don't think you can take out anything that will interest me." Song Qingshu played with his fingers, looking disinterested. "I'm afraid you're afraid to bet." Seeing that Song Qingshu had the intention to retreat, Guofu immediately laughed coldly. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't say anything, Guofu thought he was backing out and couldn't help but smile proudly. "Whatever you want to bet, I'll keep you company." Song Qingshu quickly waved his hand. "Forget it, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford to lose." "How can I be a sore loser?" Guofu was furious. "Wait, how can I lose?" Song Qingshu said, "There is no such thing as a sure win in a casino." Guofu thought about it and agreed. In any case, she was certain that she would win. Song Qingshu, this bastard, didn't seem like someone who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. If she didn't give him a good deal, he might not be willing to bet with her. "Okay, you set the rules, I'll take it." Guofu's smile showed that she was full of confidence. Song Qingshu looked at Huang Rong and thought for a moment. Then he stretched out a finger in front of Guofu. "One condition, the loser agrees to one condition of the winner. Satisfy any request of the winner." Huang Rong frowned. How could a girl agree to this condition so easily? She was about to open her mouth to stop him, but Guofu already agreed. "Okay, let's bet. When the time comes, I'll make you lie on the ground and bark like a dog in front of the heroes of the world." Song Qingshu smiled. "It's not necessarily my loss." Guofu snorted. "It's not like I'll lose." Huang Rong wanted to stop him, but the competition was over and she had to go on stage to preside over the overall situation. She didn't have time to waste here. Although her confidence was shaken by Song Qingshu's confidence, she couldn't think of any possibility for Song Qingshu to win. She could only glare at Song Qingshu and gracefully return to the arena. She cleared her throat, summarized the previous match, and introduced the next two contestants, Su Zhu and Morong Fu of the Shaolin Temple. Zhou Jiruo's expression was unfriendly. She secretly pinched Song Qingshu's waist. "You must be thinking about Huang Rong." "In all honesty, I didn't say anything." Song Qingshu felt wronged. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking." "Your condition." Zhou Jiruo bit her lips and a trace of coldness appeared on her face. Guo Jing and Huang Rong are heroes admired by the Han people. They are also recognized as an immortal couple. It's not convenient to touch this woman. Obviously, she and Zhou Jiruo had the same thought. The two were worried that their conversation would be heard by Guofu. The two girls were worried that their conversation would be overheard by Guofu. They moved to Song Qingshu's ears. From an outsider's point of view, the three of them were extremely intimate. Many men in the distance had looks of envy in their eyes. Guofu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She turned her head to the other side. Out of sight, out of mind. Could it be that I'm such a perverted demon in your eyes?" Seeing the two women nod in unison, Song Qingshu was speechless. Fortunately, the two women's attention was quickly attracted by the two people on the stage, so they didn't continue to talk about this issue. "This little monk looks ordinary, and he's from the Shaolin Temple. No matter how I look at him, he doesn't look like an expert." After observing for a long time, Ji Yu quietly commented. "This is a martial arts competition, not a beauty contest. Why do you care about his appearance?" Song Qingshu was surprised. "None of your business." Zhu Xiaoxiao blushed. Although she had experienced many things over the years, she was still a romantic girl and subconsciously liked beautiful things. "Just ignore him." Zhou Jiruo pulled Zhu Yaoyao aside and said, "But although this little monk doesn't look amazing, judging from his previous battles, I'm afraid he also has amazing skills." Obviously, Zhou Jiruo and Wang Yuyan had the same idea. Song Qingshu didn't get involved in their discussion. Instead, he thought, "I haven't heard anything about the Zhenlong Go game in Jianghu. It seems that Xuzhu hasn't opened it yet. Then why does he have the confidence to participate in this competition? I wonder how Xuzhu's martial arts are now. Without the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, how can he learn Shaolin Kung Fu at such a young age? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of another question. Why didn't I hear anything about the Xiaoyao sect in Jianghu? Is it because of what Dongfang Muxue mentioned last time? Her brother asked the 3 Xiaoyao elders for the Northern Divine Kung Fu in order to transfer all his power to his new body? While he was thinking, the 2 people on the stage were fighting. One was a young master who had been famous for many years, and the other was an unknown disciple of the Shaolin Temple. He thought it would be a one-sided fight, but it turned out that Murong Fu didn't have the slightest advantage. Flower-pinching finger? I didn't expect this monk to comprehend the true meaning of flower-pinching finger of Kasyapa at such a young age and master this unique skill. Yes, he is indeed from Buddhism. When he fights, he uses a gentle martial art like flower-pinching finger. He doesn't want to hurt people, but only uses a gentle force to seal people's acupoints. Obviously, there were many knowledgeable masters in the audience. Some of them recognized Xuzhu's movement and were amazed. In my opinion, this little monk is not as honest as he looks. Just now, he sneak-attacked Murong Fu with the formless finger of disaster. Fortunately, Prince Murong is a veteran, so he didn't get hit. The formless finger of disaster doesn't move his hands or sleeves, and it leaves no trace. It is the best method for sneak attacking. Since there is no trace, how did you know he used the formless finger of disaster? Didn't you see how Murong Fu suddenly dodged to the side as if he was facing a formidable enemy at the beginning of the competition? Now that you mention it, I really do remember. This little monk looks honest and sincere, but I didn't expect him to be so sinister. Bao Badong secretly wiped away his cold sweat and looked at Wang Yuyan with lingering fear. Miss Wang, how did you know that the little monk used the formless finger of disaster? It's just that when I saw those unknown contestants shine, I reminded you to pay 120% attention to your opponents this time, Wang Yuyan explained as she observed the duel. The Shaolin Temple's formless finger of disaster is invisible and formless. It's the hardest to guard against, so I specifically reminded you. After Master Xianbei passed away, I always thought that only Jiumaji, the foreign monk, knew this martial art. I didn't expect this honest little monk to also know this insidious martial art. Seeing that Murong Fu was not next to Wang Yuyan, Duan Yu quietly came over and heard Wang Yuyan's comment. That's not true. Of course there are good and evil martial arts. Duan Yu imitated Bao Butong's tone and argued, practicing the Nining white bone claw requires a large number of living heads. The Xianxia sect's serial decaying poison is also transmitted through the bodies of living people. It's extremely cruel. Brother Bao, do you think that these martial arts are not evil? Bao Badong had always been eloquent, but Duan Yu was even more adept at Buddhism. Bao Badong could not think of a way to refute. He was so angry that he could only stand there and stare. Noticing Bao Butong's expression, Wang Yuyan covered her mouth and smiled. But then she remembered that Bao Badong was her cousin's retainer and she could not let him be bullied too much. She quickly said, Young Master Duan, you may not know this, but the Nining white bone claw does not require human heads to practice. It's just that Mei Chaofeng did not practice it properly and misunderstood the saying in the Nining Sutra, when the 5 fingers exert strength, there is nothing that cannot be broken. Destroying the enemy's head is as easy as piercing through rotten soil. Duan Yu was stunned and disagreed. But Wang Yuyan was his fairy sister and he would not argue with her. He smiled and said, Miss Wang, you are familiar with all the martial arts in the world. I was just showing off my slight skill in front of an expert. Wang Yuyan smiled sweetly. But what young Master Duan said is not without reason. Some martial arts are indeed extremely sinister, such as the serial decaying poison of the Xianxia sect and the 5 pecks of rice divine kung fu of the 5 pecks of rice. Whether the user is good or evil, it's inevitable that they will harm the heavens and kill people. Hearing Wang Yuyan's praise, Duan Yu's heart felt as if it had been smeared with honey. He giggled for a while and wanted to talk more with Wang Yuyan. But he knew that Wang Yuyan's attention was mostly on her cousin in the arena and would not be interested in talking to him. An idea came to him and he asked, Miss Wang, can you tell the monks martial arts? Wang Yuyan looked at the arena for a while and could not help but frown. Strange. Although this Master Xiuzhu is of low seniority, he seems to be proficient in the Shaolin Temple's 72 supreme skills. His punch broke the flagpole 20 feet away. It's the great Skunda staff. If my cousin hadn't closed his eyes in time, his ribs would have been shattered. So powerful? Duan Yu gasped. Although he was highly skilled in martial arts, his skills were acquired by chance, so he didn't have good eyesight. He couldn't see the danger in the exchange of punches and flashes. This technique is indeed powerful, but... Wang Yuyan hesitated for a moment before continuing, it's just that it's too domineering, going against the benevolence of the Buddha. Duan Yu had always been a devotee of Buddhism, so he hurriedly nodded his head and said, I think Kung Fu is the root of all evil. If everyone were devoted to Buddhism, doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, there wouldn't be so much fighting in Jianghu. Bao Budong finally found an opportunity. He sneered, it's just the view of a pedantic scholar. Wang Yuyan's attention was not on the two of them, so she did not notice their argument. Instead, her eyes were fixed on the familiar figure on the dueling ring. The crowd around the ring burst into an uproar. They whispered to each other, discussing the monk who had mastered the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple. Their voices were full of shock and admiration. On the other side, Song Qingshu and the others were also shocked. Zhou Jirua said in a low voice, I've heard that each of the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple is exquisite. It's rare for an ordinary person to master one in their lifetime. Those who can master more than one are the best in the Shaolin Temple. Over the past hundreds of years, there have been many talented people, but Master Xuanqing is the one who has mastered the most supreme skills. He has mastered 13 supreme skills, and is known as the best in the Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years. But this monk, I'm afraid he just displayed more than 13 supreme skills. Zhu Yu was also shocked. While looking at Xiuzhu's moves on the stage, she counted her fingers, Universe in the sleeve, Indian Buddha's finger, Demon vanquishing gown, Great Wisdom indefinite finger, Eliminating worries finger, Nirvana claw, Yamaluo Tua finger. Over the years, she had wandered around the Jianghu and met a lot of Shaolin Temple monks. Naturally, she recognized these supreme skills. However, most of the monks she knew were only proficient in one of these supreme skills. Song Qingshu narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Xiuzhu to learn the 72 supreme skills without the free and unfettered sex Wu-Chang. However, no one could truly master the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple at the same time. Thus, there was only one explanation, Xiuzhu knew the non-phase method. Only by relying on the non-phase method to urge the 72 consummate skills could this kind of deceptive effect be achieved. On the surface, there seemed to be no difference between them and the 72 consummate skills, but one relied on the Taoist internal force to urge it, while the other relied on the Buddhist internal force, which was essentially different. The free and unfettered sect had never been famous in the Jianghu, let alone the secret non-phase method of the free and unfettered sect. This was why even though there were many experts on the stage, none of them could see the flaws in Xiuzhu's moves. They only thought that Xiuzhu really knew the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple. Where did Xiuzhu learn the non-phase method? A trace of doubt arose in Song Qingshu's heart. He knew that there was no Zhenlong chess game in this world, so there was no reason for Xiuzhu to learn the divine skill of the free and unfettered sect. However, now that the facts were in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. The fight between the two people on the stage had entered a white-hot stage. After all, Morong Fu was a famous expert for many years. After the initial shock, he quickly used all kinds of strange moves and gradually recovered the situation. Morong Fu quietly wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately, he had learned his lesson from Sherpadian and Aching, so he didn't relax his vigilance against this ordinary monk. Otherwise, he would have suffered a big loss from the beginning. Suddenly, Xiuzhu shouted, Prince Morong, take my palm. As soon as his voice fell, his palms drew a circle from the outside to the inside and slowly moved toward Morong Fu. Before his palms arrived, Morong Fu already felt that it was difficult to breathe. In an instant, Xiuzhu's palms had already arrived like a raging tide. Morong Fu and the nameless pawn were inextricably entangled, so his heart was already filled with anger. When he heard Xiuzhu's voice, he secretly thought, you are proficient in the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin Temple. I can't take advantage of you in terms of moves, but do you think my internal force is inferior to yours? How old are you, a monk? The internal force competition couldn't be faked. The stronger one was, the weaker one was. Not to mention that the Morong family's Big Dipper was very good at borrowing force to fight force, so they were never afraid to compete with others in terms of internal force. Feeling arrogant, Morong Fu no longer dodged. He used the Big Dipper and waved his palm to meet Shuju's attack. Morong Fu's expression couldn't help but change. He had heard of the Shaolin Temple's one slap in two. The other 72 consummate skills all had their own exquisite moves, but one slap in two was different because it only had one move in total. It used earth-shattering internal strength as the foundation to attack the target. If it hit a stone, stone fragments would scatter. If it hit a person's body, their soul would scatter. That was why it was called one slap in two. One slap in 2 foot was ranked as one of the 72 consummate skills of the Shaolin Temple, so it must have its own advantages. Morong Fu regretted being too careless. He quickly tried to change his move to avoid a head-on confrontation with his opponent, but it was too late. The two palms collided, and the air in the arena rippled with the two of them as the center. Morong Fu took 3 steps back and his face became extremely pale. Ba, Prince Morong, thank you for letting me win. Suju put his palms together and slightly bowed. You. Morong Fu was anxious. He was only at a disadvantage in the exchange of palms, but Suju made it seem like the outcome was already decided. Morong Fu had just opened his mouth to speak when his true qi leaked out. He suddenly felt his chest was stuffy and he wanted to vomit. He suddenly felt weak all over and his legs softened. He couldn't help but sit on the ground. Cousin. Wang Yuyan abruptly stood up, a worried look on her face. What kind of move is this? How could the dignified Nan Morong be in such a difficult situation? Seeing Morong Fu fall to the ground, the audience couldn't help but be in an uproar. Even Zhou Jirua couldn't help but turn around to ask Song Qingshu. This move is called one slap in two. It's extremely powerful, but it only made Morong Fu feel weak for a short period of time. The reason why Morong Fu is in such a difficult situation is because he heard my cousin's warning. He subconsciously wanted to change his move and unconsciously withdrew some of his internal strength. In this way, not only did he have to bear the power of one slap in two, but he also had to bear the backlash of his own internal strength. That's why he ended up like this. Song Qingshu kept shaking his head. Morong Fu was clearly the top expert in the Jianghu, but every time at a critical moment, he would not be able to perform well. This time, he lost so miserably. Perhaps the people in the Jianghu would think that Gusu Morong Fu did not live up to his name. The people in the Jianghu couldn't be blamed. Right now, the number of people in the arena who could see why Morong Fu lost could be counted with 2 hands. The others would only leave the impression that Morong Fu could not withstand a single blow. Hearing the various discussions below the stage, Morong Fu's face alternated between red and white. This time, he participated in the Golden Snake gathering with great ambition. Just before he went on stage, he was more thinking about how to deal with Ah Qing in the second round. Who would have thought that he would lose in the first round, and so miserably at that? After adjusting his breathing for a moment, Morong Fu adjusted his true qi again. He pushed away Wang Yuyan's hand that had reached out to support him, stood up, and walked out of the arena without looking back. Seeing Wang Yuyan's round eyes reddened, Duan Yu was anxious, but at this moment, he didn't know what to do. While he was in a daze, Wang Yuyan had already lifted the hem of her dress and chased after Morong Fu. Duan Yu was about to chase after her, but Bao Budong seemed to have been prepared and blocked his way. Seeing Duan Yu's startled face, Bao Budong sneered, "Young Master Duan, are you trying to catch up to my young master and make a fool of himself?" Duan Yu waved his hands repeatedly, No, third brother Bao, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried about Miss Wang." The ridicule on Bao Butong's face deepened. No, third brother Bao, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried about Miss Wang." With Song Qingshu's current strength, everything that happened here naturally did not escape his eyes. Seeing Duan Yu looking in the direction Wang Yuyan disappeared with a melancholy expression, Song Qingshu thought to himself, previously, when he saw Duan Yu following Wang Yuyan around, he felt that he was really thick-skinned, which was a disgrace to all men. But now, looking at his eyes, it seemed that he was really infatuated with Wang Yuyan, Next, let's welcome the passionless Valley's master, Gong Sunji, and the young hero, Yanghua. Huang Rong's unnatural tone quickly brought Song Qingshu back to his senses. Noticing the way the one-armed youth with the heavy sword looked at Huang Rong when he stepped onto the stage, Song Qingshu immediately revealed a rather playful smile. Seeing Yanghua's empty sleeves, Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt, but she knew that Yanghua's temperament was extreme. Adding to the fact that his father, Yang Kong, was indirectly killed by her, there was already an irreconcilable enmity between them. In fact, it was not impossible to resolve this enmity. If she really followed Guo Jing's idea and cut off Fu Er's arm as compensation, Yanghua's enmity would be resolved. But how could Huang Rong bear to do so? Another way was to betroth Fu Er to Yanghua and let her repay him for the rest of her life. That would be a good story to tell. But Yanghua had already rejected her once at the Heroes' Assembly, and now that his arm was cut off by Fu Er, it was even more impossible for him to agree. Huang Rong shook her head in distress. Even though she was quick-witted, she felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. She did not know how to resolve this enmity. Suddenly, she raised her head as if she had sensed something. She realized that the passionless Valley Master was staring at her with a burning gaze. He did not hide the look in his eyes at all. Huang Rong felt disgusted. She did not want to stay on the stage for even a second longer. When she sat down, a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. It would be great if the two of them died together in the duel. Huang Rong shook her head and quickly chased this terrifying thought out of her mind. She focused on the duel on the stage. After not seeing each other for a long time, Yanghua's martial arts seemed to have improved a lot. She had to watch carefully so that she would not be caught off guard in the future. "Isn't Sister Lu with you?" Gong Sunji's eyes reddened when he saw the person in front of him. If Yanghua had not suddenly appeared in the Passionless Valley, he would have been married to the Dragon Lady a long time ago and lived like an immortal. Not only did Yanghua take away his fiancée, but he also saved that old B*TCH, Qiu Qianqi. Because of this, Gong Sunji could not even stay in the Passionless Valley anymore and lived like a stray dog. Yanghua frowned and coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." Gong Sunji was slightly taken aback, but when he noticed Yanghua's expression, he quickly laughed out loud. "Back then, I thought Sister Lu would be very happy with you. Who would have thought that not only did you lose Sister Lu, but you've also become a cripple? How could you still be worthy of Sister Lu? You're asking for it." Gong Sunji was enraged. He pulled out his golden saber and black sword and attacked Yanghua from both sides. Xiao X Gong Sunji was very confident. After all, back in the Passionless Valley, Yanghua and Xiao Longnu's dual sword harmonious sword were no match for him. Now, Yanghua was all alone and had lost his right arm. Gong Sunji's golden saber and black sword were both soft and hard. Even an enemy with two hands would not be able to handle them, let alone Yanghua who only had one hand. Oh my god, why isn't Yanghua moving? Even though Guofu was angry at Yanghua, he had grown up with her. Thinking that he could die in the hands of a stranger, she felt a little lost. This Passionless Valley Master's moves are like a master's. His golden saber and black sword are very strange. The golden saber is different from usual, it is soft, but the black sword is hard and fierce. The saber is like a sword, and the sword is like a saber. His kung fu is probably no weaker than the 5 grades, even though Huang Rong did not have much time to focus on practicing the 9 manual these past few years. She had friends who were all top martial artists in the world. Therefore, her eyes were very sharp. In a short moment, she had seen through Gong Sunji's power. He can't move right now. Maybe he's trying to stay still. Yanghua was still standing in the same spot, his eyelashes drooping. Huang Rong was also a little uncertain. Gong Sunji was obviously thinking the same thing as Huang Rong. He saw that his sword and saber were about to touch Yanghua's body, but Yanghua didn't move at all. Gong Sunji, who was naturally paranoid, was afraid that this was a trap. He quickly changed his stance and jumped back 10 feet away, putting on a defensive posture. He was going to win this time anyway, so there was no need to be too reckless and fall into his opponent's trap. But Yanghua was still standing there without moving. If it weren't for his clothes flapping in the wind, people would have thought that he was a statue standing there. Seeing that Gong Sunji had attacked with such ferocious momentum, but had suddenly retreated in a sorry state, the audience burst into laughter and jeers. How can you be so timid when facing a cripple? Get off the stage, don't embarrass yourself. That's right, that's right. He clearly has one arm, but you are using two weapons at the same time. Aren't you bullying him? These people didn't necessarily have any friendship with Xianxia, but most of them didn't think well of the one-armed Xianxia. Their sympathy for the weak made them subconsciously speak up for Xianxia. Gong Sunji couldn't help but blush. He was annoyed at himself for being too cautious. His opponent had clearly lost an arm, and he didn't have any weapons. There was only a black thing that looked like a fire stick on his back. If he said it was a sword, he would probably make a fool out of himself. Being handsome is always an advantage. Even his smile is full of mockery. Look at the smile on Xianghua's face right now. It's very similar to those descriptions on the internet in my previous life. Gong Sunji probably can't hold it in anymore. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue as he watched, making the girls around him look at him strangely. Worried that he would feel inferior, Xingro comforted him with a blush. Big brother Song, you're actually very handsome, no less than him. Song Qingshu blushed and said bashfully, I'm really not as good as him. Huang Rong had also heard their quarrel. She looked at Song Qingshu meaningfully, not because of anything else, but because Song Qingshu's eyes were really sharp. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sunji let out a roar and closed the distance of 10 feet in an instant. The golden knife lightly touched Xianghua's severed arm, and the black sword fiercely chopped at the coiled leg. Shameless! Although Huang Rong hated Xianxia, she knew that he was a Grandmaster Realm cultivator, but his moves were so vicious. She knew he wasn't a good person. One-eyed dragon, don't you have any shame? The audience also yelled. But halfway through, a dragon's roar came from the stage, numbing everyone's eardrums. Xianxia unsheathed the heavy sword on his back. Without any other movements, he swung the heavy sword forward. Gong Sunji felt as if his hand was about to split open. He could no longer hold on to the golden saber and the black sword in his hands. The two weapons were sent flying into the distance. Gong Sunji felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a heavy hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered back several feet. However, no one paid any attention to his life or death. All their attention was on the two weapons that were sent flying because the golden saber and the black sword were whirling in the direction of Huang Rong and Guafu. Huang Rong's expression changed. The others might have thought it was an accident, but she knew that Xianxia had deliberately thrown the two weapons in her direction. Huang Rong didn't have the time to marvel at the fact that Gong Sunji had such precise control over his strength and direction while knocking away a top-notch expert's weapon. The two weapons were already in front of her. Huang Rong hurriedly took out the dog-beating stick and planned to use the tripping formula to disarm the weapons. However, when she thought about the power of the weapons, Huang Rong's face turned even paler. She didn't have the slightest confidence that she could disarm them unscathed, especially when she had to protect Fu Er. Today, at least one of the mother and daughter was going to die. Dragon capturing art. There were top-notch experts in the audience, but they were either too far away or had their own selfish thoughts. They didn't plan to help. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to make a move because of his friendship with the beggar clan. However, Xiao Feng was still far away from Huang Rong. The golden saber and the black sword contained the inner strength of Xianxia and Gong Sunji, and with the weight of the heavy sword, he didn't have the confidence to control the two weapons. He could only hope that the dragon capturing art could slightly move the golden saber and the black sword a few inches to the side, and Huang Rong and her daughter would be able to escape. At this moment, Huang Rong's dog-beating stick also moved. In this critical moment, her move could be said to have gathered the essence of the dog-beating stick and displayed a level that was unprecedented in her life. Whether it was the timing or the angle, it was impeccable. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Although she was inevitably injured by the power of the golden saber and the black sword, she had saved her and Fu Er's lives. As long as the people of Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang Palace reacted, Xianxia definitely wouldn't dare to brazenly attack them. Suddenly, Huang Rong's expression changed because she realized that her dog-beating stick had hit air. It turned out that Xiao Feng's dragon-capturing art just so happened to affect the trajectory of the golden saber and the black sword, moving them a few inches to the side. If Huang Rong and her daughter hadn't moved from their original position, the two weapons would have only slid past them without any real danger. Who would have thought that Huang Rong would coincidentally choose to use the dog-beating stick to deflect the force of the attack? Because the golden saber and the black sword were shifted, her dog-beating stick didn't hit. Also, because of Huang Rong's movement technique, it created a situation where she automatically moved toward the golden saber and the black sword that were being controlled by Xiaofeng's dragon-capturing art. Such a freak combination of factors made it seem as if Huang Rong and Xiaofeng had joined hands, causing her to fall into a situation of certain death. Huang Rong's heart was also ice cold. She could only blame her move just now for being too exquisite. The more exquisite a move was, the less room for change. She no longer had the ability to change her move. She could only watch as the golden saber and black sword in front of her grew larger and larger. Suddenly, Huang Rong felt her vision go dark. Her first reaction was that she had been hit, but after a while, she realized that Song Qing was blocking in front of her. Is he going to take the saber and sword from me? A thought flashed through Huang Rong's mind. Why is he willing to block the saber and sword for me? Song Qing did not have the leisure to care about what Huang Rong was thinking. Looking at the approaching golden saber and black sword, his expression was solemn as he stretched out his hands in front of him to block. The golden saber and black sword were about to cut his hands when they suddenly seemed to hit an invisible wall of qi. They stopped a few inches away from Song Qing's hands and stopped. The bodies of the saber and sword trembled violently as if they were enduring a tug-of-war between two huge forces. Qi into a wall. Xianxia was shocked. As the strongest person in the Shaolin Temple in 200 years, his knowledge was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. There were many top masters in Jianghu who had protective techniques. His unbreakable Vajra divine technique was one of the best. There was also the northern dark qi of the carefree sect, the nine-yang qi of the Shaolin Temple, and so on. After cultivating, the true qi of the body would circulate freely. When attacked by an enemy, it would automatically protect the master, and some could even take the opportunity to counterattack the enemy. However, this protective true qi would only circulate in the master's meridians and would never flow out of the body. Even if there were some amazing people who had reached the peak of inner force and could slightly release their inner force, they could at most block the wind and rain. They could not deal with the attacks of martial arts masters, let alone the sharp saber that contained the inner force of two masters. Xianxia filtered through all the masters he knew and found that only the one in the scripture pavilion could do this. But how old was Song Qing? Xianxia didn't believe that his martial arts had reached that level. However, he quickly thought of Qing, who was surrounded by Xiantian sword energy, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. He thought that Shuzhu would be able to win the golden snake gathering with him by his side, but now it seemed like there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the world. Song Qing sensed that the strength of the golden saber and the black sword had been neutralized by him. He snorted coldly and opened his hands. The golden saber and the black sword seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Gong Sunji had just caught his breath when he raised his head and saw the scene. His face twitched and he spat out a mouthful of blood. All right. The crowd didn't care what Gong Sunji was thinking. When they saw Song Qing save Huang Rong in the nick of time, they all cheered. In most people's eyes, Song Qing shattering the golden saber and the black sword was already shocking and exciting enough, but those who could see the wall of qi could be counted with two hands. Without exception, all of them were silent with complicated expressions. Of course, there was one exception. Qing clapped her hands and shouted happily, "Big brother is so awesome. That's a bad guy. He's our enemy." Yuanzi hurriedly reminded him angrily. After being fooled by Song Qing in the Amei sect last time, Yuanzi didn't have a good impression of Song Qing. Moreover, after hearing the experience of senior brother Qin Jialua and the exaggeration of Yu Ting and Wen Tai Lai of the Red Flower Society, Yuanzi confirmed his impression of Song Qing. Why? Isn't he saving Huang Rong? Qing asked curiously. Yuanzi was speechless for a while. After a while, he finally thought of a reason that was not a reason. He has an ulterior motive for saving Huang Rong. He has bad intentions. What do you mean? Qing continued to ask. He's a pervert. Thinking of the rumors in the Jianghu and what Wen Tailai said about what he had done to Luo Bing, Yuanzi blurted out, "Gang leader Huang is a famous beauty in the Jianghu. He's just greedy for her beauty and wants to get close to her." Hearing this, Yuan Shao couldn't help frowning and coughed heavily. Be careful with your words." It was not a big problem for Yuanzi to say that to Song Qing. After all, judging from the information she got from the communication with Yu Ting and Qin Jialua, it was not wrong to say that to Song Qing. However, when Yuanzi mentioned Huang Rong, it was a bit unbearable. Huang Rong's prestige in the martial arts world of the Central Plains was so high, and the beggar gang had so many spies. If they were overheard by others, it would inevitably be another big trouble. Oh. Yuanzi pouted gloomily and glared at Song Qing in the distance, venting her anger on him. However, Song Qing was not so sensitive that he knew what Yuanzi was thinking from a distance. At this moment, he turned back to support Huang Rong, asking, "Gang leader Huang, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Huang Rong calmly pulled her hand out of Song Qing's hand and took a step back. When she was at a safe distance, she let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you, Song Xianxia." Song Qing laughed and said in a voice that only Huang Rong and Huang Rong could hear, "I've saved you and your daughter today. Gang leader Huang, remember to owe me one." After saying that, he returned to his seat before Huang Rong could respond. Huang Rong looked a bit unnatural. She could always feel something strange from this young man's eyes, especially when he was holding two beauties on both sides. She thought he must be a playboy like Ouyang Ku. However, she didn't know why she felt disgusted when she saw Ouyang Ku in the past. Now she could guess what Song Qing was thinking about, but she didn't feel disgusted. Seeing that Song Qing had ruined his plan again, Yang Guo looked at him deeply, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Gong Sunji's weapon was knocked away by him in one move, and it was difficult for him to stand up now. The winner had been decided. Song Qing sighed inwardly. With Gong Sunji's cultivation, he shouldn't have been defeated so badly. The sword techniques in Jianghu usually focused on lightness and subtlety. Who would have thought that Yang Guo would be so ingenious as to practice a heavy sword without a sharp edge? If Gong Sunji had seen the power of the dark steel heavy sword in advance, he wouldn't have wanted to end the fight quickly and fought with Yang Guo head-on. With Gong Sunji's attainments in the golden saber and black sword, he might have been able to withstand hundreds of moves. Unfortunately, there was no if in this world. Jianghu was a place where the winner took all. Morongfu was like that, and he would not be an exception. He was defeated by Yang Guo in one move, and his golden saber and black sword were destroyed in his own hands. The Heartless Valley Master was destined to become a laughingstock in Jianghu. Huang Rong was terrified. Over the years, she had been worrying about Xiangyang's defense and had almost forgotten that she was once a girl who longed for romance. She loved brother Jing very much, but she had spent more than 10 years of her youth in Xiangyang, and she could foresee that she would spend the rest of her life in Xiangyang. Whenever she thought about it, she would always feel a little regretful. With Huang Rong's intelligence, she naturally understood that. The southern Song dynasty was corrupt while the Mongolians were thriving. It was not hard to predict the final outcome. When Xiangyang city was breached, with brother Jing's personality, he would definitely commit suicide for his country. How could she live then? In the past, she avoided thinking in this direction, but today, for some reason, she suddenly realized that she could not control her thoughts. When she thought about everything that was destined to happen, a deep sense of helplessness rose in her heart. Huang Rong quickly shook her head and threw all her complicated emotions to the back of her mind. She comforted herself that it was only because she had never seen Song Qingshu in action and did not know his strength. After all, even with her martial arts, she was not confident that she could block a flying saber or sword. He was so young, so she subconsciously felt that he would not be able to block it either. Huang Rong's abnormal behavior just now had caused the people in the area to think that she was too shocked and did not think too much about it. Who would know what was going on in her heart? Everyone's attention was soon attracted by the two people facing each other on the stage. They stared at the two people on the stage. Unlike the other groups, there was always one person who was not famous, but the two people in the last group were famous people in the world of martial artists. There was no need to mention Duan Yanqing. He was the leader of the four great villains, the strongest player in Class 1 Hall of Western Xia, and a peerless villain who had dominated the world of martial artists for decades. There were also rumors that he was of the royal blood of Dali, and his one yang finger was the strongest among the Duans in Dali. As for Ling Hucheng, he was the most famous rising star of Five Mountain Sword faction. His sword technique had reached perfection, and it was said that he had already surpassed his former master, noble sword Yu Buchuan, the sect leader of Mount Hua. Not long ago, he had also helped the former cult master of Sun Moon sect, Ren Wuxing, kill the publicly acknowledged strongest player in the underworld at Blackwood Cliff. He even had the chance to become the strongest in the world, Dongfang Bubi. During that fight, Ren Wuxing was blinded in one eye, but Ling Hucheng was able to escape unscathed. Of course, what the people of Jianghu were most envious of was not his martial arts, but his ignorance. When he was still an ordinary disciple of the Mount Hua sect, he was able to gain the favor of the Sun Moon sect's young Miss Ren, and from then on, he had a meteoric rise. Although there were only a few people in the Jianghu who had seen Miss Ren's appearance, it wasn't that there were none. The news that spread out could confirm that Miss Ren was a beautiful girl who was as beautiful as a fairy. When Song Qingshu heard the group of martial artists in the distance intentionally lowering their voices to discuss the matter, he smiled in understanding. It seemed like no matter which era it was, gossiping was a person's natural instinct. Recalling the pair of smooth, jade-like calves in the Blackwood Cliff's bathtub, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the Sun Moon sect and happened to see Ren Yingying staring at him. He couldn't help but smile at her. After the initial panic, Ren Yingying couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. The flirting between the two didn't escape Zhou Jiruo's eyes. Zhou Jiruo smiled coldly. I really didn't know you were so capable before. You actually managed to hook up with the evil cult's young Mississippi. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Don't make it sound so bad. We've only met a few times, not even a nodding acquaintance. Thinking of how Ren Yingying would want to kill him every time she saw him, Song Qingshu felt that he wasn't lying. Ren Yingying doesn't count as a nodding acquaintance, but what about gang leader Huang and Miss Gua? Zhu Yingying also interrupted. You saved the mother and daughter in a row, they are very grateful to you. Feeling the jealousy in the air, Song Qingshu quickly said seriously, Hero Gua and gang leader Huang have been guarding Xianxia and protecting the Han people for many years. How can I sit back and watch them get hurt in front of me? Humph. Zhou Jiruo mercilessly exposed his lie. Then why did you put your hand on her waist just now? You also took the opportunity to hold heroine Huang's hand. Unexpectedly, Xingro saw it clearly and couldn't help but join in the condemnation. It was just a mistake. Song Qingshu repeatedly begged for mercy. Hurry up and start the game. They're already fighting. Mom, who do you think will win? After all, Guafu was still a young girl. Once the scar healed, she would forget the pain. She quickly put aside the danger and watched the competition with relish. Huh? Huang Rong blushed as if she was in a daze. It turned out that she had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Song Qingshu and the others. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, they weren't far from each other, and Huang Rong used her power to eavesdrop and heard most of their conversation. Huang Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she became the object of the jealousy of the women. After all, both Zhou Jiruo and Zhu Yingying were extremely beautiful girls, and even Xingro was cute and lovely. Her children were already grown up, but they were still jealous of her, which was the best affirmation of her charm. Mom, what's wrong? Why do you look so distracted? Guafu looked at her strangely. If only I were as carefree as you, Huang Rong thought to herself and quickly answered, nothing, I'm just thinking about something. Mom, who do you think will win? Guafu asked while eating melon seeds. They both have their own strengths. It's really hard to judge. Huang Rong answered absent-mindedly, glancing at Song Qingshu from time to time. All kinds of thoughts came to her mind, and she didn't even know what she was thinking about. On the other side, Zhou Jiruo was also discussing the same issue with Song Qingshu. I remember you said that Ling Hucheng was seriously injured during the battle at Blackwood Cliff and has been bedridden ever since. Song Qingshu frowned and thought, now the Sun Moon sect is under the control of Zhang Wuji, and Zhang Wuji is the divine physician of apricot spirits. I guess he cured Ling Hucheng's injury, and this time he plans to use Ling Hucheng to take over the Golden Snake camp. In that case, it can be said that Zhang Wuji controls half of the martial arts world. Zhou Jirua corrected him with dissatisfaction, it's venerated Ming, not Zhang Wuji. As soon as her voice fell, her heart thumped, afraid that it would cause Song Qingshu to misunderstand. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu smiled faintly, actually, whether it's Zhang Wuji or venerated Ming, it doesn't make a difference to me. In any case, they'll both be my enemies. Zhou Jirua's face turned red. She knew that the opposition between the two was largely because of her. This time, Zhang Wuji is seriously injured and can't take command here. If Ling Hucheng really succeeds in winning, then Ren Wuxing will take the opportunity to send his trusted aides to control the Golden Snake camp. Perhaps then, he will have enough capital to break free from Zhang Wuji's control. Song Qingshu continued to analyze. The current situation was getting more and more interesting. But with the strength shown by the previous contestants, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Ling Hucheng to win. But his swordsmanship is really exquisite. Ji Yu praised as she watched the fight. This is the 9 strategies beyond the swords, Song Qingshu explained Ling Hucheng's moves to the two girls while watching. Although Song Qingshu had never learned the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he knew the principle and the general composition of the 9 strategies beyond the swords from the movies and television works in his previous life. Coupled with his current attainments in swordsmanship, it was not difficult for him to see through Ling Hucheng's 9 strategies beyond the swords, which was still lacking. Huang Rong, who had been watching, could not help but be shocked. Song Qingshu's every evaluation was extremely accurate. Song Qingshu could even point out in advance what Ling Hucheng's next move would be, how Duan Yanqing would snatch it, and what Ling Hucheng's subsequent hidden killer move would be. After dozens of moves, all of Ling Hucheng's and Duan Yanqing's movements seemed to follow Song Qingshu's instructions. Huang Rong was suddenly full of curiosity about this young man. What kind of person was he? How could he reach such a realm at such a young age? When Brother Jing was at this age, his martial arts skills were far inferior to his. No wonder so many fairy-like girls were willing to surround him at the same time. Huang Rong's face suddenly turned red, and she could not help but secretly spit. What was she thinking? On the other side, Song Qingshu naturally did not know that he was being compared with Guo Jing by Huang Rong. He was thinking about something else. This Ling Hucheng is indeed a martial arts genius. Although he has not been exposed to the 9 strategies beyond the swords for a long time, he can already create his own style. If he is given another 10 years, his realm will probably surpass Feng Qingyang's. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion. If Ling Hucheng had not chosen to fight steadily because of Duan Yanqing's one young finger, he would have already won by now. On the stage, Duan Yanqing also smiled bitterly in his heart. After witnessing the heaven-defying battle strength displayed by those contestants, he had long understood that he would not be able to participate in this Golden Snake meeting. However, years of suffering had long tempered his unswerving character. He would never give up unless he had no other choice. However, he did not expect that his first opponent would make him so miserable. Aside from the single sun finger, Duan Yanqing's attainments in swordsmanship were also very high. After all, the Duan family's swordsmanship was famous in the martial arts world. However, after witnessing Ling Hucheng's swordsmanship, he finally understood that there was always someone better out there. Ling Hucheng's sword moves emerged one after another, each variation was something Duan Yanqing had never seen before. Relying on his rich experience and profound martial arts skill, Duan Yanqing was able to neutralize each and every one of Ling Hucheng's sword moves. However, after more than 40 stances, Duan Yanqing's movements were already somewhat sluggish. He slowly transferred his internal energy to the iron staff, and when he made his move, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. It turned out that Duan Yanqing knew that he had lost in terms of moves, so he played to his strengths and avoided his weaknesses, striving to win with his internal energy. Duan Yanqing carried a blood feud. For the past few decades, except for the spring equinox he had with the goddess of mercy under the Bodhi tree when he was fleeing from Dali, he had not been close to a woman in the past few decades. He concentrated on cultivating his internal energy. Now, with the strength of his internal energy, except for some famous grandmasters, he thought he would not lose to anyone. Of course, that abnormal Song Qingshu was an exception. Duan Yanqing saw that Ling Hucheng's swordsmanship was light and agile. It was more than exquisite, but slightly lacking in force. Duan Yanqing quickly guessed that Ling Hucheng's internal energy might be a shortcoming. At his age, how many years of internal energy could he have? Moreover, this person was favored by the evil sex saintess. He had long heard that the Sun-Moon sex Miss Ren was a peerless beauty, and Ling Hucheng was hot-blooded, indulging in love and gentleness. Naturally, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Duan Yanqing was more certain of his judgment. But if Duan Yanqing knew Song Qingshu's cultivation method, would he die of anger? After several clashes of weapons, Ling Hucheng's hand was shaken to the point of numbness. Soon, he understood Duan Yanqing's plan. His heart stirred, he used the absorbing stars chant and waved his sword to meet Duan Yanqing's iron staff. Not long after taking advantage of the first few times, Duan Yanqing's expression suddenly changed. Because every time their weapons clashed, he found that the strength in his iron staff disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. At first, he did not take it seriously, only thinking that his opponent had used some exquisite move to dissolve the internal energy in his weapon. Who knew that after a dozen more moves, he felt that the internal energy in his dantian was somewhat out of control, faintly showing signs of bursting out. Duan Yanqing's expression changed greatly. Absorbing stars. His first reaction was to use the dissipation skill. After all, he and Ding Chuanqiu were considered acquaintances. But then he remembered that Ling Hucheng and Ding Chuanqiu had no relationship at all, and he had never heard of Ding Chuanqiu passing on the dissipation skill to him. Who could it be? Naturally, it could only be the absorbing stars, the head teacher of the Sun Moon Church, who was famous for. Duan Yanqing did not expect that the old devil would pass on his special skill to him. He could not help but smile bitterly. He hurriedly waved 3 moves and jumped out of the fighting ring while Ling Hucheng was defending. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to fight. This old man admits defeat." Although Duan Yanqing was tough, he was not a fool. He knew that he could not compete with his moves, nor could he compete with his internal energy. If he continued to fight, he might lose the power he had painstakingly cultivated for a lifetime. That would be like going for wool and coming home shorn. Therefore, Duan Yanqing made a prompt decision and hurriedly admitted defeat. "Thank you for letting me win." With Ling Hucheng's humble temperament, he wanted to say a few polite words to save some face for his senior. But when he thought of Duan Yanqing's reputation as a villain, he was unhappy and swallowed his words of comfort. "Brother Chong, you're amazing." When Ling Hucheng returned to his seat, Ren Yingying could not help but smile sweetly. "Brother Chong, you're amazing." When Ling Hucheng returned to his seat, Ren Yingying could not help but smile sweetly. Looking at Ren Yingying's curved eyes, Ling Hucheng knew that she was happy from the bottom of her heart. He could not help but feel happy. He did not know when it started, but Ren Yingying's eyes always hid a sense of melancholy and bitterness. Ling Hucheng asked her several times, but she shook her head and did not say anything. When he asked too much, Ren Yingying would even shed tears. Ling Hucheng knew that Ren Yingying was shy and did not dare to push her too much, so he did not continue to ask. He subconsciously thought that it was about the Sun Moon sect being nibbled away by the Ming dynasty. Therefore, he had been helping Ren Yingying and her father in this aspect. Ren Yingying saw it and knew that he had misunderstood, but she could not explain the real reason to Ling Hucheng. If Ren Yingying did not say it, no matter how imaginative Ling Hucheng was, he would not have imagined that the evil sect's holy nun, who made countless people in Jianghu tremble with fear, would actually be bullied by a man in her boudoir. After a day of competition, the sky had gradually darkened. Huang Rong reascended the arena and announced that the second round of competition would be held the next morning. Then, she confirmed the opponent for the second round. When she read out Song Qingshu's name, for some reason, there was a trace of unnaturalness in her tone. Ouyang Feng, who was watching all of this from afar, was keenly aware of all this. A trace of a strange smile appeared on his weathered face. "Brother Song, after watching all the candidates fight today, who do you think is the most difficult to deal with?" After returning to the mountain of Wanwu faction, Zhu Yaoyao asked curiously. "Of course it's that Ah Qing." Zhou Zhirua looked worried. She had seen Ah Qing fight with her own eyes. Even Ming Zun was easily defeated by her. She really could not imagine how Song Qing could deal with her. Ah Qing can only meet in the final. The opponents in the 2 rounds before the final are not easy to deal with. Thinking of Xiaoban, Zhu Yaoyao could not help but frown. She recognized that Xiao Ban was the person who sneak attacked Song Qing in Xinjing City and seriously injured her. At that time, his palm almost killed Zhu Yaoyao. She still had a lingering fear when she thought of it. And equal square root, pound, is not equal to greater than or equal to. Pound p. The people in the other group, whether it was the fourth lady Yang Miaozhen or the young man named Sherpadian, were not easy to deal with. Not to mention Yang Miaozhen's reputation, the internal force that Sherpadian showed today could be said to be world-shaking. His defense was completely invincible. Being hit by the enemy was just like scratching an itch. If his moves were at the same level, he would definitely be a terrible opponent. Looking at the two women's worried look, Song Qing smiled faintly and said, "You can rest assured that the final winner of this competition will be me." "Why are you so confident?" Zhou Zhirua asked curiously. In her opinion, although Song Qing's martial arts were high, there were a few people in this year's competition whose martial arts were obviously not below his. Who would win and who would lose was only 50-50. As for Qing, his martial arts were even above Song Qing's. Song Qing smiled mysteriously and said, "Buddha said, it can't be said, it can't be said." Seeing Zhou Jirua's eyebrows raised, Song Qing quickly changed the topic and said, "I plan to go to Xiao Ban's place to check. When Qing comes back later, I will tell her." "Shall I go with you?" Zhu Yaoyao was tempted. If it were not for Xiao Ban's palm, she would not have been taken advantage of by Song Qing. Zhu Baoi had imagined countless times that she would dedicate her first time to her lover, but none of them matched the characteristics of the scene outside Xinjing City. Thinking of this, Zhu Baoi gnashed her teeth in hatred. Xiao Ban was the culprit, so Zhu Baoi naturally wanted to cut him into 8 pieces. Song Qing hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. Now there are too many masters in the Golden Snake camp. There are hidden dangers under the calm. "Jiao, you still stay in Wanwu faction for an emergency." "I will be soon." Xiao Ban's identity was too mysterious, so Song Qing was worried that there would be some danger on this trip. His lightness skill was superb, so he could easily escape if anything happened. If he brought Zhu Baoyan along, she would be in danger if the enemy had already set up an inescapable net. With Song. Zhu Yui sighed in disappointment. However, she was a sensitive person and quickly noticed Song Qing's concern. Her mood immediately improved. "Jirua, don't leave tonight. Stay here and help take care of Jiao." Song Qing sighed in disappointment. With Zhou Jirua and Zhu Yaoyao's martial arts, if they joined hands, even if someone of the 5 unique level came, he estimated that they would not be able to win. But Zhou Jirua misunderstood his meaning, and her face immediately turned red. She was just about to refuse, but she didn't know why she felt reluctant in her heart. In the end, all her thoughts turned into a soft N. After leaving Wanwu faction, Song Qing's figure turned into a wisp of smoke and quickly touched the hilltop where Xiao Ban was. Song Qing's heart moved. This hilltop was Shui Jian's territory. He did not know how Shui Xing was now. He did not see her during the day. Now that it was troubled times, Song Qing was worried that something had happened to Shui Xing. After hesitating for a moment, he went to her boudoir. He was surprised to find that her room was empty. At this time, 2 servants came to clean up the yard. From their conversation, Song Qing learned that Shui Jian had accompanied Shui Xing to take Shui Dai's coffin back to Jiangnan for burial. I did not expect that Shui Xing still could not escape the fate of losing her father in another world. When Song Qing was sighing about the fickleness of fate, he suddenly heard the 2 servants talking mysteriously. "I don't know what happened to that swordsman of Jinyang. He never allowed people from the village to step into his yard. Even servants like us can't get in. Is there any secret inside? Shu, do you want to die? In this world, the less you know, the safer you are. If you are too curious, you might be killed." Yes. "Boss, you are right." After the 2 left, Song Qing showed an expression of "I knew it." It seems that this handsome swordsman of Jinyang has a lot of secrets in private. According to the information revealed in their conversation, Song Qing quickly found the yard where Xiao Ban lived. He could not help but be startled. There was no light in the whole yard. In the dark night, only the sounds of various insects could be heard. Apart from that, the whole yard was quiet and strange. It was as if a giant beast was waiting for Song Qing to walk into its trap. Song Qing smiled disdainfully. I want to see what kind of dragon's pool or tiger's den it is. He was skilled and bold. Soon, he quietly slid into the yard like a fallen leaf. If someone else saw him, they would be amazed that his lightness skill had reached the peak of perfection. Song Qing did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he slowly released his qi and gradually imprinted the situation of the whole yard in his mind. Suddenly, Song Qing's expression changed. There were 4 people in a room not far from here. They were all first-class martial artists in Jianghu. Song Qing quickly and carefully moved closer to them. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Aren't we doing too much? It's better to be careful. But King Xiao is an upright person. Aren't we a little too despicable? There were men and women in the room. Song Qing listened intermittently. When he heard these words, he was suddenly shocked. Who were these people? Did they want to harm Xiaofeng? In this world, Song Qing and Xiaofeng did not have a deep relationship. But in his previous life, Song Qing had a deep relationship with him. In the whole world of gold, all the protagonists were full of all kinds of things. They had all kinds of adventures and cheats. Beautiful women threw themselves at them. It was difficult for Song Qing to have any good feelings towards them. But there was one exception, and that was Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's peerless martial arts were all trained by himself since he was young. Moreover, he was different from the other main characters who lived like wild cranes and idle clouds. Xiaofeng was extremely talented in leadership. In the Battle of Xingzilin, when he faced the rebellion of the gang members, he silently eliminated the disaster without a trace. In the end, it was all for naught. He had only lost to fate. Who is it? A cold shout rang out. Very quickly, a palm force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas came over. Song Qing hurriedly exchanged a palm strike with the other party. He took the opportunity to retreat to the courtyard. But because of this delay, the other person in the room had already blocked his path of retreat. A long sword danced with a cold glint as it stabbed towards Song Qing's back. The other party's timing was too good. It was as if Song Qing himself was moving towards the tip of the sword. When he reacted, the tip of the sword was already less than an inch away from his back. Feeling the faint sword qi coming from the sword, Song Qing's body had goosebumps. He hurriedly sank his qi into his dantian. His whole body moved in the air. He dodged this fatal sword attack in the nick of time. He took the opportunity to press his palm towards the chest of the person. The other party was shocked that Song Qing had dodged his sword attack at an impossible angle. Before he could react, Song Qing's counterattack had already landed on his chest. Just now, when Song Qingshu's palm imprinted on her chest, the soft sensation from his palm forced him to retract his palm in a hurry. Releasing and retracting his internal energy had caused Song Qingshu to suffer serious internal injuries. However, Song Qingshu didn't regret it. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, and he couldn't bear to kill women. If he had slapped a woman's chest and caused her chest to cave in, he would have felt guilty. Luckily, the internal energy that Song Qingshu cultivated, whether it was the Nine Manual, the scripture of divine radiating light, or the blissful Zen, were all top-notch internal energy skills that specialized in healing injuries. Now, Song Qingshu had cultivated his internal energy to a very miraculous level. After a short moment of rest, his internal injuries were almost healed. Turning his attention back to the black-cloaked person in front of him. She was dressed entirely in black, and even half of her face was covered by a black veil. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu coincidentally pressing his hand on her chest, it would have been hard to tell her gender. But now that he knew she was a woman, after a second look, Song Qingshu finally noticed something else. This woman was extremely tall, and even more eye-catching were her ridiculously long legs. How blind could he not have recognized her as a woman? Wait, why do these legs look so familiar? Song Qingshu suddenly realized. Wasn't this the beautiful Liao swordsman, Yelu Nanxian? Miss, your long legs are just like Lu Yan's exaggerated chest. Even if you cover your face, people will still be able to recognize you. Song Qingshu really wanted to say this to break the awkward silence, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, he had just taken advantage of her, saying something like that would make him want to get beaten up. It was better to pretend that he didn't recognize her. Xianxia was of noble birth, and on top of that, she was a rare martial arts prodigy in the Liao royal family. At a young age, she became the strongest in the royal family. None of the rich young masters in Liao dared to mess with her. Immortal Yalunan had never even been touched by a man in her life. Who would have thought that just now, her soft breasts would be grabbed by a strange man? She was just about to draw her sword and chop the culprit into minced meat when she suddenly realized that it was Song Qingshu. After interacting with Song Qingshu several times, she had a good impression of this man who was highly skilled in martial arts. However, having a good impression was one thing, and being taken advantage of by him was another. She couldn't just let it go after suffering such a big loss, right? But I can't beat him. Yalunan was very depressed. Last time on Divine Dragon Island, she wasn't his match. After not seeing him for a while, she ran into him at the inn and found that his martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he single-handedly take on several Mongolian grandmasters, he didn't even have the upper hand against the southern courtyard's King Xiaofeng. Just now, she had clearly felt the surging power from his palm. Yalunan thought she was going to die today, but who would have thought that as soon as he touched her body, he would retract his power? This kind of precise control of inner energy was simply unheard of. His inner energy had most likely reached the realm of being able to move at will, a realm that countless martial artists could only dream of. Your Excellency's martial arts are really good. I was just distracted for a moment and you discovered me. The two of them stared at each other. Song Qingshu felt that he couldn't keep silent like this. He quickly changed the topic and stared at the person who had just exchanged blows with him. Unsurprisingly, that person was also masked, but Song Qingshu had fought with Xiaoban before, so he easily recognized his true identity. It was the middle of the night, but he was dressed like a thief in his own courtyard. It was obvious that he was up to no good. Song Qingshu immediately felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought that Xiaoban would suddenly put on a defensive posture? He smiled and made an inviting gesture, so it's Prince Song who has graced us with his presence. Everything today was a misunderstanding. Young master, please do as you please. Song Qingshu was stunned. You're letting me go just like that? This time, he had come to investigate Xiaoban's identity. Although he had quickly exposed himself, Yalunan was here, and the other person was undoubtedly Yaluqi. Thinking about Xiaoban's surname, his identity was obvious. Who would have thought that the grand hero of Jinyang was actually a Khitan, or even a descendant of the Shao clan? Once this news was leaked, his decades of painstaking efforts would immediately be destroyed. Song Qingshu thought that he would have a tough battle today, but the other party actually let him go like this. Xiaoban took off his mask, revealing his true face, lightly saying, "Young master is a smart person, you naturally understand that some things won't be beneficial to anyone." You're so sure that I won't say it? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Xiaoban shook his head, mysteriously saying, "In the future, young master will understand that we have never been enemies." Is that so? Song Qingshu sneered, "That time in Xinjing, you wanted to take my life ah." Xiaoban didn't deny it, nonchalantly saying, "That was then, this is now. At that time, some things haven't happened yet, so we naturally can't be considered friends." Then now we're friends? Song Qingshu was confused. In any case, in this old man's heart, young master is a friend. As for young master, in the future, when you understand everything, I believe you will also recognize me as a friend. Xiaoban gently replied. Then I'm really leaving? Song Qingshu was completely bewildered, but Xiaoban really didn't show any hostility, which made him even more confused. Putting everything else aside, the two of them were going to fight tomorrow. If Xiaoban didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity to make him stay, then wouldn't his chances of winning be much smaller in a one-on-one battle tomorrow? When passing by Yalunan, Song Qingshu's figure paused. With his keen senses, he noticed that Yalunan's figure was slightly trembling, clearly hesitating. Song Qingshu suddenly revealed a trace of an evil smile, and with a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, "Not bad." As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared more than 10 zhang away, leaving behind a string of complacent laughter. Watching Song Qingshu leave, Xiaoban suddenly said, Xianxia, the commotion right now is too big. To avoid being exposed, you two go back first. Yes. The two of them bowed. In her heart, Yelu Nanxian was thinking about the hateful smile on Song Qingshu's face when he left, and her heart was filled with hatred. What a bastard. When everyone left the courtyard, Xiaoban walked back to the side room and looked at the woman who walked out from the inner room, saying, You can resist not coming out to see him, it seems like you have made up your mind. If Song Qingshu was still here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise because this charming woman was the Divine Dragon Cult's cult master's wife, Su Quan. Su Quan nodded and said with an expressionless face, That's right, I will go back with you to contest for the Empress position. A stone in his heart was lifted. Xiaoban finally let out a gratified smile and said, You are right to think that way. Look at those women around Song Qingshu. One is the Amei sect master who is as famous as Shaolin and Wudong, one is a princess, and the last one has the entire Golden Snake camp as her dowry. What can you give him? The Divine Dragon Cult is already in his pocket, and all you have left is a beautiful body, but which of those women isn't a stunning beauty? Furthermore, you are Han Lantong's widow. What position will you have in the future among the women in Song Qingshu's harem? Will it be different after becoming the empress? Su Quan asked coldly. After Song Qingshu left, he was secretly delighted. Since Yelu Nanxian is too embarrassed to reveal her identity, then I'll pretend I don't know anything and let her worry about it herself. As for what Xiaoban was planning, Song Qingshu still didn't know, but he could feel that the other really didn't seem to have any enmity towards him. This is really strange. The more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more he felt a headache coming on. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to go back and take a look, a few clanging sounds came from the forest in the distance. It sounded like someone was playing a zither. The place where the zither was being played was very far away. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear the indistinct sounds of the zither in the wind. Song Qingshu was startled. Why would someone be playing the zither in the middle of nowhere? His first thought was that Zhao Min was preparing some kind of plot again, luring him into a trap. But after listening for a while, he denied this guess. Although he didn't understand music, he could still tell that this zither and Zhao Min's were two different styles. The sound of the zither continued. It was very elegant, and after a while, a few gentle flute sounds were mixed in with the zither. The sound of the zither was calm and even, mixed in with the quiet flute, it was even more moving. The zither and flute sounds seemed to be asking and answering each other, gradually moving closer. The sound of the zither gradually became louder, while the flute sounds gradually became lower. But the sound of the flute was low and continuous, like gossamer threads floating in the wind. It was endless, adding to the soul-stirring feeling. Someone playing the zither in the middle of the night. If it's not a female ghost, then it's a demon. Regardless, I want to see it for myself. Song Qingshu was now very skilled and daring. He couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. His figure flashed and he headed towards the source of the sound. Although the sound of the zither was far away, Song Qingshu's lightness kung fu was superb. In a short while he had already crossed 2 mountains. Faintly, he could see 2 figures in the forest. Song Qingshu was slightly startled and approached even more carefully. With Song Qingshu's current martial arts, if he deliberately hid his tracks, the number of people in the Jianghu who would be able to detect him could be counted on one hand. Obviously, these 2 were not among them. Song Qingshu quietly hid in a lush tree a few feet away from the 2, pushing aside the leaves, and finally saw the appearance of the person playing the zither. He couldn't help but feel depressed. It turned out that the person playing the zither was not a female ghost, nor was it a demon, but a man with a long face, sharp eyebrows, and thin lips. It was Ling Huchong, whom he had met several times. If Ling Huchong is here, then the other one must be Reninging. Except for the late Chu Yang and Lu Jingfeng, I'm afraid no one would be so ostentatious to play zither and flute together in the middle of the night. If Ling Huchong is here, then the other must be Reninging. Other than the late Chu Yang and Lu Jingfeng, I'm afraid no one would be so ostentatious as to play the zither and flute together in the middle of the night. He saw her leaning on a green bamboo, delicate and timid, her elegant eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she was deeply worried. Song Qingshu suddenly laughed involuntarily. She can't be worrying about how to deal with this bastard, right? As if confirming his guess, he heard Ling Huchong ask with concern, Ying, your sound of the flute seems to be mixed with a hint of melancholy. Recently, I've felt that something is wrong with you. Is there something troubling you? Ah? Ren Yingying raised her head in confusion. Brother Chong, what did you say? Ling Huchong frowned and could only repeat his question. Ren Yingying had an expression of wanting to say something, but finally shook her head and forced a smile. It's nothing, you also know the situation on Blackwood Cliff. Is it really just that? Ling Huchong looked at her suspiciously. What else could it be? Ren Yingying smiled unnaturally. Ling Huchong wanted to continue asking, but suddenly heard a burst of arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, you silly boy, it's clearly this little girl who has someone else in her heart, but you still foolishly ask. Ren Yingying's face paled, but Ling Huchong was furious. Who are you, scoundrel? He had already drawn his sword and stabbed towards the direction of the voice. On the other side, Song Qingshu had a strange expression. This voice, could it be? Before Ling Huchong's sword arrived, the person hiding in the dark had already jumped out. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding leaves were like sharp blades, whistling towards Ling Huchong with a whistling sound. Brother Chong, be careful. Ren Yingying's beautiful face immediately paled. She didn't expect the opponent's martial arts to be so high, and it seemed that he was no weaker than her father. Ling Huchong was also shocked, and quickly used the solitary 9 swords breaking arrow technique, cleverly picking off the blade-like leaves one by one. When the person saw that Ling Huchong was able to break his technique with only a sword, he was slightly startled, and then praised, the solitary 9 swords really lives up to its name. Who are you, sir? Ren Yingying was worried that something would happen to Ling Huchong, and quickly ran over to his side to protect him. Looking at the person, she saw that he was tall, had a high nose, deep eyes, and a brown beard. He was full of heroic spirit, and his eyes were like knives and swords, very sharp. When Ren Yingying looked at him, she felt a burning pain in her eyes, and couldn't help but secretly click her tongue. Song Qingshu was speechless. Wearing a white robe in the middle of the night, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't see him, who else could it be other than Ouyang Feng? You don't need to know who I am, you can only blame yourselves for not sleeping in the middle of the night and coming here to talk about love. As soon as Ouyang Feng's voice fell, he rushed toward Ren Yingying like a cannonball. Ouyang Feng knew that Ling Huchong's sword technique was exquisite, and it would not be easy to defeat him in a short time. On the other hand, Ren Yingying was obviously easier to deal with. In order to save Ren Yingying, Ling Huchong's moves would naturally have flaws, and then it would be much easier to deal with him. Sure enough, Ling Huchong turned pale with fright, but the solitary 9 swords was best at attacking the enemy's vital points, so he quickly stabbed his sword at a tricky angle, aiming for Ouyang Feng's vital points. If Ouyang Feng continued to attack Ren Yingying would naturally be unable to escape, but he would also be in danger of dying. Eh? Ouyang Feng obviously did not expect that Ling Huchong would react so quickly, and at the same time, he also made the best choice. Of course, Ouyang Feng did not want to die with Ren Yingying, so he quickly dodged to the side and slapped Ling Huchong's sword with his palm. Ling Huchong suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning, and the long sword in his hand fell out of his hand. Ouyang Feng's smile suddenly froze. It turned out that Ling Huchong had actually used his left hand to grab the long sword that had been shaken out of his hand in a split second, and then swung his sword again. Ouyang Feng's body violently retreated several feet before he could avoid this strange attack. Kid, you have some skill. Ouyang Feng originally thought that Ling Huchong was only relying on his exquisite sword technique, but he did not expect that his combat talent was so high that he was somewhat flustered with 2 consecutive moves. If Ouyang Feng knew about Ling Huchong's growth, he would not have underestimated him from the beginning. It should be known that from the beginning, Ling Huchong was always challenging those of a higher level, and his results were quite good. The protagonists of the Golden Book were clearly divided into 2 factions. One was the academic faction, represented by people like Duan Yu, whose theoretical strength was very heaven-defying, but their performance in actual combat was not satisfactory. The other was the practical faction, whose biggest characteristic was that from the beginning, they were engaged in fierce battles, and sometimes they were baptized by life-and-death battles. Xiaofeng, Yanggua, and Ling Huchong were the most representative of these 2 factions. Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for the Sun Moon sect? Ren Yingying had good eyesight. She could tell that the old man in front of her was an unparalleled martial artist. She was worried that Ling Huchong would be at a disadvantage if the conflict continued. She hurriedly introduced herself, hoping to turn hostility into friendship. "Hee, I hate scheming little girls the most," Ouyang Feng said in an unfriendly tone as he recalled how badly he had been harmed by Huang Rong in the past. "Others may fear the Sun Moon sect, but I don't care about that *T sect at all." Ren Yingying's expression changed drastically when she heard his tough tone. She knew that today's matter would not end well. Ling Huchong had a lot of battle experience, so he immediately held his sword horizontally in front of him and focused on defending. As expected, Ouyang Feng's body suddenly burst forward to attack. Ling Huchong's sword was also extremely fast. Regardless of the angle or strength, it was exquisite beyond compare. Good swordsmanship. Ouyang Feng's palms did not dodge and directly met the sword's edge. When the two collided, there was a sound of metal and stone colliding. Ouyang Feng took advantage of Ling Huchong's momentary daze to turn around and attack his chest. Seeing Ling Huchong hurriedly use his palms to meet the enemy, Ouyang Feng sneered. Ling Huchong's swordsmanship was excellent. Ouyang Feng was one of the 5 masters with his toad merit, but Ling Huchong dared to meet his palms. He must be tired of living. Who knew that when the fists and palms met, Ouyang Feng could feel the true qi pouring out of his fists. He was stunned for a moment and then remembered Yanqing's strange behavior during the competition. So it's old Demon Ren's great art of absorbing stars. I want to see how much you can absorb. Unlike Duan Yanqing, Ouyang Feng knew that martial arts could not be invincible and flawless. If the great art of absorbing stars was so heaven-defying, Ren Wuxing would have been recognized as the world's #1 by now. He would not have been usurped by Dongfang Bubi. In a split second, Ouyang Feng guessed the flaw of the great art of absorbing stars. Instead of retreating, he advanced and let the vigorous inner force in his body surge out and rush into his opponent's meridians. Ling Huchong immediately groaned and pushed Ouyang Feng away with a palm. His face turned green and white. "Brother Chong. What happened to you?" Ren Yingying hurriedly ran to Ling Huchong's side and asked with concern. However, just as her fingers touched Ling Huchong's arm, his body swayed and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ouyang Feng's face was also somewhat pale. It was obvious that he had used up quite a bit of his internal energy. However, thinking about how he had heavily injured the other party, Ouyang Feng could not help but laugh out loud. How could this old man's internal energy be so easily absorbed? Song Qingshu, who was watching the fight from the side, didn't know what exactly happened between them, but with his martial arts cultivation, he could roughly guess what happened. He couldn't help but nod to himself. No wonders Wu Lenchan was able to defeat Ren Wuxing using his Ice True Qi in the original work. It looks like when he uses the absorbing stars great technique, although he can absorb his opponent's internal energy, his meridians are also exposed to his opponent. Most people's first reaction when faced with their own true qi gushing out violently would definitely be extreme terror, and then they would desperately try to retract their inner qi. Unexpectedly, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and they would only become weaker and weaker until they were completely powerless to resist. If they were to make a prompt decision the moment their internal energy was absorbed, they could directly send all their internal energy into the other party's meridians. Not only would they be able to escape, but they could also seriously injure the caster. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this, and that was that the person whose internal energy was being absorbed must have reached a certain realm. After all, the absorbing star's great technique was considered a divine art, so it naturally had a way to defend against counterattacks. If the person whose internal energy was being absorbed did not have enough internal energy, then even if they cut off all means of retreat, they would only be giving up their internal energy. "Yingying, hurry up and leave, I'll hold him here for now." A trace of determination flashed in Ling Huchong's eyes. He was well aware of his own injuries, and he was no longer a match for the old man in front of him. The only thing he could do was delay the other party and fight for a chance for Ren Yingying to escape. "No, I'll hold him back, you go first. I'm the holy maiden of Sun Moon sect, he may not hurt me." Ren Yingying drew her dagger and shielded Ling Huchong behind her. Seeing the two of them giving way to each other, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You two young people are really interesting. There's clearly a rift between you two, and now you're putting on a show like this? If the two of you truly believed in each other's feelings, you should be together in life and death." Why would you be so distant and polite? Ren Yingying's face darkened. There had always been a thorn in her heart, because she knew that the woman Ling Hucheng loved the most was his little junior sister, and her innocence had unfortunately been tarnished by that bastard. At this time, she rushed out to cover the retreat, but more than that, she was disheartened and had thoughts of self-destruction. Ling Hucheng's heart was also filled with guilt. In front of Ren Yingying, he could always talk cheerfully and wittily, and even tease her occasionally. However, in front of Yu Lingshan, he was always at a loss. Sometimes, he was so worried about personal gains and losses that he couldn't even speak clearly. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, he would quietly ask himself who he loved the most. The vague answer in his heart made him not dare to continue thinking about it. However, Ren Yingying loved him deeply, and he knew that he would never be able to repay her in this lifetime. He was also a straightforward and upright person, so he really couldn't bear the torment of his conscience. If he could save her by sacrificing himself this time, he would be free. Have you two finished discussing? I'm going to make my move. Seeing that a few words from him were enough to make the two give up the thought of escaping, Ouyang Feng's mouth revealed an almost imperceptible smile. Ren Yingying knew that with Ling Hucheng's personality, he would never abandon her and escape alone. However, she also didn't want to abandon Ling Hucheng and live alone. Clenching her teeth, she didn't wait for Ling Hucheng's reply and waved her sword to attack Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, "You really are an amazing woman." However, he didn't hesitate at all. After a few moves, he found a flaw and flicked his finger at the back of Ren Yingying's sword. She couldn't hold the sword in her hand any longer, and it flew far away into the nearby grass. Ouyang Feng stretched out his finger to seal Ren Yingying's acupuncture point, but Ren Yingying's figure suddenly retreated, causing him to press down on empty air. Ouyang Feng's expression changed, and he looked in the direction where Song Qingshu was hiding. When he saw Song Qingshu's appearance, he couldn't help but be startled. "I haven't seen you for a few days, but your martial arts have improved again." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. To be able to receive Mister's praise, this little one is flattered. Ren Yingying finally came back to her senses, and discovered that she had just been pulled to her side by Song Qingshu's dragon catcher hand and controlling crane skill. Although she was shocked by the depth of his skills, and how he could easily pull a living person over from a distance of more than 10 feet, she still didn't have a good expression on her face, and coldly said, "Let go of your stinky hand." Song Qingshu didn't mind, and withdrew his hand from her belt. "Is this how you treat your savior? Who needs you to save me?" Ren Yingying's pretty face was so cold that it seemed as if ice shards could fall from it. For some reason, the two of them deliberately lowered their voices, and Ling Hucheng's hearing was affected by his heavy injuries, so he couldn't hear their conversation. Although he recognized Song Qingshu as the person who had been with Dongfang Bubi on Blackwood Cliff, he had still saved Ren Yingying, and Ling Hucheng had always been clear about kindness and grudges. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to Prince Song for saving me. Brother Ling Hu sure has a good bearing." Song Qingshu was also embarrassed by Ling Hucheng's enthusiasm. He smiled awkwardly. "I have a good relationship with Miss Ren. Saving her is something I should do, something I should do." Seeing Song Qingshu take advantage of her in front of Ling Hucheng, Ren Yingying's teeth were about to shatter. Unfortunately, it wasn't convenient for her to tell Ling Hucheng the reason, so she could only fiercely glare at Song Qingshu. If looks could kill, Song Qingshu would have already been executed by 1,000 cuts. Ouyang Feng wasn't as honest as Ling Hucheng. As a wily old fox, he keenly sensed that there might be some unspeakable secret between Song Qingshu and Ren Yingying. He clicked his tongue inwardly. "My Ke-er can be considered a playboy, but he's nothing compared to this kid. From the time I met him until now, the girls around him are always different, and all of them are heavenly beauties. Now, even the holy nun of Sun Moon sect is having an affair with him. Does he have the legendary ability to take a person's virginity from 1,000 miles away?" Ouyang Feng smiled knowingly. "I consider Prince Song a friend. Since Miss Ren and you are old friends, I won't make things difficult for her. I just don't know if this young Master Ling Hu is Prince Song's friend." "This?" Song Qingshu hesitated, but Ling Hucheng answered first, "I have no friendship with him." Ling Hucheng was a proud man. How could he be so cowardly as to form a relationship with a stranger? Ouyang Feng laughed. "Young Master Ling Hu is indeed courageous. I hope you'll be careful." I'll make my move now. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist was less than 3 feet away from Ling Hucheng. Ling Hucheng hastily gathered his internal energy and brandished his sword to parry. When Ren Yingying heard Ling Hucheng's reply, she already knew she was in trouble. She became even more anxious when she saw Ling Hucheng barely managing to fend off the attacks. She wanted to rush over to help him several times, but Song Qingshu silently stopped her. "Let me go." Ren Yingying glared at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu shook his head slightly. "Even if I let you go, the two of you together won't be a match for him. Why throw your lives away in vain? It's none of your business. Even if I die, I want to die with Brother Chong." Seeing that Song Qingshu was still standing in front of her, Ren Yingying raised her dagger and stabbed at him. "You don't have to be so cruel," Song Qingshu said as he dodged. "It's said that a day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. Why are you so cold-hearted?" Ren Yingying was so angry that her whole body trembled. "Who wants to be your wife for a day? We were so intimate on Blackwood Cliff. I thought only husband and wife would do those things." Song Qingshu admired his own sense of humor. It seemed that he was more suited to be a bully who molested innocent women. "Shut up." Ren Yingying guiltily glanced at Ling Hucheng. Seeing that he was concentrating on breaking down Ouyang Feng's moves, she finally relaxed. "Don't mention that." "Then what do I get out of it?" Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. "What do you want?" Ren Yingying sheathed her sword. She knew that there was a huge gap between her martial arts and her opponents. She didn't want to waste her effort. "Of course I want some hush money." Song Qingshu's smile was extremely strange. Seeing that he wanted money, Ren Yingying let out a long sigh of relief. She was the dignified saintess of Sun Moon sect. Although she wasn't rich enough to rival a country, she never lacked money. Thinking that Song Qingshu was a greedy person, she couldn't help but feel a trace of disdain. "How much do you want? Name your price." Song Qingshu shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "Saintess, you might have misunderstood me. My mouth is a little special. Money can't seal it." Ren Yingying was stunned. "Then what can seal it?" "That thing isn't very rare." "Saintess, you can definitely take it out." The smile on Song Qingshu's face grew even wider. Ren Yingying suddenly felt that something was wrong. "What exactly is it?" "It's actually very simple to seal my mouth. All you need is a young girl's soft lips to press against mine. My mouth will naturally be unable to bear to speak anymore." As Song Qingshu spoke, he even glanced at Ren Yingying's moist red lips. Ren Yingying's expression immediately changed. "Shameless. Don't even think about it." Song Qingshu's expression turned serious. He quickly said, "What if I can help you save Ling Hucheng?" Ren Yingying was instantly stunned. Her expression was uncertain. It was obvious that she was fiercely struggling in her heart. She glanced at the battle situation not far away. Ling Hucheng was now only relying on the ingenuity of the 9 strategies beyond the swords to hold on bitterly. However, it was likely that he would not last more than 20 moves before he would die with a grievance on the spot. Could it be that she had no choice but to watch this happen? "Eldest miss, you better make up your mind quickly. In another 10 moves, I won't be able to save your brother Chong even if I want to." Song Qingshu timely added fuel to the fire. "Remember what you've said." 2 crystal tears rolled down Ren Yingying's beautiful eyes. In the next moment, she had already moved her head forward and kissed Song Qingshu's lips. Song Qingshu only felt a young girl scent assaulting his nose. He couldn't help but extend the tip of his tongue to pry open Ren Yingying's tightly closed teeth and directly invade her sweet lips. Ren Yingying's almond-shaped eyes instantly widened. She opened her mouth and bit Song Qingshu's tongue. His Song Qingshu hurriedly retreated and wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Now our flesh and blood can be considered to have intermingled." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Ren Yingying's reaction. He leaped toward the other side of the battle and shouted, "Brother Ling Hu, I'll help you." Ren Yingying hurriedly spat. Unfortunately, her mouth still contained the remnants of Song Qingshu's scent. Thinking of the pain, her pink face became deathly pale. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Ling Hucheng, who was previously exhausted from defending, finally caught his breath. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards Song Qingshu, who was holding Ouyang Feng, and said, "Thank you, brother Song, for helping me." He didn't know that just now, his beloved, whom he had always respected like a fairy, had been bullied by his grateful brother Song. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He couldn't help but think of Nan Lan and Luo Bing. In this aspect, he was really similar to Wei Xiaobao. They both liked to fish in troubled waters. Ouyang Feng had seen everything clearly. Even though he was called the Western Poison, he couldn't help but admire Song Qingshu's shamelessness. Seeing Song Qingshu rush out to save Ling Hucheng, although Ouyang Feng didn't hear the conversation between him and Ren Yingying, he could more or less guess the ins and outs of the whole matter. He quietly gave Song Qingshu a look and gradually retreated. Song Qingshu understood his meaning very well. However, Ling Hucheng was also a top-notch expert. If he brazenly fixed the match, perhaps Ling Hucheng would think that it was all planned. Song Qingshu was a typical example of a prostitute who still wanted to maintain a chastity. Since he was acting, he had to go through with it. Therefore, he attacked Ouyang Feng with all his strength. Ouyang Feng sensed the strength in his palms. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Do you really think you're invincible?" Therefore, he didn't hold back anymore. In a flash, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. The surrounding trees were swept by the wind from their palms and were broken into pieces. Ling Hucheng was speechless. This bastard's martial arts are really high. After Ren Yingying recovered from her daze, she quickly rushed to Ling Hucheng's side and helped him to the side. If he was swept by the wind from their palms, he would really want to cry but have no tears. Prince Song's martial arts are really high. Ling Hucheng had always been an open-minded person. Song Qingshu had saved him twice, and the unhappiness he had experienced at Blackwood Cliff had long since been thrown to the back of his mind. Now, all that was left was sincere admiration. In my opinion, he must have practiced some kind of evil martial arts. Otherwise, how could his martial arts be so high at such a young age? Thinking of everything that Song Qingshu had done to her, Ren Yingying angrily cursed. She didn't know that her casual guess was actually not far from the truth. Ling Hucheng laughed. "Speaking of evil, what kind of martial arts can compare to the astral-absorbing great technique that your father and I cultivate?" Ling Hucheng didn't know how he offended her, so he could only say oh and suppress his doubts in his heart. Ren Yingying also felt that her tone was a bit harsh, so she quickly said, "Brother Cheng, let's get out of here." "But young Master Song, he..." Ling Hucheng was just about to say that Song Qingshu had come to his rescue, yet he had abandoned him and fled. It was truly unjust. However, he suddenly remembered Ren Yingying's warning just now and immediately shut his mouth. However, his expression was one of disapproval. It was clear that he was unwilling to escape alone. Let them fight. Ren Yingying didn't want to see Song Qingshu's figure again, so she pulled Ling Hucheng away. Ling Hucheng said seriously, "Yingying, this is your fault." Unexpectedly, before he finished, Ren Yingying burst into tears. "You obviously don't know anything, but you're blaming me." Ling Hucheng panicked. "Yingying, what happened?" "He molested me." Ren Yingying blurted out, but she regretted it as soon as she said it. "What?" Ling Hucheng was furious. No matter how open-minded a man was, he was always stingy in this aspect. He struggled to stand up. "I'm going to kill him." Ren Yingying panicked. "Brother Cheng, don't go. I was lying to you." Ling Hucheng paused and looked at her in confusion. "Lying to me?" Seeing Ling Hucheng's reaction, Ren Yingying didn't dare to tell him the truth. She quickly said, "I just saw that you didn't leave, so I was worried that something might happen if I stayed here." Ling Hucheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yingying, don't joke about a famous woman. I'll go with you." Although Ling Hucheng paid attention to morality, he wasn't an idiot who didn't know how to adapt. Between a lover and a strange man, even an idiot would know how to choose. Hearing Ling Hucheng mention her reputation, Ren Yingying's face turned pale, and she forced a smile. "Let's go." Seeing the two disappear in the distance, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but curse, "They're all gone. Who are you acting for?" Song Qingshu quickly stopped and smiled awkwardly. "Sir, you know me. I wouldn't play with you if I didn't need your help." Ouyang Feng snorted. Song Qingshu quickly patted his chest and said, I owe Mr. Ouyang a favor today. As long as Mr. Ouyang says the word, I'll go through fire and water and this song won't even frown. Ouyang Feng smiled faintly, I hope you still remember that when the time comes. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, looked relaxed. What are you talking about, Mr. Ouyang? If you and I join hands, we can do whatever we want in this vast world. Why would I frown? Ouyang Feng smiled but didn't reply. He changed the topic and said, You're quite capable, kid. Every time we meet, you have a different woman by your side. Now, you even have the Saintess of Sun Moon God sect. We haven't done it yet, have we? Song Qingshu smiled shyly. Ouyang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. It's his fault for participating in the Golden Snake Conference. Ouyang Feng smiled faintly, as if he was talking about something normal. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, then realized that Yang Guo was Ling Huchong's opponent tomorrow. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he realized that Ling Huchong's opponent the next day was coincidentally Yang Guo. You're cheating, Song Qingshu said gloomily. There's no rule against it. Ouyang Feng answered matter-of-factly, don't forget the real purpose of the Golden Snake Camp holding this conference. The competition is secondary, and the most important thing is to choose a strong leader. Isn't a strong force also a part of strength? You're right. Song Qingshu's face suddenly changed. You won't help Yang Guo by blackmailing me, will you? Ouyang Feng smiled non-committally, you have to guarantee that you can enter the finals first. Song Qingshu also smiled, compared to me, I think you should care more about Yang Guo. His chances of entering the finals are much slimmer than mine. Ouyang Feng frowned, but he didn't refute it. Obviously, he agreed with this statement, that girl called Ah Qing is really powerful. Didn't Mr. Ouyang claim to be the best in the world all these years? Why are you afraid of that little girl? Song Qingshu teased. Ouyang Feng snorted coldly, you don't have to provoke me. If it's a martial arts competition, I'm indeed no match for that girl. But in a fight of life and death, it's hard to say who will win. His tone naturally exuded arrogance. Song Qingshu did not suspect that Ouyang Feng's words were false. After all, his nickname was Western Poison, and his reputation for using poison was greater than his martial arts. If he really wanted to take advantage of the situation, Ah Qing might have been poisoned before she even saw him. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression turned cold and he looked at him suspiciously. Don't tell me you want me to help you kill Ah Qing? He made up his mind that if Ouyang Feng nodded, he would run away even if he was laughed at by Ouyang Feng. What a joke, if he really killed Ah Qing, he and Ouyang Feng would both be severely injured and their cultivation would drop by half. How could he do such a thing? Moreover, Ah Qing was such a cute girl, he didn't want to kill her. Look at how scared you are, Ouyang Feng looked at him with disdain, clearly seeing through his thoughts. Who was the one who said that if we join forces, we can do whatever we want in the world? He. Song Qingshu could only play dumb. Don't worry, I'm not an idiot. Moreover, that little monk called Shuju is not simple. I don't want to work so hard just to make a wedding dress for someone else. Ouyang Feng snorted. So you're planning on letting both of them suffer? Song Qingshu suddenly realized that Shuju was indeed very mysterious. The 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin that he showed today was just the tip of the iceberg. No one knew what his real cards were. If Ah Qing fought with him, she might not be able to win. Then what do you want me to help you with? Song Qingshu became more and more confused. Something good. While speaking, Ouyang Feng had already brought Song Qingshu to a hidden cave entrance. He pointed at the cave and said, You're lucky, boy. Song Qingshu looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a woman lying quietly in a pile of withered grass. It was obvious that her acupuncture points had been sealed. Even though she was lying flat on her back, the clothes on her chest still bulged. Just by looking at it from afar, Song Qingshu could feel the amazing elasticity and touch. His eyes moved down slightly and saw the graceful curve between her waist and buttocks. Even though Song Qingshu had experienced many battles, he had to admit that she was definitely a woman among women. She was the object that all men dreamed of in bed. Holy sh*t. Song Qingshu couldn't help but curse in his previous life. You actually caught Huang Rong? What's the fuss? Ouyang Feng looked at him disdainfully. This B*TCH killed my cur and made me crazy for more than 10 years. I've wanted to teach her a lesson for a long time. Unfortunately, she always had Guo Jing and Huang Yaosher by her side. It wasn't easy to deal with her. Now that she's alone, if not now, when? Hearing Ouyang Feng's words, Huang Rong's face showed a trace of regret. Before she left, Brother Jing had warned her that this trip was likely to be dangerous. Unfortunately, in order to find Guofu, she didn't take his words seriously. She thought that with her years of dog-beating stick technique, she would have no problem protecting herself. She didn't expect that Ouyang Feng, a grandmaster, would disregard his identity and help her. Is this what you want me to help you with? Song Qingshu swallowed and said with some difficulty. Hearing his words, Huang Rong's eyes suddenly lit up. Ouyang Feng and her had an unresolvable hatred. No matter how glib her tongue was, she couldn't move him. But Song Qingshu was different. He was definitely much easier to deal with than Ouyang Feng. Moreover, he had saved her once during the day. He should have a chivalrous spirit in his bones. What? You're so proud of yourself. First, you were scared when you heard Ah Qing, and now you're scared for such a small matter. Ouyang Feng looked at him mockingly. It's not a matter of being scared. Song Qingshu had a headache. But I really can't help you with this kind of thing. Although Ouyang Feng didn't explicitly say how he wanted his help, but with his hatred for Huang Rong, it was easy to guess that he had asked a famous playboy like him for help. Do you know what I want you to do? Ouyang Feng said with a faint smile. Don't play dumb with me. Song Qingshu spat. Huang Rong, who was standing to the side, was secretly shocked. Although the two of them were not polite with each other, it proved that they were friends. If Song Qingshu was Ouyang Feng's friend, then things would be difficult. Even if Song Qingshu didn't help Ouyang Feng, he would never harm him. After all, he had made quite a name for himself these past few years. Among his friends and relatives, there were several people who were at the same level as Ouyang Feng. If he was lucky enough to escape, Ouyang Feng would definitely not have an easy time. Therefore, he should thank the heavens that Song Qingshu was willing to stand by and watch. This kind of good thing is something that others can't even beg for. How many men in this world yearn to climb into Huang Rong's bed? If it wasn't for the fact that our relationship isn't bad, how could I let you take advantage of me? Ouyang Feng couldn't help but heavily snort. Are you still a man? Huang Rong's beautiful face immediately paled. Only now did she realize Ouyang Feng's plan. She couldn't help but curse him for being shameless. With his status as one of the 5 uniques, doing such a thing could be said to be completely disregarding his reputation. However, what Song Qingshu said next almost angered Huang Rong to death. She felt that the moral degeneration of the world was getting worse with each passing day. How could these martial artists be so shameless? I don't need you to prove that I'm a man. Why don't you do it yourself? Why do you have to drag me down with you? At this moment, Huang Rong's breathing was chaotic. Her full chest was heaving up and down, looking extremely alluring. Song Qingshu quietly withdrew his gaze and sighed inwardly. She was indeed a stunner. Unfortunately, his ambition was to conquer the world. How could he ruin his plan all this time just for a woman? Ouyang Feng could ignore his own reputation and act according to his own preferences, but Song Qingshu was different. He sought too many things, and in order to obtain these things, he had to give up many things. Song Qingshu could more and more understand the weight behind Ouyang Feng's words. Having no desires is firm. Ouyang Feng's face heated up when he heard Song Qingshu's question. He looked for Song Qingshu with the intention of dragging him down. After all, if Huang Yaosher, Guo Jing, and Zhou Badong joined forces to find him, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. But with Song Qingshu on his side, things were different. If the two of them joined forces, even if Wang Chongyang came back to life, he wouldn't have to worry about the revenge of others. I've never been interested in women. Ouyang Feng's words were not a lie. Moreover, he was already quite old and had long since given up on such thoughts. No or no? Song Qingshu's words almost made Ouyang Feng explode. He quickly diverted his attention. Why don't you look for Yanggua? Yanggua has been treated coldly and violently by Huang Rong since he was a child. Now that her daughter has cut off one of his arms, I'm sure he'd be happy to accept this task. Ouyang Feng shook his head. Yang Wu may seem rebellious on the surface, but deep down he respects his teachers. It's impossible for him to do such a thing to Antigua. He might even save Huang Rong instead. Huang Rong was shocked. She wondered if she had been too wary of Yang Wu in the past. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was speechless. Hey, old bro, you're being insulted. Yang Wu would never do such a thing. Do you think I would? Ouyang Feng smiled coldly. Others may not know your tricks, but do you think I don't know? Just look at that play. It's a brilliant trick. I've lived for so many years and it's an eye-opener for me. Song Qingshu's face turned red. That was just a game. It can't be taken seriously. I'm afraid that's how you tricked so many girls into staying by your side. Ouyang Feng didn't believe his nonsense. Don't use words like tricked. I treat every relationship with sincerity. Song Qingshu was furious. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Ouyang Feng pointed at Huang Rong. Let's talk about this woman. Tell me, how many times did you look at her during the day? I can clearly see those lustful eyes. My eyes were filled with admiration. Even if Song Qingshu's skin was thick enough, he still felt extremely embarrassed when Ouyang Feng exposed his dirty thoughts in front of Huang Rong. He almost cursed Ouyang Feng to death in his heart. This damn pervert, peeping at me all day long. Alright, since you have feelings for her, I've already given you a chance. Don't tell me you still want me to strip her naked in front of you? Ouyang Feng immediately became impatient with Song Qingshu's nagging. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still silent, Ouyang Feng suddenly realized something. Are you worried that today's matter will spread and affect your reputation? You don't have to worry. I have a solution. What solution? Song Qingshu asked subconsciously. As soon as he said it, he realized that he was too impatient. He couldn't help but blush. Ouyang Feng looked at him with a faint smile. Today's matter, besides you and me, only Huang Rong knows. You just need to find a way to shut her mouth. How can I shut her mouth? Song Qingshu was stunned. The simplest way is to kill her afterward. Ouyang Feng's face flashed with malevolence. Huang Rong's heart turned cold. She knew that Ouyang Feng hated her to the bone. When the time came, he would definitely do that. Rape first, then kill? Song Qingshu coughed a few times. Such a heartless thing, I can't do it. What kind of joke was this? Huang Rong was such a beautiful young woman, how could he bear to kill her? It's fine if you have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I have a plan. Ouyang Feng clasped his hands behind his back and laughed. I heard that Guo Jing has been busy defending Xianxia and has no time to spend with his wife. That silly boy probably doesn't know how to have fun. Huang Rong probably hasn't tasted true pleasure with a woman. This old man can see that you are an experienced playboy, so your skill in that aspect is not bad. As long as you perform well enough tonight and make the Huang girl fall in love with you, she will naturally be reluctant to tell others what happened today. Huang Rong's face turned red. She wanted to pick up the dog-beating stick and slap Ouyang Feng's face. However, she knew that even if her acupuncture points were unsealed, she wouldn't be able to do that. Song Qingshu's expression was extremely strange. He looked at Ouyang Feng with pity. This is your plan? Not only are you insulting my character, but you're also insulting my intelligence. What a joke. Although he had read Huang Rong's doujinshi in his previous life, Huang Rong wasn't the kind of woman who would indulge in sensual desires. Even if he used the blissful Zen technique on her, she would still regain her rationality. With her intelligence, she wouldn't even know how she died in the future. Ouyang Feng laughed awkwardly. He clearly felt that this plan wasn't reliable. Even an experienced playboy like Song Qingshu said it was impossible. It seemed that it really wouldn't work. Don't worry, I still have one last move. What? Song Qingshu didn't have much hope in his suggestion. Huang Rong also sneered as she listened. Ouyang Feng thought too simply of himself. Even if she couldn't keep her innocence today, she wouldn't give in to these two shameless people. In the future, she would definitely make them pay a painful price. Originally, Huang Rong had a good impression of Song Qingshu, but when she saw him colluding with Ouyang Feng to discuss a way to deal with her, her impression of him fell to the bottom of the valley. Ouyang Feng suddenly said in a strange tone, "As far as I know, you've also learned the Nining manual. Then you must be proficient in the soul transfer technique. With your skills, you can easily make Huang Rong forget everything that happened tonight. Moreover, you can also leave a restriction in her heart. Whenever you want her, you can call her to serve you. She will definitely be obedient." Song Qingshu was shocked. He didn't think that Ouyang Feng would have the same idea as him. It wasn't that Song Qingshu didn't think of a way to get Huang Rong before. After thinking about it, the soul transfer technique was the only feasible method. Not only was it safe, but it also had no repercussions. Huang Rong's expression finally changed. She had ways to deal with other methods, but if she was really under the soul transfer technique, she wouldn't remember what happened afterwards. Huang Rong shuddered at the thought of being unknowingly in front of the respected heroine Huang during the day and being a plaything for other men at night. Seeing Song Qingshu agree so readily, Ouyang Feng became suspicious. "You're not planning on lying to me, are you? I don't mind you watching from the side." Song Qingshu's words almost angered Huang Rong to death. "It's not enough that you humiliate me, but you still want Ouyang Feng to watch from the side." Ouyang Feng observed Song Qingshu's expression for a while, then laughed. "This old man doesn't have that kind of hobby. Kid, quickly go in. This old man will be a good person to the end, so I'll stand guard outside to prevent any stray cats or dogs from disturbing you. To be able to make eavesdropping sound so fresh and refined, I quite admire you." Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Ouyang Feng's face turned red, and he couldn't help but angrily say, "Are you going in or not? Every minute is worth 1,000 gold, of course I'm going in." Song Qingshu rubbed his hands together and laughed as he walked into the cave, his appearance as vulgar as it could be. "What do you want? Don't come near me." Huang Rong struggled to retreat, but unfortunately, her acupuncture points were sealed by Ouyang Feng's unique pressure point technique, so she couldn't summon any strength in her body. "Madam is a national beauty, and now Xiao Lian is lying in front of me. What do you think I want?" Song Qingshu came to Huang Rong's side, put his nose close to her, and took a deep breath. "Smells so good. Song Qingshu, you are a Wu Dang disciple, and also the son-in-law of the Amei faction. As a member of an upright sect, how can you do such a dirty thing?" Huang Rong was emotional, and her full chest heaved up and down. Song Qingshu glanced at her, then quickly looked away, thinking to himself, "My resistance to beauty is almost zero. If you continue like this, I'll really reach out and pinch you." Of course, what he said was different. Upright sects also have physical needs, not to mention that I've long been expelled from Wu Dang, so I'm no longer a Wu Dang disciple. As for Jirua, you saw it during the day, she doesn't mind me looking for other women." Huang Rong was deeply shocked by his words. First, she didn't expect Song Qingshu to be so shameless, and second, she didn't expect Zhou Jirua to tolerate all this. Huang Rong imagined that if Brother Jing was like this outside, she would definitely fall out with him. Huang Rong understood that this was not the time to sigh. Seeing that Jianghu morality could not move Song Qingshu, she quickly changed her approach and said softly, "Prince Song, you obviously came to this Golden Snake gathering for the Golden Snake King. Now you have successfully entered the second round, and with your martial arts, it is very likely that you will eventually win. Is it necessary to ruin your future because of a moment of hot-headedness? You should know that there is no impenetrable wall in this world. Everything you have done today will eventually be exposed. At that time you will be hated by everyone in Wulin, and everything you have worked so hard to get will vanish like smoke. Do you think it's worth it?" Seeing that Song Qingshu was silent, Huang Rong struck while the iron was hot and said, "As long as you let me go today, I promise I won't say a word about what happened tonight. In the future, I will be your most reliable ally and provide you with all the help I can. You also know that we have a bit of a reputation in Wulin. Brat, you're not really stupid enough to be fooled by a few words from this woman, are you?" Ouyang Feng's voice came from far away at the entrance of the cave. Song Qingshu laughed and scolded, "You old pervert, can you stop eavesdropping on other people's conversations?" Ouyang Feng sighed and said, "Young people nowadays can't be trusted. I'm just worried that you'll be fooled." Changing the topic, Ouyang Feng's voice quickly became cold. Little Huang, I'll give you a choice. Either you choose to serve him, or I'll find a random idler in the countryside. He doesn't know any Hero Gua or Chief Huang. With such a beautiful woman serving him, I don't believe he'll be as timid as Song Qingshu. Huang Rong's face couldn't help but turn pale. If it was really as he said, it would be better to choose Song Qingshu. At least she still had a chance to convince him. Song Qingshu heard this and smiled bitterly. He knew that Ouyang Feng had spent a lot of effort to capture Huang Rong. If he didn't make sure that she would really lose her chastity, he wouldn't be at ease to leave. Prince Song? Seeing that Song Qingshu's face changed, Huang Rong couldn't help but call out. Her voice was soft and charming, unexpectedly giving off the feeling of a delicate and pitiful girl. This woman was really a seductress. Song Qingshu revealed an expression of infatuation. Madam is really beautiful. Shameless pervert. Huang Rong cursed in her heart, but she understood that whether or not she could escape tonight depended on the man in front of her. After 2 failed attempts at communication, Huang Rong's face turned red. She decided to change to a strategy that had been proven effective since ancient times. Prince Song, do you still remember the first time we met? Huang Rong asked softly. Song Qingshu was stunned and nodded. Of course I remember. It was at the Jiangling mansion. At that time, when I first saw Madam, I was simply stunned. Wasn't it the same for me? Huang Rong's eyes seemed to be gradually covered with a layer of mist, becoming blurred. I don't believe it. Song Qingshu laughed mischievously. In terms of appearance, although he was confident that he could throw Guojing 8 streets away, it should be known that Huang Rong was not famous for being obsessed with appearance. In the past, when Ouyang Ku was similarly elegant, she did not even put him in her eyes at all. I didn't lie to you. I believe that young master also knows that my beauty and my identity are attractive to men. Huang Rong's tone was calm, as if she was narrating something that had nothing to do with her. Especially in recent years, all the men who saw me would hide a trace of desire in their eyes. Only you are an exception. Those clear and pure eyes, I still remember them clearly. As she spoke, even Huang Rong herself did not know if she was lying to him or if she really thought that way. Song Qingshu could not help but be stunned. He completely did not expect her to mention this matter. At that time, his meridians were broken and he was in a precarious situation. His heart was like dead ashes all day long. How could he have any evil thoughts towards her? He did not expect that she would see it in his eyes and be so emotional. But this time, when I saw you, your eyes were clearly different. Huang Rong revealed a hesitant expression, lightly biting her lips. The way you look at me is the same as other men's eyes, full of, no, you are even a little more fearful of Wuji. Song Qingshu was just about to say something, who knew that Huang Rong would change the topic, but, I suddenly discovered that I actually do not dislike the way you look at me at all. Looking at Huang Rong's affectionate and shy expression, Song Qingshu's heart was incomparably shocked. This acting is definitely at the level of an Oscar Best Actress. If it was not for the fact that he knew her too well from various films and television works in his previous life, this time he might really have believed her nonsense. Is that really so? With a face full of excitement, Song Qingshu held Huang Rong's snow-white hand and gently slid it. While feeling the unusually smooth touch of her skin, he sighed with emotion. Actually, I have also admired Madam for a long time. With her skin touched by Song Qingshu's dirty hand, Huang Rong's body trembled. She suppressed the disgust in her heart and said softly, I also like young master very much. It is a pity that when I was born, you were not born. When you were born, I was already old. Madam is a heavenly beauty. You look even younger than those 17 or 18-year-old girls. Where are you old? Song Qingshu secretly laughed. It seemed that Huang Rong's heart was also very sensitive to the issue of age. I really am old. Huang Rong said with emotion. Old? Then let me check which part is old. Here, or here. As Song Qingshu spoke, he stretched out his fingers and pressed on various parts of Huang Rong's body. Huang Rong was shocked and angry at the same time. Just as she was about to turn hostile, she suddenly realized that although Song Qingshu's fingers seemed to be pressing on her body casually, once they connected the points in order, they formed a complete sentence, cooperate with me and act. The quick-witted Huang Rong immediately reacted. She knew that with Ouyang Feng's skills, no matter how low their voices were, he would hear them. If they used secret sound transmission, Ouyang Feng would immediately feel that something was wrong even if he couldn't hear the sound. Therefore, Song Qingshu could only use this kind of hidden method to send a message to her. However, why couldn't he write on her palm? Why did he have to press on her body here and there? His fingers felt the unique softness and fullness of a mature woman's body. Song Qingshu revealed a trace of a smile. Of course he could write on her palm, but he had once again played the role of Lu Xiahui. He had to collect some interest to be worthy of himself. Therefore, his hands were like butterflies dancing on her body. However, he also had a sense of propriety. He didn't touch Huang Rong's breasts, thighs, or other sensitive areas. He only chose some less vital areas so that Huang Rong wouldn't turn hostile. Aya, don't touch there. It's itchy. Huang Rong deliberately raised her voice so that Ouyang Feng could hear her. At the same time, she winked at Song Qingshu, indicating for him to release her acupuncture points. Madam won't let me touch here. Where do you want me to touch? Song Qingshu shrugged and continued to write on her lower abdomen. Ouyang Feng practiced the Nine manual in reverse. I can't release his acupuncture points. Huang Rong knew that he was speaking the truth. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. How could she escape? Did she have to let Song Qingshu touch her like this? At this time, Ouyang Feng was the first to become impatient. He acted as if he wanted to barge in. I say, little brat Song Qingshu, how long are you going to keep touching me like this? Are you even a man? Ouyang Feng was originally from the western regions. The people there were fierce and unyielding. His words were not tactful, so he didn't feel ashamed at all. What should I do? Song Qingshu hurriedly wrote. Quickly, press on top of me. Hearing Ouyang Feng's footsteps, Huang Rong didn't want to fail at the last step. So, she quickly responded. When Song Qingshu heard this, he was surprised that there was such a good thing. Since Huang Rong took the initiative to invite him, he naturally didn't have any reason to refuse. His body leaned to the side and his whole body pressed on top of Huang Rong. Huang Rong felt her whole body sink. The weight of the man's body caused her to lose focus for a moment. Other than Brother Jing, she had never been ridden by another man like this. This feeling, it was so strange. Can you go out first? I'm under a lot of pressure with you here. Song Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said with a bitter expression. Okay. Don't worry about her. She's someone else's wife anyway. Ouyang Feng laughed and walked away with his hands behind his back. The old Poison King and I have the same view on this issue. Song Qingshu touched his nose and suddenly found that he was still on top of Huang Rong. She was staring at him with a red face. What should we do next? Song Qingshu's fingers continued to slide on her abdomen. Every time Song Qingshu's fingers touched her, Huang Rong would have a kind of numb feeling. The throbbing from the depths of her body made her very dissatisfied with Song Qingshu's behavior. She quickly stretched out her weak fingers and wrote on his chest, in the future, write on my palm. Your palm is too. Song Qingshu continued to rub her flat abdomen. Noticing the anger in Huang Rong's eyes, Song Qingshu stopped there and hurriedly grabbed her hand and pulled it in front of him. Madam's hands are so soft as if there are no bones. They are even more beautiful than other girls. In this case, Song Qingshu naturally did not need to hide it from Ouyang Feng, and he also did not need to painstakingly write. Her hand was tightly held by Song Qingshu. Huang Rong subconsciously wanted to pull it out, but his hand was like an iron hoop. Huang Rong tried several times but could not move, so she gave up. Feeling the heat coming from his palm, Huang Rong's face became unnatural. She unexpectedly replied, Is your family's Jirua's hand beautiful? Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect Huang Rong to ask this question. Women were really strange animals. They were already in such a situation, but they still wanted to compare. Madam's hand is very soft. It is so soft that it seems to be able to pinch water. Men do not want to let go of it. As for Jirua's hand is even colder. It is really a very enjoyable thing to hold her hand in the summer. Song Qingshu pinched it as he spoke. It was really soft, just like cotton. It felt really comfortable in his hands. Stinky brat, your glib tongue doesn't offend anyone, Ouyang Feng's voice came from the cave entrance again, but I think you're only good at talking, not in bed. Bah. Men could be suspected of everything except this matter. Song Qingshu immediately scolded, you old B*****, who said my kung fu is not good? Humph, a single man and a single woman. All this time, I've only heard you talk, but I've never seen Huang Rong make a sound. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. I guarantee that within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he'll make Huang Rong cry for her father and mother. Ouyang Feng sneered. What should we do? He's seen through us. Song Qingshu hastily wrote on Huang Rong's palm. Hearing Ouyang Feng's filthy words, Huang Rong was so angry that her teeth were about to shatter. But she knew that the only thing she could do now was to stall for time. The more time passed, the more likely it was that she would be saved. Once Fu Er and the others discovered that she was missing, they would definitely look for her everywhere. With her and her husband's many years of reputation and friendship with various sects, Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang would not just stand by and watch. At that time, no matter how high Ouyang Feng's kung fu was, he could only angrily leave. I have a way, but... Huang Rong hesitated for a long time before finally continuing to write, young master, after this matter is over, you must not tell anyone about what you've seen and heard today. Of course. Song Qingshu nodded. In his heart, he was curious about what Huang Rong's so-called method was. You're also not allowed to laugh at me. After this matter is over, you must also forget everything that happened today. Huang Rong's face was captivating red as she continued to write. Song Qingshu hastily nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. Could it be that she was going to? Seeing that Song Qingshu had nodded, Huang Rong slowly closed her eyes. Just as Song Qingshu was looking at her in a daze, Huang Rong's vermilion lips parted slightly, and a soft, lingering hum came out. Song Qingshu's entire body quivered. Outside the cave, Ouyang Feng also pricked up his ears and excitedly said, You've gone in? Song Qingshu cursed endlessly in his heart. He didn't know if this old poisonous creature had gone crazy for too long, but now he didn't have the demeanor of a grandmaster and had completely turned into a wretched old man. Don't disturb me. Song Qingshu roared. Right now, he only wanted to enjoy Huang Rong's heavenly music performance. He didn't want Ouyang Feng to ruin the atmosphere. After being yelled at, Ouyang Feng indeed fell silent. Huang Rong tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, and her red lips slightly parted. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the beautiful woman lying under him and moaning shyly. In the entire world, aside from Wu Jing, he was probably the only one who could enjoy such a beautiful scene. Why is your voice so fake? Stinky brat, can you do it? This woman's voice is completely perfunctory. At this time, Ouyang Feng's voice rang out at an inopportune time, causing Song Qingshu to curse in his heart. But Ouyang Feng's voice was really good. Perhaps it was because of Huang Rong's shyness in front of a man other than her husband, her voice just now was as fake as it could be. It was even more fake than those Japanese indie films in his previous life. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Grabbing Huang Rong's hand, he quickly wrote in her palm, Madam's voice is too fake, I'm afraid you won't be able to fool Ouyang Feng. Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. It was already shameful enough for her to do this behind her husband's back in front of him, and he actually said that her voice was too fake. She was originally in disguise, so of course it was fake. If she wanted her voice to be more real, she would have to really. But this was something Huang Rong absolutely couldn't tolerate. Actually, I have a way to help Madam. Song Qingshu also knew that Huang Rong wouldn't really let him take advantage of her just to fool Ouyang Feng, so he quickly wrote. How can I help? Huang Rong blinked her eyes. Curiously. This time she didn't write it out, but the meaning was clear. I can use the soul-shifting technique to hypnotize Madam and make you recall the time you were intimate with Hirogua. That way, your voice will be very natural. Song Qingshu quickly wrote. Huang Rong suddenly became vigilant, thinking that Song Qingshu wouldn't be working with Ouyang Feng to trick her, right? If she really fell for his soul-shifting technique, she would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Who knew what orders he would give her? What if he really did fake it, and she thought that she was intimate with Brother Jing and gently kissed him, halfway through her thoughts, Huang Rong felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly shook her head and resolutely refused, "No." "Why not?" Ouyang Feng's laughter came from the entrance of the cave. "Stinky brat, I think you can't do it. Looks like it's better to find a country bumpkin." Huang Rong's face suddenly turned pale, and for a moment she was in a dilemma. "Actually, I have another way," Song Qingshu suddenly wrote. Huang Rong's face lit up, and she gestured for him to hurry up. "I'm afraid madam won't agree." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Huang Rong frowned, "Listen to it first." Song Qingshu laughed bitterly, and moved closer to Huang Rong's ear, whispering, "I'm not talented, but I've learned how to seduce beautiful women. If madam doesn't mind, I can try it on madam. When the time comes, madam's voice will become natural, and you'll be able to fool Western poison. Naturally, you'll be able to get through this." Occasionally using the secret telepathy, he wouldn't have to worry about Ouyang Feng's suspicions. Huang Rong's ear was an extremely sensitive part of her body. When a strange man's dry lips touched it, Huang Rong's body immediately tensed up. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, her face immediately turned cold. "Impossible. I also know that madam isn't willing." Song Qingshu sighed, "But that perverted old man won't be able to wait for long. I'm afraid that in a moment, he really will find a random man." Seeing Huang Rong's face turn pale, Song Qingshu continued, "Madam must also understand that Ouyang Feng and I can be considered friends despite the difference in age. Although I want to save you out of conscience, I won't go so far as to break off relations with an old friend for you. If Ouyang Feng really wants to change people, then I'll have to pretend that out of sight, out of mind, and not help either side." Huang Rong clearly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't think of any flaws in his words. After a long silence, she suddenly lowered her head and softly asked, "Those methods you used just now. Can you not touch me?" Seeing that her tone had softened, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be greatly surprised. His words were aimed at inexperienced girls like Shui Xing and Mu Jianpain, so it shouldn't be a problem. But what kind of person was Huang Rong? How could she be fooled by his nonsensical tricks? Originally, he was only joking with Huang Rong. He would be satisfied flirting and taking advantage of her. In the end, he would save her and Ouyang Feng wouldn't necessarily fall out with him. But who knew that after a few tests, although Huang Rong was able to maintain a firm stance, the intelligence she displayed was really unworthy of her reputation. Naturally, Song Qingshu didn't know that before he came in, Ouyang Feng had already given Huang Rong the pollen of the Black Datura. The Black Datura was extremely rare in the world and was only found in the depths of the Western Desert. Even Ouyang Feng, the Great Western Poison, had only found a few stalks. The flowers, roots, and leaves of the Black Datura were all highly toxic, but the toxicity of the pollen was much less. As long as the dosage was controlled, it could paralyze the mind of the poisoned person, causing the other party to be much slower than usual. However, the poisoned person wouldn't be able to detect any of this, and the other party wouldn't even know that they had been poisoned. Because Huang Rong had taken this kind of pollen, her thinking was much slower than usual. She clearly felt that there was a problem, but she still couldn't help but think along with Song Qingshu's logic, allowing him to take advantage of her. Seeing that Huang Rong had the intention to agree, Song Qingshu didn't care why she would agree. He hurriedly said, "How can I not touch you? I'm not an immortal." Seeing Huang Rong's brows furrow, he hurriedly added, "But I can only touch a few peripheral areas. I won't taint madam's innocence." Huang Rong secretly thought that her abdomen had just been touched by him. It didn't seem to be a big deal if he touched it again. In any case, it wasn't a sensitive area. As long as he didn't touch her chest and that area, it wasn't unacceptable to let him take advantage of her a little. "Then, you do it." Huang Rong closed her eyes as soon as she finished speaking. She really couldn't watch a strange man touch her body with her own eyes. Listening to the fairy-like chanting in the cave, Ouyang Feng's expression became extremely strange. Did this brat really sleep with Huang Rong? Although Ouyang Feng was shouting fiercely, he knew that Song Qingshu would most likely help Huang Rong deceive him. He was not a person without a bottom line, he would not become a beast just because Ouyang Feng sent Huang Rong to him. Although Ouyang Feng did not see Song Qingshu and Huang Rong's little schemes in the cave, he knew that these two people who were more cunning than foxes definitely had a way to communicate with each other. He could also guess their strategy. It was nothing more than putting on a show for him. But what did it matter? In Ouyang Feng's plan, it didn't matter whether or not the two of them really did something improper. What was important was what outsiders thought. F greater than over equal to 1 greater than over equal to F greater than over equal to RBA. For all. Looking at the vague silhouettes rushing over from afar, Ouyang Feng revealed a cunning smile. Huang Rong, oh Huang Rong, you've been smart your whole life, but you've been muddle-headed this time. You think you're acting to trick me, but you don't know that I've already invited people to be my audience. When the time comes, even if it's not sh*t, it's still sh*t. Those idle people in the Jianghu don't care if you've really done anything improper. As long as they hear your performance, everyone will think that you've done something improper. Seeing that the group of people were about to arrive, Ouyang Feng quickly moved to a shadowy place nearby and silently watched everything. Sounds of crying and complaining could be heard from the cave. Ouyang Feng's expression was very interesting. Brat, it seems that I have underestimated you. Heh, but you'll suffer soon enough. Who asked you to have thoughts of deceiving this old man? Serves you right, Shaolin, Wudong, and Chongyang were the leaders. Shaolin's leader was Xianxia, Wudong's leader was Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting, and Chongyang's leader was Zhou Chiji. The other sects also had people rushing over. Guofu and big and small martial artists were among the beggar clan's troops, their faces full of anxiety. When Xiaofeng heard that Huang Rong had met with a mishap, he also rushed over to help. He was comforting Guofu and the others. As for Zhao Men and the others, they naturally looked as if they were watching a good show. They stared at the cave excitedly. In the cave, Huang Rong's screams came to an abrupt stop. Ouyang Feng, who was at the side, secretly laughed. Song Qingshu's reaction is not slow, but it's too late. Mother, is that you? Shameless pervert, let go of my mother. As Huang Rong's daughter, how could Guofu not recognize her mother's voice? She thought that her mother was being violated and her eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This daughter of yours is really stupid. In the cave, Song Qingshu said to Huang Rong in a bad mood. At this time, Huang Rong's clothes were disheveled and she was lying on a pile of withered grass. Her hair bun had been untied at some point, and her beautiful black hair was disheveled under her body. Her cheeks were flushed red, and she looked especially alluring. Huang Rong bit her lip and said in a panic, "We've fallen into Ouyang Feng's trap." Hearing the commotion outside, Huang Rong knew that most of the righteous people of Wulin were outside. She broke out in a cold sweat, and the effect of the black mandara flower dissipated by half. She quickly understood Ouyang Feng's evil plan. Originally, she had suspected that Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng were in cahoots to deceive her. But now, her suspicions were dispelled. After all, this matter had been exposed, and Song Qingshu had become a person hated by everyone in Jianghu. Song Qingshu was also cursing in his heart. He had thought that it was a blessing in disguise, but it turned out to be an unexpected disaster. It was not easy for him to change his reputation, but he was afraid that it would be ruined tonight. If it weren't for your stupid daughter, things wouldn't have gone out of control. Song Qingshu snorted. Huang Rong nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Guofu shouting like that, she wouldn't have believed that the woman in this cave was her. This stupid Guofu was really a girl who made her mother suffer. Thief, let go of heroine Huang quickly, and I will give you a quick death. Xianxia slammed the monk's staff in his hand heavily on the ground. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This monk has such a deep internal strength. However, most of the people's attention was still on the side of the cave. They knew that Huang Rong was being humiliated inside. Some felt pity, some felt inexplicable, and some took pleasure in her misfortune. What should we do? Although Huang Rong was usually wise, she couldn't help panicking at this moment. Don't panic, I have an idea. Song Qingshu's calm voice made Huang Rong feel as if she had suddenly grasped a life-saving straw. She found that the young man in front of her was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Qiu Jichu had a fiery temper and was about to rush in, but he was stopped by Yin Lighting. Taoist, if heroine Huang is really inside, with so many men rushing in, it's a bit. He didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. At this moment, Huang Rong might be naked. If they rushed in rashly and accidentally saw something they shouldn't see, it would be really inappropriate. Then what should we do? Do we just wait like this? Xiao Jichu was angry. This? Enlighting also couldn't think of a good idea. If they rushed in, it was very likely that they would offend Huang Rong. If they didn't rush in, would they let so many people sit and watch Huang Rong be bullied by the pervert? While the group of people were arguing, Song Qingshu suddenly walked out of the cave. I say, you guys are so noisy in the middle of the night. Aren't you annoying? It's you. Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance clearly, Guofu's new and old hatred added to her heart. She immediately cursed, you shameless scoundrel, you actually did this to my mother, to her. No matter how stupid Guofu was, she wouldn't have said that word out loud. The surroundings were in an uproar, and all of them cursed Song Qingshu without end. Enlighting and Zhang Songshi glanced at each other, and they both saw the worry in each other's eyes. Xiao Feng and the others who had some relationship with Song Qingshu instantly frowned without end. As for Zhao Min, her eyes were smiling like a flower. What, your mother, my mother? Hearing the crowd's curses, Song Qingshu seemed to have just figured out what was going on. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Are you all joking? How could heroine Huang be inside? Huang Rong, who was hiding inside, felt guilty when she heard this. She quickly shrank back, afraid that she would be seen by the people outside the cave. Her heart was filled with doubt. Would this work? Hey, shameless scoundrel, don't try to argue. Xianxia had long been displeased with Song Qingshu for saving Zhao Min from his hands last time. Song Qingshu frowned and sneered. Big monk, you didn't see anything, but you keep saying that heroine Huang is inside. If people who don't know the truth hear this, they will think that heroine Huang is unfaithful to her husband. You. Xianxia's eyes widened in anger. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Song Qingshu. I was having fun with my concubine here. I don't know why you suddenly appeared. The moment you saw me, you kept saying that heroine Huang is inside. Hee, why do I feel that someone is deliberately slandering heroine Huang's reputation? Those who were meticulous in their thinking secretly nodded. What Song Qingshu said was not unreasonable. If they accidentally wronged heroine Huang, it would be a crime. However, Miss Guo seemed to recognize her mother's voice just now. Xianxia snorted coldly. You're trying to bluff your way out of this. If you really have a clear conscience, do you dare to let us search you? As soon as this statement was made, it was quickly echoed by the crowd. Song Qingshu's words just now had only shaken a few people's hearts. Most people believed that Huang Rong was in the cave. No. Song Qingshu coldly refused. Haha, sure enough, you have a guilty conscience. Shameless pervert, eat this poor monk's staff. Xianxia flew into the air. His kasaya swelled up like a rock spreading its wings. His first move was the fiercest move of the devil vanquishing staff. Qiu Chuji had always been good friends with Guo Jing and Huang Rong. He wanted to save Huang Rong from the clutches of the devil. He didn't care about Jianghu morality. He drew his sword and attacked. Guofu was worried about her mother's safety. She shouted and attacked. Big and Little Wu knew that this young lady's martial arts were poor. They were worried that something might happen to her, so they jumped out to protect her. When the three of them moved, Xiao Feng turned pale with fright. He knew that the people in front of them were top martial artists. The residual wind from their palms could injure ordinary martial artists. If the three of them went over, they would lose their lives if they were not careful. How could he watch the Guo couple's daughter die on the spot? With a roar, his whole body shot out. He moved later, but arrived first. With a gentle palm, he blocked the three of them. Let me. Xianxia was known as the 13 Divine Monks. He was recognized by the Shaolin Temple as the number 1 in 200 years. Qiu Chiji was Wang Chongyang's direct disciple. He was also the one with the highest level of martial arts among the Quanzhen's 7 masters. Xiao Feng was even more amazing. He had taken the head of a general from an army of 10,000 and shocked the world. He was called the God of War. Seeing the three of them join hands, the Jianghu warriors thought that even if Wang Chongyang came back to life, he would have to avoid them. Dealing with an up-and-coming martial artist would be a piece of cake. They saw Song Qingshu standing at the entrance of the cave. he didn't dodge at all. He hit the tip of the staff with his palm. Xianxia felt a huge force and the staff swept to the side. If it was a one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be a big deal. Song Qingshu used all his strength to block the weapon, but his whole body was full of openings. Xianxia could take the opportunity to let go of the staff in his hand. Then he could use at least 7 different moves to attack and seriously injure Song Qingshu. But at this moment, the Chuanjin sect's Qiu Chiji was also attacking. Xianxia swung his staff to the side and met Qiu Chiji's chest. Xianxia turned pale with fright. The staff carried the power of his and Song Qingshu's strength. If it hit Qiu Chiji, he would not be able to escape death. The Chuanjin sect was the #1 sect in the world. If he accidentally killed Qiu Chiji, wouldn't the two sects become enemies? Xianxia had come down the mountain to shoulder a heavy responsibility. How could he not complete his mission and attract a great enemy for the Shaolin Temple? So he gave up on attacking Song Qingshu and used all his strength to neutralize the internal strength of the staff. Qiu Chiji was also shocked. He quickly waved his sword and used the pick formula to move the staff away. Who would have thought that as soon as the sword touched the staff, the sword would immediately break into pieces? Qiu Chiji felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew to the side. At this time, Xiao Feng had also arrived in front of Song Qingshu. The two people's moves were similar. They went back and forth. In a flash, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The two people's palms were fake and real. They seemed to be swallowing and spitting. Sometimes the sound of their palms colliding was like thunder. Other times, when their palms collided, it was silent. When the two people separated, an invisible force field spread out in all directions. Those who were not strong enough could not help but retreat a few steps before they could stand firm. They could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Only Song Qingshu and Xiao Feng understood how dangerous the exchange between the two people was. If they made a mistake in judgment, they would either hit an empty spot with all their strength and be injured by the backlash of their jinqi. If they were not prepared enough, they would be attacked by the opponent's full-strength palm. Even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Seeing that Song Qingshu was able to easily repel the attacks of the 3 experts and was standing at the entrance of the cave like a demon god descending to the world, the crowd of heroes fell into a strange silence. Qingshu, no matter how powerful you are, do you think you can fight against all the heroes of the world? Seeing that both sides were in a stalemate, Zhang Songshi was worried that the heroes would all rush forward, so he quickly showed up to stabilize the situation. Sure enough, when someone from the Wudong sect showed up, even if they wanted to attack, they had to think twice before giving Wudong sect face. Qingshu, if you are innocent, why don't you let everyone into the cave to check and prove your innocence? Yin Lighting echoed. In fact, if it was a year ago, he and Zhang Songshi would not have suspected that Song Qingshu would do such a thing. After all, Song Qingshu killed Muo Xinggu because he peeped on a female disciple of the Amei sect. But when Song Qingshu tried to assassinate Kongxi, the whole world was shocked. Even Zhang Sanfeng admitted that he had misunderstood Qingshu. The brothers had long since regarded Song Qingshu as a Wudong sect disciple. Now, naturally, they did not want to believe that he would risk the world and do such a thing to Huang Rong. Moreover, this matter was a bit strange, so the two decided to help Song Qingshu in secret. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. 4th uncle, 6th uncle, it is not that I do not want to let everyone check, but because of what? Xianxia was like an angry King Kong. He had suffered at the hands of Song Qingshu several times, but he never thought that it was because his opponent was stronger than him, but because his opponent was too cunning. If it was not for Wudong sect, he would have already made another move to determine the winner. Because I was just doing it with a concubine in my room. Now that my clothes are disheveled, it is not convenient to show them in front of everyone. Song Qingshu answered sincerely. Who is your concubine? Who did it with you? Huang Rong, who was hiding in the cave, secretly spat. Seeing that he could lie with his eyes open and still be so natural, she secretly admired him. But then she thought that if someone really rushed in, wouldn't his words prove that something dirty had happened between the two of them? Huang Rong could not help but worry. Anyway, we can't go in and check, so you can make up whatever you want. Qiu Jichu was helped up by the disciples. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. According to Prince Song's description of the cave, it is indeed not suitable for men to enter. But if it's a woman, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Min was also very curious about who the woman in the cave was. In her opinion, the person inside was most likely Huang Rong, but if she didn't confirm it with her own eyes, it would be hard to quell the curiosity in her heart. As soon as she said this, everyone present nodded. After all, the entrance to the cave was narrow, and with Song Qingshu guarding it alone, it would be difficult for everyone to rush in. Now that Zhao Min's suggestion was reasonable, Song Qingshu naturally had no reason to refuse. This? Song Qingshu hesitated. You have a guilty conscience, so you don't dare to let others check. Xianxia mocked. Song Qingshu immediately sneered, Big monk, you are greedy, angry, and crazy. Now you are so impatient. Could it be that you also want to enter the cave to see women and break your lust? Boy, don't slander me. Xianxia was furious, but he knew that it was a family member inside. If he insisted on going in and searching, wouldn't it prove his slander? He could only suppress his anger and wait for the truth to come out. Then he would punish this evildoer on behalf of heaven. Song Qingshu shifted his gaze and glanced at the audience. Then, he said in a clear voice, Actually, my reputation is small. But this matter is related to Heroine Huang's reputation and integrity. How can I let Heroine Huang suffer an injustice because of my selfishness? Since that's the case, send 3 women over to see if the person inside is Heroine Huang. Huang Rong was ashamed. This Song Qingshu really dared to say such things. When people came in and saw that it was her, she wanted to see how he would deal with it. Why can only send 3? Hearing Song Qingshu's words, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Humph, Song Mao only allowed people to come in and check because he was worried about Miss Huang's innocence. But my private affairs are not something that anyone can pry into. Everyone, don't push your luck. Song Qingshu snorted heavily, and an unparalleled aura spread out. The crowd suddenly felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting quickly came out to smooth things over. Everyone thought carefully. Although 3 people were not enough, they were more than enough to recognize the people in the cave. There was no need to get entangled in these details. However, the choice of the 3 women became a problem. Guofu was definitely one, because she could recognize her own mother. Zhao Min was also one. She was born in Mongolia, so naturally, she did not have any friendship with Song Qingshu, so she did not cover up for Song Qingshu. The only thing they needed to be wary of was that she might slander Huang Rong's innocence. But with the other 2 women here, it was useless for her to lie alone. The last woman could not be decided after a long time. This time, most of the people who came after hearing the news were famous sects in the martial arts world, so there were not many women. Originally, the head of the Amei sect, Zhou Zhirua, was the best candidate. Unfortunately, Zhou Zhirua happened to be Song Qingshu's wife. The other women either did not have enough prestige or did not have a good reputation, so they were all rejected. Just when the deadlock was about to happen, a cold female voice came from the back of the crowd, I'll do it. Everyone turned around and saw that the person who came was dressed in plain clothes. Her beautiful face looked a little haggard. It was the former Golden Snake King's widow, Xia Qingqing. The people from the various sects nodded. Xia Qingqing was the current leader of the Golden Snake Battalion in name. Such a big thing had happened in her territory, so it was best for her to come forward. Moreover, they had not heard that she had any friendship with Song Qingshu. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Song Qingshu secretly laughed. If they knew about his relationship with Xia Qingqing, wouldn't they be so angry that they would vomit blood? Among the 3 women, Xia Qingqing was on his side. When she found Huang Rong later, even if she was jealous, she would not expose everything in front of so many people. He could explain it to her later. Guofu was a single-celled animal. When she entered the cave, he would use the soul transfer technique on her. With her resistance, she would be instantly affected, and the experts present would not be able to see through it. As for Zhao Min, he really did not know what she was thinking. He would just have to take it one step at a time. Guofu was worried about Huang Rong's safety, so she ran the fastest. When she passed by Song Qingshu, she could not help but glare at him fiercely. Who knew that his eyes were like black holes? That strange and evil black made Guofu startled. She quickly looked away, but secretly felt that it was strange. Huang Rong was nervous. When she saw Guofu suddenly appear in front of her, her mind went blank. She sighed in her heart, it's over. But what made Huang Rong feel strange was that the scream she expected did not come. She couldn't help but open her eyes curiously and find Guofu staring at her with a puzzled expression. Guofu also felt strange. She clearly felt that the woman in front of her was very familiar, but she could not figure out who she was. She looked again and confirmed that it was not her mother. Her heart suddenly became happy, and she skipped out. At this time, Xianxia happened to walk in. Their eyes met, and when she saw the other's appearance, a huge wave rose in her heart. She did not think that he would be so daring as to really do that to Huang Rong. Xianxia walked out of the cave with a frosty expression. When she passed by Song Qingshu, she paused slightly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "When we get back, someone will find you to settle the score." Whether intentionally or not, Zhao Min was the last to walk over. There was a slight smile on her lips. When she passed by Song Qingshu, she did not talk to him, nor did she look him in the eye. She walked straight into the cave and saw the beautiful woman lying in the pile of withered grass. The smile on her lips became even wider. "How is it? Who is inside? Is it Heroine Huang?" The three women came out one after another. The crowd immediately surrounded them and asked questions. Knowing that her mother was not as humiliated as she had imagined, Guofu's delicate face bloomed with a smile that she had not seen in a long time. "My mother is not inside." Xiaoqingqing also nodded. "The lady inside is Song Xiaoxia's confidant. I also know her. As for her name, it is not convenient for me to reveal it." Seeing the two of them speaking in unison, the crowd of heroes had different expressions. Some of them heaved a sigh of relief. These people were either on good terms with Song Qingshu or Huang Rong. None of them wanted to see that happen. There were also some who could not help but reveal disappointed expressions. Apart from some ambitious people, most of them were idle people in Jianghu. It was nothing more than a pity that they had missed out on a shocking scandal. At this time, Zhao Min also walked slowly to the entrance of the cave with her hands behind her back. Song Qingshu took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Guofu and Xiaoqingqing. He quickly leaned over and said concisely, "State your conditions." Zhao Min pursed her lips and smiled. It seemed that she had already expected this. She answered without hesitation, "After this matter is settled, accompany me to Blackwood Cliff." "Okay." Song Qingshu did not hesitate at all and simply nodded. "Why didn't you use the soul transfer technique on me just now?" Zhao Min still maintained her smile. Ever since she was kidnapped by Song Qingshu, Zhao Min went back and did a lot of homework. In addition, there were many masters in the Ruyang mansion. It was easy for Zhao Min to know the martial arts that he practiced like the back of her hand. Since Song Qingshu had practiced the Nining manual, he naturally also practiced the soul transfer technique. "Because you are a smart person." Song Qingshu understood that for a person like Zhao Min, she did not care about right or wrong, justice or evil. What she cared about the most was how to maximize her benefits. If she told these people outside about Huang Rong's identity, it would not benefit her at all. Naturally, she would not do that. "Thank you." Zhao Min blinked her eyes. "Is there no other reason? For example, we are friends or something like that?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "What are you guys whispering and discussing over there?" Suddenly, there was an angry roar. It turned out that Xianxia was not satisfied with this result. Seeing that the two of them had been discussing for a long time, he naturally became suspicious. "Big Monk, why are you so fierce? Have you forgotten the lesson from a few days ago?" Zhao Min smiled carelessly. As soon as she finished speaking, the masters of the Ruyang mansion all stepped forward and focused their attention. Xianxia held his breath. Although he had always been rash, he was not a fool since he had practiced the 13 unique skills. He knew that the other side had many masters, so he would not fight them head-on. It was not that he had not thought of joining hands with Xuzhou. That way, he would not be afraid of the masters of the Ruyang mansion. However, when he thought that Xuzhou would have even more powerful enemies tomorrow, he could not bear it and could only suppress his anger. "Princess, what did you see?" Although Xiaofeng knew that he was a Khitan, he also had deep feelings for the Han people. He did not want the two sides to have a conflict at this time, so he hurriedly spoke to ease the atmosphere. "I'm afraid that King Xiao may not like my answer." After hearing Zhao Min's words, many people's expressions changed. "Princess, please speak clearly." Although Xiaofeng was secretly shocked, his voice was still calm. "What?" Hearing Zhao Min say that the woman inside was Huang Rong, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. "Princess, are you sure?" Xiaofeng frowned and asked. If it was really Huang Rong inside, it would be troublesome. "I'm sure." Zhao Min didn't look at Song Qingshu anymore and said resolutely. "Why is the princess's words so different from Miss Guo's and Madame Yuan's?" Xiaofeng's question was also on the minds of many people present. As the daughter of swordswoman Huang, Miss Guo would naturally protect her mother's reputation. So although she recognized the person inside, she chose to hide it, Zhao Min said unhurriedly. Guofu suddenly became anxious. "Nonsense. It's obviously not my mother." "Then why did Madame Yuan lie?" Xianxia suddenly asked. The Shaolin Temple had never been friends with Guo Jing and Huang Rong, so he was not afraid of offending them. In fact, in his heart, he hoped that the person inside was Huang Rong, so that he could get rid of Song Qingshu, who he had always disliked. "I'm afraid you don't know that the 12 leaders of the Golden Snake Camp will nominate a candidate to compete for the Golden Snake King, and Madame Yuan's candidate is Song Qingshu, Prince Song." Zhao Min pointed at Song Qingshu. Noticing his gloomy face, the smile on her face became wider. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Xianqing looked at Xia Qingqing and asked, "Madame Yuan, is it true?" Xia Qingqing's face paled. She had not expected such a turn of events. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "The person I nominated was indeed Sir Song. That was because I admired Sir Song's righteous act of assassinating Kangxi. I felt that if he became the Golden Snake King, there was a high chance that he would avenge my late husband." Xia Qingqing blushed with guilt. If Big Brother Yuan knew about this in the afterlife, the first person he would kill would probably be Song Qingshu. Seeing that the crowd heard her words, Xia Qingqing hurriedly added, "But I can guarantee with my integrity that the person inside is definitely not swordswoman Huang." At the same time, she groaned inwardly. Once the truth was revealed, not only would Huang Rong's reputation be ruined, but she would also have to cover up for Song Qingshu. She reckoned that some people would suspect the relationship between the two of them. If someone were to add fuel to the fire, her reputation would also be ruined. However, Xia Qingqing understood that things had already reached this point, so she could only grit her teeth and not give in. Looking at the incomparably beautiful woman in the distance, Song Qingshu gnashed his teeth in hatred. In the past, when he read novels, he had always liked those witches with strange spirits. Now that he thought about it, he was really too naive. He liked witches because he had not experienced their suffering. He originally thought that with his relationship with Zhao Min, she would never stab him in the back. Who would have thought that just a moment ago, she would smile sweetly and agree to it, and in the next second, she would stab him with a knife. Now that things had come to this, Song Qingshu could no longer remain silent. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Have you all forgotten Zhao Min's identity?" Seeing that many people had a thoughtful look on their faces, Song Qingshu said, "The Mongolians have always had the determination to conquer the world. For many years, they have been fighting the southern Song dynasty in Xiangyang. The Mongolian army has always been invincible, but after attacking Xiangyang for several years, they have not gained an inch of land. It is precisely because of the couple's contributions that the Mongolians have long regarded them as a thorn in their side. They want nothing more than to get rid of them. If we can successfully slander swordswoman Huang's reputation today, how will the people of Jianghu look at Hero Gua in the future? In everyone's hearts, he will no longer be the hero of Xiangyang that tens of thousands of people admire, but a poor man who has been cuckolded by his wife. Who will sincerely obey him and fight against the Mongolian army under his leadership? When the time comes, this princess will only need a few simple words to help the Mongolians get rid of a big problem. Should we all praise her for her brilliance or be annoyed at our own stupidity?" Hearing Song Qingshu's sarcasm about their intelligence, the people present could not help but be angry. However, there were many smart people in the sections. Hearing that Song Qingshu's words were reasonable, they could not help but lower their heads and think deeply. Zhao Min seemed to be prepared for this. She replied calmly, Prince Song has a glib tongue, but he has deliberately ignored one fact. The Mongolian kings have been fighting openly and secretly for the throne. It is an open secret that they are not on good terms. Our Ruyang mansion is in charge of the western region, and Xianxia is under the jurisdiction of the fourth prince, Kublai. Why would I work so hard for someone else? In fact, most of the sects had already believed that the person inside was not Huang Rong. After all, Guofu and Xia Qingqing had testified, and Zhao Min's position was suspicious. However, hearing Zhao Min's words, it seemed that what she said made some sense. She indeed had no reason to frame Huang Rong. Why go through so much trouble? Just let the person inside come out and have a look. After such a long time, even if she took off her clothes just now, she should be neatly dressed by now. Someone shouted, and the group of people all nodded in agreement. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. Ouyang Feng, this B*****, really wanted to see the world in chaos. This time, he was probably going to get himself killed. This poor monk thinks that what the benefactor said just now is reasonable. Since you have a clear conscience, please ask the person inside to come out and let everyone see him. Xianxia took the opportunity to take a step forward, looking like he would rush in if he did not agree. The more Song Qingshu looked at this big monk, the more he hated him. He said coldly, how can my womenfolk show their faces in front of so many men? Womenfolk can't show their faces in public, Qiu Chiji suddenly said. But heroine Huang's innocence is a matter of righteousness. Comparing the two, of course you have to sacrifice the trivial for the greater good. I ask that you reconsider, young master. Guojing and the Chuanjin sect had a deep relationship, and Qiu Chuji had always liked the simple and honest Guojing. However, because of various historical reasons, he actually did not like Huang Rong, the evil woman of the past. If Huang Rong had really cheated on her husband, he, who had always hated evil, would definitely choose to help Guojing get rid of this whore. Who knew that Qiu Chuji's words would only provoke a cold laugh from Song Qingshu? I heard that you personally went to the desert to preach to Temujin, but I don't know what kind of high position the Mongolians have secretly conferred upon you. Now you are talking about the righteousness of the nation, but it is just to cover up the fact that you are working for the Mongolians. You. Qiu Chuji was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Xianxia immediately said angrily, Spiritual Master Qiu went all the way to the west to persuade Temujin to love the people and stop killing. This has nothing to do with selfishness. This matter is known to the whole world. Little brat, don't speak without thinking and distort the truth. Taoists of Wu Dang, what do you say now? This? Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting looked at each other. Now they were in a dilemma. They couldn't help Song Qingshu, but they also couldn't not help him. Since the Wu Dang sect is not going to come out to clean up their sect, then this poor monk will do it for you. Xianxia laughed coldly, but just as he was about to make his move, a gentle female voice came from the cave, everyone, there is no need to force Song Qingshu, I will come out. Hearing this voice, Zhao Min couldn't help but frown, and Song Qingshu was also indescribably surprised. Soon, a beautiful and elegant woman walked out. Her cheeks were flushed, and her skin was fair. Under the illumination of the flames, she looked even more beautiful. Who is this? Yin Lighting was stunned for a moment, then quickly asked. He had seen this woman at the meeting a few days ago. At that time, she was beside Song Qingshu, and they looked very close. Clearly, their relationship was not ordinary. The weight in his heart had finally been lifted. He felt relieved and wanted to help Song Qingshu clear his name. She is Princess Chongping, Chongzhen's Princess Chongping. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the crowd, and someone quickly recognized the woman's identity. Song Qingshu also didn't understand why Zhu Xiaoxiao would suddenly appear in the cave, but his reaction was also very fast. After a moment of surprise, he immediately went up to her and held her hands. He said softly, didn't I tell you not to come out? How can I let you be wronged for the sake of my reputation? Zhu Xiaoxiao said shyly. After a moment of affection with Song Qingshu, she immediately turned to face the crowd. Everyone must know that my identity is a little sensitive. The reason why Song Qingshu doesn't want to let everyone see me is because he doesn't want my reputation to be tarnished, because we haven't even gotten married yet. Zhu Xiaoxiao's face was slightly red, as if she had made a great decision. Finally, she continued, we have already decided to marry each other. As soon as these words came out, the impact on the crowd was no less than the loss of chastity. After all, Zhu Xiaoxiao was a dignified princess of a country, and she had already given herself to a man without being officially married. This could be considered as a loss of etiquette and shame, and it could be said that she had lost all the face of the Ming dynasty. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Zhu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, and she continued to say, originally, I didn't intend to come out, but I was worried that you would fall into the trap of the Tartars, and that heroine Huang would be wronged. Everyone also knows that my great Ming dynasty's rivers and mountains were stolen by the Jianzhou Jurchen. Therefore, in my entire life, my greatest wish is to drive the Tatars away. Now, because I care about my own reputation, how can I let the Tatars' evil scheme succeed? Looking at Zhu Xiaoxiao's delicate figure and the faint tears in her beautiful eyes, a trace of pity rose in the hearts of the people present. How could they bear to criticize her with etiquette? Thinking that she was willing to sacrifice her own reputation for the sake of national righteousness, they secretly admired her. May I ask why everyone is gathered here tonight? Song Qingshu struck the iron while it was hot and asked in a clear voice. We seem to have received a letter, eh? Us too. We received it too. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks to Ouyang Feng's good deed, he could turn the tables at this time. Now it seems very obvious that someone has set up a trap and deliberately tarnished heroine Huang's innocence. Before he could finish his words, the crowd, who understood that they had been used, became furious. Which bastard did this? Similar curses rose one after another. After Song Qingshu's reminder, the crowd finally remembered that Zhao Min was the main culprit. They all cursed in anger. We almost fell for this demoness trap. This woman is truly vicious. If she had succeeded, wouldn't heroine Huang have suffered great humiliation? Kill the demoness. No one knew who shouted, but it was quickly echoed by everyone else. A group of people shouted in unison. Zhao Min also felt depressed. Originally, everything was under her control. Who knew that Princess Chongping would suddenly appear and turn the situation around? What made Zhao Min feel even more sullen was that normally, she could casually play tricks and fabricate things out of nothing to deceive others. Today, she had a rare change of heart and told the truth. Instead, she was treated as a liar. She couldn't help but sigh at the deep malice of this world. Princess, you should leave quickly. If a fight really breaks out later, I'm afraid that your precious body will be harmed, Daoist Baisang and the guardian deity said hurriedly. Daoist Baisang and the guardian deity of the guardian deity sect hurriedly said. Although the people from the Ruyang mansion were all top-notch experts, there was no lack of experts from the other sects who were of the same level. Zhao Min had now become the target of everyone. If they were to fall into a chaotic battle, they really could not guarantee Zhao Min's safety. Zhao Min also knew that she couldn't stay here for long. She glared fiercely at Song Qingshu, then turned and left. The people nearby wanted to stop her, but they saw Daoist Baisang and the guardian deity attack at the same time. Instantly, miserable screams rang out. The disciples of the various sects glanced at the two people behind them in fear. How would they dare to chase after them? The one with the highest level of martial arts among them was Xianxia. He moved slightly, but when he thought of the great disadvantage he had suffered during the day, his face alternated between red and white. In the end, he stopped. Since this matter is over, Song Mao will take his leave now. Earlier, Song Qingshu had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak a peek at the cave. Huang Rong had long since disappeared. He had a stomach full of questions to ask Ajiu. Thus, as soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the crowd to react. He grabbed Ajiu's waist and disappeared into the distance in a flash. This Song Brat's movement technique is really profound. I wonder if it can compare to the green-winged Bat King of the Ming dynasty. Green-winged Bat King is nothing. Legend has it that Song Qingshu's movement technique is inferior to Dongfang Bubi's. Is that true? Come to think of it, we were stupid. Song Qingshu has such a good qigong. If he really did something to Miss Huang, he could just grab her and leave. we wouldn't be able to catch up. Isn't it because he has a clear conscience that he spent so much effort to explain to us? Brother, you're right. Song Qingshu did not care about the gossip of these Jianghu people behind his back. After carrying Ajo away, he did not know how to ask about Huang Rong. Ajo spoke first. Put me down. Ah. Jiao. King Ajo said. You have fun with other women. In the end, I have to sacrifice my reputation to save you. Thinking of this, I feel you are so annoying. You have fun with other women. In the end, I have to sacrifice my reputation to save you. Thinking of this, I feel you are so annoying. Ajo had never been angry at Song Qingshu. Even when Song Qingshu had obtained her chastity outside Xinjing, Ajo did not blame him. However, what Song Qingshu had done today was a little too much. I don't mind if you find another woman, but can you distinguish who is more important? Can you touch a woman like Huang Rong? Ajo was so angry. On the one hand, he was jealous. On the other hand, he put the hope of restoring the country on Song Qingshu. If Song Qingshu really did such a scandal, there would be no place for him in the whole martial arts world. How could he talk about conquering the world? Ajo, you really misunderstood me. I didn't do anything to Huang Rong. Song Qingshu was also very depressed. Speaking of which, it was all that old pervert Ouyang Feng's fault. He almost got himself killed. You're still lying to me. When I entered the cave, I clearly saw Huang Rong's face was red and her clothes were disheveled. How could she have done nothing? Ajo bit his lips and turned his head to the side. That's just a show for Ouyang Feng. Song Qingshu quickly explained the whole thing from beginning to end. Is what you said true? Ajo looked at him doubtfully. Why don't you ask Huang Rong? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Do you think she will lie with me? I will ask. Although he said this, Ajo already believed most of it. Noticing that Ajo's expression had softened, Song Qingshu quickly asked, by the way, Ajo, why were you in the cave? Where did Huang Rong go? Guess. Ajo smiled proudly. You dug the tunnel? Song Qingshu probed. There was only one exit in the entire cave, and he had been guarding there. Moreover, there were hundreds of pairs of eyes watching from outside. It was impossible for a Jiao to enter from there, so the only way left was to dig a tunnel. How boring. You guessed it right away. Ajo gloomily pouted. It turned out that when Ajo was the holy maiden of the Ming dynasty, she didn't have a good impression of the 4 great Dharma kings and the 5 wanderers of the Ming dynasty. Instead, she had a deep impression of the 5 element flags. On the battlefield, the 5 element flags were often able to fight against many. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, but sometimes they could even suppress enemies several times their size. After Ajo left the Ming dynasty, the first thing he did was to set up his own 5 element flags. Unfortunately, he had limited manpower and the results weren't ideal. However, some simple tasks, such as digging a tunnel like the thick earth flag, were very easy. When Ajo found out that Song Qingshu was blocked in the cave by a group of heroes, he immediately gathered the relevant people and dug a tunnel nearby, extending it into the cave. He took Huang Rong's place, and then Ajo took her place and openly walked to the entrance of the cave. Ajo, it's really thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Qingshu said with lingering fear. He couldn't help but pull Ajo into his arms. Song Qingshu, after this incident, you have to be more careful in the future. Ajo's face was pressed against Song Qingshu's chest. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked doubtfully, I heard from Big Sister Zhou that you have a good relationship with Zhao Min. Why did she do that just now? Hearing her mention Zhao Min, the evil fire in Song Qingshu's heart soared. This which caused me so much trouble just now. I have to take revenge. Just now, he had no intention of stopping Zhao Min from leaving. The main reason was that it wasn't good to stay in that place for long. He was worried that if she continued, there might be an accident. In addition, he had a stomach full of questions to ask Ajo, so he watched as Zhao Min left. Now that Song Qingshu was free, there was no reason not to take revenge. Although Zhao Min had been gone for a long time, with Song Qingshu's lightness skill, it didn't take him long to find traces of Zhao Min's group. Just now, Audio's sudden appearance made all of Zhao Min's efforts go to waste. Moreover, the reversal of the plot made her a thorn in the side of all the martial artists. Even though Zhao Min had a large number of experts under her command, she didn't dare to fight directly with the angry crowd. Under Zhao Min's command, the experts under her command were sent out in groups. Each group pretended to protect one person and led away the pursuers along the way. In the end, Zhao Min ignored the objections of her subordinates and also sent out the last expert at her side. The crowd of heroes was confused by Zhao Min's deliberate deception. Subconsciously, they chased after the teams with the most highly skilled guards. As a result, the real Zhao Min was left behind, taking a leisurely stroll. What a group of idiots. Zhao Min kicked her small boots and a beautiful smile appeared on her lips. Is that so? Song Qingshu laughed coldly. He jumped down from a nearby tree and stood in front of her. Zhao Min's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. The idiots that I'm talking about naturally don't include the wise and mighty hero Song. It's too late to think of flattering now. Song Qingshu glared at her unhappily and carefully used his qi to search a radius of several dozen feet. He didn't find the existence of anyone else. Hee, now that the experts under the princess are not around, I'd like to see who will come to save you. Hey, you idiot, I clearly sent them away on purpose so that I could stay here alone to wait for you. Zhao Min pouted her small mouth, revealing an aggrieved expression. Make up, keep making up. Looking at Zhao Min's innocent look, Song Qingshu secretly exclaimed in his heart, I know this demoness is lying to me, but why can't I help but want to believe her? If you think I'm making it up, then so be it. Zhao Min didn't defend herself at all. She looked at him with a smile and said, Do you have a lot to say to me now? Not only do I have something to say, I simply want to strip you of all your clothes, hang you up, and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights. Song Qingshu gnashed his teeth. You want to take off my clothes? Zhao Min didn't look scared at all. Just like you did to Huang Rong? When I entered the cave, I saw her lying there with her clothes half undone and her hair disheveled. Even a woman like me was moved. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing going on between me and Huang Rong. Song Qingshu said hurriedly. There's no outsider here. What's there to hide? Zhao Min chuckled softly. To be honest, I admire you very much. You actually dared to do such a thing to her. I said there's nothing. Song Qingshu looked depressed, but he quickly remembered the purpose of his trip. He quickly became serious and said, I just want to ask you a question. I know what you want to ask. Zhao Min's face didn't look surprised at all. Thinking that his reputation was almost ruined, Song Qingshu snorted coldly and said, I thought we'd be friends after going through so many things together. I didn't expect you to do that just now. Thinking back on everything that happened between the two of them, the robbery at the inn, the search for a doctor, the danger at Kaifeng, the showdown with the fake Zhang Wuji. Although the two of them belonged to different camps, Song Qingshu had long regarded Zhao Min as a friend. Sometimes he even faintly felt that she had a good impression of him. It wasn't until just now that Song Qingshu realized that he had been the only one thinking about it. Actually, at first I really wanted to help you hide it, but I changed my mind at the last minute after seeing Huang Rong. Zhao Min's tone was calm, as if she was talking about something that couldn't be more normal. What caused you to change your mind? Song Qingshu frowned. I'm jealous. Zhao Min said lightly. What? Song Qingshu didn't seem to hear her clearly. I said I'm jealous. Zhao Min repeated word by word loudly. What are you jealous of? Song Qingshu suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Although I knew that you weren't an honest man in the past, and that there were endless women around you, out of sight, out of mind, so I didn't feel anything. Until today, when I saw the situation in the cave, Huang Rong's face was full of images of you and her being intimate. I felt like I was going crazy. Zhao Min's expression kept changing, as if she was recalling the scene at that time. You can't ask a jealous woman to be rational. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Song Qingshu frowned and quickly reached out to interrupt Zhao Min's words. Tell me, what's the reason? Ah, you've been seen through so easily? Zhao Min, who had a bitter expression just now, suddenly had a bright smile on her face. She's so engrossed in her acting, why don't you pretend to cooperate? If you continue to talk about other things like this, don't blame me for being rude. Song Qingshu secretly thought that it was a close call. In fact, he almost really believed her. However, countless painful lessons had taught him a truth: never think too much of yourself, so that he wouldn't fall into a passive position in their relationship. Oh? Zhao Min's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. How does our Prince Song plan to deal with a defenseless, weak woman? Weak woman? Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing, and then deliberately put on a look of being blinded by lust. In the middle of the night in the wilderness of the triangle, we're a man and a woman alone. Princess, how do you think I'll deal with you? You're really shameless. Zhao Min couldn't help but blush slightly. If you don't want me to show my shameless side, then tell me the truth. Song Qingshu said fiercely, but he secretly sighed in his heart. He remembered how high-spirited he was when he toyed with Nan Lan and Luo Bing, but now he had to restrain himself when dealing with a little girl. He was really regressing. I'm afraid of you. I'll tell you, okay? Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him, and then her expression changed. She finally answered, after so many interactions, I know that you're a rare talent, and I want to recruit you into the Ruyang mansion. But I know that you have great ambitions, and you're not willing to submit to others, so I didn't say anything just now. But what happened just now made me realize that this is a great opportunity, so I had an idea. I'll use Huang Rong to ruin your reputation in the martial arts world of the Central Plains, and everyone will want to beat you up. That way, no matter how great your ambitions are, they'll vanish. At that time, although the world is big, there'll be no place for you. Naturally, you'll be willing to come to the Ruyang mansion. Seeing Song Qingshu's face turn green and then red, Zhao Min smiled slightly. What do you think? I'm good enough to you, right? I've spent a lot of effort to recruit you. Song Qingshu's heart turned cold. It turned out that in her heart, he was no different from the likes of Xianming elders and Taoist priest Baisu. They were all lackeys, and at most, lackeys with great martial arts skills. Hurry up and leave before I change my mind. Song Qingshu stood there quietly. His voice seemed to be mixed with ice. When Song Qingshu returned to the courtyard, he was surprised to find that the three women were sitting quietly waiting for him. Seeing that Song Qingshu had returned empty-handed, Zhou Zhirua looked as if she had expected it. She asked snappily, I heard from Sister Audiobook that you went to find the witch surnamed Zhao for revenge. Where is she? However, he was cursing in his heart. Did this witch Zhao Min have a grudge against him in her previous life? Why does she always want to snatch my man? This? Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and answered hesitantly, I didn't find her. I'm afraid you let her go. Xia Qingqing couldn't help but interrupt. Today, Zhao Min's repeated questioning almost exposed the relationship between her and Song Qingshu. Since then, her reputation was ruined. Naturally, she didn't have a good impression of her. Sigh, he just can't be cruel to beautiful women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have touched Huang Rong. Just now, when Song Qingshu proposed to find Zhao Min for revenge, Zhu Yui knew that it was not reliable, so she didn't take it too seriously. She was more concerned about Huang Rong. Sure enough, when they heard the two words Huang Rong, Zhou Zhirua and Xia Qingqing's expressions immediately changed. Qingshu, you are really wrong this time. If it weren't for Qingqing and Audiobook, wouldn't you have lost your reputation this time? In the future, there will be no place for you in Jianghu. Zhou Zhirua looked at Song Qingshu angrily. This time, Ouyang Feng secretly informed Shaolin, Wudong, Chongyang, and Beggar clan of the martial arts world. By the time the Ame sect got the news, it was already too late. Hearing that Song Qingshu actually dared to do such a thing, the three women almost fainted. They didn't doubt that the news was fake. After all, with Song Qingshu's character in private, it was not surprising that he really did such a thing. However, even though they were angry, the three women still couldn't bear to see Song Qingshu be consigned to eternal damnation. They still had to find a way to clean up Song Qingshu's mess. At this time, they were glad that they received the news late and didn't rush to the scene. After the three women had a discussion, they decided to first let Xianxia act as the owner of the Golden Snake Camp to stabilize the situation. Then, Zhou Zhirua and Zhu Yaoyao would slowly discuss a foolproof plan. Finally, Zhu Yaoyao remembered that she had created a 5-flag envoys by imitating the Ming dynasty, so she sent the experts of the Huda flag to quietly dig a tunnel into the cave while Song Qingshu was in a standoff with the other heroes and swapped with Huang Rong. I was also framed in this matter. Song Qingshu spread his hands innocently. If you don't believe me, you can call heroine Huang out to confront her. The truth will be revealed. How would we dare to keep such a hot potato? We have already secretly sent her back. Zhou Zhirua snorted coldly. I have already told Ajio the whole thing. This is all Ouyang Feng's plot. I just happened to pass by and got implicated. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and cursed Ouyang Feng's female relatives in his heart. Even so, why didn't he find someone else but you? Thinking of Huang Rong's messy clothes and blushing face, Zhou Zhirua felt a nefarious fire rising in her heart. Yes, in the end, Madame Guo was still. Zhu Meng's expression was complicated. She had traveled Jianghu for many years and had always admired the couple's righteous act of defending Shenyang. Occasionally, she would feel regret. If the great Ming dynasty had the couple, her father would not have been driven into a corner and died for the country. But she never thought that the husband she had chosen would do such a despicable thing. It even made her doubt her own choice. I really didn't do anything to her. Looking at the three women's disbelieving eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little guilty and hurriedly said, even if I did, it was just a superficial act. It was just to deceive Ouyang Feng. Are you still trying to lie to us? Madame Guo's skin is flushed with excitement. Xiao Qingqing sighed faintly. After all, this was the reason why the three women unanimously believed that Song Qingshu had really done something to Huang Rong. After all, they were all experienced people, how could they not recognize that kind of redness? That was just to deceive Ouyang Feng. I transferred a few streams of true qi into her body. I didn't expect her body to be so sensitive and release it so quickly. Thinking of Huang Rong's expression when she was aroused, Song Qingshu instinctively froze. But he quickly realized that it was not the time to reminisce about this, so he hurriedly changed the topic. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Actually, it's not that there's no way to verify what he said. Xiao Qingqing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. She and Song Qingshu had been through so much together, and she had long believed in this man. Even if Song Qingshu was really a devil, she would not mind, so she wanted to secretly help Song Qingshu. What way? Zhirua and Zhu Yui suddenly became energetic, and even Song Qingshu could not help but pricked up his ears. Xiao Qingqing suddenly blushed, pulled the two women aside, and whispered in their ears. Soon, the other two women's faces also turned red. Ridiculous, is this a test or taking advantage of him? Zhou Zhirua could not help but spit. That's right, Zhu Yui echoed. If you want to go, Qingqing, you go alone. I won't do it. Xiao Qingqing suddenly became anxious. If I go alone, what if you say that I'm partial to him? We believe you, okay? Zhou Zhirua's cheeks were burning. She thought that married women were different. That proposal was really too shameful. What is it? Seeing the three women's embarrassed expressions at the same time, Song Qingshu suddenly felt like a cat was scratching his heart. In fact, with his martial arts, if he really wanted to eavesdrop, he might have been able to hear Xiao Qingqing's whispers just now. However, if there was no secret between lovers, it would be a little boring. If you want to listen, we can, but you have to let us seal your acupuncture points first. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and looked at him. Okay. Song Qingshu did not hesitate and spread out his hands, indicating that they could seal their acupuncture points as they pleased. Seeing that he did not guard against them at all, the three women were all stunned, and a trace of emotion welled up in their hearts at the same time. After all, with Song Qingshu's current martial arts, it was unlikely that he would be restrained. Now, he did not even ask before agreeing to Xiao Qingqing's request, you will definitely die in the hands of a woman in the future. Xiao Qingqing sighed. Definitely a beautiful woman, Zhu Yui could not help but agree. Zhou Zhirua had been standing silently on the side, but after Xiao Qingqing sealed Song Qingshu's acupuncture points, she suddenly made her move and sealed the acupuncture points of Zhu Yui and Xia Qingqing from behind. Zhu Yui and Xia Qingqing's martial arts were not below Zhou Jirua's, and it was impossible for them to be restrained by her in the blink of an eye. However, all of this happened too suddenly, and the two women were not prepared for Zhou Jirua at all, so their acupuncture points were sealed in an instant. "Sister Zhou, what are you doing?" The two women were suddenly shocked and angry. "Didn't you say that he would eventually die in the hands of a woman?" Zhou Jirua smiled slightly, and her slender hand gently stroked Song Qingshu's cheek. Gradually, it moved down, and her sharp nails easily cut the skin on his neck. End of this chapter. You want to kill Brother Song? Xia Qingqing cried out in surprise. She had also heard about the grudge between the two of them, but during this period of time they had been together, Zhou Jirua had completely behaved like a competent wife. She had thought that Zhou Jirua had completely forgotten about the hatred of the past. "The Brother Song you mentioned used despicable means to take my body. Do you want me to kill him?" Zhou Jirua's eyes glowed with excitement. She had taken revenge several times before, but each time, she was captured and bullied because she was not his opponent. Thinking of the situation where she was bullied by him, Zhou Jirua's face turned slightly red and she secretly spat. "Although his means were indeed despicable, we were husband and wife at that time. Even if he did that kind of thing, isn't it reasonable?" Song Qingshu could not help but interrupt. "Shut up." Zhou Jirua's face turned even redder. At that time, she and he were clearly just a fake husband and wife, but she did not expect that he would actually pretend to be real. "Sister Zhou, even if Brother Song was in the wrong first, his feelings for you are not fake. Moreover, during this period of time, we can also feel your feelings for him. You must not ignore your true feelings for the sake of revenge." Zhu Yaoyao appeared to be much calmer, and her words were extremely sincere. "Do you really think that I am in love with him?" Zhou Jirua snorted, and there was a trace of a crazy smile in her eyes. "Humph, in order to take revenge, I practiced martial arts hard, but I don't know why this bastard's martial arts became more and more powerful. After so many failures, I understood that it was impossible to use force to take revenge, so I could only use a woman's natural weapon, a beautiful face and a moving body. This bastard really fell for it, thinking that I really loved him from hate, so he didn't have any wariness towards me at all." Zhu Yaoyao and Xia Qingqing were secretly shocked. They did not expect that she would choose to serve her enemy with her beauty for the sake of revenge. The depth of her scheming was really shocking. Song Qingshu did not have any reaction. He just looked at her quietly. "Then what do you want?" Zhou Jirua smiled faintly and stuck out her tongue to lick the blood that was oozing out of his neck. "I will slowly cut open your skin and drink your blood one mouthful at a time. You don't have to be so cruel." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Humph, this is the vow I secretly made when I was drugged by you in the inn. Today, I will make the vow come into effect one by one." Ignoring the pleading of Zhu Mengmeng and Xia Qingqing, he flew out with Song Qingshu. Looking at the familiar cave in front, Song Qingshu was speechless. He did not expect that he would come back here after such a long time. He did not expect that he would be here again. Was the shy and passionate Huang Rong? Huang Rong was now, and Jirua. Zhou Jirua threw Song Qingshu behind a pile of dry grass, squatted down, and looked at him closely. "If you beg me, I may consider not killing you." "Jirua, have you played enough? I know you won't kill me." Song Qingshu looked at the woman in front of him with a smile. A trace of panic suddenly flashed in Zhou Jirua's eyes. She forced herself to calm down and snorted. "You are still so narcissistic when you are about to die. Really?" The smile on Song Qingshu's face became wider. "If you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have subconsciously used a soft force when you threw me to the ground just now. I was just worried that you would use the force of vibration to break through the acupoints in your body." Zhou Jirua hurriedly explained. "Oh?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "Then why were you so close to me just now and looked into my eyes without any precaution? You have also practiced the Nine Sutra. You should know that using the soul transfer technique does not require internal force." "I just forgot for a moment." Zhou Jirua's words became flustered. Song Qingshu shook his head to express his disbelief. "Jirua, your meticulousness is no less than Zhao Min's. If it was really a deliberate plan, how could there be such a big flaw? Zhou Zhihua suddenly became angry. You will pay for your arrogance. If you didn't use the soul transfer technique just now, you won't have the chance now. Don't pull a long face. You can't hold back your laughter. Seeing Zhou Zhihua's mouth twitch several times, Song Qingshu laughed. But in the end, Zhou Zhihua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, it was like the ice and snow melting. The frost on her face turned into a warm spring breeze. I didn't expect you to be fooled like this. But I thought you acted pretty well. Song Qingshu didn't say anything and just looked at her with a smile. Zhou Zhihua came to his side and sat down. She asked curiously, did you really judge that I was pretending based on those two things? It's a bit unbelievable. Actually, those were all pretenses. There is another reason. A strange smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. What reason? Zhou Zhihua was stunned. The acting just now had even fooled her, but it still couldn't fool him. Of course, Zhou Zhihua was curious. What do you think my martial arts rank in the world? Song Qingshu didn't answer directly. Instead, he changed the topic. Your martial arts? Zhou Zhihua thought carefully for a while and said uncertainly, apart from some hidden masters, you should be able to enter the top 10. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. The world is big, and there are many talented people. Although my martial arts are not bad, I don't know if I can enter the top 10. But there is one martial art that I am confident of being the best in the world. Qinggong? This was Zhou Zhihua's first reaction. No. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. Come closer. Hearing Song Qingshu's answer, Zhou Zhihua's face suddenly turned red. Bah, shameless. Song Qingshu smiled proudly. To me, whether a woman's reaction in bed is real or fake, you can't fool me at all. So, it's your body that betrayed you. Zhou Zhihua couldn't help but pinch the thin flesh on his waist. The two of them played for a while. Suddenly, Zhou Zhihua sighed sadly. You can't be the real Song Qingshu, right? Song Qingshu was stunned. Why do you ask? Zhou Zhihua looked at the bonfire not far away. And sighed faintly. The real Qingshu only loves me. He doesn't even care about a beauty like Xiaomin. The real Qingshu won't drug me. His martial arts won't advance by leaps and bounds like yours, and he won't be as glib as you. Then who do you like? Song Qingshu didn't answer. Instead, he asked. I don't know. Zhou Zhihua's eyes suddenly became a little blank. After a while, she smiled. It should be you. Song Qingshu smiled with relief and hugged her in his arms. That's it. How did your acupoints open? Zhou Zhihua looked at him in surprise. Didn't you say that my martial arts can be ranked in the top 10 in the world? What's so strange about opening my acupoints? Song Qingshu said with a smile. You're so annoying. So you've been watching me make a fool of myself. Zhou Zhihua was so shy that she directly buried her face in his arms. Song Qingshu's blood was boiling because of Huang Rong's teasing just now. At this time, with a warm and fragrant body in his arms, and the other party was his legitimate wife, how could he hold back? He lifted her chin and kissed her. After a long time, Zhou Zhihua's body seemed to melt. When Song Qingshu's hand reached for her belt, she finally woke up for a moment. She pressed his big hand down and opened her mouth slightly. Can you tell me where the real Qingshu is? Song Qingshu blew into her ear. I am the real Qingshu. Zhou Zhihua's eyes lit up. She finally let go of his hands and let him untie her clothes. Then, he drove straight in. In addition to the sound of breathing in the cave, there was also a faintly discernible strange conversation. I feel so guilty. I always feel like I'm having an affair with another man behind my husband's back. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your husband. But I know you're not. Then why are you so cooperative? Ajio, Ching, it's my fault. If you want to hit me or punish me, just do as you please. Don't be so serious. Zhou Zhihua reached out to pull the sleeves of the two girls, but the two girls turned their heads in unison and ignored her. I just wanted to make a joke. Besides, what this bastard did back then was really despicable. I also wanted to take the opportunity to scare him, Zhou Zhirua continued to explain. Humph, Zhu Xiaoxiao snorted and couldn't help but say sourly, in the end, you were so scared that you threw yourself into his arms? Zhou Zhirua and Song Qingshu came back together. Their faces were beaming with happiness. Even a fool would know what they had just done. Zhou Zhirua was also a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu. If he hadn't pulled her, the two of them would have come back a long time ago. I wonder if Sister Zhou found out whether he touched Huang Rong or not. Xia Qingqing looked at the two of them with a faint smile and emphasized the word sister. Thinking of Xia Qingqing's method, Zhou Zhirua blushed and answered, I don't think so. He doesn't have the smell of other women. The two of them had been intimate so many times. Unless Song Qingshu had secretly taken a bath, if he had really done something with Huang Rong, the smell on his body couldn't be hidden at all. When Sister heard my suggestion, she laughed and said that I was not serious. I didn't expect Sister to volunteer to put it into practice. Xia Qingqing's tone unknowingly became harsh. After all, she and Zhu Xiaoxiao were almost going crazy just now. Who knew that Zhou Zhirua would secretly take him out to have sex with him? After feeling lucky, a wave of anger arose spontaneously. Aya, don't insult me anymore. I almost want to find a hole to hide in. Zhou Zhirua was embarrassed and couldn't help but secretly pinch Song Qingshu to ask him to help. There's a martial arts competition tomorrow. I'll go to the quiet room to meditate. You guys take your time to talk. After that, Song Qingshu hurriedly slipped away. What kind of joke was this? If he joined in at this time, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? The harem should be at daggers drawn. Otherwise, if everyone was united against the outside world, her days would not be good. When Song Qingshu came out the next day, he found that the three women had reconciled and had a deep sisterly love. Song Qingshu was greatly surprised. He quietly pulled Zhou Zhirua and asked, how did you settle it? Zhou Zhirua spat. It's none of your business. After that, she pushed him away and ran to chat with Zhu Aihua and Xia Qingqing. On Song Qingshu's way to the arena, all sorts of martial artists were talking about what happened last night. Did you hear that? Yesterday, this Song guy fought against 3 peerless experts by himself and didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. How is that possible? Peerless experts are too cheap. Nowadays, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is called a peerless expert. Shaolin's 13 peerless divine monks Xianxia, Liao South Courtyard King Xiaofeng, and Chongyang Palace's #1 expert, Qiu Chuji, aren't they called peerless experts? Damn. Is this guy even human? That's right. That's why the casino lowered his odds. Now, Song Guy's odds are 1 to 2. That's the lowest of all the contestants. I don't think so. My many years of experience tell me that, according to the nature of the casino, the most popular contestant will definitely die. His odds are the lowest, so the casino doesn't think he'll win. Among the other contestants, the girl, the monk, the one-armed man with the heavy sword, and that silly young man, they may not be weaker than him. I agree. Last night, he just fought against 3 great experts. He must have used up a lot of qi. Today's opponent is Jinyang Swordsman. With the strength he showed last night, Song Qingshu may not be able to defeat him. That's right. How could I forget about Jinyang Swordsman? Listening to the crowd's discussion, Song Qingshu secretly laughed. He couldn't help but recall some things from his previous life. At that time, he was just like them. As a member of the masses, he began to analyze the bits and pieces of information he got. He didn't know that because of his level of vision, the things he analyzed were just a joke in the eyes of the superior. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. He saw Huang Rong and her group walking over from not far away. Perhaps she had deliberately disguised herself, but he couldn't see the fear from last night on her. Instead, she looked as glamorous and radiant as she usually did. Obviously, Huang Rong also saw him. Although she still had a lingering fear when her reputation was ruined last night, now that she thought about it, she still remembered how they tried to hide it from Ouyang Feng in the cave at the beginning. Thinking of all kinds of charming and gentle things, Huang Rong couldn't help but tremble. She didn't know what tricks this bastard used to make her lose all her dignity in front of him. I heard that Madame Guo was in danger last night. Is she okay? Song Qingshu's expression was as usual. He chatted with her as if nothing had happened. This bastard's acting was quite good. Huang Rong blushed slightly, but she had to reply softly, "Thank you for your concern, Prince Song. Last night, I met a shameless thief, but I took care of him. You don't have to worry about me." Song Qingshu was stunned. This woman really knew how to take advantage of others. However, he quickly recovered and smiled, "If Madam has any needs in the future, I will do my best. I will do my best until my death." The rest of the people present were confused by his words. Even Guofu, who had never been on good terms with him, felt that he had gone too far with his flattery. Huang Rong felt her body heat up and naturally understood the meaning of his words. She was ashamed and angry in her heart, but on the surface she smiled and replied, "If I need help, I will find my humble husband. There is no need for young Master Song to worry." "Oh?" Song Qingshu's face revealed a trace of an evil smile. "I'm afraid that Hero Guo will be guarding Xiangyang and won't have the energy to help Madam. A wild crane like me is different. I guarantee that I will be at your beck and call." His words made Huang Rong's cheeks burn. Before she could react, Guofu rushed to scold him, "How can you be like this? My mother is the leader of the beggar sect. If she needs help, she will naturally have people to help her. Why would she look for an outsider like you?" Song Qingshu suddenly showed a look of surprise. "So Madam usually looks for people from the beggar sect when she needs help. That was rude of me." Guofu still wanted to continue, but Huang Rong hurriedly stopped her. "The martial arts competition is about to begin, and I still have some matters to attend to. Young Master Song, you should also go and prepare early. I'll take my leave now." Her silly daughter didn't know what was going on, and she just randomly interrupted. After a night of turmoil, the second round of the competition finally began. Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, there was a commotion in the field. Obviously, most people knew what had happened yesterday. However, many people were not there last night, so they didn't see Song Qingshu fight. Song Qingshu won the first round without putting in much effort. In the second round, it was the famous swordsman of Jinyang. Judging from the battle strength that the swordsman of Jinyang had shown in the first round, the two of them were bound to have a fierce battle. Everyone's eyes widened, not wanting to miss any exciting details. "Master Xiao, please." With one hand behind his back, Song Qingshu made an inviting gesture with the other hand. As the wind blew, his white robe fluttered, and he looked like a grandmaster. Xiao Ban smiled and said lightly, "There's no need to fight this round. I admit defeat." The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as he said this. Although many people believed that he was no match for Song Qingshu, there were also many people who thought that Song Qingshu had fought repeatedly last night. With Xiaoban's martial arts skills, he might still have a chance. Who would have thought that he would admit defeat without even fighting? Suddenly, the field was filled with boos. Those who had bet on Xiaoban were so angry that they jumped up and down, and all kinds of vulgar words came out of their mouths. "Coward! What bullshit, Master of Jinyang! I think it's better to change his name to Jinyang Coward. Pay for our money." Xiaoban snorted coldly. The noisy people in the field only felt a vibration in their ears, and their blood surged in their chests. For a moment, they couldn't say anything. They couldn't help but change their expressions. His strength was really shocking. Seeing that the field quieted down, Xiaoban cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "I have fought with Prince Song several times before, and I lost every time. Even if I fight again this time, I still can't win. I won't waste your time." After saying that, he left Song Qingshu with an enigmatic smile and turned to leave the arena. It seemed that he didn't want to watch the rest of the competition. Song Qingshu was confused. He couldn't help but think that he had emphasized that they were not enemies. Was he using this method to prove his sincerity? But why did he do that? Seeing that the first match had ended without a winner, the crowd was disappointed and had no choice but to turn their attention to the next match. The contestants had not even stepped onto the stage, but many people were already discussing it. Who do you think will win, Ling Huchong or Yang Gua? Probably Ling Huchong. After all, his sword technique is publicly acknowledged as the number one in the Five Mountain Sword faction. Moreover, Yang Gua has lost an arm. He will be at too much of a disadvantage in a fight. I think so too. Sword techniques have always been Xianxia is using such a heavy fire stick as a sword. Isn't this a joke? That's not necessarily true. In the previous rounds, once Xianghua's opponents clashed with his weapon, their own weapon would immediately break. If Ling Huchang's sword was broken, then what use is his sword technique? With Ling Huchang's sword speed, how could he be stupid enough to fight Xianghua head-on? Hearing the discussion in the distance, Song Qingshu smiled. It seemed that Ling Huchang was going to disappoint these people. As expected, Xianghua waited in the arena for a long time without seeing any trace of Ling Huchang. A member of the Sun Moon sect hurriedly ran to Huang Rong and whispered a few words in her ear. A trace of surprise flashed across Huang Rong's face. She had no choice but to stand up and say, "Young hero Ling Hu is seriously injured and has decided to forfeit this match. Therefore, this round of competition, young hero Yang is the winner." Huang Rong was upset. She had wanted Ling Huchang to show his invincible might and defeat Xianghua to vent her anger. After all, she was almost ruined by Yanghua's adoptive father last night and lost her chastity. Thinking of what Yang Kong and Ouyang Feng had done, Huang Rong looked at Yanghua with an unfriendly gaze. My father is annoying, my adoptive father is annoying, and now even my son is so annoying. Did I owe them in my previous life? If Yanghua really wins the championship, it will be troublesome if he wants to take revenge based on the relationship between us, mother and daughter. As Huang Rong was having a headache, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the smiling Song Qingshu. She didn't know why, but her heart gradually calmed down. She kept comforting herself, anyway, with that person here, Yanghua can't win the championship, there must be a conspiracy. It must be manipulated from behind the scenes. The person who will advance to the next round must be predetermined. The uproar of the heroes in the arena was twice as loud as before. After all, the first round was forfeited, and the second round was forfeited. It was hard not to be suspicious. Huang Rong and some leaders of the Golden Snake camp finally calmed the emotions of the heroes. Seeing Yang Miaozhen and Sherpadian go on the arena at the same time, the noise in the arena gradually subsided. They looked at the two people on the arena with great expectation. Brother, who do you think will win? We've been guessing for half a day, and then they forfeit. What's the point of guessing? Yang Miaozhen had already calmed herself down and eliminated all the noise from the outside world. In her eyes, there was only Sherpadian. She had watched the fight between Sherpadian and He Shiwo from beginning to end. Although Sherpadian looked like a simpleton, his incomparably powerful internal energy was indeed somewhat frightening. However, his moves were different from those of a normal person. However, his moves seemed to be a bit rough. It was He Shiwo's fault that his internal energy was not strong enough. Otherwise, Yang Miaozhen would have been able to see more things. She made up her mind that she must make full use of the advantages of her moves and absolutely avoid a head-on collision with his internal energy. Different from yesterday, Sherpadian was holding a short saber in his hand today. Obviously, he didn't think that he could win the pear blossom spear in the fourth lady's hand with his bare hands. The Golden Crow Saber Technique. After watching the two of them exchange a few moves, Song Qingshu subconsciously remembered the name of Sherposhan's saber technique. It seemed that this saber technique was created by Bai Zizai's wife, and it was specifically used to restrain the Snow Mountain sword technique. When Song Qingshu and Icy Snow went to Jingzhou City to look for the godly radiating scripture, they had seen the sword technique of the Snow Mountain sect. Although it was exquisite, in Song Qingshu's current eyes, it was not a top-notch sword technique. The Golden Crow Saber technique was used to restrain it, so no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't be too powerful. I've really picked up a big bargain. Song Qingshu had a faint smile on his face. It seemed that Sherpadian hadn't gone to the Isle of Heroes to learn the Taishan scripture and the various martial arts on the stone wall. Otherwise, he would have a headache. The current Sherpadian was just a person with a top-notch internal energy, but no matching moves or martial arts. There was nothing to be afraid of. On the stage, the two figures had already separated. Yang Miaozhen looked at her opponent and thought, his saber technique is indeed much better than his fist technique, but it's a pity that it is far inferior to my pear blossom spear. The exchange just now had made Yang Miaozhen feel much more confident. Her spear technique became even more calm. The crowd could only see the sky full of pear blossom flowers revolving around Sherposhan's body. In the beginning, they could still see Sherpadian fighting back from time to time. Unfortunately, even his figure was almost covered by the pear blossom flowers, and the circle of pear blossom flowers was getting tighter and tighter. The crowd could only judge that Sherpadian was still persistently resisting by the sound of weapons clashing. "Hey, that silly boy seems to be in a bad situation," Guofu said thoughtlessly while eating melon seeds. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. It seemed like this Sherpadian had received guidance from an expert. The gap between the two of them was too big, so Sherpadian took the initiative to give up on competing moves, and instead chose to focus on defending his own territory. It seemed like Yang Miaozhen had gained the upper hand, but in fact, she hadn't gained much advantage. P.S. Why are the updates so slow recently? It's because I've been reading Pure Bird Reporter. It's a very good book, I recommend everyone to read it. P.S. It's still a problem of updating. I plan to adjust my state of mind in the next 2 days, and then I'll increase the number of updates. I also feel that it's not good to update once a day. End of this chapter. On the stage, Yang Miaozhen was also frowning. In front of her storm-like attacks, Sherpadian didn't have much strength to fight back. However, every time her pear blossom spear stabbed into his body would surge up with a protective Xianxia, and her spear would be shaken off and slide to the side. Sooner or later, this kind of fighting method will exhaust me to death, this thought flashed through Yang Miaozhen's mind. She also made a prompt decision, and quickly gave up on continuing this crazy bombardment of attacks. She withdrew her spear and retreated to a corner of the arena, quietly looking at Sherpadian in the distance. Yang Miaozhen was tall and slender. At this moment, she was standing straight on the protruding pillar at the edge of the stage. Her bright red cloak was fluttering in the wind, revealing her curvaceous body that was outlined by her tight clothes. The group of Jianghu warriors below the stage swallowed their saliva. The fourth lady's body is really sexy. If any man could climb into her bed, wouldn't he die of sexual bliss? Just now, Sherpadian instinctively waved his saber to protect his body. Therefore, after Yang Miaozhen retreated, he still waved his saber in the air for a while. He didn't realize it until he heard the laughter from below the stage. He couldn't help but rub the back of his head. This silly boy is really simple and honest. Yang Miaozhen also couldn't help but laugh. She thought for a moment, then took the pear blossom spear out of her hand. The pear blossom spear suddenly became a pear blossom stick. As soon as she did this, everyone in the field looked at her in confusion. Those who couldn't see the reason for the fight just now all gave her a thumbs up, thinking that she was generous and didn't want to take advantage of the weapon. Those who could see the reason for the fight just now secretly frowned. If she couldn't break through Sherpadian's defense even with the spearhead, then wouldn't it be even more hopeless to take the spearhead off? I'm going to attack. Young Hiroshir, please be careful. After Yang Miaozhen finished speaking, she gracefully leapt in front of Sherpadian. Sherpadian hastily raised his blade to meet her attack. Who would have thought that Yang Miaozhen didn't directly attack his body like a moment ago? Instead, she directly stabbed Sherpadian's wrist, which was holding the blade. Although the weapon in Yang Miaozhen's hand seemed to be rolling, she was still using the pear blossom spear art. Her spear art was extremely exquisite. Sherpadian didn't even have time to react before he felt his wrist go numb. He almost couldn't hold the short blade in his hand anymore. However, his body-protecting Xianxia automatically counterattacked and shook off the tip of Yang Miaozhen's stick. All of this was within Yang Miaozhen's expectations. She immediately changed her move. Her spear was like a swimming dragon, directly piercing towards his eyes. Sherpadian couldn't help but be shocked. No matter how powerful his Xianxia was, it would not be able to protect his fragile eyes, so he hastily put away his blade to protect his eyes. Who would have thought that Yang Miaozhen's attack was just a feint? The spear changed its direction midway, and with a paw sound, Sherpadian felt his wrist go numb again. He was once again stabbed in the same place as before. Sherpadian was a natural-born martial arts genius. His fighting instinct made him clench his teeth and bear the pain while holding his blade. He took the opportunity to slide along the spear's body. If Yang Miaozhen didn't let go of the spear, he probably wouldn't even be able to save his fingers. However, Yang Miaozhen had been immersed in the pear blossom spear art for more than 10 years. The spear in her hand had already become a part of her body. She calmly patted the spear's handle with her palm, and with a whoosh sound, the spear flew out of her hand. Yang Miaozhen took advantage of the recoil force to bend her waist, and her whole body somersaulted backwards, cleverly dodging Sherposhen's blade. Her raised legs just happened to clamp the tail of the spear, and the spear swept towards the back of Sherposhen's head. Sherpadian didn't have enough time to dodge, and with a paw sound, he was hit so hard that he started seeing stars. Although he was protected by his Jin Qi and didn't receive any real damage, but the pain was still very painful. Good. After a short period of shock, thunderous applause and cheers sounded from below the ring, and frivolous whistles could be heard from time to time. After all, the flexibility of Yang Miaozhen's body just now really made people's imagination run wild. Song Qingshu smiled and nodded. He had really underestimated her. He didn't expect that she would choose such a smart strategy. No wonder she had to take off the spearhead, otherwise, Sherposhen's tendons wouldn't be able to be saved. Although Sherpadian looked stupid, when it came to fighting instinct, he was actually a rare genius. He also understood that every time Yang Miaozhen attacked, the target was actually his wrist. However, understanding was one thing, whether or not he could dodge was another thing. Although Sherpadian had cultivated an amazing internal force due to all kinds of coincidences, but because he hadn't had the time to go to the Isle of Heroes, he hadn't learned any martial arts that matched his internal force. Right now, when he was fighting against Yang Miaozhen, he was only relying on his fighting instinct. However, Yang Miaozhen's pear blossom spear art had been meticulously refined by generations of people. The spearhead was constantly changing, and at the same time, it was also good at confusing the enemy. It could be said that Sherpadian had suffered a lot. He was often deceived by Yang Miaozhen's feints. Although his reaction was amazingly fast, and he could often dodge Yang Miaozhen's following moves, it was impossible for him to be so lucky every time. As the two of them fought faster and faster, Sherposhen's wrist was hit more and more. In the beginning, it was only slightly numb, but Yang Miaozhen's attacks would hit the same spot every time. Sherposhen's protective Jin Qi finally couldn't hold on any longer. His wrist was getting more and more painful, and he almost couldn't hold the curved blade in his hand anymore. Pop, a clear sound was heard. Obviously, Sherposhen's wrist was hit again. A curved blade flew up into the sky, spun for a few times, then fell down and stabbed into the floor not far away. The blade kept shaking, letting out waves of mournful sounds, obviously telling the owner's unwillingness. I lost. Sherpadian scratched his hair in annoyance, which made his already untidy hair even messier. Thank you for letting me win. Yang Miaozhen slightly gasped for breath, then finally let out a sigh of relief. This young man was like a freak, his internal force seemed to be endless. If they really fought for a while longer, she might be the first one to fall down. Huang Rong, who had walked onto the stage, looked at Yang Miaozhen with appreciation, and said with a clear voice, Miss Yang, in order to avoid hurting young warrior Shi's hand tendons, you purposely took off the spearhead. You would rather suffer a loss, your kindness is really admirable. Only then did all the warriors realize what was going on, and they all cheered. Women were always popular in the martial world, not to mention that Yang Miaozhen was such a beautiful woman. The last match of the third round, please welcome Miss Ah Qing and young Master Su Zhu. As Huang Rong's voice sounded, the audience gradually quieted down. Finally, the main event was coming. The previous two matches had been aborted, which had aroused everyone's interest. The fight between Yang Miaozhen and Sherpadian was also very exciting, so the warriors in the martial world were looking forward to the last match. On one side was a young girl with a terrifying natural sword chi, and on the other side was a young monk who seemed to be proficient in the 72 ultimate martial arts of Shaolin. Neither of them was weak, so it was destined to be a good show. Little monk, don't cry if it hurts. Ah Qing looked at Su Zhu with a smile. She waved her bamboo stick, and a dozens of meters long sword chi chopped towards Su Zhu. If I don't write some words here, many readers who read pirated versions will not be able to see them. Today, someone sent me a screenshot of a reader commenting on the speed of my updates. I can see that he really likes this book, and he has been reading it for a long time. However, I am curious as to why I have never seen this comment before. After asking, I found out that the person only made a comment in the comment section of a pirated version of the book. Seeing that he had worked so hard to type so many words, he probably didn't realize that if it wasn't a coincidence, I wouldn't be able to see what he had written. So, to reiterate, there are only two places where I can see and respond to your comments. One is the comments section under the book, and the other is the QQ group. There are two groups in this book. The VIP group is 3162895994, screenshot required, and the ordinary group is 3372949925. Hiss, the crowd gasped. Such an exaggerated sword energy. If someone was touched by it, they would lose half of their body. If Wang Chongyang came back to life, even Zhang Sanfeng might not be able to resist it. Xiuzhu's expression also changed greatly. Originally, he was going to greet her politely, but he didn't expect a Qing to attack without warning. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the sword Qi, Xiuzhu quickly rolled away. A Qing was still smiling. He flicked his wrist and the sword energy seemed to have eyes. It followed Xiuzhu like a shadow. Xiuzhu's expression was gloomy as he firmly planted his feet on the arena. After taking a deep breath, his clothes began to flutter. And for all. Is almost equal to is identical to. One of the three great techniques of the Shaolin Temple, the diamond body. The sharp-eyed people below the arena exclaimed. Song Qing secretly shook his head. He could be said to be the most familiar with the Shaolin Temple's invincible Vajra divine art, apart from the Shaolin disciples. He had fought with the Vajra sect master and Master Xuanxia before, and both of them had practiced invincible Vajra divine art to the great accomplishment stage. Xiuzhu did not look like he had mastered the diamond body divine technique, and Song Qing could feel that the air around Xiuzhu was rushing into his body. Xiuzhu was like a vortex. This martial art. Song Qing was even more confused. Qing saw that Xiuzhu was not dodging and seemed to want to take her sword energy head-on. She frowned and quickly weakened the sword energy. After all, Xiuzhu was not a wolf that came to steal sheep in winter. She didn't want him to bleed on the spot. The cyan sword energy finally hit Xiuzhu. However, when the sword energy touched Xiuzhu's body, it melted like ice and snow. Qing was surprised and waved her bamboo stick. The sword energy flew out and stabbed toward Xiuzhu like a real sword. Xiuzhu crossed his arms in front of him and an invisible wave of true qi appeared around him. After the green sword qi collided with this invisible wall, it was as if it had fallen into a bloody mouth. It melted at a speed visible to the naked eye and finally disappeared into thin air. The audience was completely silent. When they saw Xiuzhu preparing to take that terrifying sword energy head-on, they thought that he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Who would have thought that he would be able to easily deal with it? Everyone looked at the plain-looking little monk on the stage with complicated expressions. This little monk was really unfathomable. Shaolin was indeed worthy of being the #1 sect in the world. There were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Song Qing was also shocked. Even he had to avoid Qing's sword energy. How did Xiuzhu do it? Song Qing began to think about the martial arts that Xiuzhu might have. Suddenly, he thought, is it the northern dark qi? The nature of dark north Shen qi absorbing other people's internal energy was indeed possible. After all, sword qi was also a type of internal energy. A trace of red appeared on Xiuzhu's face. Although he had successfully absorbed Qing's sword qi, Qing's innate sword qi was not something ordinary inner force could compare to. He could feel his tendons and veins being injured. I can't fight head-on like this anymore, this thought appeared in Xiuzhu's mind. While Qing was still in a daze, he closed in on her. With the sword energy she had displayed, fighting her from a distance would only put him in a passive position. Xiuzhu decided to drag her into close combat so that he could fully display the advantage of the 72 ultimate Shaolin techniques. Seeing Xiuzhu approach, Qing had no intention of dodging. Instead, she looked at him with interest and asked, "Little monk, what did you do just now?" As Qing spoke, she pointed at Xiuzhu with the bamboo stick in her hand. Xiuzhu was shocked. Qing had casually waved his hand, but the bamboo stick had stabbed out from an incredible angle. Xiuzhu wanted to dodge, but the bamboo stick seemed to have a mind of its own. Its head trembled slightly, and it moved in a subtle arc. It was still waiting for him to meet it. Although the bamboo stick in front of him seemed to be an ordinary thin bamboo, Xiuzhu did not dare to be careless. After all, the terrifying sword qi just now came from this stick. Xiuzhu used his hand as a knife, and there was visible true qi flowing on the edge of his palm. He directly cut Ah Qing's bamboo stick. With a crisp sound, Ah Qing was shocked to find that her bamboo stick was broken in half. The broken part seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade, and there were faint traces of burning. "Mother, this little monk's hand knife is very powerful." "What is it?" Guofu's mouth was wide open, as if she could not believe her eyes. It should be one of the 72 unique skills of the Shaolin Temple, the wood-burning saber technique. Huang Rong was very knowledgeable. The reason why she could see the true qi flowing on the edge of Xiuzhu's palm was because the wood-burning saber technique was extremely young. The hot true qi caused the air around the palm to boil, and the light was naturally distorted. This little master can use the wood-burning saber technique with his bare hands. It is really, for a moment, Huang Rong could not find any words to express the shock in her heart. After mastering the Shaolin Temple's wood-burning saber technique, one could hack a piece of dry wood 81 times. The blade of the saber did not damage the wood at all, but the heat emitted from the saber could ignite the wood and start a fire, hence the name. Xiaofeng's teacher, Master Xianxia, was good at this technique. However, the wood-burning saber technique was usually performed with the Buddhist commandment blade, but Xiuzhu was able to use it with his bare hands. No wonder Huang Rong was so shocked. Song Qing frowned slightly. Although the wood-burning saber technique of the Shaolin Temple was magical, its power was limited. How could it cut Ah Qing's bamboo stick? However, what was the feature of Xiuzhu's move? It was indeed the wood-burning saber technique. Song Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered a scene in the original work of demigods and semi-devils. In the Zhenlong chess game, a monk of the Shaolin Temple was hit by Yu Tongji's poisonous palm. Xiuzhu used Wu Yazi's 70 years of dark north genuine qi to cut a wound under the monk's ribs. His genuine qi went straight through the monk's meridians and let the poison out. Just now, Xiuzhu must have used the dark north genuine qi to cut the wood-burning saber technique. The power of the wood-burning saber technique was more than 10 times stronger than the ordinary wood-burning saber technique. Therefore, Ah Qing was caught off guard and suffered a big loss. When the people of the Shaolin Temple were discussing how to deal with Xiuzhu, they were all afraid of Ah Qing's congenital sword qi. Now that Xiuzhu had successfully cut Ah Qing's weapon, he could not help but show a trace of joy on his face. He raised his other hand and chopped again. Ah Qing glanced at the remaining half of the bamboo stick. He curled his lips and casually threw it away. Seeing Xiuzhu's chopping hand, Ah Qing raised his hand and sent out a sword qi. When the sword qi and the chopping hand touched, both of them trembled and separated. Xiuzhu felt that his qi and blood were a little turbulent and his chest was stuffy. Ah Qing did not feel much better. After all, the sword qi suddenly disappeared. It was like punching the air, which was extremely uncomfortable. Both of them were afraid of each other, so they were in a stalemate. This was probably the most exciting duel so far in the Golden Snake Convention. The materialization of sword qi and the use of one's hand as a saber, these skills that only existed in legends were actually seen with their own eyes. The heroes of Jianghu exclaimed in delight. Looking at the plain-looking little monk in the field, Song Qingshu frowned. It seems that he was hiding his strength when he fought with Murongfu. But thinking about it, the Shaolin 72 consummate skills, that was driven by the little non-phase technique, could only scare ordinary experts, but against a top expert like Ah Qing, it was really asking to be humiliated. Therefore, Suzhu immediately used his trump card, Dark North Divine Art. Seeing the various wonders of Dark North Divine Art, Song Qingshu secretly smacked his lips. Suzhu's Dark North Divine Art should be the complete version, far better than Duan Yu's. Moreover, it seems to be much stronger than Ren Wuxing's Absorbing Stars. This Suzhu is obviously a Shaolin disciple, but he has the Carefree Sex Divine Art. Who taught him? Could it be the one in the scripture pavilion? Suzhu is proficient in the Little Non-Phase Technique and Dark North Divine Art. Did he learn Tianshan Sixyong Palm, Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand, Life and Death Talisman? These top skills. Ah Qing may be in danger. Tianshan Sixyong Palm and Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand may be amazing, but Ah Qing's sword energy is so oppressive that Suzhu can't even get close to her. Thus, these two martial arts are useless. On the other hand, Life and Death Talisman is a long-range skill that can't be guarded against. It also has its own control characteristics. If Qing is hit, wouldn't the super expert have to listen to the Shaolin Temple? After several contacts with the Shaolin Temple, Song Qingshu did not feel that the monks of the Shaolin Temple were the kind of compassionate people that he had imagined. On the contrary, the entire Shaolin Temple seemed to have a kind of ambition for this chaotic world. Thinking of his bad relationship with the Shaolin Temple, Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly pinch a few small stones in his hand. If Qing really doesn't guard against it, he will ignore the rules of the convention and help her block those thin ice flakes. While the experts below the stage were pondering who would have the last laugh, the two people in the stage were not idle either. Suju knew that when he broke Qing's weapon with his hand, it seemed like he had the upper hand. However, using the Dark North divine art consumed a lot of internal force, while Qing's sword energy could be easily used. If the stalemate continued, he would lose without a doubt. Shuju, whine. As if he had guessed what Shuju was thinking, Xianxia, who was under the arena, waved his robe and a jar of liquor shot toward Shuju's palm like a water arrow. This monk has such a deep inner strength. Xianxia's move caused another round of exclamations. Shuju waved his hand and the liquor in his hand turned into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Qingshu's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Be careful of hidden weapons." Song Qingshu didn't directly call out the name of the life-death note because he was worried that Qing didn't know what the life-death note was. If Qing was distracted, it would be bad. However, it was different to call her, "Be careful of hidden weapons." After all, it was an instinct for martial artists to be careful of hidden weapons. As soon as Song Qingshu's voice fell, Suju clasped his hands together and the ice block in his hand shattered into thousands of thin ice shards. In an instant, the ice shards spread out like a swarm of wasps, attacking Qing from all directions. Shuju shot out so many ice flakes at once because he knew that with Qing's martial arts, one or two life-death notes would not be able to hit her. Now that Qing had seen the life-death note, it would be even more difficult for her to hit him. As such, Shuju planned to finish the battle in one go. While Qing was confused, he would attack with all his strength. As long as he could hit his opponent, he would win. Song Qingshu's face darkened. These two bald donkeys were quite cunning. The life-death notes made with liquor were 10 times faster than ordinary life-death notes. As long as Qing was hit by one of the ice flakes, she would immediately lose her ability to fight. However, how many life-death notes could he block with the small stones in his hand? She could only rely on herself. With Qing's eyesight, she could see that the ice flakes were only thin ice flakes. She didn't think it was a big deal at first, thinking that the ice flakes would melt when they touched her body. How powerful could they be? However, when she heard Song Qingshu's words, she immediately became vigilant. Are these hidden weapons? Although she didn't know why, Qing gave up the idea of trying and decided to knock down the ice flakes first. She made a sword gesture and flew up in a spiral. As her body rotated, it was like a boulder was thrown into a calm lake. Waves of cyan sword energy spread out like ripples. When the life-death notes touched the ripples formed by the sword energy in the air, it was like the beginning of the world. When the snow met the scorching sun, it disappeared without a trace. Seeing Qing moving toward him, Shuju wanted to fight back, but he was shocked to find that all his power seemed to be imprisoned by an unknown force. He couldn't use any of his power at all. He could only watch Qing's sword energy approach his throat. The people below the arena widened their eyes in horror. They felt an inexplicable pressure in the air, and it was extremely difficult for them to even lift their fingers. Xianxia's body shook, and his face turned red. Obviously, he had suffered serious internal injuries in order to break free. He couldn't help but think, even though I'm far away from the arena, I'm still under such a strong restriction. What kind of terrifying situation is facing Shuju in the arena? Little monk, you lost. With Qing's bell-like laughter, everyone in the field felt relieved and looked at the delicate girl on the stage as if they were looking at a monster. Yes, I lost. Shuju's face was ashen as he murmured. He was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple who had been carefully trained for more than 20 years. This time, he was going to amaze the world and win glory for the Shaolin Temple, but he was defeated by a girl. However, the crowd below the arena did not think that Shuju was honorable even though he had lost. Xiuzhu was just an ordinary Shaolin disciple, but the strength he had displayed was shocking enough. Being able to fight against a sword immortal like Ah Qing was enough to kill most of the people here in an instant. It seemed that this girl had already won the Golden Snake King. This was what almost everyone in the arena thought at this moment. This girl is simply invincible. No matter who enters the finals, they will definitely lose. It's just a matter of who can last longer. Yang Miaozhen, who had always been proud and arrogant, was disheartened at this moment. She couldn't help but look at the other two in the top four. They saw Yang was sitting there expressionlessly. The pale knuckles on the hand that held the black iron sword showed the nervousness in his heart. On the other side, Song Qingshu, Yang Miaozhen was surprised to see him smiling and relaxed, as if he had a card up his sleeve. 2 chapters will be restored tomorrow. DIP Group 3162895994, requires genuine subscription screenshot, Ordinary Group 3372949925, end of this chapter, how is this possible? This was Yang Miaozhen's only thought. When she was in Kaifeng, she had fought with Song Qingshu. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were slightly better than hers, there was a limit to it. If they really fought, the outcome would be almost the same. So why was he so confident? Seeing that the winner between Ah Qing and Xiuzhu had been decided, Huang Rong walked onto the stage again. In view of the sudden movement of the Manchurian army, the third round of the competition will begin in 2 hours. After that, the finals will be held soon. The Manchurian 8 banners had sent out the elites of the Manchurian 8 banners. They were divided into 4 armies. Each army was led by a famous general who had fought for many years. The central army consisted of 40,000 men, led by Prince Yu Lu. Yu Lu was currently the most respected general in the Manchurian imperial clan. As the grandson of Narachi, the 4th son of Rao Yumanabate, Yu Lu could be said to have outstanding military exploits. When the Manchurian Qing invaded the pass, he followed Prince Hao on a punitive expedition against Zhang Xianzhong and personally led his troops to kill him. Later, he quelled the rebellion of the Khalkha tribe and successfully made them submit to the Manchurian imperial court. In real history, he was also the commander who quelled the rebellion of the 3 border defenses in the future. Now, Yu Lu was in charge of the imperial clan court. Even the real Kangxi had to be respectful when he saw him. This time, the imperial court used him again. It could be said that they were determined to defeat the Golden Snake Camp. The West Army had 25,000 people and was led by General Fu Yuan. Fei Yanggu was a member of the Manchurian White Banners and had a very noble status. His sister was concubine Donggo, who was doted on by Emperor Xuanji. Unlike the arrogant and despotic relatives of the emperor, he was proficient in both literature and martial arts. In real history, he showed his skills in quelling the rebellion of the 3 border defenses and the Jungar tribe. Fei Yanggu was Prince Yu Li's most capable general. This time, Yu Li directly gave him command of the West Army. His trust in Fei Yanggu's ability was evident. The North Army had 8,000 people, all elite cavalry and equipped with the most advanced firearms. They were led by a famous general outside the pass, Sabusu. In real history, he commanded the Battle of Yakisa and successfully signed the Treaty of Nerchinsk. After many years of fighting against the Russian Far East Army, Sabusu had a taste of the Russian firearms and Cossack cavalry. Learning from his experience, he had also built a powerful cavalry firearms team to fight against them. Among the 4 armies, Sabusu's troops were the smallest in number, but their combat power was the strongest. The 30,000 men of the Eastern Army were led by the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince and the Grand Scholar of the Palace of Zhanghe. They were led by the Minister of Rights, Tu Hai. Although he was a civil official, he was a real famous general. After entering the Great Wall, he wiped out the remaining troops of Li Zicheng, quelled the rebellion of Chahar, forced Wang Fuchen to surrender, and pacified the 3 border defenses in real history. His military exploits were not inferior to Prince Yu Lu. The 2 of them were the most prestigious old generals in the Manchurian imperial court. However, Tu Hai and Yu Lu had never been on good terms. He felt that he had contributed more, yet he could only be ranked below Yu Lu. He had long been dissatisfied. This time, in order to leave enough time for Song Qingshu, Dongfeng Mushui used the identity of Emperor Kangxi to order the armies to temporarily hold back and wait for the Golden Snake Battalion to choose a new leader. Of course, the reason was just and honorable. After all, the Golden Snake Battalion was the biggest headache for the imperial court because of their guerrilla tactics. Once the situation was not good, they would break up and hide in the mountains. The imperial court's army spent a lot of money and food every day, so it was impossible for them to stay here forever. Once the imperial court's army retreated, the Golden Snake Battalion would appear like locusts, causing the Manchurian court unspeakably miserable. Dongfang Muxue ordered them to wait for the Golden Snake Battalion to choose a new leader. In order to establish his authority, the new Golden Snake King would definitely choose to take the initiative to attack. In that case, the imperial court's army would be able to destroy the main force of the Golden Snake Battalion in one fell swoop. Prince Yu Lu was deeply in agreement. Thus, he ordered the armies to stay where they were and wait for further orders. However, Tu Hai had always been dissatisfied with Yu Lu. After staying for a few days, he could no longer hold back and led his troops to march towards the Golden Snake Battalion. He wanted to seize the first merit and make Yu Lu lose face. Tu Hai was not worried that he would be defeated. He had 30,000 men under his command, all of whom were strong soldiers who could fight well. Moreover, he had faced opponents like Li Zicheng in the past, so why would he care about the small Golden Snake Battalion? Sensing that Tu Hai's troops were gradually approaching, the leaders of the Golden Snake Battalion immediately decided to speed up the selection of the Golden Snake King. Hearing the content of Huang Rong's announcement, the heroes in the field whispered to each other. The top 4 contestants and the forces behind them frowned. After all, not only did they have to consider winning the semifinals, they also had to consider how to allocate their physical strength as much as possible so that they would not exhaust their internal qi in the semifinals and give their opponents an advantage in the finals. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Everything was under his control. Even Tu Hai's reckless advance was planned by him and Dongfang Muxue. The generals of the 4 armies were chosen by him and Dongfang Muxue together. They had to capture the most direct troops and generals of the 8 banners of the Manchurian Qing in one fell swoop. After all, if the generals were united as a piece of iron board, even if Song Qingshu was familiar with all the information of both sides, if he really wanted to take down this 100,000-strong army in one gulp, it would be beyond the strength of the Golden Snake Battalion. Now that Tu Hai's army had penetrated deep, it was the perfect opportunity for him to defeat them one by one. "Big brother, thank you for just now." A clear voice woke Song Qingshu up from his contemplation. He raised his head and saw Ah Qing looking at him with a grin on her face. "It's nothing." Song Qingshu smiled. "With your martial arts, even if I didn't remind you, you would be able to handle it." "That's not necessarily true. Just now, I was going to touch those ice flakes." Ah Qing smiled innocently and suddenly showed a trace of doubt. "I think Big Brother is very good. I don't understand why Sister Yuan and the others say you are a bad guy." Song Qingshu looked at the Red Flower Society thoughtfully. He saw that Wan Ting was staring at him with a vicious face, Wen Tailai was full of anger, and Yuan Zi's eyes were full of contempt. "Yuan Ting's lifelong plan was destroyed by me. Wen Tailai's wife was used by me, so it's natural for him to hate me. Yuan Zi, you were only deceived by me once. It's not a big deal. Why do you make it look like I raped you?" Song Qingshu was speechless. Then he explained to Ah Qing patiently, a matter or a person's good or bad is different in the eyes of different people. For example, one day you drop a gold ingot on the roadside. It's a bad thing for you, but it's a good thing for the person who picked it up. Do you understand? Ah Qing frowned. So what if the gold is dropped? It's not a bad thing for me. Song Qingshu was almost choked speechless. He froze for a long time. Then he looked at the girl in front of him suspiciously. Does she not know what gold is? Let's put it another way. One day, you dropped a sheep by the roadside, and someone picked it up. Before Song Qingshu could finish, Ah Qing was so angry that her almond-shaped eyes widened. That damn thief. How dare he pick up my sheep? Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing Ah Qing's look, she should have understood. VIP Group 3162895994, need to confirm by screenshot of genuine subscription. Ordinary Group 3372949925. As soon as Ah Qing left, Yang Miaozhen walked over. "Prince Song, it seems you're close to Ah Qing." Song Qingshu glanced at the valiant and heroic woman in front of him in surprise and smiled slightly, just so. Yang Miaozhen's smile froze. She wanted to sound him out, but she didn't expect him to be so secretive. After thinking about it, Yang Miaozhen rolled her eyes and continued to sound him out. I heard that after the battle just now, Lady Ah Qing's odds have plummeted to almost 1-1. The odds for the few of us are almost 1-1. It seems like the Golden Snake King will definitely be Lady Ah Qing. Really? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up and he immediately called Xing Ro over. Ro, go take out the money from the box in my room and bet it all on me. Huh? Xing Ro's little mouth opened wide. All on you? That wasn't a small amount. Of course, we'll bet everything. It's such a good opportunity to make money, Song Qingshu hurriedly urged. Okay. Xing Ro left with a puzzled look, wondering if she should ask the ninth princess first. Otherwise, if Big Brother Song acted rashly, the ninth princess would have to starve. However, hearing her words, Zhu Yuezhen's eyes also lit up. She took out an exquisite small box from the back room and stuffed it into Xing Ro's hands. This is some of the dowry I've saved over the years. Put it in for me. Oh, if you have any money, remember to put it in as well. It's a rare opportunity. Seeing the ninth princess's eyes shining with silver light, Xing Ro was stunned. Is Prince Song so sure that he can win? Yang Miaozhen looked at him in disbelief. I think so. Song Qingshu smiled shyly. I think so. Yang Miaozhen was puzzled. Is he trying to be mysterious or is he really confident? Is he trying to distract me later? Since Prince Song said that, does that mean he thinks he can win against little sister? Yang Miaozhen stared into his eyes, trying to see something different. The fourth lady's spear technique is outstanding, and Song Mao has always admired it. How can I win with certainty? Song Qingshu said modestly. Yang Miaozhen gritted her teeth in hatred. Although Song Qingshu said it modestly, his expression almost said that she was no match for him. I'll teach you a lesson later. Yang Miaozhen suppressed the depression in her heart and was about to leave when she suddenly found that Zhou Zhirua and Zhu Baoyun, who had been accompanying Song Qingshu, were not here. She could not help but ask doubtfully, why are sect leader Zhou and the ninth princess not here? They can't get away for the time being. After saying that, Song Qingshu closed his mouth and refused to say another word. What is more important than accompanying your husband at this time? Yang Miaozhen was even more puzzled, but she also understood that she wouldn't be able to find out anything valuable even if she stayed. She turned around and walked a few steps before she suddenly stopped and said, nowadays, everyone in Jianghu is talking about how lucky young Master Song is to be able to receive the favor of two fairy-like girls. I'm very curious as to how young Master managed to make them as close as sisters. Won't you know when you become their sister? Song Qingshu could not help but tease her. Bah! Yang Miaozhen couldn't help but spit. In fact, a beautiful woman like her mingled with the mountain bandits all day long. It was inevitable that she would be teased by those men. However, she had always been a tough woman, so she would usually choke them back. In addition, she was skilled in martial arts, so she had never suffered any losses. Unfortunately, she met Song Qingshu, whose face was thicker than the city wall and whose martial arts were not inferior to hers. Yang Miaozhen found that she was at her wit's end. She could only stomp her feet and turn around to leave. The 2-hour break time passed quickly, and Huang Rong announced the official start of the third round of the competition. The first match was between Song Qingshu and Yang Miaozhen. Yang Miaozhen stood upright in the corner of the arena, and the long spear in her hand was quietly planted on the ground. She could feel that her spirit had reached its peak, and her condition was even better than when she had fought with Sherpa Dian. This time, she did not continue to use the big red cloak. Although this cloak could also be used as a weapon, it could only be used to deal with ordinary soldiers. But to deal with a master like Song Qingshu, such a wide cloak could be said to be the Achilles heel. Looking at the woman standing on the opposite side of the arena, Song Qingshu almost couldn't help whistling. Yang Miaozhen was tall and slender. Without a cloak, her voluptuous figure could be seen for all to see. She was like a proud rouge horse standing there, waiting for her destined knight to conquer her. Bah, look at the situation, and you are still thinking about these useless things. Song Qingshu began to despise himself. Yang Miaozhen's eyes lit up. She had already keenly noticed Song Qingshu's momentary absent-mindedness. She gave a delicate shout, grabbed her long spear and swung it forward. The stone slabs covering the arena were lifted up by an invisible force, one after another smashing towards Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the stone slabs that filled the sky. He didn't dodge, but instead stretched out his hands and pressed forward. Those flying stone slabs seemed to be caught by an invisible hand, and they stopped moving in midair. At this moment, the stone slab became extremely still again. Below the arena, many people who were not strong enough watched with disgust in their chests. They were all aghast. Song Qingshu's seemingly effortless block was not something that could be done unless one was in the great grandmaster realm. Among them, those who knew Song Qingshu had different expressions. Yu Wanting, Wen Tai Lai, and those who had a deep hatred for him, were slightly pale. Obviously, they were hateful and afraid. Mu Palace, Wu Tang clan, and those who were on good terms with him, were happy. Shaolin Temple's Chongyang, and those who had a grudge against him, all looked dignified. Huang Rong glanced at the figure in the arena with a very complicated expression. She could not help but start to think of a question. Between Brother Jing and him, whose martial arts were better, thinking of the situation in the cave that night, Huang Rong faintly sighed and unnaturally looked away. Suddenly, she found that her daughter beside her was looking at the man with shining eyes. She could not help but be shocked. Fu obviously doesn't get along with him. Why is she looking at him like that? There were many people under the arena, but only a moment passed on the arena. In the next second, the stone slabs in midair broke with a loud bang, and a dazzling pear blossom spear bloomed. Yang Miaozhen's whole body spun in a spiral, and she stabbed towards Song Qingshu. Yang Miaozhen's spear art was originally as fast as lightning. Now, with the support of the spiral force, not only was the speed faster, but the power was also doubled. Song Qingshu did not dare to take it head-on, and with a feint, he narrowly avoided it. Yang Miaozhen seemed to have expected this. The long spear in her hand sank down, and directly pierced into the arena. Using the counterforce from the ground, her whole body turned in a circle, and her two straight long legs, like real pear blossom spears, suddenly stabbed towards Song Qingshu's neck. Yang Miaozhen's move was beyond everyone's expectations. They had only seen people using their legs as a whip, but they had never seen anyone using their legs to perform spear arts. Yang Miaozhen's legs were very long and straight, so the power of her pear blossom spear was no less than a real spear. Song Qingshu was caught off guard and almost got kicked in the face. However, with Song Qingshu's current realm, he was not panicked. He raised his palm and hit Yang Miaozhen's ankle with a slap, a flick, or a push. Every time, he hit the weakest part of Yang Miaozhen's ankle, nullifying her fierce attacks. Yang Miaozhen did not intend to defeat Song Qingshu with her legs. Her spear art was about following the flow of nature. There was no part of her body that couldn't be used as a spear. Thus, her attacks could be continuous, exhausting her opponent. Song Qingshu's palm happened to lift her ankle up. Yang Miaozhen used this force to somersault in midair. The pear blossom spear that was stuck in the ground just now was already flashing with a cold light as it pierced towards Song Qingshu's chest. The fourth lady's body is really flexible. Song Qingshu praised inwardly. His figure had already retreated several feet. Yang Miaozhen's attack was ineffective, so she did not continue to attack. Instead, she focused her mind and looked at him in a daze. Fourth lady, it's impolite not to reciprocate. I let you attack me just now. Now it's my turn, right? Song Qingshu said with a smile as he looked at the fine sweat on Yang Miaozhen's temples. Please. Yang Miaozhen also smiled gracefully, but she was not as relaxed as she appeared on her face. She had fought with Song Qingshu before, so she knew that his lightning-fast ghostly movements were the most troublesome. Then please be careful, fourth lady. Just as Song Qingshu finished speaking, his entire body had already transformed into an afterimage. Before the people below the stage could even realize what had happened, the place where Yang Miaozhen was standing had already exploded with a snow-white sparkle of spears. Mother, where did Song Qingshu go? I only saw the fourth lady brandishing her spear on the stage alone. Guofu's eyes widened in shock. Her gaze darted around, but she couldn't see Song Qingshu at all. Huang Rong's face was filled with deep shock. How could a person's speed be so fast? Hearing her daughter's questions, Huang Rong pointed to the stage with a complicated look in her eyes. He's always been there. It's just that you can't see him because he's too fast. Guofu was startled and quickly focused on Yang Miaozhen's surroundings. Under her mother's guidance, she finally caught a glimpse of a gray shadow, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Guofu wanted to look again, but her eyes felt sore and she was seeing stars. She couldn't help but be shocked. Is he a human or a ghost? Huang Rong's face suddenly turned red, and she secretly spat in her heart. Of course it was a ghost, and a pervert at that. Yang Miaozhen, who was in the center of the storm, felt it even more strongly. Her eyesight was naturally 10,000 times better than Guofu's, but it was still very difficult for her to catch Song Qingshu's figure. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. In this kind of situation, it didn't make a difference whether she could see or not. It was better to use her heart to feel the flow of the surrounding air and the changes in Song Qingshu's qi. If the pear blossom spear's power was 10 points on normal days, then Yang Miaozhen's current state of mind was as calm as water. The pear blossom spear's power was 120%. Pear blossoms bloomed one after another, protecting Yang Miaozhen's body. Each pear blossom was condensed from her true qi. No matter how fast Song Qingshu was, if he wanted to attack her, he would have to break through these pear blossoms. As for the pear blossoms that Yang Miaozhen released, each pear blossom was connected to her own qi. She knew which pear blossom was shattered, which pear blossom was moved away, which pear blossom had abnormal qi around it. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Therefore, although Song Qingshu was fast, she could predict his attack angle and attack trajectory from the shattered pear blossoms. Therefore, although Yang Miaozhen couldn't see her opponent, she was still standing in the arena, like a small boat in the middle of a storm. It seemed dangerous, but she was always able to avert danger. All the heroes of Jianghu were dazzled by everything that was happening on the stage. They had all witnessed Yang Miaozhen's exquisite spear technique with their own eyes. The sky full of pear blossoms had been suppressing Sherpadian. They didn't expect that the tables would turn so quickly. Now, she was the one who was bitterly defending, and was trapped 3 feet away from her opponent. The qinggong displayed by Song Qingshu was really beyond the knowledge of most of the people present. Immediately, discussions broke out among them. They all felt that with this qinggong, he was already in an undefeatable position. It was really hard to say who would win the Golden Snake King this time. The people of Red Flower Society clearly had the same worries. Yuanting was still able to keep his composure, but when Tai Lai couldn't help but ask the little girl not far away, "Miss Qing, this little thief surnamed Song is so fast, do you have a way to deal with him?" Qing was focused on eating an apple. Hearing his words, she cast a glance at the arena and said with a smile, "It's easy, just fill the arena with sword qi." Qing's answer made the surrounding people speechless. Other than you, who else had this kind of ability? However, what she said was not without reason. Just like the omnipresent sunlight, when the entire arena was filled with sword qi, no matter how fast Song Qingshu's speed was, he had nowhere to run. When Tai Lai couldn't help but look at Yuanting, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. They thought that if this brat Song Qingshu dared to use this move against Qing next time, he would be seeking his own death. Just at this moment, the two people on the arena suddenly separated. Looking at Yang Miaozhen who was slightly panting, Song Qingshu praised in admiration, "I didn't think that you could think of this move to deal with my speed." Even though the others thought that he had the upper hand, he himself was clear that in the previous round of attacks, he didn't have any advantage. "Thank you for your praise, young master." Yang Miaozhen had a proud expression. After suffering a loss at the hands of Song Qingshu last time, she had spent a lot of effort to research a way to deal with him. Thus, she was able to deal with him with ease this time. But doing this really consumes a lot of true qi. If I continue to attack, how long can you last? Song Qingshu's gaze involuntarily fell on Yang Miaozhen's chest, which was rising and falling due to her panting. Noticing Song Qingshu's gaze, not only did Yang Miaozhen not avoid it, but she purposely puffed out her chest as if she didn't care at all. Her voice suddenly became flirtatious, "Young master, do you really have the heart to bully me every time with your speed? Even if you win like this, it's still an unfair victory. I will never be convinced. Aya, when can I change this temperament of mine?" Song Qingshu scolded himself inwardly. Then, he smiled and said, "Then how does fourth lady want to compete?" Yang Miaozhen's eyes turned. She picked up her spear and drew 4 footprints on the ground. "Here, we will fight in this circle. Whoever's feet leave this circle will be the loser. How about it? Like this?" Song Qingshu deliberately hesitated. Song Qingshu was secretly amused. Yang Miaozhen's suggestion seemed fair, but it was actually extremely scoundrelly. From the fight just now, he knew that her pear blossom spear had been trained to perfection. It didn't really matter if she had a spear or not. If her legs could be used as the pear blossom spear, then her hands could naturally use the pear blossom spear. Just by giving up her weapon, she would destroy her advantage in qinggong and swordsmanship. Her plan was quite good. However, Song Qingshu had always been a person who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. He didn't dislike Yang Miaozhen's harmless slyness, so he pretended not to know and nodded in agreement. Noticing Song Qingshu's spurious smile, Yang Miaozhen's expression became embarrassed. She knew that he had probably seen through her trick, and the only reason he had agreed was because he was conceited. "Humph, I'll make you regret being careless later." The two of them stood in the footprints she had drawn. Yang Miaozhen smiled slightly. "Then I will have to offend you." After that, she swung her arm and attacked Song Qingshu from an unbelievable angle. It was the pear blossom spear. Yang Miaozhen's lips curled into a proud smile. Now that both of them were confined in such a circle, it was more about the subtlety of their moves. Her pear blossom spear had always been known for its subtlety. Song Qingshu had miscalculated this time. Suddenly, Yang Miaozhen's expression changed. She saw Song Qingshu casually raise his hand. The speed at which he raised his hand was very slow, but it just happened to block her pulse point. Yang Miaozhen wanted to change her move, but it was too late. Her wrist was tightly held by Song Qingshu. She tried to pull it back several times, but it didn't budge at all. Clenching her teeth, Yang Miaozhen took advantage of the time when Song Qingshu hadn't used his strength to block her acupuncture point. Yang Miaozhen's other hand made a large arc and attacked the side of his neck. She calculated clearly that if Song Qingshu wanted to dodge this move, he would have to let go of her hand. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would simply tilt his head back and dodge Yang Miaozhen's attack? Her hand was less than an inch away from Song Qingshu's neck, but Yang Miaozhen had used all her strength in her attack, so she was destined to be unable to cross that 1 inch. Yang Miaozhen lightly snorted. Pear blossom spear was not that easy to break. Yang Miaozhen changed her palm into a flick. Her slender fingers suddenly stretched out and flicked towards Song Qingshu's throat as if she was plucking a string. Although her hand couldn't move any further, with the extended length of her fingers, it was more than enough to reach Song Qingshu. Although the force of her fingers wasn't heavy, the throat was the most vulnerable part of the human body. If Song Qingshu was really hit, no matter how strong his internal energy was, he would probably feel temporarily suffocated. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat was always a fine line. Yang Miaozhen had already predicted that she was about to win this battle, but soon her smile froze again. Song Qingshu did not expect Yang Miaozhen to have such a trick. It was easy to avoid it, but his feet would inevitably leave the circle he had drawn. He was regretting his carelessness earlier, but an idea flashed in his mind, and he had already thought of a way to break it. Yang Miaozhen was feeling proud of herself when she suddenly realized that Song Qingshu opened his mouth and bit the finger she flicked at him. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to feel his tongue gently licking her fingertip. Yang Miaozhen did not expect such a thing to happen. Her whole body suddenly froze as she stared blankly at the other party. Yo, are these two fighting or flirting? TSK, 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 so soon? This Song guy is really awesome. He just slept with the 9th princess yesterday, and today, he actually slept with this rouge tiger in front of so many people. Fourth lady, where's your usual valiance? Why are you acting like a shy wife now? No matter how valiant the fourth lady is, she is still a woman. When she met a handsome man, she must be thinking of spring. Ha ha ha, hearing the vulgar words coming from below the stage, Yang Miaozhen finally came to her senses. She found that Song Qingshu was still biting her finger, and she couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. At this moment, one of her wrists was being held by Song Qingshu, and the other hand was being bitten by him. She couldn't move at all, so she could only lift her leg and kick hard at the space between his legs. The men below the stage felt a chill between their legs, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This woman's temper is really fierce. Song Qingshu was also shocked. Yang Miaozhen's kick was full of hatred. If he was kicked by her, whether it was the happiness of the rest of his life or the sexual happiness of the lower half of his life, it would all be ruined. Song Qingshu hurriedly moved his body to the side and dodged her kick. Taking advantage of her strength, he used his arm to clamp her raised leg under his armpit. Oh, there was a burst of malicious whistles from below the stage. At this moment, both of Yang Miaozhen's hands were restrained, and even her leg was being clamped by Song Qingshu. Her entire posture was extremely embarrassing, and her tight clothes could no longer cover her proud curves. The group of rich guests all stared with their eyes wide open. Yang Miaozhen exerted force several times, but she found that the force she sent over was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely useless. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Let go of me. If the fourth lady admits defeat, I will naturally let go. Being close to her, Song Qingshu couldn't help but admit that Yang Miaozhen really did have the ability to be proud of herself. As if noticing Song Qingshu's slightly vulgar gaze, Yang Miaozhen's skin flushed red. She snorted, twisted her waist, and her whole body flew into the air. Her other leg directly kicked towards Song Qingshu's ribs. It was as if Song Qingshu had already expected this. This time, he didn't dodge, and forcibly took this whip kick from her. Although she had kicked him, Yang Miaozhen's expression changed. She felt that the force contained in her kick had been completely dissolved by a gentle force. This body protection technique didn't seem to be inferior to Sure Potion's. Before Yang Miaozhen had time to be shocked, she was stunned to find that her leg had also been clamped under his armpit by Song Qingshu. At this moment, her whole body was completely hanging on his body. Her legs were clamped under Song Qingshu's armpit, one hand was held by him, and the other hand was in his mouth. That posture was as ambiguous as it could be, as if they were a pair of intimate husband and wife. While hearing the exclamations coming from below the arena, Yang Miaozhen really wanted to find a hole and hide in it. At this moment, Song Qingshu's hateful voice suddenly came to her ears. Fourth lady, your feet are off the ground now. According to the rules you set yourself, you seem to have lost. Yang Miaozhen didn't have the time to care about winning or losing at this moment. I lost, quickly put me down. Being held in his arms in front of all the heroes of the world, even Yang Miaozhen, who had always been shrewd, couldn't bear it. Fourth lady, please don't take it to heart if I offended you just now. Song Qingshu gently put Yang Miaozhen down and apologized. Yang Miaozhen also had a gloomy expression. In the end, it was all her own doing. She was the one who proposed this method of competition, and she was the one who took the initiative to stretch out her arms and legs to attack him. He was just passively defending himself, unable to find someone to vent her anger on. Yang Miaozhen simply snorted coldly and ran down the stage as if she was escaping. This Song Qingshu is really good at harming women. Noticing Yang Miaozhen's blushing face, Huang Rong felt weird. She couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu, only to find that he was also looking at her. Huang Rong was so scared that she quickly looked away. She quickly walked to the stage and concluded the battle. Then, she announced the start of the next battle. Qing vs. Xianxia. Big brother, what happened to your arm? Qing stared at Yanghua's empty sleeve and asked curiously. Yanghua frowned. His broken arm had become a sore spot. If someone stared at it, he couldn't help but want to teach them a lesson, let alone ask them directly. But seeing Qing's innocent face and how natural it was, Yanghua didn't get angry. He just replied coldly, it's broken. How could your arm be broken? Qing was even more surprised. Was it bitten off by a tiger? In Qing's opinion, tigers were the fiercest of all animals. No, it was chopped off. Yanghua's voice was cold. He looked at Guofu with hatred. Guofu felt guilty when he glared at her. She quickly hid behind her mother. Huang Rong patted her daughter's hand. She couldn't help but feel worried. How can this hatred be resolved? Chopped off? Qing exclaimed. She looked at Yanghua with sympathy. Then you must have been in pain. Yanghua hated to be pitted. But Qing's tone was sincere. Xianxia frowned and answered, "It didn't hurt for a long time." "Then, I'll use one hand too." Qing put one hand behind her back subconsciously. Xianxia was filled with arrogance. He said angrily, Xianxia, am a man of indomitable spirit. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. But Qing couldn't help but stare at his broken arm. Xianxia's face darkened. Don't think that I can't beat you with one hand. You underestimate me. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Qing said with a smile. She waved a new bamboo stick and stabbed at Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes narrowed and he stood there without moving. When Qing was less than 3 feet away from him, Xianxia finally moved. With a dragon's roar, Xianxia unsheathed his black iron sword. With the power of the black iron sword, Xianxia was confident that no matter how high Qing's martial arts were, he would not be able to withstand it. Even the bamboo stick in his hand couldn't stop him. Qing had seen Xianxia fight a few times before. Every time his opponent clashed with him, their weapons were either knocked away or broken by the black iron sword. She didn't dare to face the sword head-on. She turned her wrist, and the green bamboo stick pointed at the back of the black iron sword at an exquisite angle. Xianxia was also afraid of Qing's sword chi. He was worried that his black iron sword would be damaged, so he also changed his style. The body of the sword took the opportunity to stick to the green bamboo stick, using a soft force to stick to the green bamboo stick. Qing didn't expect that such a heavy weapon could play such a delicate trick. She felt a huge suction force coming from the stick, and the bamboo stick almost fell out of her hand. Qing twisted her wrist, and her sleeve gently brushed the bamboo stick. The bamboo stick immediately spun quickly, and it broke free from the suction force of the black iron sword. It returned to Qing's control. Xianxia was shaken by the spiraling force coming from the sword. He quickly took a step back before he could regain his balance. Qing took the opportunity to take a few steps back. She wrinkled her nose and said, I don't want to fight you in close combat." After she said that, she stabbed at Xianxia with a cold sword chi. It turned out that Qing was also afraid of the black iron sword in Xianxia's hand. If they fought in close combat, it was inevitable that their weapons would clash, and the bamboo stick in her hand would be at a disadvantage. Xianxia's footsteps changed slightly, and he dodged the sword chi to the side. Qing wanted to use the sword chi to cut back, but Xianxia was one step ahead of her. He raised the black iron sword and fiercely smashed the sword chi. Boom, a cloud of dust flew up from the arena. The sharp-eyed experts below the arena had already seen that although Xianxia's body was covered in stone chips and looked a bit awkward, he was not injured in the slightest. That dense sword chi had already disappeared. Looking at the black iron sword in Xianxia's hand, Qing's eyes flashed with doubt. Not only Qing, but everyone below the stage was staring at the black iron sword with fervent eyes. Previously, Xianxia had already attracted the attention of many people because he could kill gods and Buddhas in his way. Now, he had directly destroyed Qing's Xiantian sword chi, and there was not even a scratch on the sword. It was definitely a legendary divine weapon. If they could take such a divine weapon, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the Jianghu? Many people couldn't help but be greedy, but when they thought of Xianxia's martial arts, they had to give up this tempting idea. "I think I have seen this sword before." Qing suddenly appeared. To continue this chapter, please turn to the next page. A sentence. "You didn't remember it wrong, did you?" Xianxia was stunned. This sword had been sealed in the sword catacomb for many years. How old was Qing? How could she have seen it before? "I can't be wrong." Qing couldn't help but frown. It was obvious that her memory was a little blurred, but it wasn't you who had this sword, it was someone else. Xianxia was shocked. "Do you know Dugu Chobai?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xianxia regretted it. He was really muddle-headed. "Is that person called Dugu Chobai?" Qing's eyes became confused, as if she was deep in thought. "I don't know his name. I only remember that he had a big eagle with him." "Ah?" This time it was Xianxia's turn to be shocked. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Song Qingshu was also shocked. Qing had seen Dugu Chobai, so how old was she? Looking at Qing's young and innocent face, Song Qingshu couldn't help but shiver. Could she be like Heaven Mountain Tonglao, a lowly on the outside but an old woman on the inside? I don't know what happened to that person. When he saw me, he pestered me to fight. But I don't like fighting, so I ignored him. Who knew that he would? Ah Qing became more and more excited as she spoke. Her little mouth was raised high. What did Dugu Bai do? Yanghua asked Song Qingshu what was on his mind. That bad guy actually let the big eagle eat one of my sheep. Ah Qing gritted her teeth. It was obvious that she was talking about something that she hated in her life. Sheep? Yanghua was startled. He didn't understand what was going on. To him, it was just a sheep. What was there to make such a big fuss about? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He guessed that the stupid bird must have suffered a lot. Sure enough, Ah Qing snorted, since he dared to eat my sheep, I will pluck out all the feathers of that flat-haired animal. Unfortunately, I didn't pluck out much before that person attacked. Hee, but that stupid bird didn't have a good ending. I plucked out a few of its most important feathers. It will never be able to fly again in this life. Hearing Ah Qing's words, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became very interesting. So that was why the big eagle couldn't fly. No wonder it became fatter and fatter. It was the result of giving up on itself. I have something to do today. Yanghua also had a strange expression on his face. He didn't know Brother Eagle had such a tragic past. Who won in the end? Yanghua suddenly asked. He already knew the answer. Since Senior Dugo left those words in the sword catacomb, it proved that he had never lost in his life. For some reason, Duga's seeker of defeat was like a god in Yanghua's heart. He couldn't accept any blemish on a god. Hearing Yanghua's question, Ah Qing suddenly looked embarrassed. I was a little taller than him, but with the help of the giant eagle, he was a little taller than me. Ever since he lost his arm, Yanghua showed a rare smile on his face. Don't you have a sheep? Humph. Ah Qing wrinkled her nose. It's because I have to take care of the sheep that I'm a little shorter than them. Noticing Yanghua's smile, Ah Qing suddenly became angry. I thought you were quite pitiful because you lost an arm, but you actually laughed at me. You're really not a good person with a sword. As if he had been stabbed in the foot, Ah Qing immediately went into a berserk mode. He waved the green bamboo stick, and streams of sharp sword chi stabbed toward Yanghua from afar. Yanghua's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his sword in front of him. Originally, the ancient Tumsek's lightness skill was the best in the world, but after Yanghua switched to the heavy sword, he had already given up on the path of lightness. After all, with the heavy sword in hand, his defense was almost invincible. He didn't need to dodge at all. He could directly use the heavy sword to block the incoming attacks, and the opponent could only change their moves at the last moment. Unfortunately, this time Yanghua was facing a freak who could release an unlimited amount of innate sword chi. He was worried that passively blocking would damage the dark iron sword, so he had to actively attack the incoming sword chi. After all, the dark iron sword was too heavy. After blocking dozens of moves, Yanghua felt his arm gradually go numb, and his moves became obscure. In the end, he finally gave up and put the dark iron sword vertically in front of him. He channeled his inner force into the sword and blocked the endless innate sword chi. Not long after, Yanghua's keen senses detected a tremor coming from the dark iron sword. He knew in his heart that the dark iron sword had already been damaged by the continuous bombardment of Xiantian's sword chi. If this continued, the dark iron sword might not be able to withstand it anymore. Now, Yanghua had no friends or relatives. Apart from the divine eagle, the only other thing he cared about was this mysterious iron. The sword is the most affectionate, how could it be willing to see it get hurt? Just as it was about to admit defeat, a sense of melancholy rose in its heart. Gu Jing and Huang Rong had not only killed his father, but also cut off his arm. If he did not avenge this, he would not be a man. Unfortunately, not only were they highly skilled in martial arts, but they also had many followers in Jianghu. If he could not be elected as the Golden Snake King this time, how could he seek revenge from them alone, and my aunt? If I can be elected as the Golden Snake King, she will definitely hear the news and come to find me. Thinking of Xiaolong Nu, Yanghua suddenly felt sad, a feeling of parting gradually welled up in his heart. The expressions of all the heroes in the arena changed, because they could feel the change in the aura coming from the arena at the same time. With Xianxia as the center, a desolate aura spread out in all directions, quickly filling the entire arena. This feeling. Song Qingshu's expression changed. With his cultivation, he could naturally feel a destructive aura rising gradually, and he could not help but be shocked. Ah Qing, watch out! Xianxia raised his hand almost at the same time, and the green sword aura in front of him shattered inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah Qing's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly put the green bamboo stick in front of him. Crack, the green bamboo stick, as expected, was shattered into powder. Ah Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out of the arena like a kite with a broken string. Ah Qing lost? What kind of martial arts is this, Xianxia? If that earth-shattering move had landed on me, wouldn't I have been smashed into pieces? Thoughts flashed through the minds of the masters below the arena. Suddenly, they were surprised to find that Ah Qing's body flipped, and he was standing on the edge of the arena, not falling down. What's this move called? Ah Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Xianxia in surprise. For some reason, Jiang Yan's farewell rhapsody suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind, and he immediately blurted out, "Let's call it Palm of Sadness." Palm of Sadness? What a strange name. With Ah Qing's carefree nature, she naturally could not understand the sadness hidden in these words. Alright, I also have a move. Try it. Ah Qing's green bamboo stick was destroyed, so she opened her hands. As she rose from the side of her legs to the top of her head, green sword aura appeared in the air around her, like an open fan floating above her head. Then, the sword aura gradually merged together, and finally, it turned into a huge green sword. Ah Qing made a downward gesture, and the huge green sword immediately whistled through the air towards Xianxia. Xianxia had been accumulating strength, and when he saw this, he hit the huge sword with his palm with a serious expression. The dark gray fist aura and the huge green sword collided, and suddenly there was a loud bang. The huge sword hung in the air, as if it was being held up by an invisible hand, and could not fall down. Eh? Ah Qing was a little surprised. She waved her other hand, and another sword aura replenished it, and the huge green sword immediately became brighter. Xianxia's hair was dripping with cold sweat. He had just learned Palm of Sadness, and he was not very familiar with it yet. It was already quite difficult for him to deal with the huge sword, and Ah Qing was still replenishing the sword aura. He knew he had lost, but at this moment, he could not open his mouth to admit defeat. Xianxia lost his father when he was young, and his mother when he was young. The many years of ups and downs had made his character extremely extreme. When he was young, he was almost beaten to death by the big and small martial artists, but he was not willing to admit defeat. Now, his martial arts were 100 times better than before, and he was even more arrogant. When his stubbornness came out, he would rather die in the arena than admit defeat. Feeling that Xianxia's palm power seemed to be a little stronger, Ah Qing did not know that he was at the end of his rope. She thought that he was going to counterattack, and she was anxious. She did not hold back anymore, and she used all her strength to attack Xianxia. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, and he could not hold on anymore. The fist aura in the air lost its support, and it was suddenly cut in half by the huge green sword, and then it cut down like a hot knife through butter. Looking at the huge sword that was getting bigger and bigger, Xianxia closed his eyes subconsciously, and sighed in his heart, "Goodbye, Aunt." Only then did Ah Qing realize that Xianxia could not hold on anymore, but it was a pity that she was in high spirits, and she did not hold back at all. It was too late for her to change her move, and she could only watch the huge green sword cut down on Xianxia. Thinking about the horrible scene that was about to happen, Ah Qing closed her eyes subconsciously. Boom, the giant sword finally chopped down, and an earth-shattering cloud of dust rose up. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, all the heroes in the arena were stunned to find that the entire arena had been split into two by the huge green sword, and there was a bottomless sword mark on the ground that had split the entire arena into two. What a terrifying sword! This was everyone's first thought. I'm afraid that Kid Xianxia has already been hacked until not even his bones remain. This was everyone's second thought. Thank you, Brother Song, for lending a helping hand. At this moment, a fearful voice sounded from the side. Hearing that familiar voice, everyone turned their heads in bewilderment and saw Xianxia bowing to Song Qingshu with a pale face. It's nothing much, Brother Yang doesn't need to take it to heart, Song Qingshu hurriedly helped him up. It turned out that at that critical moment, Song Qingshu had appeared on the arena and used his lightning-fast qinggong to save Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned serious. To Brother Song, it may be as easy as lifting a finger, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. In the future, if Brother Song has any requests, just let me know. I won't even frown. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He thought, if I ask you for Xiaolong Nu, would you really give it to me? In fact, Song Qingshu had hesitated to save him. After all, Xiaolong Nu was the ultimate fantasy of every man, and Song Qingshu was no exception. When he saw Xiaolong Nu in the inn with icy snow, it was really shocking. The natural possessiveness of men made Song Qingshu desire her subconsciously. But the love between Xiaolong Nu and Xianxia was stronger than stone. Unless he used force, there was no way he could obtain Xiaolong Nu's body and mind. It was a pity that Song Qingshu had already washed his hands of such dirty methods. It would be good if he could use Qing to get rid of Xianxia openly. At that time, with his own means, he would not be afraid of not being able to get Xiaolong Nu. This was the evil idea that Song Qingshu could not help but have. Of course, Song Qingshu dispelled this idea in the end. It would be a little too despicable to do so. Moreover, his current martial arts mainly relied on the cultivation of his state of mind. If he really stood by and watched, although he could deceive others, he would not be able to deceive his own heart. At that time, a crack would be left in his state of mind, and he would never be able to improve his cultivation for the rest of his life. The gains did not make up for the losses. Moreover, in Song Qingshu's previous life, he rather admired Xianxia. He was arrogant and unruly, but he was born with a chivalrous heart. He spent his entire life fighting against the world. He was pitiful and respectable. What was even more admirable was that he was deeply affectionate. For more than 10 years, even if there were countless beauties who liked him and threw themselves at him, he only had Xiaolong Nu in his eyes from beginning to end. This simply made men so surprised that they could not close their mouths, and women so touched that they could not close their legs. Due to all these reasons, Song Qingshu finally chose to save Xianxia. Ah, it's good that you are fine. I am really sorry for what happened just now. I didn't mean it. Qing quickly ran over and looked at Xianxia up and down. She hurriedly apologized, and there was a hint of sobbing in her voice. It's okay. Actually, I blame myself for being too stubborn. I didn't want to admit defeat earlier. Xianxia naturally knew what had happened, and he did not hate the girl in front of him at all. But I almost caused her death. I really feel bad. How about? Qing's face suddenly revealed a look of struggle. How about what? Xianxia asked subconsciously. How about I compensate you with a sheep? Qing's face revealed an extremely pained expression. Ah? Xianxia felt confused, and he thought to himself, why would I want a sheep? Song Qingshu, on the other hand, laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not expect Qing to be willing to take out a sheep. It seemed that she really did feel guilty. However, she did not know that the most precious thing to her was meaningless to someone else. Qing, I don't think you need to compensate me with a sheep. After all, Brother Yang did not really get hurt. Speaking of which, it can be considered as a blessing in disguise. During the process of the competition, you learned a mysterious martial art. You don't have to be too upset. Song Qingshu felt that it was necessary to come out and uphold justice. Otherwise, if the two of them stared at each other, who knew how long they would be in a stalemate? Really? Qing blinked her big eyes and looked at Xianxia. Of course, Xianxia nodded and couldn't help but look at his palm. Thanks to the battle with Lady Qing, I learned such a magical palm technique. Your palm technique is really magical. I have never seen such a powerful palm technique. My chest still hurts. Qing pouted and couldn't help but rub her small chest. Song Qingshu looked at her airport-like chest and couldn't help but think, you are so small and you still hit me. If I didn't become a Wangzai Mantu, I would have become a poached egg. Lady Qing's sword technique really opened my eyes. This time, I admit my defeat. Xianxia laughed. However, the next time we meet, I may not lose to you. Xianxia felt that a new world of martial arts had opened in front of him. He felt that in the near future, his martial arts would definitely improve. Okay, I will wait for you. Ah Qing giggled. When the three of them were talking happily, a disharmonious voice sounded, Ah Qing, don't fall into someone's trap. What you need to do now is to heal your wounds and prepare for the next finals. Looking at the purple-clothed girl in front of him, Song Qingshu suddenly looked depressed. He thought, humph, I have to teach Hu Fei a good lesson. I can't let him be enchanted by Yuanzi in the future. Hey, should I ask Yun Zhonghe to sleep with this girl? Let's see how she can show off in the future. Thinking of Yun Zhonghe's pale face, Song Qingshu found that he was so pleasing to the eye for the first time. Sigh, now that I think about it, I'm really a bit shameless. Every time, I find all kinds of reasons to spare Yun Zhonghe's life. Isn't it because I like his ability to assist me? Without this kind of perverted thief's indirect help, how can I get close to some girl so easily? Song Qingshu did not think that there was anything wrong with his little trick. His unique experience had formed a unique set of moral standards. He was neither good nor evil. He would not be a bad person who bullied others, but he would not be a gentleman who wronged himself. Ah Qing was pulled away by Yuanzi. Since Song Qingshu didn't say anything, Yang Wu didn't say anything. Seeing Song Qingshu's thoughtful expression, Yang Wu thought that he was thinking about the strategy for the next finals. Therefore, Yang Wu hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Brother Song, I'll leave first. I won't disturb you to rest and build up your strength. Brother Yang, please. Song Qingshu didn't ask him to stay, but replied hurriedly. After Yang Wu left, Huang Rong walked over slowly and said, Prince Song, what are your chances of winning the competition later? Being stared at by him, Huang Rong was flustered. She subconsciously replied, What does this have to do with me? Of course it does. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. If Madam wants me to win, then I dare not to win. If Madam wants me to lose, then I dare not to lose. Huang Rong only felt that her heartbeat accelerated a little. But she had been through a lot after all. She recovered after taking a deep breath. Prince Song's ability to please women really impressed me. I hope that Miss Ah Qing will also suffer from this trick later. After that, without waiting for him to answer, she swayed and walked back, but inevitably looked a little embarrassed as she walked. Song Qingshu did not intend to pester her. Looking at Huang Rong's beautiful back, he couldn't help but have a playful smile. It seemed that it was really good to occasionally tease such a good young woman. Ah Jiao, I was right. Your brother Song must have taken advantage of our absence to tease Madame Gua again. Zhou Zhirua came over from a distance, followed by Zhu Yanai, who was also like a fairy. You speak as if he is only my brother Song. Zhu Yanai snorted slightly. Obviously, she was not willing to be teased by Zhou Zhirua all the time. My two beloved wives are back. How is it going? Song Qingshu greeted them carelessly, opening his arms and hugging one in each hand. Who is your lovely wife? The two girls pouted coquettishly and hurriedly dodged. In fact, they didn't mind being hugged by Song Qingshu. It was just that they couldn't bring themselves to be hugged by him in public. Song Qingshu did not take it seriously. He asked with a smile, How is it going? Seeing that he was talking about business, the two women looked serious. Zhu Yanai took the lead and said, I have contacted the other leaders of the Golden Snake Camp. As long as Brother Song can win, Wangwu sect and Qingqing sect, Master Qing of the Green Bamboo Stick, and the former Ming Dynasty Zongbing Shui Jian are also willing to completely submit to us. Before Zhu Yong could finish, Song Qingshu could not help but ask, didn't Shui Jian accompany his niece back to Jiangnan to bury his brother Shui Dai? Commander Shui knew that the matter this time was of great importance. He met up with the people from the Shui family of Jiangnan on the way here and spurred his horse back as fast as he could. That Lady Shui also expressed her understanding. While Lao Ai was explaining, he suddenly exclaimed, I seem to remember that when we first met in Jinling City, that Miss Shui seemed to be in your room. The more Zhu Mingxi spoke, the clearer his memory became, and a strange smile appeared on his face. No wonder Chief Shui agreed so readily. I thought it was because of my identity, but I didn't expect that someone had already won Miss Shui's heart. Song Qingshu's face turned red. Nonsense. I didn't do anything that time. You really didn't do anything? Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, Zhu Mingxi immediately frowned. In fact, I really hope that you have already done the deed, so that Shui Jian will be more reliable. Ah? This time, not to mention Zhou Zhirua, even Song Qingshu was shocked. Aren't you jealous? Zhu Mingxi smiled and slowly told a historical story. In the past, Emperor Guangwu was trapped in Hebei. In order to get the support of Prince Shinding, he had to marry his niece, Guo Xingtong. With the help of Prince Shinding's 100,000 troops, he was able to rule the world. If Brother Song can get more support through marriage, I can't be more than happy. Why would I be jealous? Hearing Zhu Mingxi's words, Zhou Zhirua suddenly fell into silence. Different from Zhu Mingxi, who was bent on rebuilding the Ming dynasty, Zhou Zhirua's pursuit was not so big. She only wanted to glorify the Amei Empire. For her dream, Zhu Mingxi could tolerate the existence of other women, but Zhou Zhirua might not be so broad-minded. However, Zhou Zhirua had always been meticulous. She understood that Zhu Mingxi was so generous. If she showed a jealous look, she was afraid that it would be easy to be disliked. But if she did not show it, she would be too wronged. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Zhirua still did not have a clue. She could not help but feel annoyed. She could only take one step at a time. Song Qingshu did not notice the change in Zhou Zhirua's expression. He smiled and said, "Ah Jiu, your metaphor is a little bad." Guo Xingtong was later removed from the position of empress by Lu Xiu. Even Prince Shinding's family was uprooted on the charge of rebellion. Zhu Mingxi smiled sweetly. I believe that Brother Song is not that kind of person. Although I know that you are flattering me, you really make me happy. Come, such a sweet little mouth. I'm definitely going to kiss you. Song Qingshu purposely made a threatening gesture, but Zhu Yanai dodged with a charming smile. Okay, there are outsiders watching. Let's get down to business. Zhu Mingxi pushed Song Qingshu shyly and continued, Golden Dragon Gang's Jiao Weiner, Dragon Gang's Rong Kai, Flying Tiger Valley's Nia Tian Feng, and 72 Islands Xing Qiyun. The attitudes of these leaders are ambiguous. According to my guess, they are still watching. Song Qingshu nodded. This is understandable. After all, it is easy to lose everything if you bet too early. As long as I can win in the end, I believe that these people will be easy to win over. Zhu Mingxi nodded in agreement. But the remaining 4 are not easy to deal with. Behind Thousand Willow Village is the Red Flower Society. Behind Evil Tiger Valley is the Sun Moon Sect. Behind Qingliang Temple is the Shaolin Temple. Behind Gai Mengchong and Meng Bofiai is Wulong Chan. These forces have deep grudges with Brother Song. I am afraid it is not possible to subdue them. Song Qingshu's eyes flickered. Let's strike after the enemy has attacked. Let's see how they will make their move. The 2 women nodded. It was useless to think too much now. They could only do this for the time being. I have also secretly contacted the major sects who came to participate in the conference. The Wu-Tang sect, Tian Di Hui, and Mu Palace have all made it clear that they are willing to stay and help. Before Zhou Zhirua could finish, Zhu Mingxi suddenly teased her. Sister, have you forgotten your Oname sect? Zhou Zhirua blushed. Driving out the Tartars is naturally the responsibility of the Amei sect. However, the sect is full of women. Although their martial arts are not weaker than ordinary soldiers, I am afraid that killing the enemy is not their strong point. Song Qingshu patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, Zhirua. How can I be so stupid as to let them go to the battlefield to kill the enemy? I have already thought of the best arrangement for them. What? Zhou Zhirua asked with concern. After all, although she spoke in a dignified manner, this time she involved the Amei sect because of her selfishness. She did not want to lose any of her disciples. Of course they will be battlefield nurses. Song Qingshu's mind began to fantasize. If there was enough time, he would give them all a uniform. TSK, at that time, that group of men would look like they had been injected with chicken blood. What's a nurse? The 2 girls were stunned by the strange term. Song Qingshu finally recovered from the nurse's outfit. I'll explain this later. Zhirua, what about the other sects? I didn't ask about the Red Flower Society and the Sun Moon sect who obviously won't help. As for the Song Mountain sect and the Shaolin Temple, they talk nicely, but they don't promise anything substantial. I think they'll be lucky if they don't kick us when we're down. The most infuriating one is the Xianxia sect. They usually claim to be the protectors of the Jianghu against foreign races, but when I contacted them this time, their answers were mostly perfunctory. I don't think they'll really contribute. Zhou Zhihua became angrier as she spoke, and her chest heaved up and down violently. Zhihua, you must have suffered a lot from dealing with these sections. Song Qingshu held Zhou Zhihua's hand with heartache. Actually, it's not that bad. Zhou Zhihua took a glance at Zhu Xiaoxiao next to her and pulled her hand back with a red face. Oh right, there's also the beggar sect, the Jiangnan beggar sect. Zhou Zhihua paused and continued, Qingshu, you also know that during the lion-slaying assembly, some of their elders were injured by us. When they saw that the roaming dragon gang they supported agreed to let you participate in the golden snake gathering, I thought the hatred had been resolved. Who knew that when I went to them, I was almost besieged by them? This is really puzzling. Song Qingshu laughed dryly. The reason was actually very simple. The roaming dragon gang was actually controlled by Zhao Min, so of course they agreed. As for the Jiangnan beggar sect, it was obvious that they were the kind that were still counting money for Zhao Min even after she sold them. Given the relationship between Zhou Zhihua and Zhao Min, Song Qingshu felt that it was better not to say it. Zhou Zhihua shook her head and quickly put aside the matter of the Jiangnan beggar gang. Although we can't win over the Jiangnan beggar gang, we can still win over the Xianxia beggar gang. Ah? Song Qingshu was stunned. The Xianxia beggar gang. Only Huang Rong and a few others were present. Obviously guessing his doubts, Zhou Zhihua quickly said, although the Xianxia beggar clan is small in number, Huang Rong's prestige is high. If she is willing to help, the Jiangnan beggar clan may temporarily put aside their personal grudges and fight against the foreign tribes together. Moreover, Huang Rong herself is a female zhuge who can devise strategies. She alone can fight against thousands of troops. But they might not help us, right? Song Qingshu said guiltily. How dare she not help? Zhou Zhihua's almond-shaped eyes widened. She snorted and said, doesn't she know who saved her? If she is ungrateful, don't blame me for revealing her weak and disheveled appearance at that time. Zhu Xiaoxiao could not help but laugh. Sister, don't worry. As long as Brother Song asks, he will definitely help. Seeing that the two women were on the same side, Song Qingshu wisely kept his mouth shut and let the two women bombard him. The prescribed time for rest soon passed. Huang Rong announced the official start of the final competition for the Golden Snake King. Looking at the man and the woman standing on the arena, the heroes in the field all had mixed thoughts. The leaders of the Golden Snake camp were even more conflicted. On one hand, they hoped that Qing would win. With her naive and adorable character, she would be an easy puppet to control. On the other hand, the Manchurian army was pressing on the border and they urgently needed someone with real ability to lead them out of this difficult situation. In this way, it seemed that Song Qingshu was the better choice. Standing on the arena, Song Qingshu did not think so much. His first thought was that the Golden Snake Camp was really efficient under Qing Qing's organization. In such a short time, they had built another arena. His second thought was to look at Qing opposite him and could not help but ask, Sister Qing, have you recovered from your injury? How can it be so fast? Qing pouted and touched her faintly aching chest subconsciously. But it doesn't affect my strength much. Big brother, don't underestimate the enemy later. Hearing Qing's words, the faces of the Red Flower Society members turned livid. Yuanzi also subconsciously covered her face. This silly girl. I have told her to show weakness to the enemy and make Song Qingshu let down his guard before suddenly becoming violent. Song Qingshu also reminded her seriously, Qing, you also have to be careful. Because you are too strong, I may not be able to hold back later. I know. Qing waved the green bamboo stick in her hand indifferently. Big brother, you are the best swordsman I have seen in the Central Plains. I have long wanted to fight with you. Glancing at the stick in Qing's hand, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became a little strange. Where did she get so many green bamboo sticks that are exactly the same? Are they similar to the automatic repair weapons in online games? Yes. Big brother, where is your weapon? Seeing that Song Qingshu was absent-minded, Qing did not rush to attack but kindly reminded him instead. Feeling Qing's kindness, Song Qingshu could not help but smile slightly. A wooden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. During this period, Song Qingshu's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, he had not used a weapon for a long time. However, in the face of Qing, he did not dare to be careless. Seeing the wooden sword in his hand, Qing's eyes suddenly brightened. At her level, of course, she would not judge a weapon by its appearance, not to mention that she used a bamboo stick. It seems that the green bamboo stick will not be damaged this time. Thinking that her green bamboo stick was either broken or smashed in the previous 2 rounds, Qing was quite resentful. Ladies first. Qing, you go first. Song Qingshu moved his wrist and pointed the wooden sword to the ground casually. Eh? Under the arena, there was a commotion. After all, Song Qingshu and Qing's strength was obvious to all. This was the battle between the 2 top masters. Everyone in the arena opened their eyes wide, afraid to miss a single detail. In the Jianghu, the third-rate people were simply watching the show. Second-rate people hoped to learn 1 or 2 moves, which would probably benefit them for the rest of their lives. First-rate people wanted to compare their skills with each other and see if they could get any inspiration or even find a way to break the two's martial arts. However, the way Song Qingshu started just now was really, even the third-rate people in the Jianghu could see that Song Qingshu's body was full of flaws, so they all exclaimed. Only a few people in the arena did not react. Instead, they looked like they were thinking about something. Good sword technique. Qing praised sincerely. Hearing Qing's words, the Jianghu people were instantly at a loss. How could Song Qingshu's sword technique, which was full of flaws, be considered good? Guofu obviously had the same doubts. She quickly pulled Huang Rong's sleeve and said, "Mother, how is his broken sword technique good? Since Fu thinks that his sword technique is broken, how many ways do you think it can be broken?" Huang Rong did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. VIP Group 3162895994, need to take a screenshot to verify. Normal Group 3372949925. This move of his is full of flaws. I can easily think of a dozen ways to break it, Guofu said proudly. Huang Rong didn't deny it and continued to ask, then, how many ways do you think Lady Qing has? Guofu was shocked by Qing's performance just now. She answered subconsciously, if it's Miss Qing, there are at least 1,000 ways to solve it. Huang Rong sighed and said, Fu, your cultivation level is still not high enough. You don't understand what it means to be full of flaws. In fact, it means that your entire body is flawless. Although Huang Rong's martial arts were not considered the best in Jianghu, that was only because she had a lively personality and it was difficult for her to calm down and concentrate on practicing martial arts. For all. The unspecified currency. Her aptitude for martial arts was 1 in a million, and her eyesight was even better. After all, since she was young, she was surrounded by the world's top experts. What she learned was the dog-beating stick technique and the Nining manual, which were the top martial arts in the world of martial arts. Therefore, she could see a thing or two about the ingenuity of Song Qingshu's move. When the enemy was full of flaws, you had too many choices, and you couldn't help but hesitate. In a battle between experts, victory and defeat would often be decided in an instant. That was why Qing wanted to move several times, but she didn't. Of course, this was only Huang Rong's own understanding. After all, due to the limitations of her cultivation, it was still quite different from the actual situation. From Qing's point of view, Song Qingshu's casual movement of the wooden sword was indeed in accordance with the heavenly Tao. The flaws in the eyes of others were hidden murderous intents in her eyes. The successive moves were not flaws at all. However, Qing was Qing after all. Although he had some doubts, he still waved his green bamboo stick at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu smiled and stabbed Qing's left shoulder with his wooden sword. It was an attack while defending, and a defense while attacking. It was a swift and fierce sword art that was both offensive and defensive. When Huang Rong saw this, she couldn't help but exclaim, good swordsmanship. It seems to be pretty good. Although Guofu's martial arts skills were not high, she could still see that this move was quite exquisite. I'm afraid that the sword techniques of these two can be firmly ranked among the top 3 in the world. Little Wu, study them seriously. I guarantee that you'll benefit endlessly for the rest of your lives. Yes, master's wife. Seeing Huang Rong's solemn tone, Guofu didn't dare to talk back. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she looked at the people on the stage. As for Xiaowu and Xiaowu, they naturally wouldn't go against Huang Rong's intentions, and both of them watched with rapt attention. Qing swung her waist and raised her green bamboo stick slightly, causing Song Qingshu's attack to miss. Instead, she stabbed towards Song Qingshu from another angle. Song Qingshu's swordsmanship is really good. He was able to break Brother Song's attack so easily. Jiyu frowned and couldn't help but worry about Song Qingshu. Don't worry. Since Qingshu is so sure that he can win, then he will definitely win. Zhou Jiruo's eyes shone with a strange light. Actually, the women had discussed how Song Qingshu would win against Qing many times, but the final conclusion was that Song Qingshu had little chance of winning. However, Song Qingshu always vowed that he would definitely win, which made them even more curious. However, every time they asked Song Qingshu what the method was, he just smiled and refused to reveal it. Seeing Qing's sword, Song Qingshu also praised her in his heart. Before the move became old, he turned the wooden sword in his hand and pointed it at Qing's right shoulder. It was a wonderful move of defending with attacking, and attacking with defending. Eh? Qing cried out in surprise. She felt that there was no flaw in the incoming sword. If she continued to stab, her arm might be broken. She had no choice but to use the bamboo stick in her hand to stab at Song Qingshu's waist. This move was like an antelope hanging its horn, and there was no sense of obscurity at all. The people below the stage were dazzled by this move. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "This move is wonderful." He immediately pulled back his sword and dodged to the side. The two of them exchanged sword attacks, and in an instant they had exchanged more than 20 moves. The wooden sword and the bamboo stick had never touched each other. What shocked the people of Jianghu even more was that the two of them changed their moves so naturally, and the connection between the moves was so natural. They had obviously used more than 20 different styles of sword attacks, but throughout the whole process, it looked like they had only used one sword attack. Ever since Song Qingshu's swordsmanship reached a high level, there were very few people who could make him use his sword so many times without achieving anything. When he thought about how his opponent was the best swordsman in the entire Golden Book system, he was filled with pride, and he used the exquisite parts of his swordsmanship one by one. Qing was also excited to see his prey. His green bamboo stick left an afterimage as he attacked Song Qingshu. Throughout the whole process, it was as if the two of them had a tacit understanding, and only used their moves, and not their inner energy. The people of Jianghu below the stage all stared with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss a move or half a move. At first, when they saw Song Qingshu and Qing fighting, they couldn't help but praise their swordsmanship. But after more than 10 moves, most of the people in the arena were already dazzled, and they couldn't understand the exquisite parts of their swordsmanship at all. Huang Rong, who was an expert at her level, had it a little better, but after watching for more than 30 moves, she started to feel a little tired. Every time she saw a move, she would have to think hard about the essence of the move, and only after thinking for a long time would she be able to understand it. But by then, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves, and as for how the 10 moves were used, she was completely blind to it. Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting looked at each other, and they both saw the shock in each other's eyes. They hadn't seen Song Qingshu for a long time, but his swordsmanship was so exquisite, and that girl's swordsmanship was really like that of a fairy. Even if Zhang Sanfeng was here, he might not be able to beat the two of them in swordsmanship alone. Ling Huchong's mouth was wide open. He knew that the finals would be a duel between Song Qingshu and Qing, and as the successor of the 9 strategies beyond the swords, he couldn't miss this shocking battle no matter what, so he ignored Ren Yingying's advice, and endured his injuries to come to watch the battle. Lady Qing's swordsmanship seems to be taught by a fairy, but Brother Song's swordsmanship seems to have a bit of demonic nature. One is a sword fairy, and the other is a sword devil. It's really admirable, admirable. In terms of swordsmanship alone, there was probably no one below the stage who could compare with Ling Huchong. It was because of his profound attainment in swordsmanship that he could feel the exquisite and peerless swordsmanship of the two of them. In the beginning, he still had the desire to win, and felt that in terms of swordsmanship alone, he wasn't inferior to the two of them. However, as he watched, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Although the 9 strategies beyond the swords was said to be able to break all the swordsmanship in the world, it still required the opponent to have a move. The two of them on the stage, each move was like an antelope hanging its horn. In the beginning, Ling Hucheng was still thinking hard, but later on, he suddenly realized that the two of them had obviously reached the realm of no moves. Ling Hucheng still remembered when Grand Uncle Master Feng taught him the 9 strategies beyond the swords. He subconsciously asked a question. If 2 experts who had no moves were to fight, how should the moves be broken? At that time, Grand Uncle Master Feng was obviously also stunned, and it was obvious that he hadn't thought of this question. Now, Ling Hucheng finally saw 2 experts who had no moves fight, but it was a pity that many of the methods that the two of them used to deal with the moves were still confusing to Ling Hucheng. In the end, Ling Hucheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that only by reaching the realm of no moves could one truly understand. On the other side, Yang Miaozhen also had a pensive look on her face. Although she had previously felt that Song Qing's martial arts were higher than hers, there was a limit to it. Yang Miaozhen felt that losing to him in the semifinals was more because the opponent was too shameless. As a woman, she was born to be at a disadvantage, so she was still unconvinced in her heart. However, now that she saw him compete with Qing in swordplay, unexpectedly not falling into a disadvantageous position at all. Moreover, the sword moves were exquisite. Even with her cultivation, she could not quite understand many of the moves. Only now did Yang Miaozhen realize that the gap between her and her opponent was perhaps much larger than she had imagined. There were many people present who had the same thought. Xianxia's brows were tightly locked as he looked at the 2 people competing on the stage. The shock in his heart was even greater. He was known as the #1 person in the Shaolin Temple in 200 years. His vision was naturally incomparably high. Looking at the whole world, only Zhang Sanfeng, Wang Chongyang, and a few others were worthy of his attention. Although Song Qing had taken advantage of him several times, Xianxia believed that it was only because the opponent was too cunning. If they were to really fight fair and square, he was confident that he could definitely kill Song Qing with one palm. However, when he saw the 2 people on the stage transform the rotten into the magical swordplay, and even some of the sword moves that even he could not see through, Xianxia was deeply shocked. The strength of this stinky brat Song Qing was definitely not below his own. The faces of the Red Flower Society members were even more pale. They were the clearest about Qing's strength. In their hearts, Qing was a sword immortal who had descended to the world. They had originally thought that Song Qing would only return in defeat if he were to face her. Who would have thought that he could actually fight evenly with Qing and not be at a disadvantage at all? Tai Lai, do you think that you still have hope for revenge in this life? Yu Wanting faintly sighed. When Tai Lai's face was ashen, the muscles of his entire body tightened, but in the end, he seemed to have lost all his strength. He helplessly shook his head. Yu Wanting continued, a real man does not need to worry about not having a wife. Since Luo Bing has already been taken in by this boy, Tai Lai, it is better for you to give up as soon as possible. At the thought of his charming wife lying under another man's body, when Tai Lai's teeth were almost about to break. However, he was now clear that he might not be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Seeing that when Tai Lai didn't refute, Yu Wanting couldn't help but nod his head in praise. A man should be able to let go of things. After this meeting, if Qing wins, everything will be fine. We can use the power of the Golden Snake Camp to slowly take revenge. After all, no matter how high his martial arts are, he is only one person. When we have unified the world, we will naturally have a way to make him beg for death. What if Qing loses? When Tai Lai asked bitterly. Before this, no one in the Red Flower Society had ever thought that Qing would lose. But looking at the current situation, the outcome was only 50-50. Then let's go to the western regions. Yu Wanting's eyes flashed. Now the western regions is dominated by the Mongols, the Ming dynasty and the Hui tribe. Especially the Hui tribe, De Shao and Zhua. I have a good relationship with them. If we can borrow the strength of the Hui tribe to unify the western regions, then we can rise again. Okay, then we will go to the western regions. When Tai Lai clenched his fists and said, gritting his teeth. They deliberately lowered their voices so that no one else heard them. Yuan Zi's attention was attracted by the fight in the arena. She couldn't help but ask with concern, "Grandfather, will Qing lose?" Yuan Shao, the strange swordsman of Heaven Lake, also looked solemn. "I didn't expect that this guy's swordsmanship was so brilliant. But Qing hasn't used her innate sword chi yet. Z, you don't have to worry too much. Well, Sister Qing will definitely win." Yuan Zi seemed to cheer himself up and clenched his fists hard. At this time, the two people in the arena had exchanged over 100 moves. Different from before, Song Qing's figure gradually sped up. In the eyes of the audience, there seemed to be 5 or 6 Song Qings attacking Qing in the center of the circle at the same time. They all felt worried for Qing. "Oh no!" Zhou Jirua cried in a low voice. Beside her, Audiobook also looked worried but didn't refute her opinion. "Doesn't Brother Song have the upper hand now? Why are you two sisters so worried?" Xingro couldn't help but ask. Glancing at Xingro, Zhou Jirua praised her inwardly. "She is indeed a gentle and pleasant beauty." Although she was a little unhappy that Xingro also wanted to be Song Qing's woman, she had to pretend to be graceful in front of Zhu Meng. So she explained carefully, "In the beginning, Song Qing and Qing were evenly matched. Now, he has to rely on his body movements to fight against Qing, which means that he is at a disadvantage in swordsmanship." In the arena, Qing was forced into a flurry by Song Qing's attacks. It seemed that Song Qing could teleport. One moment he was above Qing, the next moment he appeared behind Qing. When Qing fought back, Song Qing moved to the side. If Qing didn't have unfathomable attainments in swordsmanship, Qing would have been wounded and killed on the spot. Yang Miaozhen stared at the scene unfolding in front of her. She had fought with Song Qing several times, but she could only block his attacks without being able to fight back because of his strange and swift movements. She was eager to know how Song Qing would deal with it. "We agreed to compete in swordsmanship, but you shamelessly used your body movements. Then, I'll be shameless too." Qing pouted, and her body spun on the spot like a spinning top. Streaks of green sword chi that could be seen by the naked eye dispersed in all directions. Previously, Qing was trapped in a small circle by Song Qing and moved no more than 3 steps. But when Qing used this move, 5 or 6 shadows of Song Qing all retreated. Although Song Qing tried his best to deal with the sword energies in front of him, the circle grew larger and larger. Finally, he could no longer trap Qing and could only quickly retreat dozens of feet. "Your sword chi that fills the sky is the bane of my movement technique," Yang Kai said. Song Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Of course, this was only because they were in a special environment like the arena. If they were in a wide field, even if Song Qing couldn't attack, Qing wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Song Qing's body movements would still make him invincible. Qing wasn't in a hurry to attack. She controlled the sword energies to float around her and looked at him with a smile. "Big brother, if you don't have any other moves, I'm afraid you're going to lose." Qing's words were like a heavy bomb thrown into the lake, and the crowd below the arena went into an uproar. Is the winner finally going to be decided? Zhou Jirua and Jiyu looked worried. Clearly, their hearts were in their throats. They were so nervous that they subconsciously held each other's hands. At this moment, all the jealousy and fighting had been forgotten. They only had one thought in mind: is my lover really going to lose? Song Qing laughed loudly and said, "Sister Qing, actually, I know this move of yours." "You know it too?" Looking at the sword energies around her, Qing couldn't help but be stunned. Facing everyone's confusion, Song Qingshu didn't explain much. He just opened his arms and slowly raised them up. What is he doing? The crowd was looking forward to Song Qingshu's ultimate move. Who knew that after he raised his hands, there wouldn't be any strange phenomenon around him? There wasn't even any sword chi. They couldn't help but whisper to each other. Is he just posing? He is quite handsome, but he is all bark and no bite. I feel embarrassed for him. Shoo. Maybe his sword chi is invisible. Didn't you see that Lady Qing didn't attack? That's because Lady Qing is kind and doesn't want to embarrass him. The group of people were chatting enthusiastically when they suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Why is my sword moving?" "Mine too. It's shaking so much." Soon, all the people in the Jianghu felt the swords in their hands shaking. They all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. After all, they were holding their swords in their hands and no one else had touched them, but they were shaking for no reason. So, a series of dragon roars rang out, and everyone in the arena was stunned to find that all the swords in their hands had flown out of their scabbards and were flying towards Song Qingshu, standing upright in the air a few feet around him. It's him. This was everyone's first reaction when they saw this. How is this possible? This was everyone's reaction. After all, telekinesis was rare, but there were people in the Jianghu who could do it. Xiaofeng's dragon capture hand, Jiao Maji's crane control art, even Ren Wuxing's absorb stars, they all had similar effects. However, telekinesis was usually only used to control one object. They had never heard of someone being able to control so many swords at the same time. In the entire Golden Snake Conference, there were at least thousands of people who used swords as their weapons. Other than a few people who were strong enough to control their swords from being taken by Song Qingshu, most of the people's swords were sucked into the arena. Song Qingshu stood calmly on the stage, his arms slightly open. Tens of thousands of sharp swords circled a few feet away from him, even Guofu and Yuanzi, who had never been on good terms with him. Even Yi and the others were dazed for a moment. They had to admit that Song Qingshu was really amazing. Good. It was unknown who roared first, but everyone in the surroundings became excited. Presently, one of the two people on the arena was covered in Xiantian sword qi that was almost material, and the other was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of sharp swords that flickered with cold glints. Such a scene was something they couldn't even dream of, so how could they not be excited to be able to witness such a marvelous battle with their own eyes? Qing's eyes also brightened. The strength that Song Qingshu had shown was enough for her to use all her strength. Qing didn't hold back anymore. She waved her bamboo stick and the sword qi around her seemed to have a vent. It turned into countless green swords and stabbed towards Song Qingshu on the other side of the arena. Song Qingshu flipped his hands, and the thousands of swords that had been standing upright in the air seemed to have received an order. They fell down in an orderly manner, and the gleaming tips of the swords were aimed at Qing, who was in the distance. Ding! 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 The swords controlled by Song Qingshu clashed against the sword qi that Qing waved. It was like real weapons clashing, and a clear dragon roar was heard. Every time they clashed, one of the swords controlled by Song Qingshu would shatter inch by inch. At the same time, it also meant that one of Qing's sword qi would disappear. The real swords and the sword qi hadn't been decided yet. Song Qingshu and Qing both moved. Song Qingshu used his traceless sand treading with all his might. His entire body turned into a shadow. He grabbed the remaining sharp sword and attacked Qing. Qing used the same trick again. She spun like a top and rose into the air. Sword qi spread out in all directions like ripples. This time, Song Qingshu did not retreat like last time. The sharp swords that were wrapped around his body were like armor, directly clashing head-on with the green sword qi. In truth, not many people in the tournament could keep up with Song Qingshu's speed with their eyes. However, the hundreds and thousands of sharp swords circling around his body made him look like a giant silver-white python with its scales spread open under the sunlight. The Jianghu warriors below the arena could see his approximate movement trajectory clearly. The silver-white python coiled around Qing and kept squeezing him. If it was someone else, they would have been minced into meat paste by the hundreds and thousands of swords. However, Qing was like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. He shot out sword qi from all directions without any blind spots. The silver-white python would suffocate the hedgehog for a while, and then it would be shot by the hedgehog. Throughout the whole process, the Jianghu warriors couldn't see Song Qingshu and Qing anymore. They could only see countless sharp swords and green sword qi shooting all over the sky. Is this his real strength? Huang Rong's red lips opened slightly. She stared at the arena in disbelief. She couldn't help but compare Brother Jing to him. Brother Jing was good at martial arts, but if they really fought, is this the ultimate secret of swordsmanship? If I can experience this state for a moment, I'm willing to pay any price. Ling Huchong looked at the sword shadows in the arena with a fanatical expression. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Ren Yingying, who was standing to the side, was angry and anxious. Was he willing to give her away? However, she quickly calmed down. After all, Brother Chong didn't have many hobbies except wine, gambling, and swordsmanship. What he said just now was just a casual remark. Not to mention, Ren Yingying's face suddenly turned red. If Song Qingshu really wanted her, even if Brother Chong didn't give it to him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Looks like Brother Song showed mercy last time at the inn. If he used this move, I'm afraid. Thinking back to the scene at the inn, Xiao Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Standing next to Xiao Feng, Yelu Nanxian's beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. After witnessing this extraordinary battle, she faintly felt that her Sun Moon divine sword art was showing signs of a breakthrough. Remembering that the name of her sword art was given by Song Qingshu, Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile. Brother Song is amazing. Zheng Ro put her hand on her chest and stared at the arena with starry eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Jirua secretly glanced at Zhu Xiaoxiao and saw that her face was flushed with excitement. She then glanced at Huang Rong and saw that Huang Rong had a faint smile on her face and Guofu had a look of admiration on her face. Zhou Jirua couldn't help but bite her lips. Qingshu is going to capture the hearts of many young girls in this battle. It's really a headache for me as his legal wife. But he's really handsome now. Su Zhu, who do you think will have the last laugh? The two of them were evenly matched, so Xianxia couldn't see any clues. He couldn't help but ask Su Zhu. It wasn't that Su Zhu's eyesight was better than his, it was just that Su Zhu had fought against Ah Qing before, so he had a more intuitive judgment. Reporting to Grand Uncle, I think Miss Ah Qing will win in the end. Su Zhu stared at the two people on the arena and made his own judgment. Oh, why is that? Xianxia asked in surprise. He knew Su Zhu's temperament. Since he said this, he must be very confident. I have fought Miss Ah Qing before. Her innate sword energy seems to be endless, while the number of swords Song Qing can control is limited. Su Zhu didn't finish speaking, but Xianxia already understood what he meant. Right now, the two of them were in a stalemate on the stage. As time passed, the number of swords that Song Qing could control would only decrease. On the other hand, Ah Qing's sword chi would dissipate, but he could immediately replenish it. In the end, the victor would be decided. Sure enough, many people noticed that the silver python seemed to have shrunk a bit. The same thought flashed through their minds. It seemed that Song Qing was going to lose in this battle. Are you going to lose just like this? Looking at the situation on the stage, Huang Rong's expression was incomparably complicated. Suddenly, the faint smile on Song Qing's face appeared in her mind. Huang Rong's heart immediately calmed down. She believed that Song Qing would definitely have a way. Zhou Jirua, who was not far away, also had a worried look on her face. After all, she had seen revered Ming fight before. In the end, even such a powerful revered Ming had been defeated by Ah Qing. She really could not imagine that Song Qing would be able to win this fight. Little sister Ajiao, Song Qing, is he going to lose? Zhou Jirua's voice trembled. No, big brother Song will definitely win. Zhu Yui's face was filled with confidence. How do you know? Zhou Jirua was startled. Zhu Yui smiled and said, because big brother Song said he would win. Zhou Jirua felt as if her heartstrings had been struck by a heavy hammer. Only now did she understand that although she was Song Qing's wife, her understanding and trust of him was not as good as other women. Zhou Jirua's heart was filled with endless shame. She had always wanted to establish her position as the legal wife and had always disliked Song Qing's flirting with other women. King Xiao, who do you think will have the last laugh between the two people on the stage? Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but ask. After all, Xiao Feng was a god of war in Liao, everyone in Liao had a deep-rooted trust in him. Yelu Nanxian was no exception. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the situation in the arena. The current situation is indeed not in Brother Song's favor. However, he is someone who is good at creating miracles. He might be able to turn defeat into victory in the end. I think so too. Yelu Nanxian smiled and nodded, but then she suddenly remembered Song Qing's palm on her chest last night and her smile froze. Why did she want him to win? With a dragon's roar, the two figures on the arena finally separated. Ah Qing excitedly looked at Song Qing in the distance. Big brother, what kind of martial art is this? Ancestral sword. Ever since he had created this move, this was the first time he had truly used the sword. But even so, Qing was still unscathed. The only difference was that the sword qi around his body seemed to be so dim that it was almost transparent. It was no longer green and almost solid like before. Song Qing's side was in a much more difficult situation. Most of the swords he controlled were broken, and now there were less than 10 swords still surrounding him. Qing is indeed worthy of being the number one in gold. Song Qing sighed inwardly. He understood that in terms of pure martial arts, he was no match for Qing. Big brother, you are the most powerful person I've met in the Central Plains. Qing had a look of admiration on her face. Oh? Song Qing was not surprised. He smiled. Little sister Qing is the most powerful person I've met in my life. Hearing his words, Qing was a little embarrassed. Big brother, if you praise me like this, I won't hold back later. Song Qing faintly smiled. We don't know who will be the winner yet. Qing looked at him with a smile. Just now you were the one attacking, so this time it's my turn. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt that familiar pressure, but this time it was much stronger than the last time she fought with Xuzhu. Even masters like Xianxia and Xiaofeng couldn't move for a while. Is this the legendary field domain? Xianxia was familiar with many martial arts manuals of Shaolin Temple, and this situation seemed to fit the description of Bodhidharma in a certain scripture. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was this Qing a human or an immortal? All the people in the Shaolin Temple seemed to be frozen. They could only watch Qing waving the green bamboo stick and stabbing towards Song Qing. Qing's speed seemed very slow, but it seemed that in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared in front of Song Qing. The contradictory feeling of stillness and movement made everyone in the Shaolin Temple feel annoyed and disgusted. Many people with low cultivation had already suffered serious internal injuries. Song Qing lost, this was what everyone thought. Even Zhu Liao, who had the most confidence in him, had a trace of despair in his eyes. When the green bamboo stick in Qing's hand was about to stab Song Qing's wrist, Song Qing suddenly moved. His wooden sword directly pressed against Qing's white and slender neck. All the people in the temple suddenly felt their bodies become lighter, and the inexplicable pressure disappeared in an instant. Qing's pretty face was extremely red, and her eyes were full of disbelief. How did I? Song Qing didn't answer. He just smiled and slowly withdrew his wooden sword. Qing frowned and thought for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out what had happened. She could only sigh disappointedly. Alas, I lost. There was an uproar in the temple. Song Qing could actually turn the tide in that situation. How high was his martial arts? Xianxia's face was livid, and he was also confused. Just now, even he couldn't move, but Song Qing could move freely. Could it be that Song Qing's martial arts were actually far higher than his? This was impossible, impossible. Xianxia, who had always been proud and arrogant, couldn't accept this fact at all. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but gush out. Obviously, he had suffered a serious internal injury. Martial uncle. Suzhu saw that something was wrong, so he hurriedly pressed his palm on Xianxia's back to help him sort out the messy genuine qi in his body. Xianxia finally calmed down. Thinking back on what had happened just now, he couldn't help but be shocked. That person said that if he forcefully practiced the 72 ultimate skills, he would probably go crazy. Could it be that his words really came true? Not only Xianxia was confused, but everyone in the Golden Snake Convention was also confused. What method did Song Qing use to turn the tide? Could it be that he used the soul-shifting technique? Huang Rong quickly denied this guess. The soul-shifting technique could only be used on people with lower martial arts. If it was used on people with higher martial arts, it could backfire and be controlled by the enemy. Judging from Qing's martial arts, Song Qing would never dare to use the soul-shifting technique. Huang Rong's beautiful eyes curiously looked at Song Qing's back on the arena. How did he do it? While the crowd below the stage was still in shock, Xia Qingqing had already silently walked onto the stage and arrived in front of Song Qing. She half knelt on the ground and presented the golden snake sword in her hand. Please accept the golden snake king's keepsake. Situ Bolei, Shui Jian, and Qingqingzhu of the Green Bamboo Gang also half knelt in front of Song Qing. Young master, please accept the golden snake king's token. Song Qing did not immediately take the golden snake sword. Instead, he glanced at the other leaders of the golden snake camp. Feeling the oppressive gaze, the leaders who remained neutral, Jiao Weiner of the Jiangsu Golden Dragon Gang, Rong Kai of the Zhejiang Dragon Gang, Nie Tianfeng of the Flying Tiger Valley of Huainan, and Jing Qian of the Alliance of the 72 Islands, felt their scalps go numb. At this time, Song Qing had just defeated Sword Immortal Ah Qing. His reputation had reached its peak. He stood on the stage like a demon god. The leaders looked at each other and couldn't help but curse. In fact, they didn't need to kneel in front of the new Golden Snake King. However, Xia Qingqing, the person with the highest status, knelt and the other leaders followed suit. They had to kneel even if they didn't want to. The leaders helplessly walked up to the stage and half-knelt in front of Song Qing. "Young master, please accept the Golden Snake King's token." Chu Honglu of the Thousand Willow Manor was backed by the Red Flower Society. Sha Tongtian of the Evil Tiger Valley was backed by the Sun Moon Sect. Master Shirley of the Qingliang Temple was backed by the Shaolin Temple. Gai Mengchang and Meng Bofiai were backed by Zwilingchan of the Song Mountain Sect. No matter which force it was, they couldn't stand on the same side of Song Qing. Some even had a blood feud with him. Ba. Master Shirley of the Qingliang Temple was the first to speak. "As a monk, I've long been tired of the fighting and killing. I've been planning to go into seclusion to study Buddhism. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the right time. Now I can use this opportunity to announce that I've decided to leave the Golden Snake Camp and return to Shaolin Temple to study Buddhism." This old bald donkey didn't retreat earlier or later, but chose to retreat at this time. He obviously wants to attack Qing's prestige. Zhou Zhirua never had a good impression of the monks of the Shaolin Temple, so naturally, she would not show any mercy with her words. Obviously, Zhu Yushi had the same idea. He sneered and said, "This monk is obviously very worldly, but he pretends to be an enlightened monk. If he really wants to live in seclusion, why would he recommend Shuzhu to compete for the Golden Snake King?" Huang Rong frowned slightly. Great Master Shirley's actions were clearly instructed by the Shaolin Temple. She knew that there was a rift between the Shaolin Temple and Song Qing, but this was only an internal contradiction. Now that the barbarians were wreaking havoc, it was obvious that they should put aside their former enmity and unite against the common enemy. Who knew that the Shaolin Temple would actually make such a move at this critical moment? With the status of the Shaolin Temple in the Wulin world, Song Qing might be in trouble this time. Huang Rong knew that if Song Qing handled this carelessly at this time, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, he had suffered such a big loss as soon as he came to the stage. How could he convince the public as the Golden Snake King in the future? Chu Honglu of the Thousand Willow Manor was about to step forward, but he found that Great Master Shirley had stepped forward first. In this way, he was not so anxious. He sat up calmly and waited to see how Song Qing would deal with this. "Oh?" Song Qing stared at Great Master Shirley sharply and asked, "Great Master, are you going to withdraw from the Golden Snake Camp?" "Yes." Great Master Shirley proudly puffed out his chest. Although Song Qing's kung fu was high, he had the Shaolin Temple behind him. Moreover, the two peerless masters, Xianxia and Shuzhu, were not far away, so he naturally did not need to be afraid. "Great Master, it was not enough that you killed the former Golden Snake King, Hero Yuan. Are you going to do the same thing again this time? Are you going to collude with the Manchurian Qing Tauters to kill me, the new Golden Snake King?" Although Song Qing's voice was soft, it was like a heavy bomb that made everyone's expression change. "Nonsense." Grandmaster Ten Powers immediately panicked. He couldn't bear such a big pot of shit. "TSK. Don't try to mislead people with lies." Xianxia could not sit still anymore. He stood up abruptly and slammed his Buddhist staff on the ground. The huge cracks on the stone floor showed how angry he was. However, people were born to love gossip. Everyone knew that Yuan Qingji had died at the hands of Invincible East at the Mount Tai meeting, but no one thought about it in detail. However, after Song Qing's reminder, many people suddenly began to think about why Yuan Qingji had suddenly appeared at the Mount Tai meeting, and why the Manchurian Qing Imperial Court had ambushed Invincible East as if they had expected him to come. If there was a traitor in the Golden Snake Camp, all of this could be explained. Great Master surely couldn't have really killed him. "Look at him, he looks like an enlightened monk. It doesn't seem like it. You don't know. You can know a person's face but not his heart. The entire meeting was in a mess. Some believed it, and some didn't. As they listened to these discussions, Great Master Shirley and Xianxia's faces became redder and redder. It was obvious that they could not control the anger in their hearts. Qing, you still need evidence to say such things. Zhang Songshi stood up with a solemn face. He also did not like Shaolin Temple. Not only had they always slandered Zhang Sanfeng as an abandoned disciple of Shaolin, but they had also caused Yu Daiyan to be crippled and Zhang Chuishan and his wife to commit suicide. However, not liking them was one thing, and how to get along with them was another. Shaolin Temple was the leader of the righteous path. How could they casually frame others like this? Song Qing said unhurriedly. Perhaps some of you here should know that when I was in the Manchurian Qing imperial court, I was in charge of this spy organization. I was responsible for winning over people in Jianghu. Many people in Jianghu turned to me for fame and profit. Great Master Shirley of Qingliang Temple was one of them. Nonsense. Great Master Shirley was so angry that his whole body trembled. For a moment, he was somewhat speechless. Song Qing did not give him a chance to defend himself. He quickly said, "Dare I ask Great Master Shirley, which temple did the fake Manchurian Qing Emperor Fu Lin lose his hair when he escaped to Buddhism?" This. Great Master Shirley was speechless for a moment. Fu Lin hiding in Qingliang Temple was an extremely secretive matter. Unfortunately, in order to get rid of Fu Lin, the fake Empress Dowager leaked the news, causing all sorts of evil people to cause havoc in Qingliang Temple. Now, it was impossible to hide it even if he wanted to. So Qingliang Temple has long turned to the Manchurian Qing Imperial Court. Not to mention Qingliang Temple, I heard that Shaolin Temple has also accepted the conferment of the barbarian regime. People under other people's eaves have no choice but to bow their heads. Then why is this Great Master Shirley mingling with the anti-Qing Revolutionary Army all day long? It really is a bit suspicious. That's right. Do you think he really is a spy sent by the Manchurian Qing Imperial Court? Hearing the discussion of the people below the stage, Song Qing knew that the time was ripe. With a wave of his hand, a small box not far away flew into his hand. Song Qing took out a yellow brocade with his left hand and opened it in front of the crowd. This is the Imperial Edict of the Manchurian Qing Imperial Court conferring the title of the monks of Qingliang Temple. The people below the stage had not yet digested this information. Song Qing took out another envelope and dropped a heavy bomb. This is a letter from Great Master Shirley pledging his loyalty to the fake Emperor Kangxi. Great Master Shirley could no longer sit still. He roared, "Everyone, don't believe him. This is a forgery." Song Qing's eyes narrowed. In a cold voice, he said, "Your Excellency has leaked many secrets of the Golden Snake Camp to the Tatar Imperial Court over the years. Not only did you cause the Golden Snake Camp to suffer heavy casualties, you even caused the former Golden Snake King to die a violent death on Mount Tai. For a traitor like your Excellency who sells his country for glory, today I will clean up the sect." Master Shirley's eyes were wide open. With his martial arts, how could he keep up with Song Qingshu's movement technique? He stood there like a wooden chicken, waiting for his death. Master Shirley's eyes were wide open. Fortunately, Xianxia was prepared. Seeing Song Qingshu make a move, he quickly stood between the two of them. At this time, he did not dare to be careless. He waved his staff and used the Shaolin Temple's consummate skill, the exorcism staff technique. With the speed at which Song Qingshu flew over, Xianxia believed that Song Qingshu had no choice but to fight him head-on. If it was a head-on confrontation, Xianxia did not believe that he would lose to a martial arts junior after decades of hard work. Seeing Song Qingshu fly over like an arrow from a bow without the slightest intention of dodging, Xianxia sneered and waved his staff towards Song Qingshu. Although Xianxia was proficient in the 13 consummate skills, his most proficient and most powerful skills were still the Prajna Palm and the Demon Vanquishing Staff. He was confident that there was no one in this world who could take his Demon Vanquishing Staff without dodging and come out unscathed. Seeing that Song Qingshu was standing on the ground without dodging, the speed at which Xianxia waved his staff increased by 30%. He vowed to take this opportunity to eliminate this disaster. Seeing that the staff was about to hit Song Qingshu, Xianxia did not have time to be happy. He was surprised to find that Song Qingshu's whole body seemed to have become a leaf, light as a feather. With the strong wind brought by the staff, Song Qingshu's whole body floated to the other side. Xiancheng's confident blow had actually failed. Ignoring the stunned Xiancheng, Song Qingshu gently floated past him. Suddenly, he felt a strong wind coming from his side. It turned out that Xiuzhu had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Xiancheng had failed, he immediately made a move. Break up with one strike? Song Qingshu recognized this move. In the past, Morong Fu had suffered a great loss because of this move. But I'm not a trash like Morong Fu. Song Qingshu understood that the opportunity was fleeting. If he waited for these people to react, it would not be so easy for him to take Master Shirley's life under the protection of so many masters. Therefore, he did not dodge. He used Proud Dragon Shows Remorse to block Xiuzhu's palm with his left hand, and with a flick of his right hand, a wisp of sword chi shot into Master Shirley's head. How dare you? Xiuzhu was shocked, but it was too late for him to stop. He could only watch as Grandmaster Ten Strength died on the spot. As soon as the sword energy ended Master Ten Strength's life, Song Qingshu's Proud Dragon Shows Remorse and Xiuzhu's one-hit two scatters collided. The loud bang that Song Qingshu had expected did not sound out. His opponent did not have an earth-shattering palm force. Instead, it was replaced by a suction force that was like a black hole, endlessly devouring Song Qingshu's palm force. Dark North Divine Art? Song Qingshu sneered. This monk looked honest on the outside, but he was extremely sinister. When he fought against Morong Fu, he used the one-hit two scatters to make Morong Fu give up his exquisite moves and choose to fight him head-on. When he fought against Ah Qing, he saw that he was no match for Ah Qing, so he used the insidious hidden weapon, the life-death note. Now, it seemed like he was saving Master Shirley, but in fact, he wanted to take this opportunity to absorb Song Qingshu's strength. Song Qingshu didn't know why Xiuzhu was so different from the original work, but with Zhang Wuji as an example, he was not too surprised. Either Xiuzhu was also possessed by some old monster, but it seemed that he didn't have a backdoor like the Heaven and Earth Great Shift, so it was unlikely that he was possessed. Another possibility was that Xiuzhu's time travel had caused a butterfly effect. Another possibility was that Xiuzhu was not an honest monk. In the original work, no matter if it was Wu Yizi who passed the Zhenlong Go game to him, or Wu Xian who absorbed 100 years of strength from Heavenly Mountain Tonglao and Li Qiushui in the royal palace of Xixia, no one else was there. Wu Yizi, Heavenly Mountain Tonglao, and Li Qiushui were all dead. Since Xiuzhu was the ultimate beneficiary of each incident, the authenticity of everything he described was questionable. It was worth pondering whether it was Heavenly Mountain Tonglao who drugged a princess of Xixia and captured her to do shameful things day and night in an ice cellar. Moreover, Menggu, a virgin girl, was not afraid when she suddenly appeared in the bed of a strange man. Instead, she flattered him coquettishly. If he wasn't drugged, he would be willing to cut off his hand. Well, forget it, he would abstain from sex for 3 days. Song Qingshu admired himself. At such a critical moment, he could still let his imagination run wild. At this time, Xiuzhu was even more bewildered. He had clearly touched his opponent's body and successfully launched the Northern Underworld divine skill, but why couldn't he absorb any internal strength? Of course, Xiuzhu didn't know that Song Qingshu had already comprehended the realm of swallowing or spitting out, the realm of emptiness and reality. Just now, Song Qingshu had used emptiness, so how could Xiuzhu absorb inner force? Noticing the shock on Xiuzhu's face, Song Qingshu sneered. He suddenly exerted his strength, and the fierce sword chi attacked Xiuzhu's meridians. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiuzhu hurriedly withdrew his palm and retreated several feet before he could stabilize his body. Looking at his arm hanging down, Xiuzhu's face turned pale. Fortunately, his opponent's sword chi had entered his body, so his arm was not crippled. However, it seemed that he would not be able to use his arm for a few months. Although Song Qingshu had described so much, the whole process was just a blink of an eye for the audience. They only saw a blur in front of them, and then they saw Song Qingshu easily dodge Xiancheng's full blow. Then he sent Xiuzhu flying with one palm, took the life of Master Shirley, and finally returned to the arena. Grandmaster Ten Strength was not mediocre, and Xiancheng was the first person in the Shaolin Temple in the last 200 years. Xiuzhu had also shown in the previous meeting, and his martial arts were not inferior to Xiancheng's. Yet, Song Qingshu was able to kill Grandmaster 10 Powers and return in a flash from the hands of these two people. Just how terrifying was his strength? 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. This poem by Li Bai suddenly appeared in Huang Rong's mind. When the matter is done, I leave in a flash, hiding my achievements and fame. Although Yelu Nanxian was not very good at Han literature, as a swordsman, she liked Li Bai's poem very much. At this moment, the same poem appeared in her mind. Sometimes, this bastard is quite handsome. Yuanzi thought, and her face suddenly changed. Bah! This despicable, shameless, lecherous bastard, full of lies, scourge the loyal, and forcibly take someone else's wife. Yuanzi was fooled by Song Qingshu on Mountame, so she had a very bad impression of Song Qingshu. Later, when she heard what happened to the Red Flower Society and others, Song Qingshu successfully became a synonym for scum in her mind. At this moment, when she realized that her position had changed, Yuanzi's face naturally changed. She was not the only one who felt the same way. Guofu stared at the person on the arena, her pretty face as beautiful as a peach. No one knew what she was thinking. Senior sister, brother-in-law is so powerful. In the seats of the Mu Palace, Mu Jianping said with her big round eyes. Song Qingshu's martial arts were really beyond her imagination, and she couldn't think of any words to praise him. The whole meeting was immersed in deep shock. It was Xianxia's roar that broke the silence. Song Qingshu, how dare you kill innocent people? Song Qingshu glanced at him indifferently and said coldly, Master surely colluded with the Qing court. The evidence is conclusive. How can he be innocent? Xianxia held his breath. He had heard a little about the relationship between the Qing temple and the Qing court. It was not impossible for Master Shirley and the Qing to be in cahoots, but now that the Shaolin temple was clearly on the same side with Master Shirley, how could Xianxia let Master Shirley bear this crime? Humph, this is just your side of the story. But you, how can you take out such a top-secret thing as an imperial edict and a secret letter? He couldn't bear to see Xia Qingqing kneeling on the ground. Song Qingshu waved his sleeves, and the 8 heads who were half kneeling on the stage felt a gentle force supporting them, and they involuntarily stood up. Casually helping everyone up, Song Qingshu replied indifferently, when I was lurking in the Qing court, it was not difficult to find relevant information. Moreover, although Master Shirley is regarded as a treasure by your Shaolin temple, in the eyes of the Qing court, people of his level are like carps crossing the river. There are countless of them. Why would they deliberately guard against his information? Xianxia sneered. Your Excellency became famous after assassinating Kangxi, but as far as I know, this assassination was not successful. Kangxi is still sitting peacefully in the Forbidden City. Do you think it is possible that this surnamed Song and Kangxi played a trick of injuring themselves to gain the confidence of the enemy, just to break into the anti-Qing army and completely clear the obstacles for the Tatars? The first part of Xianxia's words were directed at Song Qingshu, and the second part was directed at the other people in the meeting. After his reminder, everyone felt that it was quite reasonable. It was not impossible for Song Qingshu to play a trick of injuring himself to gain the confidence of the enemy. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Xianxia continued, I don't know if you remember, but after Song Qingshu assassinated Kangxi, Song Qingshu's heroic deeds seemed to be promoted all over the world overnight. If there was no mastermind behind the scenes, do you think it is possible? That's right, under the heavens, other than the Manchurian Qing Tatar imperial court, who else has this kind of ability? Yuanting timely stepped forward to add another stab. The Red Flower Society had always been the backbone of the anti-Qing movement, and its reputation in Jianghu had always been very good. As the former Zongduozu of the Red Flower Society, Yuanting's prestige was not below Chen Jinnan's. Hearing him say this, more and more people began to have doubts. Song Qingshu could not help but smile bitterly. Sang Feihong's Five Lakes sect was known as a storyteller and performer in restaurants and on the streets all over the world. Although it could indeed spread his reputation quickly, it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. Noticing Song Qingshu's expression, Xianxia sneered, What, you have nothing to say? Song Qingshu smiled and said, As long as I defeat the Qing army, the rumors will fall apart on their own. Yuanting snorted and said, If you are a spy, this time you will be leading the main force of the Golden Snake camp to their deaths. It will be too late for us to regret afterwards. Below the arena, Huang Rong looked worriedly at Song Qingshu. As intelligent as she was, she naturally knew that many forces did not want to see Song Qingshu take the position of the Golden Snake King. If they were not careful, all of Song Qingshu's previous efforts would go down the drain. The other leaders of the Golden Snake camp who were not on good terms with Song Qingshu took the opportunity to make noise, especially Chu Honglu, who said in an enigmatic tone, "That's right. When the time comes, the Golden Snake camp will be finished, and some people will have completed their tasks. Why would they care about us wandering ghosts?" As Chu Honglu spoke, he suddenly noticed that Song Qingshu's gaze swept over him. The sharpness contained in the gaze made his heart go cold, and he could not continue his words. Song Qingshu snorted coldly, and the inner force contained in the sound wave immediately silenced the whispering audience. "Actually, it's very simple to prove my innocence." "Easy for you to say." Xianxia curled his lips, obviously not believing that Song Qingshu had any way to prove himself. Yuanting's eyes flickered, and he decided that no matter what method Song Qingshu came up with, he would find a reason to oppose it. Huang Rong secretly broke into a sweat for Song Qingshu. This kind of thing would only make things worse. Did he really have a way to prove his innocence? Song Qingshu smiled, suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, his voice full of inner force resounded throughout the mountain top. "If K Kongshi's mother, K Kongshi's wife." Hearing that Song Qingshu and all the women related to Kongshi had negative distance contact that went beyond friendship, the group of people in the meeting was immediately dumbfounded, and the women heard it even more so, blushing. This is indeed a concise and effective way to prove himself, but it's too shameless. Huang Rong secretly cursed. It's so disgusting. It's really hard to change a person's nature. Guofu looked at Song Qingshu with disgust, and the good impression that she had just built up immediately vanished. Qingshu isn't completely lying. At least, he played with that little tongue in all kinds of positions. As soon as this thought appeared in Zhou Jiruo's mind, she subconsciously covered her face with her hands. How could I think of such a dirty thing? It's all Qingshu's fault. I've learned bad things from being with him. Brother Song, you're right. Zhu Yaoyao looked excited. She was the one who hated the Manchu Qing the most. Not to mention that Song Qingshu was just cursing. Even if Song Qingshu really wanted to take action, not only would she not stop him, she might even help him. This Song Qingshu is really... Yang Miaozhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a moment, she couldn't find any words to express her feelings at the moment. No wonder he could reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. His straightforward nature is really admirable. Yelu Nanxian's eyes were shining. She was more concerned about swordsmanship, not to mention that Liao and the Manchu Qing were mortal enemies. No matter how harsh Song Qingshu's curses were, she wouldn't mind. Senior martial sister, brother-in-law is so good. Mu Jianping was also dumbfounded by Song Qingshu's words. She couldn't help but poke Fang Yi beside her. Princess, do you think those women don't deserve to be cursed? Don't forget, many people in the Mu imperial residence died in the hands of the Manchu Qing. Fang Yi subconsciously defended her lover. Oh, you're right. Mu Jianping nodded adorably. This B** is really mean, dirty, nasty, shameless. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Yuanzi was both ashamed and infuriated. She didn't have a direct hatred for the Manchurian dynasty. Therefore, it was difficult for her to share the same hatred for the Manchurian dynasty like Xianxia and the people of Mu Palace. She just felt that Song Qingshu, a master in the master realm, was too shameless to swear like a hooligan in the market. Qing, who was at the side, pulled Yuan Zi's sleeve in confusion and asked innocently, "Sister Z, what is beep?" Beep is a harmonious word, which means countless dirty words and actions. You are just a kid. Don't ask so many questions. Yuan Zi explained, but she didn't know where to start, so she pretended to be impatient. Oh. Qing nodded, not really understanding. By the way, Qing, you were about to win just now. Why did that bastard suddenly turn the tables? Yuan Zi suddenly thought of it and asked what had been puzzling her for a long time. I don't know why either. Just now, when I was halfway through my move, I suddenly felt my whole body heat up. There was a strange flow of heat inside my body. I don't know why, but my body went limp. Thinking back to that strange feeling, Ah Qing's little face turned red again unconsciously. Did this bastard use some kind of poison? How shameless! Yuanzi was so angry that she trembled all over. However, she was a virgin after all, so she didn't know that Ah Qing's symptoms were not caused by poison at all. At this time, Song Qingshu, who was standing on the arena, cleared his throat and continued, "In this way, no one will think that I'm a spy, right?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Song Qingshu's words just now were undoubtedly a crime of great disrespect. His 9 generations would be implicated. If he was really a spy, based on his words just now, no matter how great his meritorious service was, he would not be able to escape death. Naturally, no one would believe that he was a spy sent by Kangxi. Looking at Xiancheng's livid and silent face, Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. "Master Xiancheng, you just swore that Master surely didn't collude with the imperial court. Do you dare to swear in the name of Buddha that if he colluded with the imperial court, all the monks of Shaolin Temple would not be able to enter the Western Paradise after parinirvana and would all be sent to hell?" "You." Xiancheng's face turned red. Although he didn't think that Master Shirley would be a spy of the Manchurian imperial court, it was an indisputable fact that Qingliang Temple accepted the imperial court's conferment, so he dared not make such a vicious oath. "Humph, let's go." Xiancheng snorted angrily. Knowing that staying here would only add to his troubles, he decisively turned around and left with the monks of Shaolin Temple. "Old leader do you want me to tell the public what you've done?" After forcing Xiancheng away, Song Qingshu turned around and stared at the people of Red Flower Society. This was actually a good time to eradicate the Red Flower Society. However, although the Red Flower Society was going against him, other than Yu Wanting and a few others, the rest were all men of steel. Song Qingshu was not a heartless butcher. Secondly, although he was very clear about Yu Wanting's plot, he did not have conclusive evidence. If they really fought, it would not end in a short period of time. Thirdly, Ah Qing was still in the Red Flower Society's camp. After a while, Yu's long face, Qing, he. Now that Xiancheng had left, it was useless for him to stay here alone. He had made up his mind to counterattack the Central Plains with the help of the Tianshan Hui tribe in the future. At that time, he would wash away the shame brought to him by Song Qingshu. Being pulled away by Yuanzi, Qing couldn't help looking back at the figure in the arena. "Big brother, will you come to the western regions to see me in the future?" "Yes, I will definitely come to see you." Song Qingshu's eyes sparkled. The Tianshan Hui tribe's big and small Hezhua, the Guangming peak of the Ming dynasty, hearing Song Qingshu's promise, Qing laughed happily and waved at him excitedly. "This brat is really good at seducing women." Seeing Qing's reluctant look, Huang Rong had mixed feelings. If Qing is really taken by her, who in the world can be their match when they join hands? Zhu Yaoyao and Zhou Zhirua couldn't help but look at each other. Seeing the jealousy in each other's eyes, Zhu Yaoyao teased, "Sister Zhou, if Qing bullies me in the future, you have to help me." Zhou Zhirua blushed. "Her martial arts are so high that I can't even protect myself. Who would care about a little girl like you?" Having successfully chased away the 2 biggest opposing forces, Song Qingshu turned around and looked at the remaining 3 Golden Snake camp leaders who were sitting upright on their seats. "It seems that you don't agree with me taking up the position of Golden Snake King?" Hearing his words, Chu Honglu of the Thousand Willow Village, Sha Tong Tian of the Evil Tiger Valley, and Gai Mengcheng and Meng Bofiai of the Evil Tiger Valley felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They hurriedly got up and knelt down. "Golden Snake King." When the 3 knelt down, they exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions. What a joke. Song Qingshu had just taken Master Shirley's life in the blink of an eye. Who knew if they would be killed on the spot if they objected? The forces behind the 3 of them made it impossible for them to be in the same pot as Song Qingshu. Therefore, the 3 of them decided to obey on the surface so that he couldn't find a chance to attack them. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities to oppose him. The rolling eyes of the 3 of them didn't escape Song Qingshu's eyes. Even if Song Qingshu didn't have the ability to read minds, he roughly knew what they were thinking. However, he didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, conspiracies and tricks were nothing but a joke. Moreover, he had already thought of a way to deal with this group of people. Apart from the dead master surely, the remaining 11 leaders of the Golden Snake camp expressed their loyalty to him on the surface even though they each had their own ulterior motives. Therefore, the coronation ceremony for the Golden Snake King soon began. However, due to the presence of a strong enemy, the ceremony was simplified. During this period, Wudong and Amei took the lead to express their willingness to stay and help the Golden Snake camp to deal with the invading Qing army. The Mu Palace followed suit. Although the Tian Di Hui and the Red Flower Society had a close relationship, Jin Jingnan was a man who could distinguish between personal enmity and righteousness. Moreover, he was on good terms with Song Qingshu and had Audiobook, so he naturally agreed to stay and help. Ren Yingying was now afraid of meeting Song Qingshu face to face. She used Ling Huchang's serious injury as an excuse and hurriedly left the mountain with her followers. Of course, the Sun Moon Divine cult was not a righteous warrior against the Qing. If Ren Yingying stayed and helped, it would be strange. Perhaps people would misunderstand that she had an affair with Song Qingshu. At the lion-slaying grand meeting, Song Qingshu and Zhou Zhirua had formed a great enmity with the Beggar clan. Naturally, the Beggar clan's people did not have a good expression on their faces. Looking at Huang Rong's face, they congratulated him a few words, but asking them to stay and help resist the Qing army was out of the question. The Songshan sect had always been enemies with Song Qingshu, so naturally they would not stay. After the ceremony was over, they hurriedly left the mountain. The Chuanjin sect's people used the excuse that Qiu Jichu was seriously injured and needed to return to Chongyang Palace to recuperate. After the ceremony was over, they also hurriedly left. The remaining people were mostly roaming soldiers. Some stayed to help, some left. However, only a small portion chose to stay. After all, this time the Manchurian Qing had mobilized 100,000 troops. One person's urine could easily drown a large Wuling sect. These Jianghu ruffians did not dare to take their own lives as a joke. Song Qingshu's eyes brightened. He cupped his hands and thanked Xiao Feng. With King Zhao's help, I have more confidence. Xiao Feng smiled. Liao was sandwiched between the Jin kingdom and the Qing kingdom and was in a precarious situation. Although Liao had shown signs of revival under his leadership, there was still a huge gap between the Jin kingdom and the Qing kingdom in terms of national strength. It was fortunate that they could protect themselves, but they were unable to recover their lost territory. This time, the Qing kingdom had launched a crusade against the Golden Snake camp. Xiao Feng did not want to sit back and do nothing, so he quietly went south to the Golden Snake camp. His initial plan was to protect the Golden Snake camp from being annihilated by the Qing kingdom. Now that he saw Song Qingshu suddenly become the new Golden Snake king, Xiao Feng sensed an opportunity. Maybe this time, he could make the Qing kingdom suffer a setback. However, the kingdom of Liao was currently in a truce with the Manchurian Qing dynasty. To be more precise, it was a truce with Wusan Gue. However, Xiao Feng still felt that it was not convenient for him to help Song Qingshu as the king of the South Yard. Therefore, he declared that he would only participate in the war in his own name. Song Qingshu naturally did not mind. I wonder if 4th Nyangzi is willing to help. Seeing that Yang Miaozhen had not left, Song Qingshu felt more confident. However, she was a woman. He could not let her take the initiative to ask for his help. He still had to give her face. As expected, Yang Miaozhen smiled. She did not reject his invitation, but she did not agree either. I wonder what benefits I will get if I help. Song Qingshu showed an embarrassed expression. If 4th Nyangzi doesn't mind, I can repay you with my body. Even though Yang Miaozhen was used to all kinds of boorish men in Jianghu, she still could not resist Song Qingshu's shamelessness. She blushed and hurriedly said, Who wants your body? As long as you promise to do one thing for me in the future, I will stay and help you once. It's this kind of play again. It's not easy to owe a favor. To Yang Miaozhen's surprise, Song Qingshu didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked, How many people did the 4th lady bring this time? 300. Yang Miaozhen said proudly. Although there aren't many of them, they are all the most elite warriors of the Red Coat Army. 300 people in exchange for a favor from me? This is a bit of a loss. Seeing Yang Miaozhen's frown, Song Qingshu changed the topic. But even if it's only 4th Nyangzi, it's worth it. Okay, deal. Yang Miaozhen was furious in her heart. Originally, she was about to turn around and leave, but when she heard the second half of his compliments, her expression softened a little. She could not help but snort to express her dissatisfaction. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly to himself. To be honest, he really didn't want to owe favors so easily. In the original, the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji owed Zhao Min 3 favors and was almost killed by her. However, now that he had suddenly become the leader of the Golden Snake Battalion like a paratrooper, the leaders of the various mountains all had ulterior motives. Although he wasn't a loner, he wasn't much better off. Naturally, he had to make full use of all the forces he could use. Seeing that they had so many strong reinforcements, Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting looked at each other and were extremely gratified. Suddenly, they noticed that Huang Rong was standing at the side with a faint smile on her face. Zhang Songshi's heart skipped a beat. If he could get the help of this female Zhuge, then Song Qingshu would have a higher chance of surviving this crisis. Thus, he took the initiative to invite her. I wonder if Madame Guo would be willing to stay and help us. This? Huang Rong looked awkward. After all, there was such a big scandal between the two of them. If she were to stay and help him, then it would become a bad name in the pugilistic world. Madame's wisdom is unparalleled. If you were willing to stay and help, Song Mao would be extremely grateful. Song Qingshu came in front of her with a sincere expression. Huang Rong was keenly aware that the way Song Qingshu asked her was somewhat different from the way he asked Yang Miaozhen. He asked Yang Miaozhen if she was willing to stay, but he asked her with a sincere invitation. It was clear at a glance who was more important to him. In fact, according to Huang Rong's personality, at this time, she would take the opportunity to blackmail him and extract some benefits. However, now that she had become the respected Madame Guo, she still had to take care of her face and her behavior. Yang Miaozhen was originally a female mountain bandit, so no one would be surprised if she talked about conditions with him. However, if she also talked about conditions at this time, it would be too. Huang Rong was depressed. In fact, with her intelligence, it was very easy for her to find a reason to refuse. Moreover, she would not be criticized by other sections. For example, Song Qingshu had killed an elder of the beggar gang. As the former beggar gang leader, she could not disappoint the beggar gang members. Or, now that the Southern Song dynasty had signed an alliance agreement with the Manchurian Qing dynasty, her identity was sensitive. If the two countries were to go to war again because of this, it would be difficult for her to absolve herself from the blame. In that instant, Huang Rong's mind flashed with a few different reasons to decline, but in the end, she still nodded her head. Now that the Manchurian Qing are wreaking havoc in the Central Plains, we Han people should help each other out. I will not shirk my duty. Originally, she was going to say that the northern foreign tribes were wreaking havoc in the Central Plains. Halfway through her words, she keenly realized that Xiao Feng and his group were also present. She hurriedly changed her words. However, Xiao Feng was an open-minded person, so he smiled slightly and did not mind. Thank you for your kindness, madam. Song Qingshu was immediately overjoyed. What was kindness? Huang Rong had a strange expression on her face. She felt that he had deliberately used such an incomparably ambiguous term. However, seeing his righteous expression and the lack of reaction from the others, Huang Rong felt that she might be thinking too much. Just as Huang Rong was worrying about personal gains and losses, Song Qingshu invited them and the leaders of the Golden Snake camp to the hall to discuss matters. This time, I mainly want to hear everyone's opinions on how to deal with the encirclement and suppression of the Manchurian Qing dynasty. Sitting on the chair at the head of the hall, Song Qingshu was a little excited. However, he soon laughed involuntarily. He had even sat on the dragon throne, so this chair was nothing to him. Hearing Song Qingshu's inquiry, the people who stayed behind to help looked thoughtful. They were not in a hurry to express their opinions. The leaders of the Golden Snake camp were not sure about Song Qingshu's intentions, so they did not dare to speak for a moment. Thinking that he had long pledged his loyalty to the 5 Mountain Sword faction's left alliance leader, Gai Mengchong and Meng Bofiai understood that it was time for them to do something. After all, they could not really let Song Qingshu completely subdue all the mountains. Meng Bofiai had always been kind and charitable, and was quite famous in Jianghu. He was not afraid that Song Qingshu would suddenly make things difficult for him, so he coughed and said in a clear voice, I think we should follow the old practice and divide the troops into small groups and hide in the mountains. Although the Tatar army is powerful, it consumes the Tatar imperial court's money and provisions every day. They will withdraw before long. Listening to him, Huang Rong frowned slightly. Although Meng Bofiai's words were not without reason, there was not the slightest hint of respect in his tone. It was obvious that he did not take Song Qingshu, the new boss, seriously. Moreover, he was deliberately mentioning the old practice for Song Qingshu, who was a latecomer. Huang Rong could not help but look worriedly at Song Qingshu. She was worried that he would choose to attack without saying a word. After all, with the methods he used to deal with Grandmaster Shirley, it was not impossible. Contrary to Huang Rong's expectations, Song Qingshu did not express any opinion on Meng Bofiai's words. He just sat there enigmatically, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Meng Bofiai nodded. As if it was prearranged, Wang Guopai Situbule opened his mouth and said, "Brother Meng's words are wrong. As the saying goes, times have changed. This time, each of our mountains elected a new Golden Snake King to change the situation of hiding from place to place. If we continue to act like before, what's the point of us painstakingly choosing a Golden Snake King?" With Meng Bofiai taking the lead, Chu Honglu also had less misgivings. He sneered and said, "If you want to change the situation, you have to combine it with reality. Right now, the Manchurian Qing's 100,000 troops can drown us with just one spit from each of them. Choosing to fight head-on instead of thinking of ways to preserve our strength is the behavior of a boorish man." Huang Rong secretly nodded. Although Meng Bofiai and Chu Hongliu's original intention was to attack Song Qingshu's prestige, it had to be reasonable. Right now, the Golden Snake camp only had 30,000 people. Most of them were a motley crew. Moreover, they were under different leaders. It was very difficult for them to truly work together. If they fought head-on with the Manchurian Qing, it was likely that they would be annihilated. While Huang Rong was deep in thought, Shui Jian could not help but snort and said, "Every time the Qing troops come, we run. Since it's like this, what's the need for our Golden Snake camp to exist? Think about how awe-inspiring the Golden Snake camp was under young Master Yuan's leadership. At that time, it was the Qing troops who heard our movements and fled. Now, humph." Sha Tongtian put on a fake smile and said, "Things are different now. The Golden Snake camp is not as grand as it was then." Qing Qingzhu chuckled and said, "The reason why the Golden Snake camp has declined to this day, I'm afraid Chief Sha knows best." Sha Tongtian immediately became angry. "The one with the surname Qing, what do you mean?" Qing Qingzhu was originally not on good terms with him. Now that he had this layer of relationship with Ajiu, he was even less afraid of him. He directly replied, "When the news of young Master Yuan's death came back, I don't know who was the first to instigate internal strife, causing all the mountains to kill each other." Sha Tongtian's face immediately turned red. "According to you, all these years, everyone has been beating each other. I am to blame?" Huang Rong couldn't help but glance at Song Qingshu. Seeing that he still didn't say a word, she couldn't help but secretly nod. The most taboo thing for a leader is to throw out his true thoughts all at once. It's very easy to cause a strong backlash from the opponents, and there's no room for maneuver. The most effective way was to secretly reveal his intentions through the mouths of his trusted subordinates, letting the various factions under him fight over it. Then, the leader would be able to appear with a detached attitude and take sides. Who would have thought that not only is Song Qingshu's martial arts so strong, but he is also so good at controlling his subordinates? Brother Jing really can't compare to him. Huang Rong secretly sighed in her heart. Although Jing Ge had his unique charisma, his personality was really not suitable to be a leader. After all, not everyone was as devoted to the country and its people as he was. Those people all had their own pursuits. They liked beauties, wealth, or fame, and Jing Ge always used such illusory things as national righteousness to win them over. In a short period of time, he could use his own charisma to cover everything, but as time went on, these years, if it were not for Huang Rong's secret dealings, no one knew how many forces in Shenyang City would have germinated the idea of rebellion. Huang Rong was startled. Why did she keep comparing Brother Jing to Song Qingshu for the past 2 days? Brother Jing was her husband, but who was Song Qingshu? Huang Rong's pretty face suddenly turned red. In a trance, she seemed to hear someone calling her. "I don't know what Mrs. Gua thinks of the current situation." Ah? Huang Rong finally came to her senses and found that everyone in the meeting hall was looking at her. She could not help but panic. It turned out that when Song Qingshu saw that everyone was arguing, he timely stopped them and kicked the topic to Huang Rong. He knew in his heart that with Huang Rong's cold personality, she must know what he was thinking and would not say anything to ruin his show. And with Huang Rong's reputation in the martial arts world, if she expressed her support, then his next move would be twice the result with half the effort. Huang Rong was in a daze and did not expect Song Qingshu to suddenly throw a difficult problem at her. She was in a mess and could not think of anything. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. She said, King Xiao has fought countless battles with the Manchurian Qing over the years and must be more familiar with their situation. Let's listen to King Xiao's opinion first. Chief Huang is too modest. Xiao Feng politely said a few words and began to talk about his opinion. After all, as a person of Liao, he naturally hoped that the Manchurian Qing army would delay here for as long as possible. Everyone here should have heard of the saying, if the Jurchens do not have 10,000, the Manchurian cannot defeat 10,000. According to our intelligence, the Manchurian Qing army of 100,000 are all elite soldiers of the 8 banners. Halfway through Xiao Feng's words, Chu Honglu seemed to have received support and said excitedly, I knew it. The strength of the Manchurian Qing army is not something we can contend with. It is better to discuss a retreat as soon as possible. Song Qingshu sneered in his heart but did not show it on his face. He said indifferently, let's listen to King Xiao first. Chu Honglu also realized that he had been rash. With Xiao Feng's position in the martial world and his status as the king of the southern courtyard of Liao, there was no room for him to interrupt. He could not help but smile in embarrassment to cover up the awkwardness in his heart. Xiao Feng smiled at Song Qingshu and nodded. He then continued, if the 100,000 elite soldiers of the 8 banners attacked 20 years ago, I would definitely suggest that everyone quickly pack up and run as far away as possible. Yang Miaozhen's heart skipped a beat and she unconsciously asked, could it be that King Xiao means, that's right. The soldiers of the 8 banners 20 years ago were indeed a strong and brave army. However, Xiao Feng stood up and said with a disdainful manner, ever since the Manchurian Qing invaded the pass, the disciples of the 8 banners became addicted to the riches of the Central Plains and have long since degenerated. Today's so-called elite soldiers of the 8 banners are not even comparable to the Green Camp of Jiangnan, let alone the Guaning Iron Cavalry under Wu Sangue. Therefore, although the momentum of the Manchurian Qing army this time is vast and mighty, the Golden Snake Camp may still have a chance. Xiao Feng was also very puzzled. He originally thought that Kangxi was a man of great talent and strategy. Who knew that he would actually make such a stupid move this time? Could it be that he grew up in the depths of the palace? He really did not know to what extent the combat power of the 8 banners had degenerated to. Song Qingshu was secretly pleased. This time, the army recruited all the disciples of the 8 banners. It was a clever move that he and Dongfang Muxue came up with together. After all, other than a few wise people, very few people realized that the 8 banners army was strong in appearance but weak in reality. Even the important officials of the Manchurian Qing court believed that once the elites of the 8 banners were deployed, this encirclement and annihilation of the Golden Snake Camp would definitely be victorious. Suddenly, he looked at the chapter count and realized that it was actually 500 chapters. He had reached 500 chapters. Was 1,000 chapters still far away? He had something to do tomorrow morning, so he would only finish this chapter today. Does King Xiao mean that we should fight against the imperial army? Meng Bofiai frowned. He was used to being a rich man and was not willing to take such a big risk to fight against the Manchurian Qing. Xiao Feng smiled and said, fighting or retreating is your Golden Snake Battalion's internal matter. I am only helping to analyze the strength of the Manchurian Qing army. Madame Gua has always been known as the female Zhuge. Do you have any suggestions for our current situation? Song Qing dragged Huang Rong into the conversation when he saw that she was just doing nothing. In Song Qing's mind, Zhao Min was a more suitable military counselor than Huang Rong. After all, Huang Rong's biggest characteristic was her quick wit. In terms of adaptability, Zhao Min was not as good as Huang Rong, but in terms of grasp of the future situation, Huang Rong was obviously not as good as Zhao Min for all greater than or equal to $. Square root $. Square root using the weather forecast in his previous life as an example, Huang Rong was more accurate in predicting the weather within a few hours, but Zhao Min was more accurate than Huang Rong when it came to predicting the weather 3 to 5 days later. This difference was not due to the difference in their intelligence, but the environment in which they grew up and their status. As a princess, Zhao Min had almost unlimited resources and information at her disposal. Naturally, she could make arrangements calmly. On the other hand, Huang Rong was limited by her identity and did not have enough information. Moreover, she was born in the martial arts world and did not have a natural layout. Naturally, she could only adapt to the situation. However, Zhao Min's noble identity had a side effect. She was usually protected by countless martial arts masters, so she would not encounter any danger. If she was suddenly put in a dangerous situation, she might not be able to escape like Huang Rong. Huang Rong escaped from the masters of the Zhao mansion, dealt with Ouyang Ku and his son on the deserted island, and protected Guo Jing from being discovered in Ox Village. Every time was thrilling and dangerous. It was all because of Huang Rong's quick wit that they got through the difficulties. If Zhao Min was in Zhao Min's shoes, it would be difficult to achieve the same result. Similarly, Huang Rong could not be like Zhao Min and easily destroy the 6 great sections. She could not use black jade body connection ointment to toy with Zhang Wuji in the palm of her hand and easily tie him up for life. It's a pity that last night, Ajiao turned the tide and made Zhao Min return empty-handed. He was even chased by the martial artists. Now, no one knows where he is hiding. Song Qing secretly regretted, but to be honest, if Zhao Min really came to be his military counselor now, he really didn't dare to believe her, or he would be sold again. After the buffer just now, Huang Rong had already sorted out her thoughts. She bowed slightly and said in a pleasant voice, even though the combat power of the 8 banner soldiers has decreased, the strength of the Golden Snake Battalion is also not the same as before. The mountain leaders on the field blushed. They knew that Huang Rong was only saying this to save them some face. The Golden Snake camp was in a state of disunity and could be described as a motley crew. Therefore, the current situation is still that the enemy is strong and we are weak, Huang Rong continued, therefore, our primary strategy is still to retreat. Chu Honglu and the others revealed a happy expression. They couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at Song Qing, thinking that with Huang Rong's reputation in the martial arts world, since she had already said so, what else can you do? If you can't even follow your first order, who in the Golden Snake camp will still listen to you in the future? Who knew that Huang Rong's next words would make the smiles on their faces freeze? However, even though this time we are to retreat, we must fight a battle with the Manchurian Qing Tauters, and it must be a beautiful victory. Song Qing was secretly amused. Huang Rong was really a cunning fox. She didn't defend either side and even clearly expressed her intentions. Zhou Zhirua cooperated and asked closely, since we have decided to retreat, why do we still have to fight a battle with the Tauters? Looking at Zhou Zhirua's faint smile, Huang Rong couldn't help but think of her disheveled clothes and disheveled hair when she was rescued last night. She couldn't help but blush. Sect leader Zhou, you may not know this, but ever since the death of the former Golden Snake King, young Master Yuan, the Golden Snake camp can be said to have suffered defeat after defeat against the Manchurian Imperial Army. Their morale has already fallen below a dangerous level. If we don't take advantage of the election of a new Golden Snake King and obtain a victory, I'm afraid that the Golden Snake camp will only become bandits and roving bandits in hiding in the future. Hearing Huang Rong's words, the mountain leaders couldn't help but fall silent. They couldn't be more familiar with the internal situation of the Golden Snake camp. During this period of time, there were subordinates fleeing every day. In the long run, the Golden Snake camp would collapse from the inside even without the imperial court's encirclement. Madame Gua is right. If we continue to choose to flee, I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Golden Snake camp will only exist in name. That's right. The purpose of the Golden Snake camp is to drive the Tartars out of the Han people's land. If we choose to flee every time we encounter the Qing army, then what's the point of the Golden Snake camp's existence? Just now, when the mountain leaders of Song Qing's faction were arguing with Chu Honglu and the others, Jiao Wen'er of Jiangsu's Golden Dragon Gang, Rong Kai of Zhejiang's Roaming Dragon Gang, Nie Tianfeng of Huainan's Flying Tiger Valley Stockade, and Jing Qiyun of the 72 Islands Alliance had remained neutral. At this moment, as if by prior agreement, they all spoke out in support of Huang Rong. Looking at the current situation, Song Qing revealed a faintly discernible smile. Fourth lady, in your opinion, what should we do? Yang Miaozhen snorted coldly. Before this, I thought that the Golden Snake camp was full of resolute men. Now that I've seen it, it turns out that many of them are greedy for life and afraid of death. Chu Honglu, Meng Bofiai, and Sha Tongtian's faces turned red. They were about to open their mouths to refute, but Song Qing didn't give them the chance. He turned around and asked the leaders of Wu Dang, Amei, Tian Di Hui, and Mu Palace for their opinions. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting looked at each other and nodded their heads in support of the battle. The leader of Amei faction was Zhou Zhirua, so she wouldn't oppose it. Mu Palace and the Manchurian Qing were absolutely irreconcilable. They couldn't wait to fight to the death with the enemy, so naturally they would support the battle. Tian Di Hui's Chen Jingnan also didn't want to see the Golden Snake camp collapse, so he also expressed his support for the battle with the Manchurian Qing army. If that's the case, then we'll fight with the so-called 8 banners elites of the Manchurian Qing. Song Qing stood up and an invisible pressure spread out in all directions. At this moment, how could everyone not understand Song Qing's true thoughts? Naturally, no one was so blind as to stand out and oppose it. Even Chu Honglu, Meng Bofiai, and the others had no choice but to accept this decision because the other forces had expressed their support. Tu Hai is a famous Tatar general. He dares to go deep alone because he has 30,000 troops under his command. It's easier said than done for us to deal with him. Chu Honglu muttered in dissatisfaction. Although Chu Honglio's voice was soft, everyone present was an expert. His words were heard clearly. Song Qingshu glanced at him and said indifferently, Tu Hai may have 30,000 troops, but in my opinion, he's just a chicken and a dog. It's easy to defeat him. Chu Honglu, Meng Bofiai, and Sha Tongtian almost sneered when they heard Song Qingshu's bold words. Although they didn't mock him, they couldn't hide the disdain on their faces. Not to mention them, even Huang Rong, Xiao Feng, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. In their initial plan, they planned to win a small battle to boost the morale of the Golden Snake Battalion, but from Song Qingshu's words, it seemed that he intended to swallow these 30,000 people in one go. This was too unrealistic. How many people do you need to annihilate Tu Hai's 30,000 men? Chu Honglu was afraid that Song Qingshu would suddenly change his mind, so she immediately cut off Song Qingshu's path of retreat. Humph, who doesn't know how to talk big? If you can't destroy Tu Hai, let's see if you still have the face to be the Golden Snake King. Sha Tongtian and Meng Bofiai subconsciously looked at each other. They could see the schadenfreude in each other's eyes. This Song Qingshu was still young. To think that he couldn't keep his cool and allowed old Chu to grab hold of his weakness. I only need lady. Madame Yuan, old Hero Situ, Chief Shui, and Chief Qing, Song Qingshu said slowly. The mockery in Chu Honglio's eyes deepened. There were less than 8,000 men in total. How could they win? But these few battalions could be regarded as hardcore supporters of Song Qingshu. Chu Honglu and the others couldn't wait to be exhausted by Song Qingshu in Tu Hai's hands. Is there anything else the other battalions can help with? Although Chu Honglu had decided not to do anything, he still had to show the proper attitude. Song Qingshu said with a serious expression, there is indeed a very important mission here that needs to be handed over to a wise and courageous leader. Oh? Seeing how serious he was, everyone in the hall became curious. I need a leader to lead our troops to guard Old Eagle Gully, Song Qingshu pointed at the map and continued, once the Tu Hai army collapses, this is where they will have to pass. This boss needs to ensure that not a single soldier of the Tu Hai army escapes. Chu Honglu almost burst out laughing when he heard this. He hurriedly volunteered, if the leader doesn't mind, leave this task to me. Humph, Tu Hai was a famous general who had been through hundreds of battles and commanded 30,000 elite troops. How could he lose to Song Qingshu's mere 8,000 men? Wasn't this mission a free lunch? When the time comes, I just need to go through the motions and guarantee that I won't even see Tu Haijin's shadow, and I can escape unscathed. Song Qingshu glanced at him and said in a cold tone, this place is of great importance. Can Dilla Master Chu guarantee that you can wipe out Tu Hai's army in one fell swoop? Chu Honglu said with a fake smile, hee, as long as the leader has the ability to defeat Tu Hai's army, I can naturally wipe them all out. Whether or not we can wipe out Tu Hai's army is related to the success or failure of the entire war. Do you dare to make a military pledge, Villa Master Chu? Song Qingshu suddenly stood up and stared at Chu Honglu. Chu Honglu was shocked. Why did he feel that Song Qingshu had dug a pit for him to jump into? However, he was the leader of a battalion. How could he be so easily scared by a few words? Chu Honglu braced himself and said, "Okay, I will make a military pledge. If the leader really defeats Tu Hai's army, I will definitely leave them all in Old Eagle Gully. If I can't do that, you can do whatever you want to me." Humph, I don't believe that your 8,000 men can defeat 30,000 men. However, Chu Honglu was not stupid. Although he agreed, he insisted on the premise that Song Qingshu must defeat Tu Hai's army. As long as Song Qingshu could not do that, he would have a reason to shirk the responsibility. But it was a pipe dream to think that 8,000 bandits could defeat the 30,000 elite soldiers led by General Tu Hai. Okay. Song Qingshu nodded and began to assign tasks to the other leaders. Jia Weiner of Jiangsu's Golden Dragon Gang, Rong Kai of Zhejiang's Roaming Dragon Gang, Nie Tianfeng of Huainan's Flying Tiger Valley, and Jing Qian of the 72 Islands Alliance were all neutral figures. Song Qingshu assigned them to lead their troops to harass the other three armies of the Manchurian Qing. The four leaders looked at each other and communicated their thoughts with their eyes. Although they were more inclined towards Song Qingshu on the surface, they were still neutral deep down. If Song Qingshu wanted to use their troops to fight Tu Hai, they would definitely not be willing to do so. They could still accept it if it was just to delay the Qing army's march. After all, it was just delaying and harassing them. Even if they were injured, it would not be a serious blow. They could also take the opportunity to observe. Once Song Qingshu's main force was defeated, they could take the opportunity to escape into the mountains and find a place to occupy. Their strength would not be reduced at all. If Song Qingshu's main force really defeated Tu Hai's army, they could also report the credit of this task and be rewarded according to their contributions after the event. Of course, this situation was impossible in the eyes of the four leaders. Therefore, the four of them gladly accepted this task. As for Meng Bofiai and Sha Tong Tian, Song Qingshu asked them to lead their troops to stay in the headquarters and wait for further orders. Seeing that they did not have to do anything, the two of them were naturally happy to watch the show. After the leaders received their tasks and left, Song Qingshu said to Yang Miaozhen, Tian Di Hui, and Mu Palace's people, Fourth Lady, Song Duozu Chen, Young Duke Mu, there's something I need to trouble you with. Before leaving, Yang Miaozhen took a deep look at Song Qingshu and said, "So you were serious when you said you wanted to destroy Tu Hai's army?" Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I've always been a serious man. I hope you won't let me down." Yang Miaozhen did not ask about Song Qingshu's specific plan. She left after leaving these words. After some arrangements, only Song Qingshu, Zhou Zhirua, the women, the two heroes of the Wu-Tang sect, and Xiao Feng were left in the hall. I wonder how Prince Song plans to defeat Tu Hai's army of 30,000. Seeing that almost everyone had left, Huang Rong could not help but ask. Madame Gua has always been known as the female Zhuge Liang. I wonder what good plan you have. Song Qingshu smiled and did not answer. Instead, he asked a question. The enemy is outnumbered. I'm afraid there is only one way to win. Ever since Song Qingshu announced that he wanted to destroy Tu Hai's army of 30,000, Huang Rong had been thinking about how to do it. Now, she vaguely had an idea. I've also thought of a way. Xiao Feng, who had been silent all this while, coldly watching the people of the Golden Snake camp fighting against each other. Now, he laughed loudly. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "In that case, let's follow the example of the sages of the three kingdoms and write our own plans on our palms. Let's see if we can think of the same thing." After the three of them finished writing, everyone in the hall craned their necks to look, wanting to see what the three of them had come up with. Plus or minus, they saw the words fire attack written on Huang Rong's white palm, night attack written on Xiao Feng's palm, and blowing up the camp written on Song Qingshu's palm. It seems that everyone is thinking of the same thing. Song Qingshu laughed, although the writing is different, it is actually the same thing. Huang Rong smiled, Golden Snake Battalion has few people, Tu Hai has many people. We know this, Tu Hai also knows this, but the Tatar soldiers may not know this. As long as we can reasonably use the cover of the night to make the ordinary Tatar soldiers think that they are surrounded by enemies and fall into confusion, we will have succeeded more than half. Yes. Xiaofeng nodded, just like what Madame Gua said, night attack must be accompanied by burning the army's supplies, creating a more chaotic scene. Once we succeed in causing the Qing army to blow up the camp, the 30,008 banners elites are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Many of the people in the hall did not understand military affairs, but listening to the three people talking one after another, as if they had the pearl of wisdom in their hands, their confidence was greatly boosted. Only one person was frowning. Qin Jinnan, if you have something to say, please say it. Song Qingshu was in the position of the Golden Snake King, so he could see everything in the hall. Naturally, he saw Qin Jinnan's hesitant expression. Please forgive me for pouring cold water on you. I have dealt with Tu Hai. This person is definitely the number one general of the Qing court. He has always been strict in managing his troops. Every time he sets up camp, he will arrange a large number of scouts to monitor the movement within a radius of dozens of li. Once there is any movement in the surroundings, he will immediately receive the news. I am afraid that night attack will be very difficult to succeed. And even if we succeed in breaking into the Tatar camp, as long as Tu Hai is in command, the 38 Banners troops will absolutely not blow up the camp. Chen Jinnan frowned. Just now, the idea that Song Qingshu and the other two people came up with was indeed very likely to succeed if it was used to deal with an ordinary good-for-nothing general. But Tu Hai was a veteran of hundreds of battles. That year, Li Chuang's troops that swept the world were completely defeated by him. How could he not guard against an ordinary night attack? Song Qingshu seemed to have expected that someone would have this kind of doubt. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, "What Headmaster Chen said makes sense, but all of this is based on this situation where Tu Hai is overseeing the Middle Army. What if Tu Hai dies?" Qin Jinnan was startled and said subconsciously, "Could it be that Prince Song wants to assassinate Tu Hai? Although Prince Song's kung fu is high, if he wants to take the head of a general among thousands of soldiers, I'm afraid." Qin Jinnan didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. After all, taking the head of a general from an army of 10,000 was quite shocking. There were only a few people who had accomplished this feat in history. Xiaofeng was famous for slaughtering his way into the chaotic army and capturing the southern yard king Yelu Zhongyuan. However, the bigger reason for that was because Yelu Zhongyuan had courted his own death, thinking that victory was already set in stone, so he swaggered to the front of Xiaofeng's army, giving Xiaofeng a chance. Even if all the grandmasters in the world worked together, it would still be impossible to kill their commander, Tu Hai, amidst an army of 30,000. Headmaster Chen, you can rest assured. I have my own ways to kill Tu Hai. Song Qingshu secretly sighed in his heart. Ever since he came to this wonderful world, perhaps because of the values of his previous life, he couldn't treat human life as worthless, so he had always avoided killing people. Unfortunately, he wasn't Bandit Marshal Chu Liuxiang, so there would always be a time when he had no choice but to kill. Song Qingshu recalled the people he had killed. In fact, none of them had any grievances with him, but unfortunately, the Ji and Lan were in the way, so he had no choice but to eliminate them. This Tu Hai was the same. In the past, when Song Qingshu was still in the Qing court, he had also met this old general a few times. He was a general worthy of respect, but unfortunately, the two of them had different standpoints and were destined to be unable to walk together. You are really hypocritical. Song Qingshu silently said to himself. If he wanted to kill someone, he still had to find so many excuses. If this wasn't hypocritical, then what was? However, compared to a real person, it was better for him to be a hypocrite. At least he had his own principles. Hearing that Song Qingshu had a way to kill Tu Hai, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be shocked. However, Song Qingshu didn't say a word after that. Obviously, he didn't intend to reveal his method of killing Tu Hai. Everyone began to whisper to each other and began to speculate. Xiaofeng looked at Song Qingshu thoughtfully. In the current situation, he didn't have the ability to kill Tu Hai while surrounded by 30,000 soldiers, so he didn't know how Song Qingshu planned to do it. Huang Rong's pair of beautiful eyes were also full of extraordinary splendor. She was also very curious. I wonder if I ask him in private, will he tell me? Huang Rong was startled by the sudden thought. Why would she think like that? Fortunately, the people in the hall were all outstanding people. They understood that if the method of assassinating the enemy's commander was made known to everyone, it would probably not be far from failure. Therefore, although Song Qingshu didn't know, everyone tacitly didn't have the intention to press him. First, the people in the hall had a good relationship with Song Qingshu. Second, Song Qingshu's magical performance in the Golden Snake Convention had won everyone's approval. Since Song Qingshu dared to say that he could take Tu Hai's life, these people naturally dared to believe him. But there is still a problem, Chen Jinnan said. To succeed in a night attack, it must be unexpected. The Qing army often sends a large number of scouts to sweep the area within a radius of dozens of miles. I'm afraid that the Golden Snake Battalion will be exposed before they can get close to the enemy's camp. Xiaofeng deeply agreed. In the hall, he was probably the one who had the most contact with the Qing army. He naturally understood that Chen Jinnan's worry was not without reason. To succeed in a night attack was indeed as difficult as ascending to heaven. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Everyone here should have heard of the principle that it is dark under the lamp. The Manchurian scouts' attention is mainly on the outside dozens of miles away. As long as we set up an ambush near their camp in advance, it is possible to deceive them. How is this possible? Chen Jinnan cried out in surprise. Even Xiaofeng secretly frowned. After all, the location of the camp was the most important thing for an army to do. It was considered by the commander of the army according to the speed of the march, the terrain, the combat mission, and other factors. Sometimes, even the commander himself might not know where to set up camp. Tu Hai will definitely set up camp here at Fox Slope tomorrow. This place is the burial place of the Tatar soldiers. Song Qingshu pointed to a position on the sand table and said confidently. What a joke. The emperor of the Qing dynasty was one of them. If he didn't even know where Tu Hai set up camp, Song Qingshu felt that he should kill himself. After several discussions, Song Qingshu finally decided that Situbule's troops, Shui Jian's troops, and Yang Miaozhen's Red Coat army would lie in ambush at the Fox Hill. Situbule's Wangu Pai people were mostly from the Guaning Iron Cavalry that had shaken the world in the past. Shui Jian, as the former Ming dynasty's Zongbing army, was also skilled in training soldiers. Therefore, the two of them were the only remaining elites of the 12 Golden Snake battalions. Needless to say, the Red Coat army had been regarded as a serious threat by the Jin for many years. This time, the 300 men brought by Yang Miaozhen were the elites of the Red Coat army. This night attack was of great importance. First, they had to hide their tracks, and second, they had to fight bravely. The quality of the soldiers was more important than the quantity. Therefore, Song Qingshu did not add some motley crew. Song Qingshu gave the command of these 3 troops to Yang Miaozhen. Situbule and Shui Jian did not have much of an opinion. After all, the 4th lady of the Red Coat army had a great reputation for many years. Her prestige was not below that of Yuan Qingji in the past. On the contrary, Yang Miaozhen's expression was somewhat complicated. She looked at Song Qingshu and asked in a joking tone, You have given me the most elite troops of the Golden Snake Battalion. Are you not afraid that I will deliberately bury them in this battle? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Although Song Mao and the 4th lady have not known each other for long, I can understand a thing or two about the 4th lady's character. The 4th lady is a rare heroine among women. Her spirit is like a tiger that swallows 10,000 li. How could she do such a petty thing? It's useless for you to flatter me. Haven't you heard that women are the most petty? Although Yang Miaozhen said that she did not care, her slightly raised eyebrows showed that she was very happy with this flattery. Song Qingshu smiled without saying anything. Then he began to arrange the rest of the people's tasks. The disciples of the Mu Palace, Tian Di Hui, Amei faction, Green Bamboo Gang, Xiaoqingqing tribe, and other sects were arranged at various mountain passes along the way. As soon as they saw the terrain on the sand table, they could not help but exclaim in surprise. Brother Song, these places are outside the Eagle Ravine. Mu Jianqing could not help but wonder. He remembered that Song Qingshu had said that the Eagle Ravine was the only way for the Tatars to disperse. Chu Honglu had led his men to ambush there. Do you really think that Chu Honglu has the ability to stop the Tatars' routed army? Song Qingshu asked in reply. Everyone in the hall shuddered. Even if the night attack was successful, the other side still had 30,000 people. Their night attack might seem powerful, but they had limited manpower. The damage they could do to the Tatar soldiers was naturally limited. Even if the Tatar soldiers fled, there would still be tens of thousands of them. Although Chu Honglu was waiting for them to tire themselves out, he would definitely not be able to stop them. Thinking of how Song Qingshu had induced Chu Honglu to make a military pledge, many people had already observed a moment of silence for Chu Honglu in advance. Now, the key was to see if Song Qingshu could successfully defeat the Tu-Hai tribe and make them flee. Song Qingshu, what are we going to do? Enlighting could not help but ask when he saw that everyone had more or less received their tasks. Song Qingshu's face turned serious. The next step is the most important one. For the night attack to succeed, we must have masters to create chaos in the Qing camp. There were quite a few Wuling masters in the hall. These people might not necessarily be more useful than well-trained soldiers in going into battle to kill the enemy, but imitating the special forces system popular in various countries in his previous life, Song Qingshu decided to organize these people and mix them into the Qing army's main camp. They would make full use of their martial arts skills, and as soon as they touched the ground, they would immediately leave. They would not confront the enemy head-on. They would create chaos everywhere in the main camp, giving the troops outside an opportunity to launch a night attack. Because of the potential danger, although many people were willing to infiltrate the Qing camp with Song Qingshu still selected those who were not good at martial arts. The final list of members was as follows: Song Qingshu, Huang Rong, Ajiu, Zhang Songxi, Enlighting, Xiao Feng, Yelu Nanxian, Yelu Qi, and the others. Although there were not many of them, they were all first-class masters in Jianghu. Their main task was to fan the flames and create chaos everywhere. As long as they were not surrounded, it should not be too difficult to escape. After discussing some details, Yang Miaozhen, Situ Boulay, and Shui Jian led the troops to Fox Hill to set up an ambush. The disciples of Mu Palace, Tian Di Hui, and other sects also set off in advance to set up an ambush dozens of miles away. Before leaving, Xia Qingqing took a deep look at Song Qingshu. After all, the relationship between the two of them could not be seen in public. She was also too embarrassed to say too much to Song Qingshu. She could only communicate with her eyes and repeatedly tell him to take care. Zhou Zhirua did not have so many misgivings. After all, she was Song Qingshu's real wife. Before leaving with the Amei sect, she secretly pulled Song Qingshu to one side and said, "Qingshu, you must promise me, if it is impossible, remember to save your own life. Fighting for hegemony over the world is just a fleeting cloud. I only want you. When the time comes, we can go back to Amei together and live happily for the rest of our lives." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly in his heart. If it really came to that, could it be that he would also bring other women to Amei? Wouldn't you explode in anger? However, Song Qingshu was also very touched. After all, although Zhou Zhirua looked weak on the outside, in her bones, she was the kind of strong woman who wholeheartedly worked for her career. For her to say such words, it proved that she really cared about him to the bones. "All right, I promise you," Song Qingshu said with a stern expression, "but Zhirua, you must be careful this time. Remember what I told you, don't chase a cornered enemy. Your main task this time is to plant flags all over the mountains and plains to put up a show of strength. You must use more traps, rocks, wood, and concealed weapons, and try to avoid direct confrontation with the Tatars." Zhou Zhirua nodded and said, "Okay, then I'm leaving." After all the people left, only Song Qingshu and the experts who were chosen to sneak into the Qing camp were left in the hall. Xiao Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Brother Song, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. Even if we can successfully make the Qing camp explode, it seems that your subsequent plans will not be able to hurt the Qing army to the bone. Chu Honglu can't stop the routed soldiers. Even if Tian Di Hui, Mu Palace, and other sects join in, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop them." Huang Rong also nodded in agreement and said, "I see from young master's arrangement that the main purpose of Tian Di Hui, Mu Palace, and the others doesn't seem to be to take the opportunity to destroy the Tatars' routed soldiers, but more to mislead them. Could it be that young master has a follow-up plan?" Before Song Qingshu could answer, Huang Rong shook her head again and said, now that all the troops that can be used have been used, even if there is a follow-up plan, there are no soldiers that can be used. Lighting was startled when he heard this. From what the two of you mean, you want to take the opportunity to wipe out the Qing army in one fell swoop. But didn't you say that Golden Snake Battalion can take the opportunity to escape into the forest after a victory to preserve their strength? Huang Rong said softly, Hero in Liuxia, there is something you don't know. Although Prince Song's plan sounds a bit whimsical, if you think about it carefully, there is a possibility of success. And once it succeeds, it will be a great victory that will shock the world. But if we can't take the opportunity to wipe out Tu Hai's tribe, I always feel that it will be a pity. Xiaofeng nodded in deep agreement. Previously, he was satisfied with a small victory. But after Song Qingshu's analysis, he, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, keenly realized that it was possible to wipe out Tu Hai's tribe. Unfortunately, he had no troops at hand and really did not have the strength to take down those routed soldiers in one fell swoop. Celestial soldiers and generals? The group of people was stunned. Song Qingshu asked, do you know how Han Xian dealt with Xian Yu's general, Long Qi? Most of the people in the hall looked at each other, and even Xiaofeng frowned. Obviously, he did not know this story. Only Huang Rong's eyes lit up. She had already understood Song Qingshu's plan. Song Qingshu could not help but silently criticize. It seemed that the level of compulsory education in ancient times was really worrying. Is Gongzi planning to attack with water? Huang Rong asked in surprise. Madam is indeed a female zhuge. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile and pointed to a place on the sand table. Baishui River is the burial place of the Tatar soldiers. Looking at Song Qingshu's confident look, Zhu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. In the hall, she was probably the one who understood Song Qingshu's plan the best. During the Golden Snake Convention, Song Qingshu had arranged for her and Xia Qingqing to secretly take people to the upper reaches of Baishui River to build a barricade. At that time, she was particularly puzzled and worried that his hard work would end up benefiting others. But Song Qingshu told her with certainty that he would definitely win the championship in the Golden Snake Convention. At that time, there were many peerless experts. Qing, Sherpatian, Su Zhu, Yang Miaozhen, Yang Gua, and the others were all on par with him. In particular, Qing's battle prowess far exceeded Song Qingshu's. As Song Qingshu's woman, Zhu Yaoyao could only choose to unconditionally believe that he could win and become the Golden Snake King, but she was actually quite doubtful. When Song Qingshu defeated Qing, Zhu Yaoyao was so excited that she almost cried. Because of this, her trust in Song Qingshu had reached an almost blind level. Although most of the people in the Golden Snake camp thought that they would be grateful if they could win a small victory, Zhu Yaoyao believed from the beginning that this would be a great victory that would shock the world. After Song Qingshu's simple explanation, the others in the hall finally understood and their morale was greatly boosted. Tu Hai's 30,000 soldiers are finished. Xiaofeng suddenly stood up. As a veteran general on the battlefield, he was naturally able to determine that the probability of Song Qingshu's plan succeeding this time was already extremely high. At this time, he was also very shocked. This Song Qingshu was not famous before, and he only came to prominence in the past 2 years. He did not expect that apart from martial arts, he was also so talented in war. Could it be that he was one of those legendary famous generals? Actually, Xiaofeng had overestimated him. This time, Song Qingshu only had the advantage of knowing the information of both sides. If the opponent this time was not the Manchurian army, but some other faction, Song Qingshu would probably have no choice but to pack his bags and flee as far as he could. Sigh, do you still want me to live? Yeluqi couldn't help but mutter. As one of the most outstanding young warriors of the great Liao dynasty, he grew up surrounded by all kinds of halos and always thought highly of himself, until he met Song Qingshu. It was one thing for his martial arts to be higher than his, but now it seemed like he couldn't even keep up with his opponent when it came to marching and fighting. However, Yeluqi was a modest gentleman after all. He didn't feel any jealousy because of this. Instead, he felt a trace of admiration. Nancian has always had her eyes set on the top of her head. In the past, she once said that her husband must first be better than her in martial arts, and second, be able to strategize from 1,000 li away. Song Qingshu fulfilled both of these requirements. Originally, he was a good candidate, and if Great Liao could get a talent like Song Qingshu, there would be hope for a revival. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu is already married. This thought only flashed past Yeluqi's mind, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, no matter how poor Great Liao was, with Yelu Nanxian's status as a princess, how could she be a concubine? As for Yelu Nanxian herself, she was hugging her sword and leaning against a pillar, quietly watching Song Qingshu's figure. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhang Songxi and Yin Lighting looked at each other, both seeing the gratification and pride in each other's eyes. All these years, because of Song Qingshu's matter, eldest senior brother not only took the blame and resigned from his position as the sect leader, but he had also been in closed-door training. If he knew that Song Qingshu had turned over a new leaf and was still so capable, he would definitely be very happy. Huang Rong's expression was even more complicated. Song Qingshu had given her too many surprises. This time, she only attended the Golden Snake gathering with the intention of defending against the foreign tribes. She wanted to do her best, but who knew that Song Qingshu would appear out of nowhere? If he had helped, how could the war in Xianxia be so disadvantageous? Huang Rong suddenly had a bold idea. How about marrying Fu to him? Before, Huang Rong had thought about marrying Guofu to the young master of the Lu family, the governor of Xiangyang. Now that Jia Sherdao was in power in the southern Song dynasty, and the Lu brothers were Jia Sherdao's right-hand men, the Lu family could be said to be one of the largest military groups in the southern Song dynasty. If Guofu married into the Lu family, it wouldn't be a bad thing for her. However, Huang Rong underestimated the tradition of the southern Song dynasty. Deep in their bones, the emphasis on civil and military made the generals naturally lower than the civil officials. Although the Lu family was powerful, they were military officials after all, and their position in the court had always been a bit awkward. Therefore, the Lu family had always tried to marry the daughter of a civil official in the court, taking the opportunity to increase their political power. How could they like the daughter of a Jianghu hero, even though this hero could be said to be famous in the martial arts world? Although the Lu family didn't say it explicitly, Huang Rong was smart enough to figure out the real intention of the Lu family from their words and some clues. Suddenly, she was furious. If it wasn't for the great cause of fighting against the Mongols, she wouldn't have thought about marrying her daughter to a playboy. Although Huang Rong was a little selfish, she was also an extremely proud person. Since the Lu family didn't show any sincerity, she naturally wouldn't send her daughter to them. At this time, seeing that Song Qingshu was both civil and military, Huang Rong subconsciously thought of Guofu's marriage. Now the biggest problem is that he's already married. It wasn't that Huang Rong didn't think about letting Guofu and Zhou Zhirua serve the same husband, but thinking about Zhou Zhirua gave her a headache. Zhou Zhirua was the dignified head of the Amei Empire, and her status in the martial arts world wasn't much lower than Huang Rong and Zhou Zhirua. How could Guofu take her position as the first wife? But if Guofu was to be the second wife, Huang Rong would definitely not be willing. Huang Rong suddenly remembered how Zhou Zhirua had rescued her from the cave that night and couldn't help blushing. If Zhou Zhirua had seen her like that, she wouldn't be able to help Fu her even if she wanted to. Moreover, what Song Qingshu had done to her that night. How could she still have the face to be his mother-in-law? Since everyone has a general understanding of the operation, please go back and rest. There's a fierce battle tonight. Song Qingshu's voice immediately woke Huang Rong up. If something happens to Xiangyang in the future, based on Brother Jing's character, he will definitely die for his country. Naturally, I will be with him. When that time comes, Fu will be alone, and it will be difficult for her to survive in this chaotic world. After discussing all kinds of details, it was already dawn. Song Qingshu asked everyone to go back and have a good rest. 12 hours later, we will gather in the hall and set off together. Brother Song, as the saying goes, the emperor will lose his subjects if he doesn't keep secrets. I don't think you should tell them the plan in advance. Zhu Yui was naturally by Song Qingshu's side. Seeing that most of the people had left, she couldn't help but say this worriedly. It can't be helped. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. They are all leaders. It will be difficult to convince them if I don't reveal something. After all, they have to take risks at night. Seeing that Zhu Yui was still worried, Song Qingshu reached out and held her little hand. Ajio, don't worry too much. The people in this hall are trustworthy. First, I believe in their characters. Second, they have no reason to leak the secret. After all, the failure of the Manchurian Qing is in everyone's interest. Song Qingshu was not a single-celled organism like Song Xianggong. Naturally, he knew that only when both sides had the same interest could there be a basis for trust. The two of them held hands and chatted along the way. Soon, they returned to their courtyard. Zhu Yui suddenly said curiously, "By the way, Brother Song, I didn't have time to ask you just now. How did you win against Ah Qing? What do you think?" Hearing Ah Zhou's question, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became a little strange. He looked at her with a faint smile. "I just don't know, that's why I asked you." Zhu Yui pouted and couldn't help but act coquettishly. "If I just say it, it will probably be difficult for you to understand. Why don't you imitate Ah Qing and recreate the situation at that time? I'll let you experience it yourself. I think the effect will be better." Song Qingshu said seriously. Zhu Yui always felt that his eyes were flickering with evil intentions, but in the end, she couldn't hide her curiosity and subconsciously nodded in agreement. "Okay. I remember that Ah Qing was quite normal at that time until he got close to you." Zhu Yui held the short sword and gestured while recalling the situation at that time. "Is that so, huh?" When the tip of Zhu Yui's sword was a few inches away from Song Qingshu, she suddenly felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained. Traces of heat surged out of her body, making her extremely weak. As if she could feel it. Feeling her own hot skin, Zhu Yui was slightly startled before she reacted. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The fragrance of joy." The two of them had long been intimate, so Zhu Meng naturally knew that it was a byproduct of Song Qingshu's practice of the blissful dhyana, which was sometimes used by Song Qingshu for pleasure in the bedroom. That kind of feeling was very, very pleasant, but Zhu Yuihan subconsciously didn't like it, because she always felt as if she had been drugged by the most powerful aphrodisiac, waiting for the man to pamper her on the bed. Whether it was her body or her mind, she couldn't resist at all. What Zhu Xuanyi liked was the natural intimacy, not the one-sided indecency. Although it seemed more attractive than the usual intimacy, Song Qingshu carried Zhu Yui, whose body had already turned into a ball of cotton, and looked down at the beauty in his arms. He couldn't help but smile evilly. "My dear ninth princess, you offered to experience it yourself. You bastard. You deliberately set a trap for me." Song Qingshu smiled proudly and sat on the couch with her in his arms. Before Zhu Yui could answer, he leaned over and kissed her slightly parted red lips. A moan that could make one's bones tingle resounded in the room. Huang Rong had been thinking about the problem of matchmaking her daughter with Song Qingshu. But when she thought that Song Qingshu already had a family and seemed to have already promised to marry the ninth princess, Huang Rong felt a little upset. Therefore, not long after they returned to the courtyard, Huang Rong couldn't help but look for Song Qingshu. She planned to chat with Song Qingshu first and find out what he wanted to say before making a decision. But when she arrived at the gate of the courtyard, before Huang Rong had time to knock on the door, she vaguely heard the sound of a woman crying. Huang Rong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. As an experienced person, how could she not know what the person inside was doing? This ninth princess usually looks cold. I didn't expect her voice to be so seductive. Huang Rong secretly spat. The voice made her feel a little hot, and she immediately turned around to leave. "Brother Song, you are so bad to use such a dirty way to deal with Sister Ah Qing." There was the sound of Zhu Ao's giggling. Huang Rong couldn't help but be startled and subconsciously stopped. In the entire Golden Snake meeting, the most curious thing was how Song Qingshu turned defeat into victory and overturned Ah Qing in the end. But this probably involved the secrets of other people's trump cards, so the group of people wouldn't be untactful and ask Song Qingshu. But the more it was like this, the more mysterious the whole thing seemed. Maybe I can find out the reason by listening to their conversation. Huang Rong couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart. She leaned close to the door and pricked up her ears to listen. Unfortunately, Huang Rong was standing at the gate of the courtyard, more than 10 meters away from the house. Huang Rong really couldn't hear the whispers between the two clearly. Huang Rong showed a trace of struggle on her face. Finally, as if she had made a great decision, she held her breath and tiptoed to the house. "I just want to listen a little. I will leave immediately after I hear the reason." Huang Rong kept comforting herself. Huang Rong was worried that Song Qingshu might notice, but her qigong had always been good. In her opinion, in this kind of situation, men would naturally be less vigilant, so she still held her breath and stood at the door. After listening for a while, Huang Rong's face was so red that it was about to drip water. She couldn't help but feel regret in her heart. Because the two people in the house didn't mention the previous fight with Ah Qing except for the sentence just now. The voices coming from the house were all whispers between lovers. The content was so bold that even Huang Rong, who was a mother, couldn't bear it. Song Qingshu, that night, Madame Gua's face was full of satisfaction. Every inch of her skin revealed the bright red of a rose after the bliss. Did you really? Huang Rong had just taken a step when she heard Zhu Yaowei talking about her. She couldn't help but look very strange. She was in a dilemma. On one hand, she felt it was too shameful and wanted to leave as soon as possible. On the other hand, she wanted to hear how Song Qingshu would answer. So, do you want me to do something with her or nothing? Then Song Qingshu's hateful voice sounded. Huang Rong's chest slightly rose and fell a few times. Finally, she decided to stay and listen to what was going on. It depends on whether Song Qingshu has the intention or not. If Song Qingshu wants her, you can invite her in now and get what you want. Zhu Yaowei's voice made Huang Rong's face change greatly. Huang Rong wanted to run away after hearing the conversation inside, but the door beside her suddenly opened. Song Qingshu stood at the door and looked at her with a faint smile. Madame Gua, did you come to find me at this time to have a deep conversation with me? Huang Rong's face reddened. She glanced at Song Qingshu and realized that he was half naked. She hurriedly averted her gaze. I just thought of a question. I wanted to ask young master about it, but it seems that it's inconvenient now. Let's talk next time. Let's talk next time. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Rong turned and ran out in a panic. It's so embarrassing to be discovered by him, but he looks gentle and weak. I didn't expect his satin flesh to be so strong. He's quite masculine. Huang Rong, what are you thinking? At this time, Huang Rong's mind was in a mess. All kinds of chaotic thoughts came one after another. Just as she was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly felt her body stop. She looked back and saw Song Qingshu reaching out to grab her shoulder. Madame Gua has always been sharp. This battle is too important. If Madame really finds something wrong, then we must remedy it as soon as possible. Madame, please come in. Song Qingshu looked anxious. He stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Ah? Huang Rong hesitated for a moment. Song Qingshu and Princess Jiao were clearly intimate inside. He didn't even have time to put on his clothes. The ninth princess must also be naked. It was really inconvenient for her to go in at this time. But who asked her to talk nonsense just now? There was no reason to refuse. Huang Rong was in a dilemma. Her body was involuntarily pulled in by Song Qingshu. Clang, hearing the sound of the door closing, Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She asked subconsciously, why did you close the door? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and shrugged. He pointed to the bed not far away. It's really inconvenient for outsiders to see us like this. Moreover, it will damage Madame's reputation. Huang Rong followed his gaze and saw that a Jiao was lazily lying on the bed, his black hair messily scattered on the bed. He had casually pulled a brocade blanket over his body, revealing his snow-white shoulders and two well-proportioned and slender thighs. His usually incomparably fair face was currently incomparably flushed, and his starry eyes were half closed. Clearly, he was reminiscing the aftertaste of what had just happened. Huang Rong was a mature woman. How could she not understand Ajo's current situation? She only felt that her legs were suddenly a little weak, and her heart was beating even faster. She quickly pretended to be calm and looked away. She found a chair and sat down. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask young master how you plan to assassinate Tu Hai tonight. After all, whether or not you can assassinate Tu Hai will determine the success or failure of the whole thing. Huang Rong was indeed quick-witted. In a flash, she thought of a very reasonable question. She wasn't in the mood to listen to Song Qingshu's answer. She didn't know what was wrong with her body. Waves of heat spread from the deepest part of her body to the rest of her body. She knew that she couldn't stay any longer. All she could think about was how to leave this place. After casually responding to him with a few words, Huang Rong got up and said goodbye. Unexpectedly, she had only taken a few steps when a strong force came from behind and she suddenly fell backward. "What are you doing?" Feeling Song Qingshu's strong manly aura, Huang Rong struggled to get out of his arms. "Doesn't Madam want to know how I will assassinate Tu Hai?" Huang Rong looked up and found that Song Qingshu's smile was a little strange. "No. I don't want to know," Huang Rong said in a panic. "How can this be? Whether the assassination will be successful or not depends on Madam's help." Song Qingshu's smile became even more strange. "How can I help?" Huang Rong was stunned, and her heart was suddenly filled with curiosity. At that moment, she even forgot that she was in Song Qingshu's arms. "Previously, by chance, I learned the art of disguise. I can disguise myself as others as I want. This time, I plan to disguise myself as one of Tu Hai's bodyguards and secretly get close to him." Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Huang Rong's eyes became brighter and brighter. If the art of disguise is really so magical, it will indeed be much easier to assassinate Tu Hai. Unfortunately, there is a problem now. Song Qingshu deliberately stopped talking. "What problem?" Huang Rong asked hurriedly. "The main problem is that I haven't used the art of disguise since I learned it. I don't know if people familiar with me will see through me, so I want to ask Madam for help." Song Qingshu suddenly looked hesitant. "But this help will put Madam in a difficult position. If I can expel the Tartars and restore the Han people's country, it is worth it even if I have to break my bones. Moreover, it is just a difficult position. Prince Song, there is no harm. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Huang Rong smiled sweetly. As intelligent as she was, she naturally understood that Song Qingshu wouldn't really ask her to do anything that would tear her body to pieces. It was just a difficult matter, and with her intelligence, she naturally had a way to solve it. "This one thanks Madam on behalf of the millions of Han people in the world." Song Qingshu immediately became serious. He gently let go of her and bowed respectfully to her. Huang Rong was startled by his solemn appearance and suddenly had a bad feeling. She couldn't help but ask tentatively, "What does Gongzi want me to do?" Although the art of disguise can change one's appearance to be exactly the same as others, the biggest problem is that I don't know if it can fool the person closest to me. Song Qingshu paused and continued, "Although I can change my appearance to be exactly the same as one of Tu Hai's bodyguards, I am not sure if I can fool Tu Hai. So I need to do an experiment in advance." "What experiment?" The bad feeling in Huang Rong's heart grew stronger. Song Qingshu looked at Huang Rong's mature and graceful body and showed a trace of a strange smile. "The most intimate relationship is with the person who sleeps next to me. If my art of disguise can fool even the person who sleeps next to me, then I can naturally fool Tu Hai." "The person who sleeps next to you?" Huang Rong's expression changed several times. At this point, she had vaguely guessed what Song Qingshu's so-called help was. While Huang Rong's mind was in a mess, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. She looked up and found her brother Jing standing in front of her. "Jing? Brother?" Huang Rong called out uncertainly. "Ah, I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you so much." Jing showed a simple and honest smile and held her in his arms. "You are Song Qingshu?" Although it was a familiar voice and a familiar face, Huang Rong always felt that something was wrong and asked blankly. "Song Qingshu? Rong are you too tired these days?" Jing looked at her doubtfully. "Where did Song Qingshu go? He was just here a moment ago." Huang Rong took a deep breath and calmly pushed the brother Jing in front of her away from her body. "Prince Song saw that I came all the way to find you and wanted to help me. He just left with the 9th princess." "What's going on?" Huang Rong was dumbfounded. "Was I dreaming?" Huang Rong was in a trance until she was hugged by Jing again. She then realized that Song Qingshu had mentioned something about disguising himself. In his arms, Huang Rong remained calm and collected. She took the opportunity to touch his face, intending to check if there was a mask on his face. However, just as her fingers were about to touch Jing's, He tilted his head slightly as if he had foreseen it and dodged it in an extremely ingenious manner. Huang Rong wanted to try again, but her hands were already held by him. Rong you've lost weight these days. Guojing held her hands and looked at her affectionately. Huang Rong blushed and gave up trying to test him. She already knew that the Guojing in front of her was Song Qingshu in disguise. How could her brother Jing be so sweet-talkative? After hesitating for a moment, Huang Rong did not expose him directly. Instead, she looked at him carefully. So similar, Huang Rong's eyes lit up. If Song Qingshu hadn't told her that he knew how to disguise himself, she wouldn't have thought too much about it even if she thought Guojing was a little abnormal. She might have been fooled by him. After the initial shock, Huang Rong quickly sorted out the whole thing. In order to test whether Song Qingshu's disguise could fool people close to him, he secretly changed into Brother Jing's appearance and moved the ninth princess away when she was not paying attention, creating a kind of confusion in her memory. He wanted to see if she could see through his disguise. But why don't I feel anything when the ninth princess doesn't want to see me? Although Huang Rong knew that her martial arts were far inferior to Song Qingshu's, it was impossible for him to move the ninth princess away under her eyes. Did I fall for his soul-shifting technique? Huang Rong reacted quickly and her face turned ugly. This bastard. However, Huang Rong wasn't really angry. She was smart and quickly understood that if Song Qingshu didn't tell her beforehand, she wouldn't be able to see through his disguise when he used the soul transfer technique and changed his appearance to look like Brother Jing. At that time, if he used the identity of Brother Jing and tried to be intimate with her, she probably wouldn't refuse him. Instead, she would happily cater to him. Tui, what a despicable skill. It's a pity he didn't become a pervert. Huang Rong's face turned red as she thought of some unbearable scenes. Rong what are you thinking about now? Guojing's voice sounded again. Huang Rong had wanted to expose Song Qingshu's trick, but her mischievous heart was suddenly aroused. That would be too boring. She decided to pretend that she didn't see the flaw and wanted to see what Song Qingshu would do next. It's just that it's a little embarrassing to be in his arms now. Huang Rong was a little hesitant, but then she thought about it. It wasn't like she hadn't been hugged by him in the cave before, and he looked like Brother Jing now, so it didn't seem like a big deal. Rong why are you daydreaming all of a sudden? Guojing's voice rang in her ears again. Hearing his gentle voice, Huang Rong couldn't help but be startled. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was a young girl, and an inexplicable feeling rose in her heart. She subconsciously answered, Rong is thinking about whether Xianxia will have any problems without Brother Jing. As she spoke, Huang Rong quietly took a step back and distanced herself from Guojing. After all, she knew that he was Song Qingshu in disguise. She just wanted to use this opportunity to tease him. How could she let him continue to take advantage of her? Guojing smiled, not minding her actions. Now that the Mongolians and the Song have signed a truce, they won't start fighting again in a short period of time. Rong you don't have to worry. Humph, you're quite good at pretending. Let's see how long you can pretend for. Huang Rong quickly put on a beautiful smile and continued to ask, then when did you leave Xiangyang, Brother Jing? Guojing paused and obviously hesitated. Rong I came to find you a few days after you left. Humph, I've given myself away. To find Fu I've been traveling around the Central Plains for a long time. If Brother Jing really left Xiangyang at that time, he should have arrived at the Golden Snake gathering before me. Huang Rong didn't immediately expose him. If she did, it wouldn't be fun. She rolled her eyes and deliberately changed the topic to Song Qingshu. Brother Jing, this time, Song Qingshu won the Golden Snake King out of everyone's expectations. What do you think of this young man? Huang Rong purposely emphasized the words young man and looked at him maliciously, waiting for his answer. Song Qingshu. Guojing seemed to be organizing his words. He slowly paced around the room and finally sat down on a couch not far away. He gently patted the spot beside him and gestured for Huang Rong to sit down. This man is handsome, elegant. His martial arts are also incredibly high. It's as if he's a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the world of martial arts. Bah, aren't you ashamed of boasting? Huang Rong was secretly surprised. When she noticed his invitation, she couldn't help but hesitate. After all, it was a little dangerous for a man and a woman to sit on the bed together. But she also wanted to use this opportunity to ask Song Qingshu some questions that were usually inconvenient to ask. After hesitating for a long time, Huang Rong shyly walked over and stopped 3 feet away from the couch. She didn't want to take another step forward. Unexpectedly, Guojing, who was on the couch, reached out and pulled her. Huang Rong felt that he was moving very slowly, but she didn't know why she couldn't avoid him. He took advantage of the situation and pulled her. Huang Rong staggered and sat on his lap. Rong why are you so distant with your husband? Guojing's simple and honest smile was so hateful in Huang Rong's eyes. She wanted to struggle to stand up, but she found that her strength was like a clay ox in the sea. It didn't work at all. Fortunately, Song Qingshu only pulled her onto his lap and did not make any further moves. Huang Rong hesitated for a moment and gave up struggling. She took the opportunity to ask, Brother Jing, how do you feel about your martial arts compared to Song Qingshu's? This was a question that had been puzzling Huang Rong since she watched Song Qingshu's performance at the Golden Snake Gathering. In fact, she already had an answer in her heart, but it was always more reliable to ask the person in question. However, this question was full of considerations. Before this, it was not convenient for Huang Rong to ask Song Qingshu directly. Now that he appeared in front of her as Guojing, Huang Rong could pretend that she knew nothing and ask him directly. End of chapter 509. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.